The day I confessed my feelings to the school beauty, she slapped me hard in front of all the classmates. I fell to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of my mouth, and a chorus of harsh laughter erupted around me. Everyone called me a simp, a loser at the bottom of the class, who dared to dream of winning over the high and mighty school beauty. Lin Ranran looked at me coldly, waiting for me to get up like a dog and beg her for another chance. I did do that before. I pursued her for 3 whole years, neglecting my studies and working part-time to earn money for her. But every time I confessed my feelings, she said I wasn't sincere enough and that she would definitely say yes next year. However, when I opened my eyes again, I was reborn. I stood up and glared at her angrily. Lin Ranran, from today onwards, I, Gu Chen, will no longer love you. There is absolutely nothing between us anymore. There was a few seconds of silence, followed by even louder laughter. Everyone thought I was playing hard to get, and some even bet that I'd be back with breakfast begging her in less than 3 days. Lin Ranran also sneered and told me to remember her words and not to bother her again. I didn't explain and turned to leave. They don't know that in my past life, after failing the college entrance exam, I repeatedly studied past exam papers to make up for my regret. Those question types and problem-solving methods were already etched into my mind, and I even remembered the key points for the exams in the coming months. In this life, I will no longer be anyone's loyal dog. I have only one goal: to get into a top university and completely rewrite my life. I didn't look at Lin Ranran again and walked straight through the crowd towards the school exit. The murmurs behind me grew louder and louder, but I no longer cared about those voices. As I walked out of the school gate, the evening rush hour bus was just stopped on the side of the road. I swiped my card and boarded, intending to go home, finding a seat in the last row by the window. Outside the window, the familiar streets kept receding into the distance. There are still 6 months until the college entrance examination. For others, 6 months is too short. But for someone returning with memories of the future, it is enough. It was almost 10 o'clock when I got home, and Mom was still in the kitchen making dumplings. She looked up and asked me how my day went, and as usual, she complained that the dumplings I made were too ugly. Looking at those familiar wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, my nose suddenly felt incredibly sore. In my past life, after I was in a car accident, the people who were most devastated weren't me, but my parents. They would always secretly shed tears behind my back, but when they saw me, they would force a smile and say that everything would be all right. But I knew better than anyone that it was just comforting words. My legs were ruined, and so was my life. To take care of me, my mother quit her job and became incredibly thin over the years, her hair turning completely white. My father worked tirelessly overtime to pay for my medical treatment, emptying our savings and leaving us with huge debts. Thinking about how my parents gave everything for me in my past life, while I only had eyes for Lin Ranran, my heart aches as if it's being ripped out. My mother looked at the crooked dumplings I had made and disapprovingly told me to stop making a mess and go do what I was supposed to do. I fought back tears and smiled, saying I'd get it with practice. Listening to her familiar nagging, I suddenly felt incredibly precious, because after I became paralyzed in my past life, she had never scolded me so easily. I obediently returned to my desk to do my practice problems. From today onward, I will study hard, live well, and never let them shed tears for me again. But before I had even finished a few problems, my mother was calling me from outside to go to sleep. At that moment, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She urges me to study hard, but deep down she's always worried that I'll get tired. I agreed, but tears streamed down my face. I could stay in my room for a whole month to knit a scarf for Lin Ranran. But all these years, I haven't given my mother a decent gift. In this life, I must make up for everything I owe my parents. I had just lain down in bed when Zhou Xiangyu messaged me, asking how my day was and if Lin, the school beauty, was deeply moved. Seeing this, my heart clenched. In my past life, after learning the truth, he was so angry that he stood up for me. Only to be beaten so badly, he suffered multiple fractures and almost ruined his college entrance exams. I replied that I was going to study hard starting today and asked him if he was coming. The message had barely left when he video called me, looking very worried and asking if something had happened. I smiled and shook my head, saying I'd just suddenly realized that Lin Ranran and I were never meant to be, and that it had all been wishful thinking on my part. Zhou Xiangyu stared at me for a long time, still worried, and tentatively asked if I wanted to come to my house and keep me company. I complained that he was annoying, but my heart was filled with warmth. Only then did I realize that in my past life, I thought I had lost love, but I had neglected the brothers I should have cherished most. The next morning, I got up early to cook dumplings. My mother complained that I didn't sleep in, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face. I helped her sit down to eat, and she suddenly remarked that whoever marries me will be very fortunate. I immediately replied, "That's because I have a good mother." As I ate the steaming dumplings, I suddenly thought of my father. In my past life, after I had an accident, he rushed back from out of town like a madman, holding my hand and crying as he comforted me. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but ask my mother when Dad was coming back, and she was clearly taken aback, as if she hadn't expected me to take the initiative to care about him. My mother stared at me suspiciously, her first thought being that I was out of money or had gotten into trouble again. I shook my head, both amused and exasperated, and finally just said that it was getting cold and reminded Dad to wear more clothes. She looked at me, her eyes slowly reddening, as if she had finally realized that her son was truly starting to grow up. When I arrived at school, I sat down at my desk early and started reading. Zhou Xiangyu was stunned when he entered the classroom. He couldn't believe I was actually studying. I smiled and told him that I was serious this time, and we had to work hard together and take responsibility for our lives because the price I paid in my past life was too terrible, and I never wanted to go through that again. Zhou Xiangyu wanted to stand up for me, but I interrupted him. Being a simp is pointless. Studying is what matters. He looked shocked and asked if I was finally admitting I was a simp. I was silent for 2 seconds, then could only nod helplessly, because I honestly couldn't find another word to describe the person I used to be. I casually pulled bread and milk from my desk drawer and handed them to Zhou Xiangyu. This guy stays up all night playing games, so he probably skipped breakfast again. Watching him wolf down his food, I suddenly realized that brothers are far more reliable than any school beauty. How stupid I was in my past life to have overlooked all the truly important people. Just then, Lin Ranran walked into the classroom and instinctively looked in my direction. Before, whenever she appeared, my eyes would immediately follow her. But now, I was chatting happily with Zhou Xiangyu and didn't even bother to look up. She stood frozen in the doorway for several seconds, while I simply brushed the breadcrumbs off Zhou Xiangyu's collar and continued joking with him. To my surprise, Lin Ranran kept staring in our direction. She probably couldn't understand why. This time, I truly didn't see her. Someone asked Lin Ranran why her dark circles were so heavy, wondering if she hadn't slept well last night. Although I didn't turn around, I could guess she wasn't in a good mood. Because after her birthday celebration last night, I hadn't sent her any messages, and the sudden disappearance of that daily, unwavering greeting had made her feel uneasy. She deliberately raised her voice, saying she hadn't slept well all night, as if waiting for me to show concern. But I didn't even look up. In my past life, I wanted to be around her all the time, but now, I didn't even have the interest to glance at her. Before the classroom atmosphere had even calmed down, Lin Ranran suddenly pulled a box of chocolates from her desk. She walked straight up to me, coldly tossing the box onto the desk. She said not to bring me these things anymore, that she didn't like them, but little did she know, I hadn't brought her any this time. Zhou Xiangyu's eyes widened instantly, her gaze questioning me as if she were accusing me of being a simp. She just said last night she wouldn't be a bootlicker, so why was she secretly giving me a gift again today? But I merely glanced at the box of chocolates and calmly told her not to worry, I would never do it again. The calmer my tone, the more stunned Lin Ranran became, because the old me would never have treated her so coldly. Seeing that she didn't want it, Zhou Xiangyu immediately reached for the chocolate, ready to unwrap it and take a bite. But I snatched it back, and he panicked, thinking I was being stingy with his food. I shook my head and told him directly that I hadn't bought it at all. No sooner had I finished speaking than Kong Xiao suddenly rushed over and snatched the box of chocolates from me. The next second, he pointed at me and started cursing, saying that these were the chocolates he had given to Lin Ranran, and asking me if I had any shame for pretending they were from him. But the more agitated he became, the more he resembled a clown. I stared at Kong Xiao like he was an idiot, asking him when I had ever said I gave it to him. Zhou Xiangyu immediately stepped forward to vouch for me, and Kong Xiao realized he had made a blunder, his face turning ugly on the spot. But just as he was about to hand the chocolate to Lin Ranran to curry favor, she threw it back at him, coldly warning him not to give her anything again. Kong Xiao got a cold shoulder from Lin Ranran, but he took his anger out on me. I couldn't be bothered with him, but when I saw the sinister glint in his eyes, my heart sank. In my past life, Zhou Xiangyu had several bones broken. Could that incident be related to Kong Xiao? After school at noon, Zhou Xiangyu and I walked to the cafeteria together. In the past, I would have stayed by Lin Ranran's side at this time, getting her food and eating with her. Back then, Everyone thought that I would be with her sooner or later. But today, I didn't even glance at Lin Ranran, and left chatting and laughing with Zhou Xiangyu. Along the way, many classmates cast surprised glances at me, because they all noticed that my attitude towards her had completely changed. Behind me, Jing Shu couldn't help but ask Lin Ranran what was going on between us, and Lin Ranran's expression gradually darkened. On the other side, when Zhou Xiangyu turned around, he saw Lin Ranran staring at them. Her gaze was so strange, it looked like she was jealous. But as soon as the thought popped into his head, he realized how absurd it was and immediately banished it from his mind. Zhou Xiangyu couldn't help but asked me if I really had absolutely no feelings for Lin Ranran anymore. I told him directly that if he still considered me a brother, he shouldn't ask such pointless questions anymore. He breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that, because he knew me too well. Once I set my mind on something, I would stick to it to the end. That was true when I was pursuing her, and it was true when I let her go. Zhou Xiangyu thought that after I let go of Lin Ranran, he would finally have someone to play games with. But my words, "I need to study hard," shattered his illusions instantly. He was so angry that he wailed and howled all the way home, and seeing him like that, I couldn't help but laugh. Just then, Jing Shu caught up with me and specifically told me that Lin Ranran had suddenly stopped eating halfway through the journey and had already returned to the classroom. I just smiled faintly and told her that Lin Ranran's affairs were none of my business from now on, and that she didn't need to tell me such trivial matters. The moment I said those words, Jing Shu was stunned. Before, I was more anxious than anyone else about anything involving Lin Ranran, but now I'm saying it's just a small matter. Jing Shu doesn't understand and asks if I've always liked Lin Ranran. I'm silent for a moment. The liking is real, and the effort I put in is real, but when I saw her throw the scarf I'd spent a month knitting into the trash can, I understood that some people really aren't worth it. Over the next few days, my life suddenly became more peaceful than ever before. I started studying diligently, helping my mother with housework when I got home, and even calling my father to remind him to take care of his health. Even when Zhou Xiangyu stayed up late playing games, I would remind him to stop, lest our parents catch him and give him a severe beating 6 months later. It turns out that after removing Lin Ranran from my life, I can live such a fulfilling life. Studies, family, friends, each of these is more precious than revolving around her. But the more peaceful my life is, the more upset Lin Ranran becomes, because in the past few days without my presence, she has realized that she has long been accustomed to my presence. During breaks, I sat obediently in my seat reading and doing homework, occasionally helping classmates with their problems. Zhou Xiangyu would often come over for a chat, and I would patiently encourage him to seize the time to study. Everything around me was slowly getting better, except for Lin Ranran's gaze, which would always involuntarily fall on me. 4 days passed, and I stopped bothering her and trying to please her. Lin Ranran experienced being ignored for the first time, and she was incredibly annoyed, even secretly vowing never to speak to me again. But that vow didn't last long. She came knocking on my door herself. On Thursday after school, I was walking through the crowd as usual, chatting with Zhou Xiangyu about her study plans. Tang Xiaoxi, carrying her study materials, stumbled slightly. I steadied her and picked up the materials she had dropped. But the next second, Lin Ranran snorted coldly behind me, questioning whether I had tripped Tang Xiaoxi. Tang Xiaoxi quickly explained for me, saying that I hadn't tripped. But I just glanced at Lin Ranran, too lazy to even respond, and walked straight ahead. Lin Ranran was stunned on the spot, because this time, she was the one who took the initiative to talk to me, only to find that I didn't care about her at all. She finally couldn't help but call out to me. I frowned and turned around, my eyes no longer filled with the tenderness of before. The love from my past life had blinded me, but now she was no longer in my heart. I couldn't even be bothered to hate her. She tentatively asked what I wanted, and I coldly told her that I didn't want to waste any more time and energy, that I needed to focus on my studies, and that if there was nothing else, I was leaving. Lin Ranran pressed me, asking if all the time and energy I'd spent with her before had been a waste. Without hesitation, I nodded and said yes. Tears welled up instantly in her eyes. An unprecedented sense of grievance weighed heavily on her, making it hard to breathe, because she had always believed that I would always revolve around her. She retorted angrily, asking if I had begged her to like me, or if I had begged her to waste my time on her. Those were my own problems. I looked at her calmly, my face expressionless, because I had heard those words before in a past life, and had felt the pain once more. I couldn't be bothered to argue with her anymore. I just wanted to completely disappear from her world. I coldly told her, yes, it was my fault before, so now I'm taking back my time and energy and won't bother her anymore. Liking her was my choice, and leaving her is my freedom. Lin Ranran was instantly speechless. She knew very well that I was right. It was my freedom, and she had no right to criticize me. But her heart was in even greater turmoil. She could only stare blankly as I turned and left, finally realizing that this time I truly didn't want to talk to her anymore. Kong Xiao rushed towards me, yelling at me for always provoking Lin Ranran. My eyes turned cold, and I told him to try and say another word. Kong Xiao immediately fell silent, then turned to comfort Lin Ranran, only to be met with a barrage of insults from her, who asked him who he was and what business it was of his to interfere in her affairs. Lin Ranran stormed home, slammed the door, and locked herself in her room. Her mother was startled and immediately pressed her for an explanation, but Lin Ranran only mumbled that nothing was wrong. Growing increasingly worried, Lin Ranran finally called Kong Xiao to find out what was going on, and Kong Xiao immediately pinned the blame on her. Kong Xiao embellished the story, portraying me as a despicable person who bullied Lin Ranran. Upon hearing this, Lin's mother flew into a rage, grabbed her bag, and rushed to my house. When I opened the door, a middle-aged woman who looked like a wealthy lady stormed in, angrily calling me a little bastard and raising her hand to hit me. I reacted quickly, grabbing her wrist and coldly asking who she was and why she hit me. But she swung her bag at my head with her other hand, yelling that she was Lin Ranran's mother. I was stunned for a moment, never expecting Lin Ranran's matter to have come to our doorstep. Seeing me stunned, Lin Ranran's mother assumed I was guilty and immediately pointed her finger at me, launching into a tirade, threatening to expel me from school. Her voice was so loud the whole building could hear, disturbing all the neighbors upstairs and downstairs. I suppressed my anger and reminded her that making things up without proper investigation was wrong, and that spreading rumors had consequences. But she wouldn't listen. The neighbors stood up for me, saying I was someone they'd watched grow up and that my character was absolutely impeccable. But Lin's mother only lashed out more fiercely, constantly calling me scum, a disgrace, and threatening to fire me, giving no one a chance to explain. I couldn't be bothered to waste any more words on her, so I just pulled out my phone to call the police. But Lin's mother rushed at me like a madwoman and slapped my phone to the ground. As I watched the screen smash on the floor, only one thought remained in my mind. This woman is utterly unreasonable. Just as the situation was about to get out of control, my mother rushed back. The moment she saw me being blocked at the door, her first reaction wasn't to ask what had happened, but to immediately shield me behind her. In that instant, my heart trembled, because no matter what, in this life or the next, my mother would always be there to protect me first. When Lin's mother saw my mother, she immediately turned her anger on her. Hearing her even insult my mother, I couldn't hold back any longer and angrily shouted at her, "Have you finished your insults?" At that moment, I was truly enraged. I was ready to fight anyone who dared to bully my family, and my retort left her speechless. Seeing her stammering reaction, I immediately understood. It wasn't Lin Ranran who had made things up. Someone was using her as a scapegoat. Kong Xiao's name instantly flashed into my mind. So I coldly told her that whether I had bullied Lin Ranran or not, she could ask her herself, but no one could pin anything I hadn't done on me. At this point, my mother also stepped forward and demanded that Lin's mother apologize to me in front of the neighbors. After all, she had stormed to my door and cursed for a long time, making the whole building aware of the incident. But Lin's mother was still unconvinced, and I was too lazy to argue anymore. I picked up my phone and dialed Lin Ranran's number in front of everyone. As soon as the call connected, I told Lin Ranran that her mother was right outside my house and had a deep misunderstanding about me, and that she should explain herself. There was a noticeable pause on the other end of the line for a few seconds. After Lin's mother's voice came through the receiver, Lin Ranran finally panicked and blurted out that she hadn't been bullied by me at all. I had the phone on speakerphone, so everyone in the hallway heard Lin Ranran's words clearly. The truth was instantly revealed to everyone. I hadn't bullied anyone from beginning to end. This farce wasn't my fault. It was a misunderstanding maliciously instigated by someone. Lin's mother's face flushed red instantly, and she was so embarrassed that she lowered her voice, repeatedly apologizing to me. But I couldn't even be bothered to reply with a polite word, and turned to go straight into the house. It wasn't that I was petty, but some hurts simply couldn't be erased with a simple apology. Later, with my mother's mediation, the matter was temporarily resolved. But after we went inside, she seriously asked me if Lin Ranran was the school beauty I used to like. I nodded in acknowledgement and calmly said that I used to like her, but not anymore. My mother visibly breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, and even said that Lin Ranran's mother seemed difficult to get along with, and that I would suffer if we were really together. Not long after, Lin Ranran called. Before, if she called me first, I'd be happy for half a day. But now, seeing the caller ID, I couldn't even be bothered to touch it. I just tossed the phone aside. When my mother asked who it was, I didn't even look up and said, "It's a spam call." Meanwhile, the Lin family was in complete chaos. After Lin Ranran understood what had happened, she berated Kong Xiao mercilessly. Lin's parents finally realized that Kong Xiao had been using them to get back at me. In particular, my question before I left whether Kong Xiao's parents worked at your company stung like a thorn in their hearts. The next day, Kong Xiao, still thinking I'd been thoroughly punished the night before, even entered the classroom with a smug look on his face. But when he saw me sitting peacefully in my seat reading, he froze. Especially when I looked up at him, he guiltily looked away, while I could only sneer inwardly. During the year I was paralyzed in my past life, I learned one thing long ago: life is precious, and there's no need to waste time on scum. But if someone takes the initiative to attack me, I won't just sit idly by. Kong Xiao thought the matter was over, but he didn't know that the Lin family had already begun secretly investigating his parents. As the last class of the morning ended, everyone was preparing to head to the cafeteria. Just then, Lin Ranran suddenly walked up to me and offered to go to the cafeteria with me. The whole class fell silent instantly, because no one expected that the usually aloof school beauty would actually lower herself to me. Everyone thought I was playing hard to get, deliberately ignoring her and waiting for her to come back. But they were all wrong. I wasn't acting. I genuinely wanted to leave her world. Zhou Xiangyu tactfully walked away. Kong Xiao tried to get attention, but Lin Ranran's words, "Stay away from me," left him speechless. On the way to the cafeteria, I felt a little confused. I had made myself perfectly clear. Given Lin Ranran's pride, she shouldn't be taking the initiative to approach me anymore. Yet she still followed me, as if she had something to say. And this road, which I used to wish I could walk endlessly, now only felt ironic to me. Not long after we left, Lin Ranran finally asked me if I was still angry with her. I glanced at her and calmly told her that this had nothing to do with her and that I wasn't angry. But she didn't believe me at all, because in her mind, if I ignored her, it must mean I was sulking. Then she brought up her birthday night, asking why I didn't say anything then if I didn't like Kong Xiao taking her home. Hearing this, I was stunned. So that's what she'd been struggling with all along. But to me now, it's her freedom to let whoever takes her home. What right do I have to be angry? I told Lin Ranran earnestly that it was Kong Xiao's right to take her home, and I wasn't angry. She stared intently at my face, as if trying to find a trace of a lie in my expression. But in the end, she found nothing, and could only curse me as a bastard with red eyes before turning and running away. I stood there, utterly bewildered. In the past, I would have panicked and rushed after her to explain, terrified she'd misunderstand me. But now, I just felt exhausted. Being a simp is exhausting. Thankfully, in this life, I've turned back. When we arrived at the cafeteria, Zhou Xiangyu was stunned to see that I had only gotten one meal. He tentatively said that Lin Ranran seemed to have been secretly watching me lately, and maybe she actually cared about me. I just smiled, because even if she really did start to care, some people, once missed, are simply missed. Meanwhile, Lin Ranran didn't eat a single bite of food, and cried on the table for the entire afternoon. She thought no one had noticed, but little did she know that Kong Xiao had secretly recorded a video and sent it to her mother. Kong Xiao was still fantasizing about using this opportunity to curry favor with Lin's parents and gradually elevate himself to the position of their prospective son-in-law. But Kong Xiao had no idea that he had already pushed himself to the brink of ruin. The Lin family investigated further and discovered that Kong Xiao's parents had embezzled public funds for stock speculation. Lin's father immediately called the police. Kong Xiao had gone to great lengths to frame me, but in the end, he had dragged his entire family into the abyss. The weekend was unusually peaceful. I studied, did homework, and had dinner with my parents. Everything seemed back to normal. Saturday night, my mother asked me to go to the convenience store to buy soy sauce. But as I was carrying the bag home, I suddenly saw a strange person in front of me. The man was dressed entirely in a black down jacket, black hat, black mask, and black sunglasses, wearing sunglasses even on a cold winter night, which looked really strange. What was even stranger was that he kept looking back, as if he were wary of someone. I looked back and saw there was no one behind me, so I could only silently quicken my pace to pass him. When I got home for dinner, my mother suddenly mentioned that Grandma Lee's house had been rented out and a young man had moved in. She said the boy was acting strangely, living alone and not very old. I didn't think much of it. After all, neighbors come and go, and I wasn't really that close to him. We had just finished eating when we heard the door open next door. My mother, always eager to help, immediately ran over to help them tidy up. I was about to go back to my room when she called me out to lend a hand. But the moment I stepped outside and saw who it was, I froze completely. Standing in the next room was none other than the same man from the street, dressed all in black and acting strangely. My mother helped him hang the curtains while asking him how old he was. The man was silent for a moment, then said in a hoarse voice that he was 20. My mother froze and subconsciously glanced at me. I didn't want to have much interaction with this strange new neighbor, but my mom had already spoken, so I had no choice but to obediently go and help. As I passed by him, I couldn't help but think to myself, this guy isn't very tall, but his skin is quite smooth. He's clearly 20 years old, but he looks like he hasn't fully grown up yet. While hanging the curtains, Jinglan chatted with him the whole time, but the man was clearly not very talkative, and Jinglan did most of the talking. Fortunately, she was tactful and simply told him that he could ask us for help if he needed anything. After the curtains were hung, I clapped my hands and prepared to leave, but I couldn't help but mutter to myself, "This guy is really strange. He didn't even say thank you after we helped him." Just as I was about to leave, that guy quietly said thank you. I paused, quite surprised. It turned out he wasn't entirely rude after all. When I got home, I couldn't help but ask my mom how she could tell he looked young when his face was so well covered. My mom rolled her eyes at me and said he was very handsome without his sunglasses, just a bit short. On Sunday noon, I was just about to get my rice when I saw a large plate of dumplings on the table. Jinglan asked me to take them to the neighbor, saying that the child hadn't left the house much since yesterday and she didn't know if he had eaten. I rolled my eyes inwardly, thinking that my mom cared enough about me. Why did she care about others? But she poked my forehead and laughed, saying that her love was only for me, and the dumplings were just extra she had cooked. I carried the dumplings to the door next door and knocked several times, but no one answered. Just as I was about to put them down and leave, the door suddenly opened, and a pair of sleepy eyes appeared in front of me. The person had deep-set double eyelids and a small mole at the corner of their left eye. I handed them the dumplings, saying that my mom had cooked too many and wanted them to try. They took them blankly and whispered a thank you. An hour later, he came to return the plate. Jinglan, worried he might feel awkward, didn't insist he sit down. But I noticed his black hair was disheveled and his face still had tear stains, as if he had just recovered from some terrible situation. Later I learned that he had almost fainted from hunger. When I carried him to the bed, he panicked and pushed me away. I stepped aside and watched him slowly eat his bread, thinking to myself that this guy was ridiculously lazy. On Monday, the first day of school, I blocked out all the noise in the classroom and focused solely on studying. Zhou Xiangyu ran over, took my deskmate's chair, slammed my textbook shut, and mysteriously announced some great news. Kong Xiao wasn't coming to school. I didn't think much of it at first, but then he lowered his voice and added, "Kong Xiao's parents went inside." I paused for a moment, then laughed. Sure enough, if you don't court death, you won't get into trouble. My new neighbor next door was always a recluse, so mysterious she almost never interacted with anyone. On Sunday, a loud bang suddenly came from next door. My heart skipped a beat, and I rushed out to knock on the door, but no one answered. So I kicked the door open to go look for her. No one was in the living room, no one in the bedroom, no one in the bathroom. It wasn't until I found her lying on the floor in the kitchen that I realized this so-called neurotic neighbor was actually a girl. When Jinglan came in, she was also stunned. The girl hadn't fainted, but she was just dazed. I didn't know how to carry her properly, but a life was at stake, so I couldn't think about anything else and just carried her back to the bedroom in a princess carry. She hurriedly pushed me away, and I immediately stepped aside. Jinglan asked her anxiously if she needed to go to the hospital, but she shook her head. The air was filled with the smell of instant noodles and an awkward silence. Afterwards, I went back to my desk to study, but Jinglan stayed behind to make her tomato and egg noodles, and then threw away the instant noodles. When she came back, she muttered that the fair-skinned girl was acting strangely. Without looking up, I asked if she was all right, and Jinglan said dejectedly that when she first saw her wearing men's clothes, she really thought she was a young man. I was sitting at my desk doing my homework when I got thirsty and got up to get some water. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. I almost immediately guessed it was the new neighbor who had moved in next door. When I opened the door, a girl with long hair casually tied back stood out. She was wearing a beige flannel nightgown. Her face was pale, and she looked so delicate that a gust of wind could blow her away. She lowered her head, handed me the bowl, and softly said thank you. I took the bowl, and she turned to leave. I leaned against the doorframe, bowl in one hand and water glass in the other, slowly took a sip, and reminded her to take care of herself, otherwise my mother would worry about her again. She paused, then just gave a muffled hum. Before closing the door, she suddenly turned and glanced at me. In her usually indifferent eyes, there was a hint of longing that she couldn't quite define. Perhaps for her, such a lively and warm home was something she might never have again in her lifetime. But I never imagined that simply having a good mother would become a reason for others to envy me. Not long after, news spread that Kong Xiao had dropped out of school. I heard his family was heavily in debt, and his grandfather had taken him away to escape the creditors. His studies were obviously insignificant compared to survival. I never imagined that this clown who had always been jumping around in front of me would disappear completely in this way. It was already dark when school let out, and suddenly a car horn sounded near the bus stop. I instinctively turned around and saw a familiar-faced Lin, Ranran's mother. She gave me an awkward yet polite smile, offering to let me get on the bus and give me a ride, but I shook my head and refused. It was just a 2 yuan bus fare. I didn't need to get involved with the Lin family anymore. Lin's mother apologized to me awkwardly, but I just coldly said, let bygones be bygones, and turned to wait for the car. Lin Ranran sat in the back seat, staring straight at my back. She probably finally realized that I had truly withdrawn from her world, without leaving any room for reconciliation. She bit her lip, her eyes filled with grievance, but I would no longer let her emotions throw me off balance. I calmly told her that this had nothing to do with her, and that I wasn't angry with her. She stared at me for a long time, as if trying to find a flaw in my sulking, but in the end she found nothing. All she could do was call me an idiot, then turn and run away. During lunch, Zhou Xiangyu noticed I only got one meal and couldn't help but ask where Lin Ranran had gone, adding that studying was important, but love could go hand in hand. I was slightly taken aback. Hearing him say that Lin Ranran had been secretly watching me lately, I just couldn't believe it. How could someone as proud as her truly care about a former admirer? On Monday, the first day of school, I still blocked out the noise in the classroom and focused on studying. Zhou Xiangyu leaned over and whispered to me that Kong Xiao hadn't come to school. His parents really had gone to jail. I was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Sure enough, if you don't court death, you won't get into trouble. With Kong Xiao's family in this mess, his college entrance exam prospects are completely in jeopardy. On Sunday noon, Jinglan asked me to deliver the extra dumplings to the neighbor next door. I sighed, took the dumplings, and knocked on the door. It was Xiaoyu who opened it. She nervously handed over a shopping bag, saying it contained a sweater she bought for my mother. I could see she was too nervous to look up, so I had to say a few words of comfort before she handed the bag to Jinglan. I chuckled inwardly. She was clearly only 18, yet she insisted she was 20, as if afraid people would treat her like a child. Jinglan enthusiastically praised her for being sensible, and I watched silently from the side, noticing every awkward movement she made. After Xiaoyu left, I looked at the pink scarf I had left behind, and suddenly felt it was a reminder to me to stop being a mindless simp. When I sat down at the table, I noticed there was an extra set of chopsticks in a bowl. My mother had even invited Xiaoyu from next door over. My father was away on a business trip, and my mother had clearly thought it was lonely for her to eat alone, so she pulled her over. Xiaoyu sat at the table awkwardly, her eyes darting around, her cautiousness almost heartbreaking. I took the bowl she offered, took a sip of water, and reminded her to take care of herself, otherwise my mother would worry. She responded softly, and as she turned to leave, she stole a glance at me. In that glance, there was expectation and envy, as if happiness had always been a luxury for her. After dinner, I went back to my room to continue doing my homework. The sheer number of high school exam papers was overwhelming. I could faintly hear her and my mother chatting quietly next door, with occasional soft laughter. Suddenly, I realized that even these ordinary days had their warmth. In my past life, I had complained about the hardship of studying, but now I found a rare sense of peace and contentment. On Sunday noon, my mom asked me to deliver dumplings to Xiaoyu again. I took the steaming bowl to the door and knocked. As soon as Xiaoyu opened the door, she awkwardly handed me a shopping bag, saying it was a sweater for her aunt. Jinglan was taken aback for a moment, and I just looked at her indifferently. She smiled shyly and finally handed the bag to my mom. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This girl was clearly 18, but she insisted on calling herself 20, as if that would make her seem more mature. Jinglan praised her for being well-behaved, and I stood aside watching her expressions and actions, but suddenly I remembered the pink scarf I had picked up. Perhaps keeping it was a reminder not to throw my sincerity into the trash again. On Monday, the first day of school, Zhou Xiangyu suddenly put a chicken leg on my plate in the cafeteria. I immediately covered my plate and asked him, half believing, if the chicken leg had fallen on the ground. He patted his chest and said it was for me. I scoffed, but I felt a little satisfied. At least this guy finally listened and knew to replenish his energy. Lin Ranran and her deskmate Jing Shu quickly came over and sat down next to me. A faint, pleasant fragrance wafted over. She casually served her food, then glanced at me as if it were nothing. I lowered my head and continued eating, but I knew perfectly well that her dejection and probing were no longer my concern. She tried to get closer, but I remained unmoved, like an emotionless trash can, accepting her belated kindness. The more she tried to salvage the relationship, the more she felt that we could never go back to the way things were. When Zhou Xiangyu and I got up to leave, she sat there, her eyes almost red. On the way back to the classroom, Zhou Xiangyu couldn't help but ask me why I suddenly didn't like Lin Ranran anymore. I replied casually, "It's nothing, I've just let it go." He was about to call me a jerk, but I smiled and thanked him for acknowledging my character, which made him roll his eyes in exasperation. He then started remarking that balancing love and career is what makes a winner in life. Everyone thought I had just suddenly let go of Lin Ranran, but only I knew what truly made me give up. Zhou Xiangyu was still trying to persuade me not to miss out on her, saying that Lin Ranran had started to care about me. I was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked him if he remembered the scarf I had secretly knitted for her over a month. Zhou Xiangyu remembered, of course. He had laughed at me for being old-fashioned, but later he helped me keep track of the progress every day, thinking that Lin Ranran would be touched when she received it. But I simply told him calmly that I had retrieved the scarf from the trash, not long after giving it to her on her birthday. As soon as I finished speaking, Zhou Xiangyu froze. After hearing this, Zhou Xiangyu's eyes widened instantly, and his voice changed. He asked if I meant that Lin Ranran had thrown the birthday present I had prepared into the trash can. I simply nodded. His first reaction was disbelief, and he even tried to find excuses for her. But I told him directly that I had seen it with my own eyes, and there was no way I could have been mistaken. I calmly told Zhou Xiangyu that whether Lin Ranran liked the scarf or not could be seen from her expression when she received the gift. Her throwing it away later was definitely not a misunderstanding, nor an accident. Zhou Xiangyu finally fell silent, but the next second, his face darkened, and he turned to confront Lin Ranran. I quickly reached out and grabbed him, not wanting him to act impulsively because of me. I told him that this was all in the past, and Lin Ranran was long gone. Even if she didn't like me now, it was impossible for us to be together, because my heart would never beat for her again. Zhou Xiangyu was furious, berating Lin Ranran for going too far, while awkwardly trying to comfort me. He said there were plenty of beautiful girls in the world, and that I shouldn't be hung up on one. Seeing his genuine sympathy for me warmed my heart, but I could never forget the pain I felt in that hospital bed in my past life. All the way there, Zhou Xiangyu kept reminding me that I must tell him if I ever felt wronged. He even threatened that even if Lin Ranran came back crying and begging for forgiveness, I must not soften my heart. I couldn't help but laugh and said that she was a high and mighty queen. How could she possibly shed tears in front of me? But Zhou Xiangyu just snorted coldly, as if he had already seen through it all. Time flies, and it's Saturday again. At 9 in the morning, I slept in, which is rare for me. Just as I was about to get up, I heard my mom talking to someone in the living room. Then there was a knock on my bedroom door, and my mom called me to get up in a strange tone, saying my classmate was here. My first thought was Zhou Xiangyu, but upon closer inspection, it didn't seem right. That guy chatted with me until very late last night. There was no way he could be up at this hour. I changed my clothes and walked out of the room, but when I saw the two people on the living room sofa, I was completely stunned. It was Lin Ranran and her mother. Lin Ranran was unusually gentle today, constantly explaining the misunderstanding from last time to my mother. Lin's mother also humbled herself, proactively apologizing for her impulsive actions. But watching this scene, only one thought remained in my mind. What exactly did this mother and daughter want by suddenly showing up at my door? Lin Ranran deliberately spoke to me in a familiar tone, even asking to see my room. I made up an excuse to refuse, because the more she acted this way, the more uneasy I felt. The Lin Ranran who used to be so proud and unwilling to bow her head had suddenly become gentle, which made me feel extremely uncomfortable. I really didn't want to continue their small talk, and just then I saw the breakfast left for Xiao Yu in the kitchen. So I picked up the meat buns and rice porridge, made an excuse to deliver food to the neighbors, and slipped out of the house. Rather than dealing with Lin Ranran's unusual behavior, I'd rather go next door for some peace and quiet. When I knocked on the door, Xiao Yu was dressed in her pajamas, as if she was about to share her dream from the night before with my mother. She was clearly taken aback when she saw it was me. I handed her breakfast and then, shamelessly, stayed in her living room for a while, silently munching on a steamed bun by the window. Although Xiao Yu found it strange, she wisely didn't ask anything. She handed me the porridge, but I waved it away, telling her to eat it while it was hot. As I finished eating and was about to leave, the image of the first time I saw her suddenly flashed through my mind. That day, she was on edge the whole time, constantly looking back, as if someone was chasing her. As we reached the door, I couldn't help but ask her if she was in trouble. I told her that I had been right behind her when we first met, and I could tell she was very nervous. I had to find out what was going on because my mother and she were getting too close, and I couldn't let my family get involved in any unknown problems. Xiao Yu fell silent, not answering immediately. Watching her reaction, my vigilance grew stronger. If she truly harbored some danger, I needed to know beforehand. After all, I still needed to figure out how to persuade my mother to stop opening her heart to everyone. I thought Xiao Yu wouldn't speak, but after a long silence, she finally spoke in a low voice. She gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, her expression becoming as nervous as when they first met. It turned out that when she came back from shopping that day, she saw someone who looked a lot like the villain who had bullied her family, which was why she was so frightened and fled in such a disheveled manner. After hearing her words, my heart sank, and I finally understood why she was always so wary. The trauma from her childhood was too deep. Even seeing someone who looked similar would instinctively terrify her. I suddenly felt a pang of guilt, because I had inadvertently reopened a wound she least wanted to relive. Xiao Yu gently shook her head, saying it was all right now. I comforted her, saying that in such a big world, It's not easy to run into someone from the past in a strange city. But she suddenly smiled, a smile as if she had finally let go of something. She said she would never see that person again in this life, because that person was already in hell. At that moment, I suddenly realized that this quiet and cautious girl in front of me harbored many stories unknown to others. Just then, someone softly called my name from outside the door. I turned around and saw that it was Lin Ranran, whose gaze had already passed over me and landed on Xiaoyu. Lin Ranran's expression changed visibly after she saw Xiaoyu's face clearly. She seemed very concerned about why I was bringing breakfast to Xiaoyu, and also about why Xiaoyu and I seemed so familiar with each other. We were just neighbors, yet there was a strange hint of hostility in her eyes when she looked at Xiaoyu. I walked out of the room, closing the door behind me to keep Xiaoyu from getting involved in these messy emotions. Just then, my mother and Lin Ranran's mother came out of my house, exchanging a few polite words. Lin's mother even kindly invited me to visit her another day, but I just casually agreed and watched them leave. After they walked away, my mother sighed deeply. On the way home, she suddenly asked me how my relationship with Lin Ranran was at school. I felt a little guilty, but thinking that all of that was in the past, I calmly told her that Lin Ranran and I were just ordinary classmates. My mother admitted that Lin Ranran was pretty and seemed polite, but she still felt uneasy about the time her mother had come to interrogate her without any explanation. She then earnestly advised me that it would be best to find a girlfriend from a similar background in the future. This was her advice as someone who had been through it all. I didn't argue, just nodded obediently. Meanwhile, after leaving my house, Lin Ranran was visibly downcast. As soon as the car started, her mother suddenly asked her if she liked me. Lin Ranran panicked and hurriedly denied it, but the more she denied it, the more it seemed as if someone had seen right through her. Lin's mother told her directly that the gap between their family's circumstances was too great, and they weren't a good match. Lin Ranran was indignant, feeling her mother was too materialistic. Only at the very end did Lin's mother reveal the truly crucial point. The problem wasn't their family background, but rather that she seemed to have completely fallen out of love with Lin Ranran. These words pierced Lin Ranran's heart like a needle. She knew better than anyone that I had truly loved her. But now, she suddenly realized that the tenderness, patience, and affection I had given her seemed to have been gradually taken back, even given to others. Thinking about this, she felt both angry and aggrieved, and even wanted to rush up to me and confront me. But as soon as the thought crossed her mind, she suddenly realized that she had no right to question me at all. Because from beginning to end, she had never been my girlfriend, yet she had always taken my kindness for granted. Back in her room, Lin Ranran, almost without thinking, stumbled upon our old chat history. The chat window was still showing the happy birthday message I'd sent her. It was just 4 simple words, but she read it over and over again, and for the first time, she began to regret not even replying. As she thought about it, she recalled her birthday. I presented her with a scarf that I had prepared over a long period of time, but she thought it was just an ordinary scarf and felt that she didn't need one at all. So, after leaving the hotel, when no one was looking, she casually threw the scarf into the trash can. Only at this moment did Lin Ranran suddenly realize the truth. My sudden coldness seemed to have started after I came back from buying milk tea, and the time she threw away the scarf was precisely around that time. A terrible thought instantly flooded her mind. Did I really see her throw the gift into the trash can? Lin Ranran grew increasingly frightened, her heart pounding faster and faster. She finally understood. I didn't distance myself from her because of Kong Xiao, nor because I had fallen for someone else. The real reason for my disappointment was witnessing her discard the sincere feelings I had painstakingly crafted over a month, like trash. At that moment, Lin Ranran finally understood that the problem wasn't whether I was petty or not, nor was it that I suddenly threw a tantrum. What truly made me turn away was that she had personally trampled on my dignity. In the past, other boys would still fawn over her even after she threw away their gifts, but I was different. Only after losing him did she realize how accustomed she had been to his presence. The boy who cared for her every day, indulged her, and whose eyes were always on her, was lost by her own hand. She squatted on the ground, covering her face, crying silently until she broke down, but this time, no one would comfort her immediately. Just then, Lin's mother pushed open the door and called her to dinner. Seeing her crying like this, Lin's mother's heart sank. Lin Ranran asked her with red eyes, "If you unintentionally hurt someone and that person never speaks to you again, what should you do to get their forgiveness?" On the other side, Jinglan looked at the pile of vegetables in the kitchen, sighing again and again, but finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. When I came over to wash the apples, I saw sprouted potatoes, a chicken dripping with fat, and a pile of ribs reduced to bones, and I was completely stunned. I had just made a couple of complaints when I saw Xiaoyu standing next to me, and instantly realized who had bought these vegetables. Looking at that ridiculously overpriced pile of vegetables, I was both amused and exasperated. Xiaoyu was pretty and clean-cut. She clearly hadn't bought groceries by herself much, so it was perfectly normal for her to be ripped off by the vendors. After listening to my mother and me, she finally realized she'd been cheated and asked, looking utterly dejected, if she'd been ripped off. My mom laughed and comforted her, saying it's normal not to be able to tell the difference between good and bad vegetables the first time you buy them. And even if I were to buy them, I probably wouldn't do much better. I was speechless. Putting everything else aside, I definitely wouldn't bring back sprouted potatoes and a chicken that fat. But Xiaoyu didn't care about losing money on the vegetables. What she really cared about was whether she could continue to come to my house for meals. My mom told her directly that she shouldn't buy groceries anymore, and that she would take care of the groceries at home. But Xiaoyu stubbornly shook her head, feeling guilty for coming to eat all the time without contributing anything. Even though my mom repeatedly said it was just an extra pair of chopsticks, she still earnestly offered to pay for it. Seeing that they were getting more and more engrossed in their conversation, I went back to my room with my apple. I didn't listen to the rest of their conversation, but I knew my mom definitely wouldn't accept money. She took care of Xiaoyu because she treated her like a neighbor, but Xiaoyu was stubborn, and if she didn't get anything in return, she would probably be too embarrassed to come back. I had just finished studying that evening when my mother pushed open the door, looking worried. It turned out that Xiaoyu insisted on giving me 3,000 yuan a month for living expenses and threatened not to come over for meals if I didn't accept it. I asked her if she had accepted it, and she immediately shook her head, saying that she was just cooking a little extra food. How could she accept so much money from a young girl? I thought about it and came up with a compromise for my mom. 3,000 was too much, so we could just accept a few hundred as a token amount. That way, Xiaoyu would feel comfortable, and my mom wouldn't feel pressured. My mom's eyes lit up immediately. She said she could keep it for her and return it to her when she moved out. As she talked, she even started to sigh, wishing Xiaoyu were her daughter. I was speechless, but my mom got more and more excited as she talked. She even mentioned that when she gave birth to me, she had been hoping for a daughter, but instead gave birth to a son and was disappointed for several days. I casually suggested that she and my dad have another child, and she immediately flew into a rage, raising her hand as if to hit me. The next morning, I watched Zhou Xiangyu wolf down his steamed buns, and I almost thought he was a reincarnated starving ghost. He stuffed 2 big buns into his mouth in just a few bites, almost choking himself. I couldn't help but ask him, "Didn't you say you were quitting games to prepare for the college entrance exam? Why are you staying up all night again?" It turns out this guy messaged me at 2 a.m. asking for food. I know his parents are busy and usually don't even have time to prepare breakfast for him, so I just grabbed 2 steamed buns from home. But he still insisted that he studied until after 1 a.m. and only played games for 20 minutes. I just rolled my eyes at him because even he didn't believe that lie. Zhou Xiangyu, feeling guilty after my retort, quickly changed the subject. He leaned closer mysteriously and whispered that Lin Ranran had been secretly watching me. I didn't take it seriously at all and subconsciously glanced in her direction, only to see her sitting quietly in her seat, seemingly in a bad mood. Once, a single glance or expression from her could easily affect my mood. But now, when I look back, I feel no emotion whatsoever. The despair of my past life is etched into my very bones. Even if I were given a second chance, I would never return myself to her. Seeing that I had no reaction, Zhou Xiangyu breathed a sigh of relief. He asked me seriously what would happen if Lin Ranran regretted it one day and came back to me. I told him directly that we had never been together, so there was no such thing as getting back together. Even if she really wanted to come back, I was not someone she could just eat whenever she wanted. Meanwhile, Lin Ranran, on the other hand, appeared to be reading, but she wasn't actually paying attention to a single word. She kept secretly watching my direction, and when she saw Zhou Xiangyu sitting next to me, laughing and joking with me, she felt inexplicably irritated. She didn't even dare to look me in the eye, because she was afraid of seeing the coldness in my eyes. Last night, she finally understood the real reason I was distancing myself from her. It wasn't Kong Xiao, nor was it because I had fallen for someone else. It was because I happened to see her throw the birthday present I gave her into the trash can. She then realized that she hadn't just crushed a scarf, but had trampled on my sincerity and dignity. She cried and asked her mother how to ask for forgiveness after hurting someone. But her mother told her that some cracks are like shattered mirrors. Even if you manage to repair them, the marks will always remain. Hearing this, Lin Ranran was utterly devastated. The classroom was still bustling, and many people were still gathered around her. But for the first time, she felt so lonely. Only after losing me did she realize that I had long since become the most important person in her world, but by then it was too late. During the 3rd period of PE class in the afternoon, the PE teacher, for some unknown reason, made us run 5 laps around the track right away. At first, the formation was fairly organized, but it completely fell apart towards the end. Zhou Xiangyu was so exhausted he was almost out of breath, shouting that he was going to die while running. Seeing that he could still shout, I figured he was probably alright. Actually, I was exhausted too. My legs felt like lead. But compared to Zhou Xiangyu, I was in pretty good shape. That guy stays up all night playing games and never exercises. He barely ran a few laps before begging me to drag him along. I just told him to get lost, and he could only keep going, panting. Just when Zhou Xiangyu was about to give up, he suddenly caught up with me like he'd been injected with adrenaline, pointing excitedly outside the playground and shouting that there was a beautiful girl over there with a really great presence, and that she seemed to have glanced at him. I didn't bother to respond, but more and more students looked over the fence, and the whole playground instantly erupted in commotion. I followed everyone's gaze and saw a girl in a black down jacket standing outside the fence. She was wearing a wool hat and a mask, so I couldn't see her face clearly, but her eyes and aloof demeanor were striking. When I finally recognized her, I was completely stunned. Because the person standing outside wasn't a strange beauty at all, but Xiaoyu. She was wearing a red scarf and stood there quietly, lost in thought, completely unaware that she had become the focus of all the boys in the school. Zhou Xiangyu patted my shoulder and laughed, saying I was staring at her so intently. Near the end of the 5th lap, Xiaoyu finally spotted me. She clearly hadn't expected such a coincidence and stared at me for several seconds. The surrounding classmates followed her gaze and looked at me, instantly making me the center of attention. Zhou Xiangyu was especially shocked, convinced that this beautiful girl had come specifically for me. Amidst envious and jealous glances from a group of people, I walked straight towards the fence. Xiaoyu saw me, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. I first looked around, searching for my mother, and sure enough, I soon spotted her chatting with a friend not far away. I breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that my mother was nearby. Xiaoyu looked at the students on the playground and suddenly said softly, "Our school life seems very interesting." There was a hint of envy in her voice, which made me glance at her again. At that moment, I suddenly became curious about Xiaoyu's past. There were so many inexplicable things about her. She knew nothing about grocery shopping and severely lacked common sense, yet she was exceptionally grateful. She didn't seem like a pampered person, but rather someone who had always been carefully cared for as a child. However, I quickly suppressed these thoughts. Everyone has their own secrets, and I have no right to pry. After the whistle blew, I could only wave to her and say that I had to assemble. Xiaoyu nodded gently and watched me return to the group before quietly turning and leaving. I had just returned to the group when Zhou Xiangyu swarmed over like he'd caught a whiff of gossip, asking me with a gossipy grin if I'd gotten his contact information. I was speechless. Xiaoyu was my next-door neighbor. Why would I need his contact information? But this guy got even more excited, insisting that proximity was an advantage, which was driving me crazy. I couldn't be bothered to talk to Zhou Xiangyu, but he got more and more excited, even starting to fantasize about how well Xiaoyu and I would look together. I almost couldn't resist kicking him away. To be honest, I had absolutely no romantic feelings for Xiaoyu. In fact, I don't have those kinds of thoughts about any girl right now. Meanwhile, Lin Ranran overheard most of our conversation. Upon learning that Xiaoyu was merely my neighbor, she didn't feel relieved. Instead, she felt an even stronger sense of crisis. She suddenly realized that if she continued to hesitate, I might truly disappear from her life completely. My mom started working the night shift this week, so my days of coming home to a ready-made meal are temporarily over. But when I took out my keys to open the door, it opened from the inside. The next second, a rich aroma of mutton wafted out, and I froze on the spot. Standing inside the door was my father, Gucheng. Looking at his familiar, healthy face, my nose instantly stung with tears. In that year or so of my past life, all I saw was my father, increasingly thin and worn down by life. Seeing him standing before me now, full of vigor and spirit, I almost couldn't control my emotions. My dad had no idea how much turmoil I was going through. He just smiled, patted my shoulder, and asked if I didn't even recognize my own father anymore. I forced back the tears welling up in my eyes and followed him into the kitchen. Watching him busily cooking, a long-lost sense of peace suddenly welled up inside me. Before dinner, my dad suddenly remembered the girl who had just moved in next door and asked me what her name was. I casually said, Xiaoyu, and he immediately nodded. Then he smiled and told me to go and call Xiaoyu over for dinner. He said it was too lonely for her to live and eat alone, and since we were neighbors, I should look after her. When I knocked on Xiaoyu's door, Zhou Xiangyu's phrase, being near the water tower, "One gets the moon first," inexplicably popped into my head. I quickly shook my head, trying to shake off these random thoughts. When the door opened, Xiaoyu was wearing loose loungewear, her hair was half dry, and her face still had a faint blush from taking a shower. She finally looked like she had some of the vitality that someone her age should have. I told her dinner was ready and invited her to come over and eat with me. But Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment. then quietly said she'd already ordered takeout and wouldn't be coming over today. I was stunned for a second, then quickly realized that she used to feel more comfortable when my mom was home, but now it was just my dad and me, the two men, so naturally, she felt uncomfortable. I went back and told my dad what happened. After listening, he immediately said that the girl was too embarrassed to come and told me to bring her the food. In the past, I would have definitely thought it was a hassle. But now, hearing this, I actually felt it was perfectly reasonable, and I was even a little worried that she wouldn't eat properly if she was alone. I carried the food my dad had specially prepared and knocked on Xiao Yu's door again. Xiao Yu was clearly stunned when she saw the steaming food. She probably hadn't expected us to bring her food, even though she had ordered takeout. I urged her to take it quickly and even brought up my mom, saying that if she didn't eat well, my mom would worry about her. Xiao Yu obediently accepted the food and thanked me quietly. I waved and was about to leave when she suddenly called out to me. But when we met eyes, she seemed to freeze, stammering for a long time before finally managing to squeeze out, "It's nothing." I could roughly guess that she was just feeling too embarrassed. When I got home, I didn't know that Xiao Yu was sitting alone at the dining table, looking at the food and crying. She ate and cried at the same time, and I didn't know if she was saddened by her past self or grateful for her present self. After all, for her, being remembered was probably a luxury. After finishing her meal, Xiao Yu washed the dishes and suddenly made a new decision. She knew that since her mother started working the night shift, the family would often have to cook for themselves. She didn't want to keep troubling others or making them worry about her, so she decided to start learning to cook tomorrow. It's okay if I don't know how to choose groceries. I can learn slowly from my mom. It's okay if I don't know how to cook. I can start practicing with the simplest things. Maybe when she's really learned, she can even cook for our family. Thinking of this, her previously low spirits vanished, and she even started seriously examining the pots and pans in the kitchen. But before learning to cook, there was something more important to do. Xiao Yu, holding the clean dishes, mustered her courage and knocked on my door. My dad opened the door. She was incredibly nervous, but still bowed respectfully and introduced herself as Xiao Yu, the new neighbor who had moved in next door. My dad was completely taken aback by her earnestness. He had heard the name Xiao Yu countless times from my mom and knew she was introverted and not very good at socializing. So when he saw her take the initiative to come and greet him, he was very surprised and felt even more that this girl was sensible. My dad smiled and praised her for being smart and polite and invited her in to sit for a while. Xiao Yu politely declined. Before leaving, she earnestly complimented my dad on his cooking, which made him beam with joy. He nodded repeatedly as he watched her leave. After the door closed, my dad suddenly laughed meaningfully. His laughter made me feel uneasy, and I couldn't help but ask him what he was laughing at. He waved his hand and said nothing. I didn't press him further, but a sense of unease grew within me. Soon, I remembered my mother's strange behavior a few days ago. That day, she stared at me for a long time, then suddenly remarked that her son was quite handsome, and then went on to talk about when she would bring home a daughter-in-law. Finally, she added that she especially liked Xiao Yu. Thinking about it, I instantly understood. My dad's smile just now was definitely the same thing my mom was thinking. I was utterly speechless. What's wrong with this couple? They see a pretty and sensible young girl and want to take her home as their daughter-in-law right away. Time flew by, and it was snowing. Before I even got out of bed, I heard the excited howling of elementary school students downstairs. I opened the window to take a look, but a blast of cold wind carrying snowflakes rushed in, making me shiver. I quickly closed the window again. Just as I was leaving, my mom called me back and told me to put on a scarf before I went. As I walked downstairs, I wrapped the scarf around my neck. But at that moment, I suddenly remembered the pink scarf in my closet, the one I had once retrieved from the trash can. When Zhou Xiangyu arrived at the classroom, he rushed in like a stray dog, stamping his feet frantically to warm himself. Just then, Lin Ranran walked past him. The next second, Zhou Xiangyu suddenly widened his eyes and looked at me with a shocked expression, as if he had seen something incredible. Because Lin Ranran was wearing a light pink scarf around her neck. The color, material, and even the style were extremely similar to the one I had given her. I noticed it too, but quickly looked away. After all, she liked pink, so it was perfectly normal for her to have a similar scarf. To my surprise, not long after, Lin Ranran actually walked towards me. Since I left her world, we had almost no contact anymore. But now, she stood in front of me with a gentle smile, as if nothing had happened. She looked at me and softly thanked me for the scarf, saying she liked it very much. I was completely baffled. She had clearly thrown that scarf in the trash herself, yet now she was thanking me with a similar one and saying she liked my gift. What was this all about? Jingshu was praising me for being thoughtful, saying the scarf was the perfect pink, Lin Ranran's favorite color. But I couldn't say a word. I simply couldn't understand what Lin Ranran was trying to do. Was she trying to make amends, or was she trying to pretend it never happened? If she didn't care about me at all, There was no need for her to put on this show. But if she really cared, why did she throw my gift in the trash in the first place? After thinking it over, only one explanation came to mind. That is, Lin Ranran had long been used to me revolving around her. Now that I've suddenly left, she's not used to it. So she wants to pull me, her once most obedient and persistent suitor, back into her life. Perhaps that's the truth. Chapter 29. Lin Ranran. Did I do something to make you angry? Old Gu, what exactly happened? Didn't you say that Lin Xiaohua lost her scarf? Then what is she wearing today, during the break? Zhou Xiangyu quickly ran over and asked in a low voice what was going on. Gu Chunshi interrupted him directly. That wasn't a gift from me. It's the scarf she threw away, and it's in my closet now. Zhou Xiangyu was puzzled. Then what did she mean this morning? I heard her clearly say thank you for the scarf, it's very warm. When Zhou Xiangyu asked Gu Chunshi asked who he was asking. Zhou Xiangyu and Gu Chunshi thought of the same thing. Old Gu, I know. It must be because you've been neglecting her these past few days, and she's not used to it, so she wants to make up with you. A high-quality, non-annoying simp like you is hard to find. Gu Chunshi glanced at him irritably. Can we please stop bringing up the past? Zhou Xiangyu smiled and agreed. Okay, you've reformed now. I won't mention it again, alright? Gu Chunshi. God the hell he's reformed. While chatting with Jing Shu, Lin Ranran noticed that Gu Chunshi and Zhou Xiangyu were whispering to each other with their heads close together, and she couldn't help but feel jealous. She's growing to hate Zhou Xiangyu more and more. Why does this guy like to stick to Gu Chunshi so much? What if others misunderstand? Gu Chunshi's deskmate, Tang Xiaoxi, was also like that. Whenever you see Zhou Xiangyu, you immediately give up your seat and go play with other classmates. Why should you give up your seat to that guy every time? Don't you have any temper? Lin Ranran was fuming. Then she reached into the desk drawer and accidentally touched something soft, the scarf she had put on that morning. Her heart immediately clenched again. Fortunately, before throwing the scarf away, I took a look at it and remembered its color and material. She spent most of yesterday's shopping mall searching for something similar before finally finding it. Did Gu Chunshi believe it? At the time, his reaction revealed nothing. Although Lin Ranran felt she had found the truth, Gu Chunshi must have seen that she had thrown away his birthday present, which was why he was angry. But she wasn't sure if Gu Chunshi had actually seen it. If Gu Chunshi actually saw her throw the scarf, then the sight of her wrapping another scarf around her neck and running over to thank him would be truly hilarious. At noon, Gu Chunshi and Zhou Xiangyu went to the cafeteria together, while Lin Ranran and Jing Shu walked behind them, having no chance to speak to Gu Chunshi at all. Lin Ranran never expected that she, who had always been the one who tried to strike up a conversation with boys, would one day rack her brains to find a natural opportunity to talk to a boy. It's true what they say, fortunes change. After school, Lin Ranran finally found a chance to talk to Gu Chunshi alone. Gu Chunshi's home is 3 bus stops away. He usually takes the bus home, but sometimes when it's crowded or there are no buses, he simply walks home, which takes about 20 minutes, as a form of exercise. Gu Chunshi. Lin Ranran suddenly appeared from around a corner, smiling and greeting Gu Chunshi. What a coincidence. Are you walking home today? Gu Chunshi found it ironic. When he cherished her like a treasure, she acted like a queen, her attitude towards him depending entirely on her mood. When he had no feelings for her and withdrew from her world, she smiled brightly and took the initiative to approach him. What exactly does she want to do? It seems that as a simp, I hold a significant place in her heart. I wonder if this counts as an honor? Hee. Lin Ranran wore a light pink scarf, her chin and mouth buried in the fluffy scarf, making her already delicate face look even smaller. She walked naturally to Gu Chunshi's left. It only looked natural, but in reality, she was a little flustered and uneasy, and at the same time, she felt a little sweet. Lin Ranran was filled with sorrow. They used to walk together all the time, so why didn't she feel anything back then? Why do people only realize the value of something after they've lost it? Lin Ranran felt incredibly remorseful whenever she thought about how she had ignored Gu Chunshi in the past. Who can give her a time machine? She longed to go back to that day on her birthday, to happily accept the scarf he gave her, and to tell him how much she liked it. After leaving the hotel, in the biting cold, I put the scarf back on in front of him. Perhaps everything would be completely different then? Their relationship will definitely take another step forward. Even if they don't officially become a couple right away, as long as they have each other in their hearts, isn't it natural for them to get together? They would eat lunch together, and when he had nothing to do, he would tell jokes to himself to cheer himself up. Instead of now, where he completely ignores her, and all her spare time is taken up by that bastard Zhou Xiangyu. Unfortunately, there's no going back, and no time machine to help her go back and make the same choice again. A faint fragrance always lingered around Gu Chunshi's nose. That was Lin Ranran's natural fragrance. He used to be captivated by the fragrance, but now he feels as if the air around him is polluted. He looked at Lin Ranran expressionlessly, What is it? Lin Ranran met his gaze and felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of suffocation. His eyes were so cold. He looked so unfamiliar. He would never have looked at her like that before. When he looked at me then, his eyes held a faint smile, full of tenderness. Lin Ranran suddenly felt like crying. She longs to go back to the way things were before. Lin Ranran didn't have the courage to look into his eyes anymore. She lowered her head and looked at her toes, whispering, Gu Chunshi, tell me honestly, did I do something wrong to make you angry? So what you said to me that day was just said in anger, right? Gu Chunshi was taken aback by her endlessly aggrieved expression. Lin Ranran felt he was a stranger, but didn't he also feel that Lin Ranran, who was now willingly lowering her status, was a stranger to him? When has the queen, who is so high and mighty, ever been so humble? Even if they make a mistake, they will still find excuses and justify themselves. Just like in his past life, when he picked up the scarf from the trash can and ran over to ask her about it. In short, she never made a mistake. But what are we doing now? Just because he ignored her for a few days, she actually came to him and asked if he had done something wrong? The way she tried so hard to win back her simp was so touching. Gu Chunshi said against his will, no. What do you want him to say? Is this about birthday gifts? But the matter of the birthday present was in the past for him, and he didn't intend to bring it up again. He just wanted to resume a normal classmate relationship with her, nothing more. Then why have you been ignoring me lately? You weren't like this before, Lin Ranran said, biting her lower lip, sounding aggrieved. Gu Chunshi remained silent. It seems one should think twice before becoming a simp. Because when you realize you don't want to keep licking anymore, you'll still be asked why. Chapter 30 Her world cannot exist without him. Every now and then, someone would pass by them and give them a strange look. To others, they looked like a couple having a tiff while wearing their school uniforms. Gu Chunshi said, I wasn't just saying that out of anger that day, Lin Ranran. I'm about to take the college entrance exam, and I need to study hard, so please don't bother me anymore. In the past, a simple don't bother me anymore would have been enough to make Lin Ranran explode. But now Lin Ranran can actually ignore the destructive power of those words. She thought to herself, feeling wronged. No, he's just saying that out of anger. Even if you're preparing for an exam, is it really necessary to ignore her? Do I need to avoid her when I go to the cafeteria at lunchtime? You're lying. You're definitely angry with me. Lin Ranran knew that if she didn't make things clear, Gu Chunshi would still ignore her. She witnessed his ruthlessness. Lin Ranran hesitated for a moment, then touched the scarf around her neck and steered the conversation toward it. Are you upset because I haven't been wearing the scarf you gave me these past few days? Gu Chunshi wanted to laugh. He didn't want to think about the scarf anymore, and he was too lazy to expose her lie, so why did she bring it up again? Since that's the case, Gu Chunshi might as well just be upfront about it. It's her own business if she feels embarrassed. Gu Chunshi doesn't need to consider her feelings. She didn't consider his feelings when she threw away the scarf he gave her. Lin Ranran, I think you've got it wrong. The one around your neck isn't the one I gave you, Gu Chunshi said with a mocking look. Lin Ranran's heart sank. She knew it was about the scarf. Lin Ranran was mentally prepared, so she didn't look too embarrassed or flustered. So you're angry that I lost your scarf, right? What does it mean to lose something? It has absolutely nothing in common with the word throwaway trash, okay? Lin Ranran's eyes were red. She had already come up with a plan yesterday. That's why I wore such a light pink scarf today, and that's why I took the initiative to find Gu Chunshi, clear up the misunderstanding, and let bygones be bygones. Gu Chunshi, I'm sorry. On my birthday, after leaving the hotel with my classmates, I took out the trash, but I accidentally threw away the birthday present you gave me. By the time I remembered, it was already the next day, and the trash had long been cleaned up. I hate my brain. How could I, Gu Chunshi? Please forgive me this once. Lin Ranran gently shook Gu Chunshi's hand, speaking in a tone that was half coquettish and half pleading, while looking at Gu Chunshi expectantly. Gu Chunshi raised an eyebrow. If it weren't for his past experiences, Gu Chunshi might have believed it. In his past life, he held the scarf, eagerly waiting for her to give him an explanation. He so wanted to hear her say that she threw it in the wrong place. But what did she say at the time? He lost face in front of those classmates. Their self-righteousness was utterly unwavering, without a trace of remorse. Even after he became paralyzed and bedridden, they never visited him even once. Gu Chunshi calmly withdrew his hand, saying indifferently, Okay, I understand. Lin Ranran asked nervously, Then have you forgiven me? Gu Chunshi said, If you say you'll forgive me, then I'll forgive you. Listen to that. What a perfunctory answer. Lin Ranran hesitated for a moment and then asked, Then can we go back to how things were before? Gu Chunshi said in a calm tone, Sorry, I need to prepare for my exams. If you have nothing else, I should go. After saying that, he turned and left without waiting for Lin Ranran's reply. Lin Ranran stared blankly at his retreating figure, tears falling unconsciously down her face. It seems he still hasn't forgiven me. I've gone to such lengths, and he still doesn't intend to forgive me. What does he really want from me? I've never done that to any other boy, doesn't he know that? Lin Ranran didn't wipe away her tears until Gu Qinshi's figure disappeared from her sight. She thought resentfully and bitterly, Gu Qinshi, don't take yourself too seriously. Even without you, I, Lin Ranran, can still live a very good life. Lin Ranran's tears fell even harder. But it doesn't seem to work. Her world cannot exist without him. Gu Qinshi jogged all the way home, feeling hot all over, but his legs were a little sore. The snow stopped falling, failing to create a pristine, snow-covered landscape. There was a thin layer of snow on the rooftops and tree branches, and the ground was dry except for a few scattered white patches in remote, deserted areas. As Gu Qinshi entered the residential area, he saw a child making a small snowball in his hand, asking his parents to build him a snowman. Gu Qinshi thought back to his childhood, when he would get excited whenever it snowed and dream about building a big snowman. Unfortunately, those innocent and carefree days are gone forever. Gu Qinshi slowly walked towards the stairwell, and suddenly realized that the figure walking in front of him looked somewhat familiar. It's Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu kept her head down, fiddling with something, and walked away absent-mindedly. Gu Qinshi wasn't walking fast, but Xiaoyu was walking too slowly, so he easily caught up with her. He couldn't help but look back, and couldn't help but chuckle. Xiaoyu was playing with snowballs like a child. At this moment, she kneaded the snowball with both hands, like kneading dough, trying to make it rounder. Her slender fingers were red from the cold, but she seemed oblivious to the chill and was having a great time playing. Xiaoyu noticed someone passing by and subconsciously looked up, just in time to meet Gu Qinshi's probing gaze. She smiled at Gu Qinshi, a little embarrassed. Oh, Gu Qinshi only just noticed that she had a pair of canine teeth, which were quite cute with their sharp points. Gu Qinshi walked up the stairs with her side by side and asked, "Aren't you cold?" Xiaoyu smiled and said, "It's all right." After the question and answer, Gu Qinshi didn't know what to say. Xiaoyu had nothing more to say. To avoid embarrassment, Gu Qinshi took a long stride and climbed the stairs ahead of her. As always, after finishing a business trip, Gu Cheng would work a few days at the company from 9 to 5 before going on another business trip. When Gu Cheng was at home and Jing Lan was working the night shift, Gu Qinshi didn't have to cook for himself. As Gu Qinshi took out his keys to open the door, he turned around and saw Xiaoyu slowly climbing up. He casually greeted her. "Come over and have dinner together later?" Xiaoyu shook his head. She would only feel comfortable and at ease at Gu Qinshi's house when her Aunt Jinglan was home. When Aunt Jinglan is not around, she never goes out except to take out the trash. Her reaction was as expected, so Gu Qinshi didn't say anything more. After all, he had only asked casually out of politeness. "Okay, I'll bring it to you later." No need. Gu Qinshi said. "You ordered takeout again? Eat less takeout, it's bad for your health. Don't eat instant noodles too often either, they're not nutritious." His words unconsciously revealed his concern for her, but it was unintentional. "No, thank you. I just had a bowl of beef noodles at a noodle shop outside. There's a beef noodle shop downstairs, which Gu Qinshi occasionally goes to eat at. The taste is alright." Gu Qinshi asked, "Have you really eaten?" Xiaoyu nodded. Gu Qinshi opened the door and said with a smile, "See you later." After saying that, the person disappeared behind the door. "Goodbye." Xiaoyu silently added a sentence in his heart, opened the door, and his figure quickly disappeared. Chapter 31. Someone is a stingy person. Xiaoyu looked at the potato and a bunch of green vegetables in the plastic bag and felt a little worried. Today she told Jinglan about her desire to learn to cook. Jinglan knew what prompted her to learn to cook, but after thinking about it, she wholeheartedly agreed. They can't take care of her forever, but once she learns to cook, she won't have to suffer anymore. Jinglan took her along when she went grocery shopping and bought a few simple vegetarian dishes. Rice, flour, oil, salt, and other essentials are also indispensable. When it came time to pay, Jinglan wouldn't let her interfere. Jinglan paid the money herself. Then I told her that once she learned how to cook vegetarian dishes, I would teach her how to cook meat dishes. As long as she's willing to learn, I'll pass on all my culinary skills to her. Xiaoyu spent the whole night tinkering with it, and finally learned how to use a rice cooker. It's very simple, not as difficult as you might imagine. As the saying goes, if you don't know how to do something, it's easy to do it once you do. The auntie said that her son, Gu Qinshi, can cook simple meals too. Then there's no reason why I can't learn it. A faint aroma of rice filled the air. A soft gurgling sound came from the rice cooker. The rice that had been steaming before throwing away the trash was almost cooked, which greatly encouraged Xiaoyu. Her confidence soared, and she clenched her fists tightly. She can definitely do it. Before long, she'll be able to let her aunt try her cooking. She's quite excited about it. On the Gu family's side, Gu Cheng finished cooking and, as usual, served some to Xiaoyu. Gu Qinshi said, "Dad, she said she's already eaten." She had beef noodles downstairs. Gu Chung said. You believe her when she says she's eaten? Your mother told me she's going to learn to cook, and she's probably just messing around with it at home tonight. She's never cooked before. What edible stuff could she possibly whip up? Go and take it to her. Gu Chunshur was stunned. Someone who can starve themselves to death is actually going to learn to cook? Dad was right. The food she cooked was definitely inedible. Bang bang. Xiao Yu looked at Gu Chunshur, who was carrying the food, with surprise. I told you I've already eaten. It's all because the rice smells so good. Even Gu Chunshur, standing outside the door, could smell it. Without saying a word, he shoved the tray into her hands, muttered, liar, and turned to leave. Xiao Yu. He was referring, of course, to her lying to him that she had eaten beef noodles downstairs. She looked down and thought, it looks and smells delicious. Go back and look at the burnout greens I cooked. Oh well. She doesn't even have the courage to taste them. Might as well just throw them in the trash. Well, anyway, the rice turned out pretty well, so it wasn't a complete failure. Everything is difficult at the beginning, but she will not be defeated by a little setback. Hey, Gu Chunshur, are you with Lin Ranran? The next day during break, in the restroom, a boy from the next class saw Gu Chun and felt envious, jealous, and resentful. Gu Chunshur said, no. The boy said, don't worry, just tell the truth. We won't put a sack over your head halfway. Gu Chunshur said speechlessly, really not. But someone saw you shopping with Lin Ranran yesterday, the boy said when he refused to admit it. Shop? How could that be? He doesn't even talk to her. How could he possibly go shopping with her? Even if you force-feed him 10 bowls of mangpa soup, he still wouldn't be able to do it. Gu Chunshur said, then you must have seen it wrong. Impossible, the boy said firmly, then stated the exact location. Gu Chunshur thought for a moment and understood. He ran into Lin Ranran after school yesterday, but he didn't know that it wasn't a chance encounter. Then, when others saw them, they mistakenly thought they were shopping together. Some young couples will hold hands and stroll around the streets and eat snacks after school, taking the opportunity to nurture their relationship. We bumped into each other yesterday, Gu Chunshur explained. The boy's eyes lit up. You two really aren't together? Gu Chunshur shook his head. He just wanted to get this boring topic over with as soon as possible. He was never a talkative person. He had absolutely no interest in anything related to Lin Ranran. Since you two aren't together, do I still have a chance? The boy stroked his smooth chin. Hey, Gu Chunshur, you don't mind if I pursue Lin Ranran, right? She didn't accept you, so this is called fair competition. Gu Chunshur said, I don't mind. I wish you success in winning the heart of your beauty soon. After saying that, he walked out of the restroom. The boy stood there, stunned. He wasn't sure if Gu Chunshur was being sarcastic. But considering Gu Chunshur's calm tone, it didn't sound sarcastic. Rather, it seemed like he was speaking from the heart. Gu Chunshur walked into the classroom and Lin Ranran walked out in front of him. If Gu Chunshur hadn't dodged in time, the two would have bumped into each other. Gu Chunshur stopped and turned to the side, gesturing for Lin Ranran to go out first. Lin Ranran glanced at him silently, her eyes filled with resentment, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she said nothing. Little did he know that after leaving yesterday, Lin Ranran found a secluded place and secretly cried for a long time before going home. No matter how well she disguised herself, her parents still saw through her act. Lin Ranran accepted the reality that Gu Chunshur was going to leave her world. You can leave if you want. Lin Ranran thought with immense grievance. What a stingy person. I've already apologized to you. If you don't accept it, then forget it. Can I die without you? If you ignore me, I'll ignore you too. Who's afraid of who? Lin Ranran gave up on herself and decided to just let whoever wanted to do what. But who exactly was it that slept soundly all night, tossing and turning? Whose dark circles need to be covered up with concealer? And who is it that, upon seeing someone, finds even breathing painful? And who is it that's been so distracted all day, silently hoping he'll glance at her? Is it her, or is it still her? In the end, she still couldn't accept this reality. Lin Ranran later thought that perhaps it was because he had been there before that she couldn't get used to being alone now. If she had another guy by her side, she probably wouldn't care about him as much. Maybe that's how it is. Lin Ranran was really confused. Time flies, and it's the weekend again in the blink of an eye. Saturday morning breakfast consisted of egg pancakes and millet porridge. Gu Chunshur picked up a piece of egg pancake and said with disdain, Mom, your cooking skills have plummeted. This pancake is completely ruined. Upon closer inspection, some areas are still a bit blurry. Jinglan slapped him on the back of the head and snapped, Eat up. Stop talking nonsense. Gu Chunshur was depressed. Although my mom can be a bit short-tempered at times, she is generally very democratic and willing to humbly accept opinions. What's going on today? Gu Chunshur looked at his father, Gu Chung, and asked him with his eyes, Dad, did you make Mom angry? Gu Chung coughed lightly and said, Chunshur, how have your parents always taught you? Don't judge a book by its cover, and the same principle applies to judging a pancake. Don't be fooled by its appearance. This pancake may not look very appealing, but it tastes delicious. Gu Chen. Dad, I despise you. Sitting to the side, Xiao Yu quietly reflected. I'm sorry, I'll practice more and try to make the pancakes more perfectly next time. Gu Chen turned his head sharply to look at her in disbelief, feeling a chill run down his spine. No way, Xiao Yu made this pancake. Chapter 32 was surprisingly good. Gu Chen had an urge to throw away the egg pancake in his hand immediately. Xiao Yu made the egg pancakes? Is that edible? Jinglan narrowed her eyes slightly, as if to say, try to find fault with me again. Gu Chen really wanted to ask, Mom, am I your biological child? Could it be that you want a daughter so badly that you want to poison me to make way for Xiao Yu? Xiao Yu said weakly, if you don't want to eat, then forget it. When Gu Chen saw how understanding she was, he suddenly felt that he had gone too far. It's normal for someone to not cook well when it's their first time. They need more encouragement. It was my first time making egg pancakes, and I'm not sure I could do it any better than her. If you're picky about everything, you might stifle her enthusiasm. Gu Chen stared intently at the egg pancake in his hand. Yes, it really is poisonous. At worst, he'll have to go to the hospital for a stomach pump. He has to eat it anyway, and then he'll smile and say, not bad, delicious. Let me try it and see how it is. Afraid that the egg pancake would crumble, Gu Chen reluctantly rolled the mushy egg pancake into a roll and took a bite under the watchful eyes of his mother, his father's really not bad comments, and Xiao Yu's nervous and uneasy gaze. It's soft and doesn't seem to have much flavor. Gu Chen chewed slowly and carefully. Soon, I tasted the unique aroma of the eggs. His eyes widened slightly. Surprisingly, it seems unexpectedly not bad. The taste was normal, not at all as terrible as he had imagined. Jinglan seemed even more nervous than Xiao Yu. You brat, how does it taste? Isn't it pretty good? Gu Chen gave Xiao Yu a thumbs up. Not bad, it's quite delicious. Xiao Yu asked skeptically, really? Of course it's true, why would I lie to you? To prove that he was telling the truth, Gu Chen immediately took another big bite. His cheeks were puffing out, and he looked like he was enjoying his meal. Xiao Yu believed it now. If he were just trying to comfort himself, he probably wouldn't be eating so heartily. Actually, before Xiao Yu brought the egg pancake over to share, she tasted it herself and didn't find anything wrong with it before she dared to bring it over. However, she was still very uneasy, wondering if her aunt's family would not like it. Now everyone says the pancakes are pretty good. Although she knows there's some comfort and encouragement in that, she's still happy. At least what she makes is edible and not unpalatable. Jinglan smiled and said, Xiao Yu, what did I tell you before? You're a smart child, you'll definitely learn everything quickly, and the food you cook will definitely be even better than what Annie cooks. Xiao Yu was a little excited. Her cheeks were fair with a hint of pink, and her eyes sparkled. Uncle and Aunt, once I learn how to cook, I'll cook for you, she solemnly promised. Jinglan laughed heartily. Okay, then Annie will be waiting to eat your cooking. She genuinely liked this child. Gu Chen was very obliging and finished the rest of the egg pancakes, then drank a full bowl of millet porridge. After he had eaten and drunk his fill, Jinglan told him that even the millet porridge was cooked by Xiao Yu. Gu Chen was extremely surprised. Good heavens, today no, his whole family, they were fed by her instead? Jinglan said to Gu Chen, don't just sit in the room studying all the time. You need to rest for a while. Let's go out for a walk together later. Your dad is going on a business trip tomorrow. Buy him 2 pieces of clothing to take with him, and also buy you a down jacket while you're at it. Gu Chen said, I think I won't buy it. I can still wear last year's. He didn't really care about whether clothes were new or not. He just wanted something to wear. We absolutely have to buy it. Our family isn't short of money. Besides, it's almost Chinese New Year, and we should get some new clothes, Jinglan said assertively. Gu Chen said, okay, then you should buy one too. Jinglan said, I won't buy any more. I have so many clothes that I can't even wear them all. Gu Chen said in her words, our family isn't short of money, and besides, the new year is coming soon, so we should have a fresh start. Jinglan held it in for a long time before finally managing to utter 3 words, you brat. Xiao Yu covered her mouth and chuckled to herself. Gu Chen caught a glimpse of it, and his breathing suddenly became a little erratic. She looks quite pretty when she smiles. Gu Chen started changing his shoes. Buy them all. We don't have a lot of money, but we do have some. A family of 3, or rather, to outsiders, a family of 4. When Xiao Yu walked with them, he felt just like a member of their family, without any sense of incongruity. Xiao Yu was wearing the same long black down jacket that Gu Chen had worn during their last PE class, along with a wool hat and a red wool scarf. With his hands in his pockets, he walked quietly beside Jinglan. Gu Chen walked quickly, always ahead of them, and would occasionally chime in with a few words when he heard the conversation behind him. They arrived at the largest shopping mall in the city center. While Jinglan was helping Gu Cheng choose thermal underwear, Gu Chen beckoned to Xiao Yu, who was standing to the side. Xiao Yu looked at him, puzzled. Hey, I want to buy my mom some clothes, but I'm terrible at choosing. Can you give me some advice? The sweater that Xiao Yu bought for Jinglan last time was perfect in color, style, and size. This shows that she has a good eye for choosing clothes. Gu Chunshur has poor taste, so in order to buy clothes that his mother likes, he has to find someone to help him make a selection. Xiao Yu is naturally the most suitable candidate. Xiao Yu readily agreed. Okay. Gu Chunshur said to Jinglan and the other person, Dad, Mom, Xiao Yu and I are going to go for a walk somewhere else. Jinglan said, All right, then you can go ahead. The shopping mall was large, but with easy communication, they weren't worried about getting separated. Gu Chunshur and Xiao Yu walked out side by side. Jinglan turned around and looked at their backs, then smiled and patted Gu Cheng on the shoulder, asking, Do you think they're a good match? Gu Cheng spoke a very true statement. It's no use for us to say that we're a good match. It has to be the children's own willingness. As parents, we shouldn't interfere. Besides, your son is only 18 years old this year. Even if you want to be a grandmother, you'll have to wait a few more years patiently. Before leaving, Gu Chunshur secretly took out his New Year's money. I've saved up my New Year's money for several years, and it must be several thousand yuan. Gu Chunshur planned to buy one for each of his parents. That amount of money could buy 2 decent pieces of clothing. Let's check this out first, Gu Chunshur said, pointing to a women's clothing store. Xiao Yu followed him inside. The salesperson approached, glanced at Xiao Yu, and said to Gu Chunshur with a beaming smile, Wow, your girlfriend is so beautiful. You two are such a perfect match. Buying clothes for your girlfriend? Come in and take a look. Our clothes are especially fashionable and stylish. Your girlfriend will definitely look great in them. Well, although Gu Chunshur admitted that the salesperson's praise of Xiao Yu's beauty was genuine, please don't try to play matchmaker. Does seeing a man and a woman mean they have to be in a romantic relationship? Chapter 33 Are you sick? The salesperson's words made both Gu Chunshur and Xiao Yu feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, no one intended to clarify anything, because there's no need for it. Anyway, a straight body casts a straight shadow, right? Moreover, the salesperson is a complete stranger, and they are unlikely to see each other again after leaving this place. No matter how she misunderstands, it will not have any impact on their actual lives. Let the misunderstanding be. Xiao Yu gently tugged at Gu Chunshur's sleeve. Gu Chunshur turned around, and the way the two exchanged glances silently made them look even more like a young couple. This store sells fashionable clothes, targeting stylish young women, and there are no clothes suitable for Jinglan to wear. As they walked out of the store, Gu Chunshur noticed a customer across the street who looked about the same age as his mother picking out clothes. He deduced that there must be some clothes suitable for his mother there, so he strolled in. The store is decorated in a luxurious and grand style, and the clothes inside look very high-end. Exclusive store, prices are clearly marked, no bargaining. Gu Chunshur glanced at them casually and felt that they all seemed pretty much the same. The dazzling array of items made his eyes dazzled. He asked Xiao Yu to help him choose, and he just casually looked around, acting as a hands-off manager. While Xiao Yu was carefully selecting items, Gu Chunshur wandered around the store and then accidentally spotted a sweater that looked very familiar. It looks exactly like the sweater that Xiao Yu bought for his mother. Gu Chunshur touched it, and it felt the same way, fuzzy, smooth, and soft. Gu Chunshur glanced at the trademark and became even more certain. On a whim, he flipped through the price tag to check the price, and what he saw made him let out a cold snort. At the same time, Xiao Yu found a style that would suit Jinglan. He turned to look at Gu Chunshur and was about to call Gu Chunshur over to see if it would be okay when he saw Gu Chunshur staring blankly at his sweater tag. His heart sank. Oh no. Gu Chunshur sensed something and looked at her, a slight smile playing on his lips. Xiao Yu was immediately at a loss, regretting that he had forgotten about this and should not have let him into the store in the first place. She rushed up to Gu Chunshur, ignoring the salesperson's strange looks, and pulled him out of the store, her face panicked. I bought a high-quality replica for Andy. It really only cost a little over 100. Gu Chunshur looked at her with a deep, melancholy expression. The look in his eyes seemed to say, Keep making things up. Xiao Yu panicked. It's a high-quality fake. You have to believe me. Gu Chunshur was almost a head taller than Xiao Yu. When they were face to face, Gu Chunshur had to lower his head slightly when he looked at her. His displeased expression inadvertently created an air of arrogance. I don't believe you for a second. Gu Chunshur said irritably. Comrade Xiao Yu, do you ever tell the truth? Do you think he's an idiot? Since she said she bought a high-quality replica, how did she know that the genuine product was ridiculously expensive? Gu Chunshur just saw the price on the sweater tag, 1,899 yuan. And this female swindler tricked his naive old mother by saying it cost over 100. Even her mother praised her for her good taste in clothes, saying the clothes were of good quality and comfortable to wear. How could a sweater costing nearly 2,000 yuan be uncomfortable to wear? Xiao Yu's face suddenly turned deathly pale. With her panicked eyes, she looked as desperate as if she had been sentenced to death. She stared blankly at Gu Chunshi, tears welling up in her eyes. Gu Chunshi, this is terrible. She was clearly lying. It was clearly her fault. So why did Gu Chunshi feel so guilty looking at her like this? Actually, when you think about it, she wasn't wrong. Her lie was a white lie. If she honestly states the price, Jinglan will either have to give her the money or make her return it. She lied in order to get Jinglan to accept it. So many people came and went, and everyone looked at them with curiosity. One of the kind-hearted older women couldn't stand it anymore and scolded Gu Chunshi, saying, "Young man, what's wrong with you? You made your girlfriend cry, and you don't even know how to comfort her. Look how pretty your girlfriend is. You might not want to be with her anymore." Gu Chunshi, what does this even mean? Xiao Yu stammered. I was afraid Andy wouldn't accept it, but I really want to do something for her. Gu Chunshi, please forgive me this time, okay? Just as Gu Chunshi was about to say something, he seemed to sense something, looked up, and saw a familiar face. Lin Ranran. What a coincidence. It only happens once every 100 years, and I still managed to run into her. Lin Ranran was probably shopping with friends. Standing next to her was a beautiful young woman dressed in fashionable clothes, who was curiously looking at them, and then whispered something to Lin Ranran. She asked, Ranran, are they your classmates? Lin Ranran didn't hear what she said at all. His eyes were fixed straight ahead. Gu Chunshi stood face to face with a girl. The girl had her back to her head down, like a child who had done something wrong. Although her face was not visible, her posture conveyed a pitiful feeling. Gu Chunshi frowned, a hint of self-reproach and regret in his eyes. Did he regret upsetting the girl? What did the girl do before? She confessed her feelings to him, but he didn't accept her. Then the girl cried, and he felt very guilty. Unaware of the truth, Lin Ranran imagined a melodramatic love story unfolding in her mind. Ranran. The beautiful woman next to her didn't get a response, so she looked at Lin Ranran in confusion and found her in a daze. They thought Lin Ranran had accidentally stumbled upon a classmate's relationship, and were both surprised and a little embarrassed. However, Lin Ranran's reaction the next second startled the beautiful woman. Lin Ranran rushed straight towards the young couple. Gu Chunshi. Lin Ranran startled not only the beautiful woman with her, but also Gu Chunshi and Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's eyes were red, and she looked at Lin Ranran blankly. She felt that Lin Ranran looked familiar, but couldn't remember when she had seen her before. She's just your neighbor. Can't you just leave her alone? Lin Ranran said angrily. Xiao Yu. Who are you? This is a private matter between Gu Chunshi and me. What's it to you? Baffling. Gu Chunshi was also puzzled by her behavior. Her beautiful companion stared at all this in astonishment, completely bewildered. Gu Chunshi frowned. He wanted to say, Lin Ranran, are you sick? However, saying that in front of others would damage his image as a handsome young man. So he changed his words and said, Lin Ranran, this is a private matter between her and me. Please don't meddle. Lin Ranran's female companion was shocked. This was the first time she had ever seen a boy treat Lin Ranran so coldly. Lin Ranran was heartbroken. How can it have nothing to do with me? Gu Chunshi retorted expressionlessly. How could this have anything to do with you? We're just ordinary classmates. Lin Ranran was stunned. Let's go. Without saying another word, Gu Chunshi pulled Xiao Yu away. Lin Ranran's companion, her cousin Zhang Xinyue, hesitated before walking up to Lin Ranran, who was standing there in a daze, and asked cautiously, Ranran, are you all right? There was no response. When Zhang Xinyue looked, she saw that her little cousin was actually crying. Chapter 34, Xiao Yu's background. Lin Ranran's parents had noticed her recent low spirits. However, if the child refuses to admit that there are problems in their relationship, it's not appropriate for the parents to interfere. So on Saturday, she asked her cousin to take her out for a walk to clear her head. There are some things I don't want to tell my parents, but I might tell my older sister who's not much younger than me. For many women, shopping is a great way to relieve stress and worries. My cousin took her to the mall to browse around, and we stopped for lunch to have some food. She took the opportunity to chat with her and find out what was bothering her. Zhang Xinyue never dreamed that before she could even ask, she seemed to have figured out what was going on. Her school beauty cousin seems to be caught in a love triangle. And my cousin was the most submissive one. This. Looking at Lin Ranran, who was in tears, Zhang Xinyue felt a little doubtful about life. Lin Ranran has never lacked suitors, but she has always looked down on them. When did she find a guy she liked? And they've gotten caught up in this awkward love triangle. Xiao Yu was forced to follow Gu Chunshi. Was that girl your classmate? You two are lovers? Gu Chunshur stopped in his tracks. This was a corner of the mall, and there were hardly any people around. He frowned in annoyance. Of course not. Xiao Yu thought in surprise, isn't that right? That girl's reaction just now clearly showed that she was jealous. Although she had never been in a relationship, she could sense it. The girl was jealous because she thought her relationship with Gu Chunshur was ambiguous. Xiao Yu thought Gu Chunshur had a falling out with his classmate and didn't want to admit it, so she said, she might not have gone far yet. I can go and explain to her. Gu Chunshur thought to himself, what's there to explain? What's there to explain? He scoffed. You not only like to lie, but you're also a bit arrogant. Xiao Yu was in a predicament. Please, I'm just worried that you and your girlfriend might misunderstand each other, and that the misunderstanding might escalate. Gu Chen looked down and realized that he was still holding her wrist, so he quickly let go. People always misunderstand each other when we're together, and if we keep arguing, we'll never be able to clear our names. But then again, her wrists are so thin. Gu Chunshur felt like he could break them with just a little force. Xiao Yu pleaded softly. Please don't tell Auntie about the sweater price, okay? I'm begging you. Gu Chunshur said helplessly. But that sweater is too expensive. How much income can you make in a month by drawing illustrations? Money should be spent wisely. You can't be so extravagant. Don't you understand the saying, a small gift carries great meaning? Even if you bought my mom a cheap item from a street vendor for a few dozen yuan, she would be very happy. Xiao Yu muttered to herself. It's not really that much money. Although the voice was soft, Gu Chunshur still heard it. Gu Chunshur was speechless. A sweater costing nearly 2,000 yuan wasn't expensive? How much is considered expensive? How come she has absolutely no concept of money? While Gu Chunshur was speechless, he suddenly remembered a guess he had made about Xiao Yu before. A fallen heiress. Ah, he understands. Maybe I guessed right. Xiao Yu is a rich heiress who used to live a life of spending money like water, so a sweater costing less than 2,000 yuan is nothing to her. Gu Chunshur looked at Xiao Yu seriously. Hey, tell me honestly, what other lies have you told us? Xiao Yu stammered, clearly hiding something. Gu Chunshur was furious. He snorted and looked down at her. Xiao Yu kept his head down and didn't utter a sound. Gu Chunshur looked at her without saying a word. Don't blame him for being aggressive. He had felt that something was off about Xiao Yu before. However, his mother liked her so much, and she seemed very well behaved and obedient, so he thought maybe he was overthinking it. However, it has only now been discovered that Xiao Yu has too many secrets. Everyone has secrets. Gu Chunshur doesn't have any particular hobbies and doesn't like to pry into other people's secrets. But Xiao Yu had become so close to their family that he had even become a part of their lives. They often eat at the same table and even go out together. Isn't that the best proof? Having finally been reborn, Gu Chunshur only wanted to live a good life with his parents and didn't want to pay attention to all the troubles around him. He didn't want any unforeseen complications that would make his life miserable again. Yes, I lied to you. Xiao Yu seemed to have made up her mind. She smiled, but her eyes held a desolate look and a sense of uncertainty about the future. Seeing her like this made Gu Chunshur feel a little sorry for her, just like when he faced her psychological trauma that day. But he doesn't regret it, nor does he intend to stop. He looked at Xiao Yu, waiting for her to continue. Xiao Yu took a deep breath. I am the child of the mistress. Gu Chunshur was suddenly stunned. At this point, he wanted to call a halt, but Xiao Yu couldn't stop. My mother was kept by a rich man as a mistress. Because the rich man was unwilling to divorce his wife and marry my mother developed mental problems. My mother died when I was 12 years old. I was sent to the countryside by a wealthy man to live with an old lady. The old lady kept telling me that she was my mother's mother, that is, my maternal grandmother. Gu Chunshur looked at her quietly, a feeling called regret quietly spreading in his heart. All right, that's enough, Gu Chunshur said. However, Xiao Yu smiled mockingly and continued. Later I found out that the old lady I had called grandma for 6 years was actually that rich man's mother. Biologically speaking, she is my grandmother. Then I ran away and came to your city all by myself. Gu Chunshur said, all right. Xiao Yu looked up. Gu Chunshur, I'm telling the truth now. You can check it out if you don't believe me. That tycoon's name is Yang. Gu Chunshur interrupted her. I believe you. Because she hated the man who made her mother unhappy, she did not want to have anything to do with her biological father. When she unexpectedly discovered that the grandmother who had raised her for many years had become her grandmother, she couldn't bear the blow, so she left her hometown, wanting only to sever ties with her terrible family of origin. Xiao Yu looked at Gu Chunshur and said seriously, Gu Chunshur, the clothes I bought for Auntie were bought with my own money. I can earn 7,000 or 8,000 a month. Besides illustration, I also spend an hour or two writing online novels before bed, which is another source of income. I'm single and have no family to support, so buying my aunt a sweater that costs over 1,000 yuan is really nothing. This reminded Gu Chunshur of himself. At the same age, he hasn't earned a single penny and is still living off his parents. How shameful. Gu Chenshur said, "What novel did you write? Would you mind telling me the name? I'd like to read it." Xiao Yu said embarrassedly, "I just started writing, and there aren't any results yet. I'll show it to you when more people are reading it. You mustn't laugh at my poor writing later." Chapter 35, He's Not a Scumbag. "I'm sorry." Gu Chenshur apologized to Xiao Yu solemnly. "Although I feel like I'm worthless, it's always better to figure things out than to be completely clueless." Xiao Yu's situation is a problem left over from her parents' generation. Heiress if she hadn't been recognized by the wealthy family. Even if she had lived a life of luxury since childhood, she probably wouldn't be considered a heiress. At best, they are canaries kept in luxurious cages. According to Xiao Yu's description, she lived with her mother when she was young, and after her mother passed away, she was sent to her hometown in the countryside by her wealthy father. This proves that the wealthy man did not take her home. Gu Chenshur had only ever seen the grudges and feuds of wealthy families in movies and TV dramas before. This was the first time he had ever encountered them in real life. "You're not going to tell Auntie about the sweater price again, are you?" Xiao Yu asked Gu Chenshur hesitantly. Gu Chenshur nodded. "Okay, but you have to promise me you won't do it again." Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief, then hesitated, thinking of something, and said, "My background." Gu Chenshur understood. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, including my parents. He's a grown man, not one for gossip." Xiao Yu smiled and said, "Thank you. Let's go. I haven't bought my mom's clothes yet." Once they had talked it out, they both relaxed and walked side by side toward the store. Gu Chenshur said, "But after I buy clothes for my parents later, you better not let me know the price." Xiao Yu nodded and replied, "Don't worry, there's no problem. After all, you're a master liar, aren't you?" Gu Chenshur said, half jokingly and half teasingly. They themselves didn't realize that the distance between them had suddenly shrunk. Xiao Yu was extremely embarrassed and repeatedly begged for forgiveness. "I will never lie again." Gu Chenshur was very satisfied. "Okay, then I'll pretend I have a bad memory and forget that you lied. Beautiful lady, come in and see if there's anything you like." The shop assistant enthusiastically invited the customer. Jiang Xinyue ignored the shop assistant's enthusiasm and was extremely frustrated. "I really want to blow my own head off. Has she lost her mind? Otherwise, why would she bring her cousin to this mall? Now, instead of improving my cousin's mood, it actually..." Jiang Xinyue looked at Lin Ranran with concern. Although she had stopped crying, she was clearly not in a good state. "Ranran, are you hungry? I'll take you to eat something delicious." Lin Ranran was so lost in thought that she seemed not to have heard anything at all. Jiang Xinyue sighed. A casual glance revealed a man and a woman walking towards them, and they immediately felt a headache coming on. If she wasn't mistaken, these two were the same two who had just made her cousin cry. Didn't they leave? Why are they back? Did they think they hadn't hurt her cousin enough? Jiang Xinyue quickly pulled Lin Ranran back, but fortunately, Lin Ranran was like a walking corpse, immersed in her own sadness and unable to extricate herself, so she was manipulated by Jiang Xinyue and did not notice anything wrong. Gu Chenshur and Xiao Yu noticed the two of them at the same time. When Xiao Yu turned to look at Gu Chenshur, she found that he was expressionless and seemed unaffected. As Jiang Xinyue led Lin Ranran back, she turned around and glared fiercely at Gu Chenshur, her expression clearly saying, "Scumbag, don't let me see you again, or I will never let you go." Gu Chenshur. Sure enough, birds of a feather flocked together. Is Lin Ranran abnormal? And are the people around her also abnormal? He couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness, wondering why he had always been so fixated on Lin Ranran. Maybe it was because I liked her back then and unconsciously accepted everything about her. Now that I don't like her anymore, she's completely worthless in my eyes. "Sister, what should I do?" In the elegantly decorated coffee shop, Lin Ranran looked at her beautiful but haggard face reflected in the glass window, like a defeated rooster. "I'm so scared he's going to be snatched away by another girl. What should I do?" Lin Ranran muttered to herself, completely lost, tears welling up in her eyes again. Jiang Xinyue hurriedly pulled out tissues and helped her wipe her tears. Don't cry. You can't stop a man from leaving if he wants to. He's a scumbag. Let him go if he wants to. We don't care about him." "No," Lin Ranran said painfully. "I can't live without him. Sister, please help me. Tell me how I can make him forgive me and come back to me." Jiang Xinyue silently watched Lin Ranran, who was filled with fear and anxiety. To be honest, she had never seen her younger cousin like this before. "Ranran, is he your boyfriend? I've never heard you mention having a boyfriend before." Lin Ranran shook her head. "No, but he used to like me, I know that." "Sister, it seems like what I said was true. He used to be so gentle and kind to me." Although it was cruel, Jiang Xinyue still had to say, "Ranran, he likes another girl now. You just saw it. He made that girl cry, and now he's made you cry too. What does that mean?" It means he's a scumbag. No matter how handsome a scumbag is, he's still a scumbag at heart. They enjoy being fickle and promiscuous. They relish the tears of innocent young girls, and they feel no shame whatsoever, but rather a sense of smug satisfaction. That scumbag deserves to be torn to pieces. Ran, come here, wipe your tears. Don't cry. We need to be smarter. We absolutely can't shed tears for a jerk. It's not worth it. Ran shook her head. Gu Chenshi is not a scumbag. Jiang Xinyue. So, this girl didn't listen to a single word she said? They're still defending that scumbag. Jiang Xinyue began to worry. Well, my little cousin is usually a pretty smart girl, with high standards, and she always ignores her suitors, but suddenly. In her opinion, she was too young and hadn't met enough men, so she mistakenly took a jerk for a treasure. She's crying so hard. She must be deeply in love. Okay, if you say he's not a jerk, then let's just say he isn't. Jiang Xinyue took a deep breath, trying her best to control her temper. My cousin is already heartbroken enough. If I scold her again, what if something happens to her? How can I explain that to her parents? Then tell me, what kind of guy is he usually? And what exactly happened between you two? 10 minutes later, Jiang Xinyue looked at her cousin who was sobbing uncontrollably, and her temples throbbed. That's so dramatic. If it weren't for the fact that she was her own cousin, Jiang Xinyue would have really wanted to yell at her. That's going too far. Absolutely too far. No matter how much you dislike a gift you receive, if it comes from someone's sincere feelings, you shouldn't throw it away like trash. In any case, for Jiang Xinyue, if someone threw away a gift she gave her, she would definitely point her finger at that person and yell at them on the spot, and then cut off all ties with that person, never to speak to them again. Sigh, my little cousin is so spoiled. She actually did something so foolish. Chapter 36 The Lie That Was Immediately Exposed. Gu Chenshi felt very guilty when he thought about it. The most expensive piece of clothing my mom owns is actually the sweater that Xiaoyu gave her. Besides that, the most expensive piece of clothing she ever bought was an older style down jacket that was half price, costing over 600 yuan, and she still felt extremely distressed about it. My dad has to dress presentably when he goes on business trips. Otherwise, he won't be willing to spend too much money on clothes. His parents are completely preoccupied with him. Not only did she work hard to raise him, but she also scrimped and saved to buy him a house for his wedding and to help him get married. Gu Chenshi felt increasingly ashamed the more he thought about it. He's 18 years old this year. What has he brought to his parents? Especially in my past life. He wants to make up for the regrets of his past life in this one. With Xiaoyu's advice, Gu Chenshi bought a down jacket for Jinglan and Gu Cheng, spending a total of more than 4,800 yuan, which almost emptied his savings, but he did not regret it at all. Mom and Dad, these are the clothes I bought for you. See if you like them. Gu Chenshi handed over the clothes he had just bought as if they were a treasure. Where did you get the money? Jinglan asked curiously. Gu Chenshi said, New Year's money. You used to think about it too, didn't you? I've saved up several thousand. Jinglan said. Who told you? You brat. To buy us clothes on your own initiative? You can buy them for your dad, but I have clothes to wear. But their eyes welled up with tears, and they couldn't hide the pride in them their son had grown up. Mom, try it on quickly and see if it fits. If it doesn't fit, we haven't gone far yet. We can go back and exchange it. It would be troublesome if it didn't fit. If it doesn't fit, Jinglan will naturally go to the store to try it on and exchange it herself. Then the price issue will be impossible to hide, right? However, Gu Chenshi trusted Xiaoyu's judgment. He thought that Xiaoyu was just putting on an act, and that Jinglan would look great in it. Jinglan lifted the clothes up with both hands to examine the style, and asked, How much did you pay for these clothes? Gu Chenshi said, It didn't cost much. Yours is a little over 700, and my dad's is a little over 800. Together, it's a little over 1,600. Look how thick this down is, it's such a good deal. Gu Chenshi couldn't say too little, otherwise it would seem too fake and easily expose his true intentions. 700 and more? That's so cheap. Jinglan asked hesitantly. Mom, why would I lie to you? Hurry up and try them on. Gu Chenshi urged. If they fit, don't take them off. Wear your new clothes home. Dad, you try them on too. Gu Chen coughed lightly. I'll talk about that later. Just as Gu Chenshi realized his father's words had a hidden meaning and was trying to figure out what it meant, Jinglan suddenly flew into a rage and slapped Gu Chenshi on the forehead. You brat, how have your dad and I always taught you? To be honest. 700? 800? Okay, tell me which store you bought it from. Take your dad and me to see it now. Xiaoyu stood silently to the side, her neck hunched over. Oh no, Auntie saw through Gu Chenshi's lie so quickly. Gu Chenshi rubbed the back of his head, looking extremely annoyed as he glanced at Xiaoyu. It's a ghost. Her mother hasn't found out about her lie yet, but she was caught red-handed the first time she lied. What kind of situation is this? When she saw Gu Chenshi looking at her, Xiaoyu immediately turned her face away as if it were none of her business, as if exchanging even a second more with Gu Chunshur would expose her. Seeing her expression, as if she wanted to sever all ties with him, Gu Chunshur knew that he didn't expect her to share his hardships. He looked at Ms. Jinglan with a pitiful expression. It was also his bad luck. The store where he bought the down jacket was also where Jinglan and Guqing had browsed before they met up with him. Coincidentally, the one that Jinglan had her eye on was the very one that Gu Chunshur had bought for her. Guqing wanted to buy Jinglan a dress, but Jinglan refused after seeing the price and dragged him out. That's why Jinglan subconsciously asked about the price when she saw this familiar down jacket. After Gu Chunshur spouted some nonsense about 700, Jinglan naturally knew he was lying. Mom, look at other people's mothers. They all dress up so nicely, but you just wear the same few old clothes over and over again. I'm not looking down on you. I just want you to dress nicely like other parents. I lied on purpose because I was afraid you wouldn't accept it. Oh, right, I asked Xiaoyu to keep this from you. She has nothing to do with it. The clothes that Xiaoyu and Gu Chunshur bought together. If Gu Chunshur lied, then she would be guilty of knowing but not reporting. Gu Chunshur took all the responsibility upon himself, which moved Xiaoyu deeply. Jinglan rolled her eyes at him. Of course I know. Xiaoyu is such a well-behaved child. She wouldn't be like you. You brat, don't drag her into doing this kind of thing in the future, lest you corrupt her. Gu Chunshur almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. Is she obedient? Did I corrupt her? Mom, you really have a terrible eye for people. After scolding Gu Chunshur for wasting money, Jinglan finally tried on the clothes reluctantly and found that they fit perfectly. Guqing also tried it on, and it fit him perfectly. It must be said that Xiaoyu has a pretty good eye for talent. Jinglan pulled a red woolen hat out of a shopping bag. It had a thick, fluffy white lining and a ball of yarn on top. She smiled and put the woolen hat on Xiaoyu's head, saying with great satisfaction, I knew it. Xiaoyu would look great in this hat, and it can even protect her ears. She noticed that Xiaoyu had a bright red scarf, which made her look youthful and beautiful, with the charm that someone her age should have. When I saw this red hat, I immediately thought of buying it for her to match her red scarf. Xiaoyu covered her ears with her hands and smiled. Thank you, Auntie. This hat is very warm. I like it very much. The coffee shop at this moment. Sis, what should I do? I feel like if this keeps up, he'll be snatched away by another girl. Lin Ranran completely regarded her cousin, who was 3 years older than her, as her lifeline and relationship expert, hoping that she could point out a way for her. However, after hearing the whole story, Jiang Xinyue felt powerless. She now finally realizes that she had misunderstood. That guy isn't a jerk at all. According to her cousin Lin Ranran's description, the boy originally liked her very much and was one of many suitors. But ever since his cousin threw the birthday present he gave her into the trash, his attitude has completely changed, and he has become indifferent to her. Well, in Jiang Xinyue's opinion, this is perfectly normal. If she witnessed the birthday gift she gave being thrown into the trash can, and the boy was still deeply in love with her, then Jiang Xinyue would say that the boy had no backbone at all, and she was better off not having him. Chapter 37 Feelings Can't Be Acted On. In short, Jiang Xinyue really didn't know what to say to Lin Ranran, who was looking at her with teary eyes. When other guys treat you like a treasure, you treat them like trash. After he suddenly realized his mistake and left, you started to think about how good he was to you, and you cried and cried out that your world couldn't be without him. What do you call this? If you were in a soap opera, you'd be a despicable, self-destructive second female lead who gets scorned by everyone. Well, Jiang Xinyue could only sigh at this moment. But the child was staring at her expectantly, hoping she would give him some advice. Please. Jiang Xinyue admitted that she had indeed been in several relationships, but she was not a relationship guru. Moreover, from her perspective as an outsider, the best thing Lin Ranran should do is wipe away her tears, sincerely apologize to the boy, and then consciously withdraw from his world and stop disturbing his life. But clearly, my little cousin wasn't listening at all. Ultimately, it comes down to a lack of experience and low resilience. In Jiang Xinyue's opinion, and this is just her own view, she felt that her little cousin was spoiled. To use a somewhat inappropriate analogy, that boy was like a toy to my cousin. My cousin finds it boring every day, but when other children want to play with it, she cries and shouts to snatch it back. Ranran, there are plenty of outstanding men in the world. How about? Jiang Xinyue tentatively suggested. Lin Ranran shook her head sadly. No matter how many men there are in the world, none of them are Gu Chunshur. Jiang Xinyue. But feelings can't be forced. You hurt his feelings, so there's nothing you can do if he wants to leave. Lin Ranran looked at her pitifully. That's why I asked you to help me. Sister, you must have a way, right? You have to help me. Jiang Xinyue. Personally speaking, even if Lin Ranran was indeed wrong, Jiang Xinyue would still stand by her side after her anger subsided because of the strong bond of family. But matters of the heart are different from other things. You said if my cousin is bullied, she, as her older cousin, can rush up and teach the bully a lesson to vent her anger. But in this situation, she can't just rush up to the boy and tell him that he can't like other girls and can only like my cousin, can she? She's not some bandit who kidnaps people to be his wife at the drop of a hat. Sister, say something. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Sister, please help me. Lin Ranran shook Jiang Xinyue's arm. In the past, Lin Ranran would never have dreamed that she could go to such lengths to win back a boy's heart. Jiang Xinyue nodded and said, why don't you calm down first? He might still be angry right now. Let's talk about it after he's calmed down a bit. No. What if he gets snatched away by another girl then? Lin Ranran said in a panic. Jiang Xinyue didn't want to talk anymore. She began to regret that she shouldn't have agreed so readily when her uncle called yesterday, asking her to talk to her little cousin. At the time, she thought that making her little cousin happy was a piece of cake. She's an expert at coaxing children. However, when she figured out the whole story, she realized that the problem stemmed from her willful little cousin. But can matters of the heart be resolved by being willful? The current situation is that she doesn't dare to speak harshly, and her cousin won't listen to gentle words. There's no solution to this problem. In a rare moment of joy, Gu Cheng took everyone out to a restaurant for lunch. The four of them, just like a family of four, happily sat down around a four-person table. To be honest, the food at the restaurant was just so-so, and Gu Chunshur still preferred his mother's cooking. However, it's nice to change things up once in a while. Gu Cheng handed the menu to Xiaoyu and said with a smile, Xiaoyu, order whatever you like. Xiaoyu shook her head and said, Uncle, anything is fine with me. I'm not picky about food. She's just a freeloader. It's not good for her to be picky. However, her excuse was true. She wasn't a picky eater. Gu Chunshur handed over the menu without ceremony. I'll order. He looked at the menu and randomly ordered a bunch of dishes that Jinglan and Guqing liked. After ordering, they chatted while waiting. At Gu Chunshur and Xiaoyu's insistence, Jinglan didn't take off her new clothes after putting them on. Now she was muttering to herself, I think I should change back into my clothes, so there won't be any oil dripping on them. Seeing that she actually started to pull up the zipper, Gu Chunshur was unhappy. Mom, you're not allowed to change it. Xiaoyu said, Auntie, just wear it. Clothes are meant to be worn. Guqing also advised, alright, the child is right. What's the point of buying clothes if you don't wear them? Don't take them off. Jinglan rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. It's hot here, am I hot? Guqing. It would have been better if they hadn't mentioned it, because once they did, they realized that the air conditioning was set very high and it was a bit hot. So the three of them took off their thick cotton-padded coats and immediately felt much more comfortable. Jinglan looked at them and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Everyone then realized it was indeed funny and burst into laughter. The restaurant was doing good business. It was lunchtime, so the food was served slowly due to the large number of customers. When Xiaoyu went to the restroom, Jinglan sighed. What a good child. If he were in a normal family, he would still be a pampered baby. Sigh, it really breaks my heart. Normally, Gu Chunshur might have feigned jealousy. But after learning about Xiaoyu's background, Gu Chunshur suddenly felt a sense of admiration for her. It's hard for anyone to say what's right or wrong about adults. But she is innocent. Mom is gone, and Dad, that cheapskate dad of mine, is probably gone too, right? If he's right, the bad man who gave her psychological trauma is probably her biological father. She said that bad guy went to hell, so what if he died? As Gu Chunshur was lost in thought, Gu Cheng suddenly said, Chunshur, go and take a look. Gu Chunshur looked up and saw that Xiaoyu was being stopped. After taking off her bulky black down jacket, Xiaoyu wore a slightly loose round neck off-white sweater underneath, along with light-colored jeans. Her smooth, long hair was casually tied back. Although she wore no makeup, she was very pure and beautiful, attracting a lot of attention. The person who stopped her was a young man in his early 20s who was shamelessly asking her for her contact information. Xiaoyu had a cold face and seemed unwilling to talk to him. However, the passageway was a bit narrow, and the young man had blocked the way. Xiaoyu wanted to come over, but there was nowhere to go. Gu Chunshur walked over and patted the man on the shoulder. Brother, please make way. Although the young man was unhappy about being disturbed while picking up girls, he also realized that blocking the road was wrong, so he obediently stepped aside. Xiaoyu quickly came over. The young man could only watch helplessly as Xiaoyu followed Gu Chunshur to a table where two adults were waiting and sat down, and could only give up in frustration. Chapter 38 Secret Sharing. Jinglan glanced back at the young man and snorted coldly. A toad trying to eat swan meat. My Xiaoyu is a fairy, not just anyone can dream of her. Xiaoyu, you need to be more careful when you go out in the future. That kind of guy clearly isn't the type to settle down. Stay away from people like that in the future. Gu Cheng said speechlessly. Why are you saying this to the child? The child is still young. Jinglan retorted. Xiaoyu is already 18. Although it's too young to talk about marriage, there are some things we need to know in advance to avoid suffering losses later. This is a once-in-a-lifetime event. It cannot be taken lightly. Gu Chen gave in. All right, you're right. Here, try this braised pork. Jinglan retorted angrily. What do you mean? Are you trying to shut me up because you think I talk too much? Gu Chen. Okay, whatever he says is wrong. Whatever he does is wrong, alright? Gu Chunshur gloated from the sidelines, but soon his joy turned to sorrow. You brat, what are you laughing at? I haven't settled the score with you for lying earlier. Jinglan turned her fire on him. Gu Cheng quietly kicked Gu Chunshur, who obediently pretended to be a grandson. Jinglan looked at Xiao Yu with a kind smile. Xiao Yu, eat well. You're too thin. You need to eat more to get better. Xiao Yu obediently hummed in agreement. Jinglan asked worriedly. Xiao Yu, what Auntie just said to you came from the bottom of her heart. Don't you think Auntie is being long-winded? Xiao Yu shook her head. No, I know you're doing this for my own good, Auntie. I've remembered everything you said. She felt very lucky. In an unfamiliar city, she met wonderful neighbors and experienced the warmth of a complete family that she had never felt before. Even if it doesn't belong to her, so what? At least, she can pretend she's had it all in this lifetime. After dinner, Gu Chunshur didn't go home. Instead, he went to the bookstore to buy study materials. Xiao Yu, who was always very attached to Jinglan, thought for a moment and said, I'll go with you. Gu Chunshur looked at her in surprise. Jinglan grinned from ear to ear. Go on, Chunshur. Take good care of Xiao Yu, or I won't forgive you. Okay, Mom. If I really lose her, I just won't go back, right? You brat, you're such a chatterbox. Jinglan changed the subject and asked with concern. Chunshur, do you have any money on you? If not, Mom will give you some. Gu Chunshur was deeply moved. I still have some on me. I don't need it. But when he caught a glimpse of a quiet figure out of the corner of his eye, he immediately realized that he had been moved too soon. My mom suddenly became concerned about whether I had any money on me, actually because of Xiao Yu. Mom, you really are my mom. If it's too late and you don't want to go home for dinner, you can eat whatever you like outside before going back, Jinglan instructed. After waving goodbye at the restaurant entrance, Gu Chunshur called to Xiao Yu, and they slowly walked forward along the green belt. This is the city center, and the largest bookstore is not far away, about a 10-minute walk away. The little warmth that had settled on his body in the cozy hotel room was mostly blown away by the cold wind. Gu Chunshur had forgotten to wear a scarf when he went out, so he pulled the collar of his down jacket all the way up and buried his chin in it, finally feeling a little better. Xiao Yu was wearing the red hat that Jinglan had just bought for her, with a red scarf around her neck and her mouth tucked inside the scarf, looking very warm. My mom is so biased. Gu Chunshur thought, if I know I should buy a hat for Xiao Yu, why not buy one for him too? Of course, Gu Chunshur was just thinking about it casually. He wasn't really jealous of Xiao Yu. Even if his mother bought it for him, he wouldn't wear it. He would just press his hair flat against his scalp, which would ruin his handsome young man image. Xiao Yu pointed to his back. Gu Chunshur looked bewildered and subconsciously glanced back, but his brain couldn't process it. Is there something on my back? Could you please pat it off for me? I can't see where it is. Xiao Yu smiled, reached out her hand, and the next second, a hat appeared on Gu Chunshur's head. Xiao Yu helped him put the hood of his down jacket on his head. She smiled slightly. Is it warmer now? Yes, that's true. Gu Chunshur was puzzled. Huh, why didn't I think of that? People can become confused in an unpredictable way. Both of them had their hands in their pockets and walked slowly forward. You're not working today? Gu Chunshur asked casually. Xiao Yu looked down at the ground. Yes, but not too many. Is your monthly income stable? Gu Chunshur was quite curious about this. In his view, Xiao Yu's current job is different from ordinary jobs in companies or factories. Whether you work for a company or a factory, from an outsider's perspective, the biggest advantage is stability. Xiao Yu's method of taking on jobs online seems a little unreliable. Xiao Yu said, it's alright. Even if there isn't much work, I can still make at least 4,000 or 5,000 a month. Anyway, I can support myself without any problem. Gu Chunshur couldn't help but mentally calculate the costs for her. This isn't a big city, so the cost of living isn't very high. Grandma Li's house rents for 2,000 yuan a month. If we go by the minimum income standard she mentioned, it would be about 4,000 to 5,000 yuan a month. So after deducting the rent, she would have 2,000 to 3,000 yuan left for living expenses. Even if she is a single person with no family to worry about, this amount of money is not very comfortable for her to live on her own. So naturally, Gu Chunshur thought of the sweater she bought for her mother, and the suggestion she had made earlier to give their family 3,000 yuan a month for living expenses. This made Gu Chun realize that she might have always been in a state of moonlight. Gu Chunshur said, making money is not easy. You should be more careful with your money in the future and try to save some for a rainy day. Okay, I understand. Xiao Yu's obedient manner suddenly gave Gu Chenshi the feeling of having an older brother. What are your plans for the future? Gu Chenshi asked again. Interestingly, before today, they were in an awkward semi-acquaintance state where they had nothing to say to each other. Now, they suddenly acted like old friends, and they naturally asked each other what they were thinking without feeling uncomfortable at all. To be honest, Gu Chenshi and Xiao Yu are now sharing secrets. A hint of confusion appeared in Xiao Yu's clear black and white eyes. I don't know. I'll just take it one step at a time. One thing she was certain of was that she wouldn't easily move away from her current place. She couldn't even imagine what she would become if she left her aunt's family. It'll probably revert to that lifeless, hopeless state it used to be. And you? Which university do you plan to apply to? Xiao Yu rarely showed any curiosity about Gu Chenshi's private affairs. Me? Gu Chenshi smiled and said, I don't know either. I just want to do my best. As for the result, I'll leave it to fate. Xiao Yu tilted her head to look at him, and seeing his handsome profile, she suddenly said, Gu Chenshi, I'm extremely jealous of you, you know that? Chapter 39, She Deserves Happiness. Gu Chenshi looked at Xiao Yu in surprise. I'm so jealous of you. Sometimes it's almost driving me crazy. Xiao Yu repeated, her expression very serious. Gu Chenshi stood there, stunned. You're jealous of me? What do I have to be jealous of? Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly understood. She was probably jealous that he had a healthy and warm family. Your aunt is a good mother, and your uncle is a good father. They both care about you very much. Xiao Yu paused here and sighed softly. She was sighing for herself. After learning about her unusual family background, Gu Chenshi fell silent when he heard her say this. Seeing that he didn't speak, Xiao Yu smiled slightly. Hey, what are you staring at? Are you afraid that I'll take your parents away? After all, your aunt and uncle seem to like me very much. Gu Chenshi stared blankly at her smiling face. She has a really beautiful smile. It's the kind of youthful exuberance that people her age should have. It's just a pity that she doesn't smile much usually. Gu Chenshi inexplicably thought of the first few days after he met her. Every time he saw her, she exuded a deathly aura, making her look particularly gloomy and intimidating. The reason for her unique temperament is naturally related to her family of origin. Gu Chenshi found it hard to imagine what she had gone through from childhood to adulthood. She must have been living a very difficult life. Gu Chenshi smiled and said, You don't need to fight for it. My parents have already shared some of their love with you. Xiao Yu stopped laughing, and instead became nervous. Won't you blame me? If it weren't for me, all of your aunt and uncle's love would be yours alone. Gu Chenshi chuckled. Why should I blame you? They won't love me any less because of you. To me, my parents are like the sun. The sun shines on everyone, without any favoritism. Besides, even if you try to take it from me, you couldn't beat me. After all, I'm their own son. Towards the end, Gu Chenshi became unusually proud. Xiao Yusong said, I thought you would hate me. Gu Chenshi said, No, you don't need to worry. Gu Chenshi, thank you. Xiao Yu said earnestly. Gu Chenshi found it amusing. It seems like she said thank you to me quite a few times since we met, hasn't she? It's unnecessary, really unnecessary. Xiao Yu, when you find someone who loves you and start your own family, you will have a happy family like mine. Gu Chenshi never expected that he could be so cheesy when he wanted to be. But actually saying it out loud doesn't seem like a big deal. It's what he said from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Yu shook his head silently and hesitated. To think I'd better not. Gu Chenshi asked in astonishment. What do you mean? I think I'm doing fine living alone. Xiao Yu's smile held a hint of sadness. Gu Chenshi remained silent. The impact of one's family of origin is far greater than outsiders can imagine. Since she has never experienced happiness herself, she probably doesn't dare to have any expectations for the future. For some reason, Gu Chenshi, who didn't like to pay too much attention to other people's affairs, suddenly felt very sorry for her. After spending time with her, he realized that Xiao Yu is a good girl. Then she deserves her own happiness. She deserves it. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat somber. Gu Chenshi changed the subject. Why do you suddenly want to go to the bookstore and buy books? Actually, I didn't really want to go. Since promising herself that she would never lie to them again, Xiao Yu has become much more honest. I know my uncle travels a lot for work, and my aunt and uncle don't have many opportunities to be alone together. If I go back with them, I'll definitely be a third wheel. This answer caught Gu Chenshi completely off guard. She is such a thoughtful and understanding girl. So if she can't even find happiness, then this world is truly a place of despair. The two chatted casually and unknowingly arrived at the bookstore. The bookstore was crowded with parents buying study materials for their children, as well as students who brought books to find a place to do their homework. Gu Chenshi searched for the information he needed in front of the bookshelf, while Xiao Yu browsed through the rows of bookshelves, looking for books that interested her. Gu Chenshi had a target in mind, so he found it quickly. He looked around and pointed to an empty seat, saying, I'll wait for you over there. Since we've come all this way, it's fine to stay here a while before heading back. Xiaoyu nodded. Gu Chenshi walked towards the empty seat and was about to sit down when someone suddenly patted his shoulder. Old Gu, a guy's excited voice rang out from behind. Gu Chenshi's lips twitched, then he smiled slightly. Zhou Xiangyu put his arm around Gu Chenshi's shoulder like a good buddy. Hee, before I came here I was wondering if I would run into you here, and I didn't expect to actually meet you. What a coincidence. Gu Chenshi said, this city is so small, it's not surprising that we've run into each other. Zhou Xiangyu said, Old Gu, you really don't understand romance. Gu Chenshi said, please, even if I wanted to be romantic, I wouldn't be romantic with you. Zhou Xiangyu thought for a moment and said, that makes sense. As the two were talking, a figure flashed before Gu Chenshi's eyes. Oh no, the spot he had his eye on was gone. Gu Chenshi rubbed his back teeth. Zhou Xiangyu, give me back my place. Zhou Xiangyu said, what does location matter? Come on, Lao Gu, turn your head over here. There's a beautiful woman over here, especially pretty. Gu Chenshi discovered a particularly interesting phenomenon. Zhou Xiangyu is a guy who likes to look at and talk about beautiful women, but he never takes any real action towards them. Because compared to beautiful women, his true love is actually video games. Gu Chenshi didn't bother to turn around. Oh, then take a closer look, so you won't have any regrets in life. Zhou Xiangyu lowered his voice. Old Gu, a beautiful woman is walking this way. Could she be interested in me and want my contact information? No way. I can't give her my contact information, otherwise she'll pester me with sweet nothings every day. And how am I supposed to play games? Gu Chenshi. Brother Zhou, if you continue like this, you'll end up alone for the rest of your life. And is it possible that you're just imagining things? Zhou Xiangyu was too conflicted and excited, and his dog paws unconsciously grabbed Gu Chenshi's arm, making Gu Chenshi feel a little pain. He shoved Zhou Xiangyu aside in an annoyed manner, then glanced back casually and saw Xiaoyu standing not far away, looking helpless. Well, the beautiful woman Zhou Xiangyu mentioned who was interested in him and wanted his contact information must be Xiaoyu, right? Sure enough, he knew it. This guy was just deluding himself. Gu Chenshi smiled and waved to Xiaoyu. Zhou Xiangyu. Xiaoyu slowly approached them, glancing uncomfortably at Zhou Xiangyu. Zhou Xiangyu almost blurted out, holy crap. Chapter 40 Zhou Xiangyu. Bro, I won't interrupt your romance. Zhou Xiangyu looked at Gu Chenshi with a sense of existential doubt, then at the beautiful woman. What's going on here? Old Gu actually knows this beautiful woman. What is their relationship? And when did it begin? Why has that bastard Lao Gu never said this before? I used to be so eager to call him over to admire beautiful women. That's so unbecoming of a bro. Having been good brothers for so many years, how could Gu Chenshi not know what he was thinking? Xiaoyu, he is my friend and classmate, Zhou Xiangyu. Gu Chenshi began his introduction solemnly, then turned his face toward Zhou Xiangyu, who looked as if he had been struck by lightning, with an annoyed expression. Zhou Xiangyu, this is my neighbor. Zhou Xiangyu slapped his forehead and exclaimed excitedly, I know. She's the beautiful girl who stood outside the fence during our PE class last time, right? Gu Chenshi. Is it too late to say I don't know you now? Gu Chenshi looked at Xiaoyu apologetically. I'm sorry, my classmate is just like that, please don't mind him. Zhou Xiangyu didn't notice the disdain in Gu Chenshi's words at all, and chuckled as he extended his hand. Hello, my name is Zhou Xiangyu, and I'm Gu Chenshi's best friend. Xiaoyu smiled awkwardly but politely, without extending her hand to shake his hand in a friendly gesture. Gu Chenshi slapped away the dog's paw that was hanging in midair. All right, quickly put away your enthusiasm, don't scare her. Zhou Xiangyu suddenly remembered something. Ah, Lao Gu, I suddenly realized I have other things to do, so I can't chat with you anymore, goodbye. Gu Chenshi. Xiaoyu watched Zhou Xiangyu's hurried departure and said with a strange, yet somewhat envious expression, your classmate is really interesting. Yes, although he sometimes seems unreliable, he is the most dependable one when it matters. Gu Chenshi thought of his unbearable past life. If all your classmates were this interesting, campus life would definitely be very fun. Maybe what about you? I bet you have one or two interesting classmates too, right? Gu Chenshi never expected that such a simple question would stump Xiaoyu. She hesitated for a moment before saying, I never went to school. Gu Chenshi was shocked. What? You never went to school? Xiaoyu nodded. That's right. I've never stepped foot in a school for a single day. Gu Chenshi found it hard to accept. What era is this? How can there still be people who have never been to school? Even if she comes from an embarrassing background, she should still receive the education she deserves. Doesn't that mean she's illiterate? What's the difference between that and being blind? Wait, that's not right. If she were truly illiterate, how could she possibly take on illustration jobs online? How can I travel from one city to another unfamiliar city? How do I find an agency to rent a place? In today's society, it's no exaggeration to say that you can't get by if you can't read. Besides, she just told him today that she is currently writing a novel. How can someone who can't read write a novel? Xiao Yu seemed to sense his confusion and explained, my mother has mental problems. She doesn't allow me to go out freely, so I've never been to school, but that man. She paused for a moment at this point. This shows that she had a strong aversion to the man who ruined her mother's life. He hired more than a dozen tutors for me. I should have learned everything that you would normally learn. It's just that I didn't go to school like other children. So that's how it is. Gu Chenshi felt a little better after that. But this is bad. It seems I've unknowingly learned more and more of her secrets. She knows more than her mother does well. Strictly speaking, her mother knows nothing about her true background. The more Gu Chenshi learned about her, the more he felt sorry for her. Her mother forbade her to go out, which prevented her from having normal social interactions, thus causing her social anxiety. However, the reason her mother doesn't let her go out is probably a form of protection for her. My phone vibrated a few times in my pocket. Zhou Xiangyu. Lao Gu, am I good enough to you, buddy? Zhou Xiangyu. In order not to interrupt your sweet talk with the beautiful girl, I sacrificed myself. Sob. Zhou Xiangyu. Keep it up, bro. She's just as good as Lin, the school beauty. Zhou Xiangyu. Lin Xiaohua must be dumbfounded now. You can find someone better even without her. Gu Chenshi. He couldn't help but smile as he stared at his phone. Although this guy can be incredibly annoying and nagging at times, it doesn't stop him from being his best friend. The guy left in such a hurry not because he had anything to do, but because he didn't want to be a third wheel. Although his motives made Gu Chenshi somewhat amused, they also brought him invaluable warmth and touched him deeply during the cold winter. Gu Chenshi and Xiao Yu stayed in the bookstore for a while, then paid and left. There's a milk tea shop downstairs. Gu Chenshi said, wait for me. I'll go buy you a cup of milk tea. What flavor do you like? Xiao Yu shook her head. Don't buy it. I don't drink it. Thank you. Gu Chenshi thought she was just being polite. It's just a cup of milk tea. You don't need to be so polite with me. It's so cold outside. A hot cup of milk tea can warm you up. Xiao Yu said, I'm not being polite with you. I really don't drink milk tea. I don't like things that are too sweet. Few girls can resist the temptation of milk tea. Among the girls Gu Chenshi knew, almost none of them disliked drinking milk tea, including Lin Ranran. Gu Chenshi couldn't help but wonder if Xiao Yu's dislike of overly sweet things was related to her unsweet life. What do you like to eat? Let's not rush home. We can just grab something to eat later. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Chenshi was trying his best to give her as much warmth as possible. He can now finally understand what his mother always says. This child has had it so tough. She really had a tough time. Of course, there are many unfortunate people in this world, but since God has brought her to him, he wants to treat her well within his capabilities. Xiao Yu nodded. Okay, you choose the place. I'm not picky about food. I can eat anything. Gu Chenshi smiled and said, okay, it's on me. You're treating this time, so I have to treat next time. Xiao Yu said seriously. Gu Chenshi said, why are you making such a clear distinction between us? Xiao Yu said half-jokingly, even close brothers have to keep clear accounts. Besides, you're a student now, spending your parents' money. But I'm different. I can earn my own money, so I can't take advantage of you. That wouldn't be fair to you. Well, that makes a lot of sense, Gu Chenshi thought, speechless. This damn sense of superiority was suffocating him. Ms. Jinglan called. Chenshi, have some fun outside today, just relax. Take Xiao Yu with you. Take her to see all the places you young people like to go. Gu Chenshi knew perfectly well that his mother's understanding and kindness towards him at this moment were all because of Xiao Yu. However, Gu Chenshi wasn't jealous at all. Chapter 41 Lin Ranran, cousin. Actually, Gu Chenshi didn't really know the places that Jinglan mentioned that young people liked, because he himself was a homebody and didn't like to travel around. Fortunately, Xiao Yu has a quiet personality, so they just strolled around and looked around, which was quite nice. Gu Chenshi. As they walked, Xiao Yu suddenly called Gu Chenshi's name softly. Someone has been watching us from behind. Can you see if it's someone you know? Gu Chenshi turned around and found the person Xiao Yu had mentioned who had been watching them, in front of a huge mascot outside a shop. She was a stylish, mature, curly-haired beauty. Gu Chenshi was certain he didn't know her, but she looked somewhat familiar. Seeing him look over, the curly-haired beauty walked over and greeted him with a smile. Hello, Gu Chenshi. The curly-haired beauty actually called out his name accurately. Gu Chenshi frowned and thought for a moment, then remembered who she was. She was the female companion who was with Lin Ranran. Then he remembered the warning look in her eyes when she took Lin Ranran away, and he immediately became alert. Is something wrong? The curly-haired beauty, Jiang Xinyue, smiled and said, it's just a small matter that will take up a little of your time. Is that convenient? Gu Chenshi refused decisively. Sorry, it's not convenient. Jiang Xinyue. I should have known better than to ask that. But then again, this little guy looks quite interesting. I'm Lin Ranran's cousin. My name is Jiang Xinyue. Jiang Xinyue introduced herself. Can I take up just a little bit of your time? I'd like to talk to you about my cousin Lin Ranran. As she spoke, she smiled and glanced at Xiao Yu, her eyes seeming to say to Xiao Yu, you shouldn't mind, right? Xiao Yu was puzzled, but of course she didn't mind. Let's talk about Lin Ranran. Gu Chenshi was speechless. A serious warning to all gay men. Being a simp is risky. Proceed with caution. He just didn't want to keep licking her boots anymore. So why did Lin Ranran have to bother him alone and drag her cousin over to criticize his behavior of not sticking to his boots? I'm sorry, there's nothing to talk about. Gu Chenshi refused again. Jiang Xinyue thought to herself, this guy is not easy to talk to. This shows just how deeply Ranran hurt others. But what can I do? She's my cousin. Oh well. Even if I don't care about her, I should at least mind my own business for the sake of my uncle and aunt. Ranran told me everything about you too. No matter what, it was definitely her fault for throwing away the birthday present you gave her. Gu Chenshi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, Lin Ranran not only admitted her mistake to him, but also admitted that she was wrong in front of her cousin? Is he really that worth her trying to win him back? He was truly flattered. However, he found it annoying. Xiao Yu consciously moved a little further away, ignoring their conversation. Jiang Xinyue thought to herself, this little girl seems quite understanding. No wonder Gu Chenshi chose her instead of his willful cousin. She's quite pretty. Are you two together? Jiang Xinyue asked curiously. If they really get together, then my cousin has even less of a chance. That girl is just as pretty as her, has a gentler personality, and is better at understanding and caring about guys' feelings. If it were Jiang Xinyue herself, she would also choose this girl instead of her cousin. Although it may sound harsh, in real life, when people choose a partner, they will definitely choose the one who makes them feel happy and content. People with masochistic tendencies are, after all, still a minority. Thinking about it this way, Jiang Xinyue realized that her cousin had no advantage whatsoever in this battle to protect love. The only advantage might be that we're classmates. Please don't pry into my personal affairs. Also, if you have nothing else, I'm leaving, Gu Chenshi said coldly. Jiang Xinyue thought, Ranran, my dear cousin, I'm only doing this because you're being ignored. Wait, my cousin knows she was wrong. Gu Chenshi interrupted her. Yes, she has already apologized to me, and I have accepted it. Is there anything else? Jiang Xinyue. They've already said all that. What else can she say? Continuing to say anything further would be seen as being persistent and nagging. In relationships, the worst thing you can do is to pester someone relentlessly. Gu Chenshi called to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, let's go. Jiang Xinyue watched helplessly as they left right before her eyes, seemingly oblivious to everyone else. She suddenly understood why her cousin couldn't let go of Gu Chenshi. This little guy looks quite adorable. Cool. Unfortunately, it was my cousin who had her eye on him, and she was a bit too young for me to do it myself. Otherwise, it would have been too ruthless. Xiao Yu was very sensible. She didn't press the matter about what had just happened. Gu Chenshi found it surprisingly comfortable to be with her. Even so, he didn't think about anything else. There are some things that are not for someone his age to think about. His only thought now is to work hard and bring a better life to his parents in the future. Only after their figures had completely disappeared from her sight did Jiang Xinyue sigh softly and take out her phone. Hello, Annie. Okay, I'll be right there. What could be the reason for meeting his aunt? It's obviously about Lin Ranran. Jiang Xinyue had planned to dedicate the entire day to Lin Ranran, but things spiraled out of her control after she encountered Gu Chenshi. When Lin Ranran saw him walking with another girl, she lost control of her emotions. No matter how Jiang Xinyue tried to persuade her, she was still heartbroken. Jiang Xinyue had no choice but to send her home first. She also quietly told her aunt that she couldn't help with the matter. Auntie was naturally anxious and upset, but home wasn't a good place to talk. In case Lin Ranran overheard, it might add fuel to the fire. So, I asked her to meet me. My aunt needs to find out exactly what happened. Upon seeing the above, Du Yan, Jiang Xinyue's aunt and Lin Ranran's mother, said, is it because of her male classmate, Gu Chenshi? Jiang Xinyue was startled. So her aunt already knew? She thought she was the first person to know about Linner's relationship problems. As soon as Du Yan saw her expression, she knew that this matter must be related to Gu Chenshi. Although she had guessed before that her daughter's recent low mood was related to Gu Chenshi. Although she felt it was almost certain, it was still just a guess. But now she was certain that it was related to Gu Chenshi. In a moment of impulse, Du Yan wanted to rush to Gu Chenshi's door without saying a word. However, she quickly recalled the awkward moment when she first went to see Gu Chen, steadied herself, and said to Jiang Xinyue, yeah, tell me everything you know. Chapter 42. Find someone to replace you. Jiang Xinyue, and naturally wanted to tell her aunt about it. But before she spoke, she repeatedly instructed, Aunt, I think it's best if you don't interfere in Ranran's love life. Also, Ranran asked me to keep it a secret, so? Du Yin said knowingly. Yeah, don't worry. I know what I'm doing and I won't betray you. Jiang Xinyue was relieved. She told everything she knew in detail. When the topic turned to Gu Qinshi's past pursuit of Lin Ranran, Du Yan's eyebrows furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure. When Lin Ranran heard that she had thrown away the birthday presents she received like trash, her mother was shocked and blurted out, That's impossible. Ranran isn't that kind of child. Jiang Xinyue said awkwardly. Auntie, Ranran told me this herself. I didn't embellish it. Du Yin fell silent. She recalled the day Lin Ranran hid in her room and cried secretly, then asked her with tears streaming down her face how to win back an angry friend's heart. So that's what you were referring to? If that's the case, then everything has an answer, even though the answer is somewhat unacceptable to her. The boy originally doted on his daughter like a princess, but she didn't appreciate it and threw away the birthday gift he gave her. Coincidentally, the boy saw it. The guy was heartbroken and cut ties with her, but her precious daughter suddenly felt that he was very important and wanted to win him back. Du Yin didn't know what to say. She would rather the two children secretly dated and then have a major falling out over some minor conflicts, so that she would have a legitimate reason to intervene. But now, no matter how you look at it, it's her daughter who's in the wrong. In the boy's view, this matter was already in the past, so he chose to walk away. Even if it were Du Yin, it can't be said that his choice was wrong. The reason for this situation is her beloved daughter, who belatedly realized how good the other person was and is unwilling to let go. Du Yin felt heartbroken. Jiang Xinyue hesitated. Du Yin said, Say whatever you want to say. Jiang Xinyue said, Aunt, actually, whether this matter can be resolved depends mainly on Ranran. As long as Ranran lets it go, the matter itself will be resolved. Du Yin admitted that Jiang Xinyue was right. This farce was clearly just the daughter's unreasonable tantrum. Even if she wanted to protect her child, the facts were undeniable and she couldn't ignore them. Although Ranran was at fault, he was completely blameless. But Du Yin felt very sorry for her daughter, who was always absent-minded, and couldn't help but nitpick. If he wasn't good to Ranran, why would she still be so hung up on him? Jiang Xinyue was completely taken aback. My aunt is a well-educated and reasonable woman. How could she say such a thing? When a boy pursues a girl, he naturally wants to treat her well. Is that wrong? My cousin is clearly in the wrong. Du Yin realized that what she had just said was inappropriate and damaged the good image she usually cultivated in front of the younger generation. She sighed and said, Yeah, what your aunt said just now was just said in anger. Don't take it to heart. It was definitely Ranran's fault for throwing away someone's birthday present. It's all my and your uncle's fault for spoiling her. Jiang Xinyue asked. Then, Aunt, what are you planning to do about Ranran's situation? Du Yin said irritably. What can we do? Just let it be. Yeah, don't worry about Ranran's matter. Of course, you should also take this as a warning. When you meet a boy you like, seize the opportunity and don't leave any regrets. Jiang Xinyue said, Oh, that Gu Qinshe, to be honest, I actually think he's pretty good, but it seems he's destined to be apart from Ranran. After this incident, I believe Ranran will mature. Du Yin felt exhausted. Jiang Xinyue pictured Gu Qinshe's handsome, yet aloof appearance. She sighed with regret. In the past, if she had known that her cousin had such an outstanding suitor, she would have definitely advised her cousin to think twice before acting. What can be done now that the regret has already been made? In 6 months, my cousin Ranran will be going abroad to study. Let time slowly fade away the regret and remorse of what has been lost. Uncle and aunt, we're back. Xiao Yu greeted Jinglan and her husband politely. Jinglan smiled and asked, How was your day? Xiao Yu said, It's fine, auntie. I still have some work to do, so I'll head back now. As soon as Xiao Yu left, Jinglan immediately grabbed Gu Qinshe, who was about to disappear into his room. You brat. Gu Qinshe guessed what she was going to ask and interrupted her directly. Mom, don't worry, I took good care of her today, and I brought her back safely for you. Is there anything else you want to say? Jinglan laughed and punched him lightly. You little rascal, you did a good job today. When you have free time, take her out more often. Over time, she'll open up and gradually integrate into society, right? Gu Qinshe said, Mom, you still have to shoulder this heavy responsibility. I have so many things to do every day. How can I have time to take her out for a walk? Jinglan said, What you said makes sense, but you are young people and have common topics to discuss. If you were to counsel her, the results would be twice as good. This reminded Gu Qinshe of the secret he had been protecting for Xiao Yu, and in front of his mother, he felt an indescribable sense of superiority. Gu Qinshe finishes his homework very quickly, so even though he wasted the whole day, he wasn't worried. As Gu Qinshe sat at his desk with his textbook open, he suddenly remembered that Xiao Yu was writing a novel. I wonder what kind of story a girl like her would come up with. He was actually quite curious. In a princess-themed room, Lin Ranran sat cross-legged on the floor, staring blankly at a photo on her phone. The young men and women in the photo all radiate youthful smiles. Standing at the back, smiling at the camera, is Gu Chunshi. This was taken by the homeroom teacher at the school sports meet. Lin Ranran's tears fell in a steady stream. How pathetic. She wants to see him properly now, but all she can do is look at old photos. Gu Chunshi, are you really going to leave my world? Can't you really forgive me? What should I do? What should I do? Do you know how painful it is for me to breathe whenever I think about how you will no longer be in my world? But the you who used to only have eyes for me, you won't care anymore, right? I don't know how long she cried. Lin Ranran finally stopped. She calmly wiped away her tears. No, I can't go on like this. Lin Ranran took a deep breath and made up her mind. Maybe if I could find someone to stand by my side in your place, I wouldn't be so sad. At this moment, Lin Ranran was unaware that her decision was a desperate attempt to find a cure. Chapter 43, Gentleness, is Poison. A new week, a new beginning. The hectic and busy campus life has begun. Just as Gu Chunshi had expected, Zhou Xiangyu immediately took over his deskmate's seat as soon as he arrived. His deskmate, Tang Xiaoxi, had a wonderful temper. Whenever she saw Zhou Xiangyu coming over, she would immediately get up and give him her seat, even if she was doing her homework. Zhou Xiangyu, shameless as ever, didn't seem to mind, but Gu Chunshi felt embarrassed instead. Zhou Xiangyu asked, Old Gu, how's it going with your beautiful neighbor? Upon meeting, he immediately inquired about Gu Chunshi's love life. Gu Chunshi said, We have a normal neighborly relationship, not what you think. Zhou Xiangyu certainly didn't believe him and was about to ask more questions, but Gu Chunshi pulled out 2 hot, large meat buns from the desk drawer. These are the only 2 left from the last time my mom made them. Want some? Zhou Xiangyu's eyes lit up with greed, and he immediately reached out to snatch it. Gu Chunshi covered the steamed bun with his hand. But you have to promise me that you won't keep asking me how things are going with my neighbor. We really have nothing to do with each other. Zhou Xiangyu readily agreed. Okay, I won't ask anymore, alright? Anyway, the facts are there. It doesn't matter whether I ask or not. Gu Chunshi. Sometimes he felt that this guy was more worried about him than his parents were about him, fearing that he would end up a bachelor. Please, you should spend more time taking care of yourself. I think you're the one who'll be a bachelor forever. Jing Shu walked in from outside with her school bag on her back, and glanced at Gu Chunshi with a strange expression. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and decided to mind his own business. At this moment, a boy named Wang Zishan angrily slammed his fist on the table and shouted, I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Shanzi, what's wrong? Who offended you? Why are you so angry? His deskmate Zhu Mingming asked. Wang Zishan said, The grandson of the student in the next class is currently trying to woo Lin, the school beauty in our class. Zhu Mingming said dismissively, Let whoever wants to fawn over you do so. Don't worry, our school beauty Lin wouldn't even look at those scoundrels. Wang Zishan scoffed. I don't think so. Zhang Shua from the next class was worried she'd get tired, so he offered to carry her bag, and she let him do it. Zhu Mingming thought he was joking. Impossible. School beauty Lin hates it when no one touches her things. No sooner had he finished speaking than he was proven wrong. Zhang Shua, with a happy smile on his face, carried Lin Ranran's school bag and stepped into their classroom. He didn't even need Lin Ranran to lead the way. He walked effortlessly to Lin Ranran's desk. Are you kidding me? You're just wasting your time wandering around outside this classroom every day? He had long since figured out where Lin Ranran was sitting. The classroom fell silent. Everyone in the classroom looked at Lin Ranran and Zhang Shua. This includes Gu Chunshi and Zhou Xiangyu. Gu Chunshi discovered that the boy who helped Lin Ranran carry her school bag was the same boy who had asked him in the bathroom that day if he and Lin Ranran were together. Lin Ranran smiled and said, Thank you. You're welcome. Zhang Shua felt very embarrassed in the face of the goddess's smile. He scratched his head, and under the glaring, teeth-gritting stares of the other boys, said, If you're willing, I'll carry your school bag for you every day from now on. This is actually a confession. Lin Ranran simply smiled and did not respond. She was the school's undisputed beauty queen, and countless boys were attracted to her. Writing love letters, giving gifts, and confessing their feelings were practically a daily occurrence for her. Aside from things she particularly dislikes and will explicitly refuse, she neither refuses nor accepts the rest. Her favorite saying is, We are still students, we need to study hard. Back when Gu Chunshi still liked her, he thought she was really gentle. This is a way to encourage the boys who like her, so that while they like her, they don't neglect their studies. Only now did he realize that Lin Ranran's gentleness was actually a poison. Perhaps she didn't mean it, but her ambiguous attitude could mislead the boys who like her, making them think they have a chance. In fact, isn't this a manifestation of irresponsibility? Jingshu looked silently at Lin Ranran, who was still smiling, not knowing what to say. At this moment, Lin Ranran was smiling, but she was actually very uneasy inside. She could sense that Gu Chunshur was looking in her direction. What will he do? Lin Ranran's heart pounded wildly. She was so nervous, she felt like she was going crazy. Will Gu Chunshur be jealous? Even though he's angry, he probably still has a little bit of lingering affection for her, right? Jingshu secretly glanced at Gu Chunshur. Not only her, but many other classmates in the classroom were also secretly observing him. They were all curious to see how he would react when he saw Lin Ranran showing interest in other boys. To their astonishment, Gu Chunshur did not react at all. He was just like them, a mere bystander. Zhou Xiangyu whispered to Gu Chunshur, "Old Gu, does Lin Ranran really like this grandson next door?" Gu Chunshur said, "How would I know? If you're really curious, just go and ask her yourself." Zhou Xiangyu scoffed, "I'm not going to ask her. I get annoyed just seeing her. You're so nice, and she actually treats you like this. That guy next door, how can he compare to you? If she really likes him, she's probably blind and needs to see an ophthalmologist." Lin Ranran's palms were sweaty, and her heart sank lower and lower. No reaction, he didn't react at all. That's true. That night, when Kong Xiao offered to take her home, he didn't react at all, did he? He left so casually. He truly had absolutely no lingering feelings for her anymore. He no longer loves her. Lin Ranran felt empty inside, and didn't even notice Zhang Shuo shyly waving goodbye and leaving. Seeing her sitting in her seat looking lost and dejected, Jingshu secretly shook her head. Although they are good friends also need to maintain boundaries, and there are some things she shouldn't interfere with. Ranran, doing this will only bring unnecessary trouble to yourself and won't actually help you win him back. When Jingshu went to the cafeteria at noon, she was all alone. At this moment, a boy was standing next to Lin Ranran. This boy is Zhang Shuo from the next class. The two of them walked ahead, chatting and laughing, and seemed to be getting along very well. As Zhang Shuo's eyebrows danced with excitement, he unknowingly attracted countless dagger-like gazes. Hee, you can be jealous, you can be envious, you can hate. The school beauty is mine, he thought smugly. As Jingshu walked, she came to Gu Chunshur and Zhou Xiangyu's side. Zhou Xiangyu clicked his tongue and said, "Jingshu, did your friends abandon you today?" Jingshu smiled at him. She is a gentle girl with severe myopia who studies very hard and has a good temper. During her 3 years of high school, she never had any conflicts with other students. When Zhou Xiangyu saw her smile at him, he couldn't bring himself to say anything teasing. Jingshu's gaze fell on Gu Chunshur, intentionally or unintentionally. Chapter 44 Zhou Xiangyu, the protector of his own. Gu Chunshur noticed her gaze and looked at her. Jingshu thought to herself that she shouldn't meddle, but she couldn't help herself. I know Ranran, she actually doesn't like that boy. Whether she likes that guy or not, what does it have to do with our old Gu? Before Jingshu could finish speaking, Zhou Xiangyu interrupted her, then proudly put his arm around Gu Chunshur's shoulder and said boastfully, "I am now solemnly announcing to you that my husband, Lao Gu, has found an even better girlfriend. She is beautiful, gentle, and lovely. She is the best girl I have ever met in the world. So please, don't mention Lin Ranran in front of Lao Gu anymore. What will Lao Gu's girlfriend think if she finds out? Can you take responsibility if it causes a misunderstanding?" Gu Chunshur, when did I become your family? Also, Xiao Yu and I don't have that kind of relationship. Jingshu was stunned. Thinking of Zhou Xiangyu's usual unreliability, she looked at Gu Chunshur and asked seriously, "Gu Chunshur, is that so? Whether it is or isn't, it doesn't seem to concern you, does it?" However, Gu Chunshur and Jingshu had a decent relationship, so he naturally wouldn't openly criticize her. Gu Chunshur said, "Jingshu, I appreciate your kindness, but some people and some things are in the past for me, so please don't mention them in front of me in the future, okay?" Zhou Xiangyu chimed in. "Yeah, right. Don't mention Lin Ranran in front of Lao Gu. It's bad luck." Jingshu suddenly got a little angry. "Gu Chunshur, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I've always had a good impression of you, and I used to think highly of you and Ranran. But how could you do this now? No wonder you and Ranran suddenly became estranged. It turns out you've fallen for someone else. To put it bluntly, your behavior is called as called." She was a refined person and ultimately didn't utter the words scumbag. Zhou Xiangyu, fiercely protective of his own, immediately reacted angrily upon hearing this. "Hey, Jingshu, what are you saying? I can tell you with absolute certainty that Lao Gu isn't a scumbag. Didn't Lin Ranran tell you about the awful things she did?" Zhou Xiangyu suddenly stopped talking. If that matter were to come to light, although Lin Ranran's positive image in front of others would collapse, her buddy would also lose face. But the thought of his good friend being misunderstood as a fickle scumbag made him feel suffocated. Gu Chun smiled calmly at Jingshu. "That's right, I did pursue Lin Ranran before, but she never agreed to be with me, right? So I can walk away anytime. I don't think that counts as being a jerk, does it? Jing Shu said uneasily. I'm sorry, Gu Chunshi, I misspoke in my haste. Please don't take it to heart. It's all right, Gu Chunshi said magnanimously. Zhou Xiangyu snorted coldly. Jing Shu, I know you and Lin Ranran have a good relationship, but please understand some things before you speak. Otherwise you may easily hurt innocent people. Jing Shu thought of the bad things Lin Ranran did. He had just mentioned what was that? What untold story happened between them that led to their current estrangement? Gu Chunshi was as fond of Lin Ranran as he was before, and now he is just as indifferent to her. After hesitating for a long time, Jing Shu said, Gu Chunshi, even if you're not pursuing Ranran anymore, there's no need to act like a stranger. The way you two are acting now, something must have happened. Would you mind telling me? Gu Chunshi smiled. You really want to know? As Lin Ranran wished, she found a boy who looked relatively pleasing to the eye to stand beside her and replace Gu Chunshi. The boy named Zhang Shua is very considerate and attentive, and he also tells jokes to make her happy. Although she was smiling, she wasn't happy at all. I even felt a little annoyed by him. She had never felt this impatient when Gu Chunshi was by her side before. Give him some time. Lin Ranran thought she should give herself some time. Perhaps it's because I don't know him very well, and I still feel some resistance towards him. Once she understands what kind of guy he is, she won't feel bored when she's with him. Lin Ranran tried to comfort and console herself in this way. But even so, she couldn't hide the uncertainty she felt about the future. Gu Qing stayed at home for only a few days before having to go on a business trip again. Because Gu Chunshi had to go to school, he couldn't personally take him to the station and felt very disappointed. Grow up quickly and become strong. Gu Chunshi said to himself. Your parents have worked hard for you their whole lives. You must make sure they live a good life, you know. As soon as Gu Chunshi entered the house, he heard cheerful laughter coming from the kitchen. Your dumplings are much better than that brat's. His dumplings are all soggy and don't look appetizing at all. Gu Chunshi's lips twitched. Mom, you can't do this. Why do you always expose other people's shortcomings? He put down his school bag and tiptoed towards the kitchen. Xiao Yu, who was focused on making dumplings, looked up and saw him. Gu Chunshi quickly raised his index finger to make a shoot gesture, quietly came up behind his mother, and then suddenly opened his arms to hug her. Ouch! The sudden hug startled Jinglan so much that she trembled all over. When she realized it was Gu Chunshi, she laughed and patted him on the shoulder. You little rascal, you almost scared the soul out of me. Gu Chunshi chuckled as his prank succeeded. Xiao Yu chuckled to herself. The person who used to exude a lifeless aura is now smiling more and more. Jinglan pointed to a row of dumplings on the cutting board and said to Gu Chunshi, Chunshi, look, these are dumplings made by Xiao Yu. This is her first time making them, and look how well she made them. Xiao Yu said modestly. It's far inferior to Auntie's. Dinner consisted of dumplings, one side dish, and beef stew with potatoes. The three people sat around a table, and the air was filled with the rich aroma of dumplings. In the dead of winter, eating a bowl of steaming hot dumplings feels like celebrating the new year in advance. However, Gu Chunshi is about to start his winter vacation. Halfway through the meal, Jinglan's phone rang. It was Gu Cheng calling to let her know he had arrived safely at his business trip destination. Jinglan told him to find a place to have a proper meal first, then changed the subject and started showing off. We're having dumplings for dinner tonight. Come on, let me show you so you can have a taste. Gu Chunshi ate a little faster, and when Xiao Yu saw that his bowl of dumplings was empty, she reached out her hand and said, Give me the bowl, I'll get you some more. No need. No need. I have hands and feet. I can serve myself. What a joke. Gu Chunshi believed that if he really made her serve herself rice, Ms. Jinglan would definitely beat him to death. Their family tradition is to respect the elderly and care for the young, and to do things themselves as much as possible without troubling others. Chapter 45. I've shed enough tears for him. The Lin family. Du Yin glanced at Lin Ranran, who was eating in silence, and gave Lin's father, Lin Zhangwo, a meaningful look. Lin Zhangwo coughed lightly and said to Lin Ranran in a kind tone, Ranran, Dad is going abroad on business tomorrow. Ask your teacher for 2 days off and come with Dad. It'll be a good opportunity to see the school you'll be attending next year. Lin Ranran said sullenly, I'm not going to study abroad. What? Lin's father didn't hear clearly. Lin Ranran put down her chopsticks and said very seriously, Dad, I said I don't want to study abroad anymore. I want to take the college entrance examination as usual. Lin Zhangwo and Du Yan were both taken aback. She used to look forward to studying abroad, so why did she suddenly say she wasn't going? Du Yan guessed the reason and was both anxious and angry. Ranran, your father has already arranged everything for you at the school. You can't be so willful. Lin Ranran stood up nonchalantly. I'm full. I'm going back to my room. Oh, you silly child. Du Yin glanced at Lin Ranran's barely touched food and angrily slammed down her chopsticks. We've really spoiled this child. Lin Zhengwo said. The child is in a bad mood, so we need to comfort him. How do I coax her? She's not a 3-year-old anymore. Buying her a new toy will do the trick, Sai. Daughters grow up and leave home. Du Yin sighed repeatedly. She had noticed Lin Ranran's unusual behavior over the past few days, and now that she understood the problem, she was both angry and heartbroken, feeling anxious but helpless. Lin Zhengwo hesitated for a moment and said, How about I meet that male classmate when I come back from my trip abroad? Du Yin said, What's the point of you going to see them? They're annoyed by your daughter now, and they'll probably hate you too, so they won't give you a friendly look either. Lin Zhengwo added, Last time you even misunderstood that someone was bullying Ranran. Du Yin. She really didn't want to think about that embarrassing incident again. If the child continues like this, it definitely won't work. Let's talk about it again when I return to China. This is the only way for now. What if Ranran doesn't want to go with you tomorrow? Du Yin asked worriedly. The child has grown up and has her own opinions. If she really doesn't want to go, then she doesn't have to go. What if she really doesn't want to go abroad and insists on taking the college entrance exam? Lin Zhengwo said. What else can we do? Respect the child's opinion. Du Yin complained. You just keep spoiling her. Lin Zhengwo said matter-of-factly. I only have one daughter. If I don't spoil her, who will I spoil? Even if she wants the stars in the sky, I'll bring her a ladder and pluck them down for her. Du Yin sneered. Now that she likes Gu Chunshi, can you make Gu Chunshi change his mind? Lin Zhengwo. He found it hard to accept that his princess-like daughter was feeling lost and depressed over someone else's brat. You're overthinking it. In my opinion, our daughter is probably just not used to being ignored. Maybe she doesn't really like Gu Chunshi. But if she really can't live without Gu Chunshi, then we, as her parents, will naturally help her. Du Yin said. How can we help? Are we supposed to tie them up and bring them to your daughter? We're not bandits. Although Lin Zhengwo didn't say anything more, he became curious about Gu Chunshi, whom he had never met before. What kind of guy could make my precious daughter so heartbroken? Lin Ranran locked herself in her room. She inexplicably dug out her chat history with Gu Chunshi again. This guy is so lazy, he never posts on WeChat moments. The profile picture is a casually taken photo of a slightly messy school desk. Lin Ranran stared at Gu Chunshi's profile picture for a long time, wondering what he was doing. Still studying? He seems to have changed. Aside from no longer revolving around himself, he seemed to have suddenly transformed into a study fanatic overnight. Lin Ranran shook her head desperately, feeling frustrated. Why am I still thinking about him? No one is perfect. She did something wrong, but she apologized and deeply reflected on her actions. Yet, he still refuses to forgive her. He's so stingy. What is there for her to care about? Lin Ranran stood up agitatedly, opened the door, and stood on the stairs, saying to Lin Zhengwo below, Dad, please ask the teacher for leave for me. She needs some peace and quiet. Since he is no longer in her world, she must try to accept it, even though it is difficult. How will you know you can't do it if you don't try? I've shed enough tears for him already. If this continues, she will become even less like herself. Perhaps, not seeing him will help me forget him quickly. Lin Ranran tried her best to forget Gu Chunshi. And we tried various methods. The first solution is to find a substitute to take his place by your side. She tried it out today, and it didn't go well. Although she kept trying to convince herself to give the boy a chance, she couldn't convince her own heart. So she had to resort to a second method, to stay away from him. As classmates, we see each other every day. How easy is it to say we should stay away? Especially when she couldn't help but keep an eye on him all the time. How can you know it won't work if you don't try? Maybe changing your mood will make you feel better. Why didn't Lin Ranran come to school today? I heard he took leave to go abroad with his dad. She has only 6 months until the college entrance exam, and she actually asked for leave to go abroad for a trip? Are you kidding me? They don't even take the college entrance exam. They go abroad to study right after graduation, and the schools have already been arranged. Besides, they own companies and come from wealthy families. They don't need to change their fate through education. If they do well in school, it's icing on the cake. If they don't, they'll still live better lives than us. Sigh. She's beautiful and comes from a good family. God is so unfair. Why did he give her all the good things? As Gu Chunshi listened to his classmates' discussions, he remembered that Lin Ranran had indeed gone abroad to study in his previous life. Zhang Shuo was loitering outside the classroom. Wang Zishan saw him and said to him in an annoyed tone, If you want to loiter around, go loiter in front of your classroom. You're going to trample down the ground in front of our classroom. Zhang Shuo, with a forced smile, grabbed him. Hey, Brother Wang, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Lin Ranran. She didn't come to school today. Wang Zishan answered his most pressing question bluntly, his face full of annoyance. Zhang Shuo immediately asked anxiously, Why didn't she come to school? Is she sick? Where does she live? Wang Zishan rolled his eyes at him. Do you think you're a walking encyclopedia? Fine, you can ask me anything, but it's 100 yuan per question. Give me the money, and I'll grant your wish. Zhang Shuo watched his retreating figure as he entered the classroom and scoffed. Don't think I don't know you're just envious and jealous. Humph. Hate is useless. The school beauty only loves me. Chapter 46. The girlfriend everyone knows. After learning that Lin Ranran was not coming today, Zhang Shuo suddenly lost all interest in the classroom of Class 7, Grade 12. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Gu Chunshi lazily walk out of the classroom and pass by him as if no one else was there. Hey Gu Chunshi, Zhang Shuo called out to him. Gu Chunshi gave him a strange look. What is it? Zhang Shuo coughed lightly. I need to solemnly remind you that I am now Lin Ranran's boyfriend. Please keep your distance from her in the future. Otherwise I would be unhappy and would take concrete action. I'm letting you know this out of consideration for our past as classmates. Gu Chunshi gave him a half smile. Was this guy taking himself a little too seriously? He carried Lin Ranran's school bag for a bit, had lunch with her, and that made him her boyfriend? You probably have some misunderstanding about what constitutes a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Gu Chunshi gave a faint hum to indicate that he understood. His pragmatism left Zhang Shuo bewildered. Hey, Gu Chunshi, are you serious? Zhang Shuo asked suspiciously. Gu Chunshi. He glanced at Zhang Shuo speechlessly, thinking to himself, if you don't trust me, why ask me this question? Gu Chunshi, as Lin Ranran's boyfriend, I demand that you promise me that you will never approach Lin Ranran again and will never have any thoughts about her again. Gu Chunshi, he said, half laughing and half crying. Zhang Shuo, please, I don't seem to have any obligation to make any promises to you. How insecure do you have to be to ask me to make this and that promise? Zhang Shuo choked. Gu Chunshi struck a chord with him. He is indeed very insecure. He knew perfectly well that Lin Ranran had not accepted him. It was merely tacit approval of his approach. He is now just like Gu Chunshi before, able to walk beside Lin Ranran, carry her school bag, and get her meals. To be honest, he was just a free servant. Being able to get close to her doesn't mean you'll eventually be accepted by her. Just look at Gu Chunshi now, and you'll see. Even though he knew the truth, he was still happy to accept it. How many boys would fight tooth and nail for such an opportunity and still not get it? Only by successfully getting close to her and gaining the opportunity to walk beside her will there be any possibility of further development. Although Gu Chunshi failed, it doesn't mean he will fail. Keep it up, Zhang Shuo. Lin Ranran is yours, and no one can take her away. Zhang Shuo secretly cheered himself on. Unfortunately, it still couldn't hide the panic and confusion in my heart. Lin Ranran used to never even glance at him, so why did she suddenly allow him to get close? This puzzled him. Perhaps it was because Gu Chun was around when Lin Ranran was in the past that he couldn't see his presence and his good qualities. Gu Chunshi ignored him and left. Zhang Shuo stood there lost in thought when suddenly his neck tightened. Zhou Xiangyu's sinister voice rang out from behind. Grandson. Zhang Shuo struggled for a moment, but failed to free the arms wrapped around his neck. He had no choice but to beg for mercy with a wry smile. Let go. Let go. You're choking me to death. Zhou Xiangyu was tall and strong. For some unknown reason, he got into a conflict with boys from other classes and won a complete victory against 5 opponents. He became famous overnight, and no one dared to mess with him. Zhou Xiangyu ignored him. Hey grandson, what were you saying to old Gu just now? Zhang Shuo knew that Zhou Xiangyu and Gu Chunshi had an extremely good relationship, so good that they were practically inseparable. He immediately realized where he had offended this scourge. It's nothing, I was just greeting him normally. Zhang Shuo weakly defended himself. Say hello? Do I need to make him promise this, or that just to say hello? Zhou Xiangyu felt that Zhang Shuo had taken him for a fool, and he was furious. If you want to be Lin Ranran's lapdog, no one will stop you, but if you ever inexplicably come looking for trouble with him in the future, I'll be the first to not let you off the hook. Zhang Shuo, a wise man, said, I understand. With brother Zhou protecting him, how could I dare to cause trouble? Zhou Xiangyu snorted coldly before letting go of him. You're smart. But I need to tell you that Lao Gu has no feelings for Lin Ranran. So if you're looking for a rival, don't look for him. Zhang Shuo asked hesitantly, really? But I remember Gu Chunshi used to like Lin Ranran a lot. How could he just stop liking her like that? Zhou Xiangyu said proudly. If my husband says he doesn't like something, he really doesn't like it. That's just how manly he is. Let me tell you the truth. Lao Gu's current girlfriend is 100 times better than Lin Ranran. Only shallow men like you would treat Lin Ranran like a treasure. Upon hearing that this guy dared to belittle his goddess, Zhang Shuo involuntarily clenched his fists. But when he saw Zhou Xiangyu's large size, he silently loosened his fist. Never mind, he told himself. A wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. But Zhou Xiangyu just said that Gu Qinshi's current girlfriend is 100 times better than Lin Ranran? You're kidding me. Putting everything else aside, Lin Ranran's looks alone surpass 90.99% of all women in the world. Zhou Xiangyu is just saying sour grapes on behalf of his brother who can't have what he wants. He would never believe, even if you beat him to death, that Gu Qinshe could find a girlfriend prettier than Lin Ranran. Gu Qinshe never dreamed that the unfounded rumor that he had a girlfriend even prettier than Lin Ranran would be spread by Zhou Xiangyu, that big mouth, and become common knowledge. As soon as he returned to the classroom, Wang Zishan shamelessly approached him. Gu Qinshe, is your girlfriend really prettier than Lin Ranran? Do you have any photos? We're all classmates, let us all see for ourselves. Gu Qinshe was completely confused. What did you say? I don't have a girlfriend. Wang Zishan said disdainfully. That's not very interesting. We all know about it now, so stop hiding it. It won't hurt you to take a look. Gu Qinshe. He glanced back at Zhou Xiangyu with a frustrated expression, thinking to himself, you bastard. We agreed not to mention this again, but you went and made it even worse, making it known to everyone. We were wondering why you suddenly stopped talking to Lin, the school beauty. Turns out you found a girlfriend who's even prettier than her. You're something else, kid. Why are you so popular with girls? Share some with the rest of us. Zhu Mingming leaned closer, her words dripping with sarcasm, her envy and jealousy bordering on insane. Ugh, how are these losers who've never even held a girl's hand supposed to feel? Gu Qinshe was speechless. He can't exactly dig out his own heart to prove he wasn't lying. Even his usually quiet desk mate, Tang Xiaoxi, asked curiously, Gu Qinshe, is that girl really that pretty? From Zhou Xiangyu's description, she looks like a fairy. Chapter 47, is he showing off? Seeing his classmates all eagerly wanting to admire his fairy-like girlfriend's stunning beauty, Gu Qinshe wished he could beat Zhou Xiangyu to death. He went to confront Zhou Xiangyu, demanding to know why he had spread rumors and caused trouble. Zhou Xiangyu, however, stated confidently, isn't it just a matter of time before your fairy-like neighbor becomes your girlfriend? So I didn't spread any rumors. Gu Qinshe sneered. What? Do you have the ability to predict the future? Then why don't you cast a divination for yourself first, and tell me when you'll be able to end your single life? Zhou Xiangyu said inexplicably, why should I end my single life? I think being single is great. No one bothers me, no one nags me, no one bothers me. I enjoy this kind of life. Gu Qinshe. Okay, I got it. You're going to spend the rest of your life playing games. Isn't it great to spend time with games? I love it. It loves me. We're mutually in love, Zhou Xiangyu said happily. God the hell they're in love. Gu Qinshe looked at Zhou Xiangyu with concern. Zhou Xiangyu touched his face blankly, then chuckled. Old Gu, have you suddenly realized I'm actually quite handsome? Handsome my foot. Gu Qinshe rolled his eyes, then said earnestly, for the sake of our brotherhood, I advise you to go to the hospital as soon as possible. Zhou Xiangyu looked completely bewildered. Why would I go to the hospital when I'm perfectly fine? Go check your brain. Gu Qinshe said irritably. Zhou Xiangyu chuckled and scolded. You old rascal. You're indirectly implying I'm not smart. The two pushed and shoved each other, making a scene. It's snowing. Someone shouted, and the friends rushed out of the classroom, peering out of the corridor windows. Really, the heavy snow was much more intense than the first snowfall of Willow Catkins. After several days of overcast skies, a heavy snow finally fell. I don't know why, but whenever winter comes, people seem to look forward to a heavy snowfall. Perhaps the pure white snowflakes can cleanse the soul, purify the world, and bring peace and tranquility to people's hearts. Some girls reached out their hands, cheering and jumping for joy as they caught the feather-like white snowflakes. As Gu Qinshe gazed at the heavy, fluffy snowflakes, he recalled a time when he was in elementary school. During the spring festival, there was a particularly heavy snowfall. After eating dumplings that evening, his father took him downstairs to build a snowman. He loved the snowman he had built. But the next day, some mischievous kid kicked off the snowman's head, leaving it a headless corpse. He was heartbroken and cried terribly. His mother couldn't comfort him no matter what she did, so she could only let him cry. She couldn't help but joke, I just hope that when your dad and I die someday, you can cry this sadly. As a result, he cried even harder. No, he doesn't want his parents to die. He wants them to live to be 100 years old. Zhou Xiangyu squeezed through. Holy crap, the snow is really heavy. Gu Qinshe. Such a beautiful scene and such interesting memories were completely ruined by this guy's words. Old Gu. Get lost, don't bother me. Zhou Xiangyu said, you're not really angry with me, are you? Actually, whether your beautiful neighbor is your girlfriend or not, it's only good for you to spread the word for her, not bad. Gu Qinshe glanced at him sideways, gritting his teeth as he said, then tell me, what good will it do me? Zhou Xiangyu started analyzing seriously, counting on his fingers. You see, Your main goal right now is to prepare well for the exam and try to get into a good university, right? Gu Chunshur nodded. Yes, but what does this have to do with you spreading rumors and causing trouble? Of course it's related, Zhou Xiangyu said with utmost seriousness. Think about it. If everyone knows you have a girlfriend, they won't have any improper thoughts about you. That way, you can focus on preparing for the exam. Zhou Xiangyu's words seemed to make sense at first glance, but Gu Chunshur knew his own limitations. He wasn't a heartthrob. No matter what you say, you're right. Gu Chunshur sneered. Zhou Xiangyu smiled and put his arm around his shoulder. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. I'll treat you to chicken legs for lunch. At this moment, Gu Chunshur never dreamed that Zhou Xiangyu was such a jinx, his words actually coming true. The snow didn't stop until school was over. The entire earth was covered in a blanket of white snow, creating a unique, pure white world. Gu Chunshur followed the crowd toward the school gate, when he was suddenly bumped into. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. The girl who bumped into him quickly apologized. Just as Gu Chunshur was about to say it was okay, he suddenly realized something was wrong. The boys around him turned their eyes into tiny knives, sniping at him. Gu Chunshur. The girl said apologetically. I'm sorry, Gu Chunshur. I didn't mean to bump into you. Are you alright? Gu Chunshur looked at the bright and beautiful girl in front of him. If he remembered correctly, this girl seemed to be a student in class 2 of the 3rd year of high school. They usually had no interaction. Besides coveting Lin Ranran's beauty, some of the boys in their class, knowing they had no chance of winning the school beauty's heart, wisely set their sights on the beauties in other classes. This girl is one of the girls those guys often talk about. What's her name again? Gu Chunshur thought about it carefully, and then he remembered. Her name was Yin Yin. The boys around them must be jealous of their intimate contact just now. Gu Chunshur said, it's nothing. In winter, people wear many layers of clothing, so even if they knock him to the ground, he won't get hurt. Yin Yin raised her hand and tucked a stray hair behind her ear. To express my apology, how about I treat you to milk tea later? Gu Chunshur. Didn't I just say it was nothing? Did she not hear me, or what? But seriously, what's with the girl behind? Yin smiling so ambiguously. If you don't say anything, that means you agree. Yin smiled shyly. Let's go. The girls behind her, presumably her classmates and best friends, giggled and said to Yin Yin, good luck. Gu Chunshur. What kind of oil should I use? Wang Zishan, Zhu Mingming, and other male classmates looked at Gu Chunshur with envious, jealous, and hateful eyes, wishing they could devour him alive. Why is this guy so lucky with women? Why? I'm so angry. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Gu Chunshur couldn't hear the heart-wrenching cries of a miserable single man at all. He glanced at Yin with a puzzled look, and then said, I'm fine. I don't need the milk tea. After saying that, he ignored Yin's strange expression and walked straight ahead. Wang Zishan, Zhu Mingming, and the others looked at each other, wondering if this guy was genuinely clueless or just showing off. It's obvious that the girl is using this as an excuse to pursue him. Chapter 48, I was confessed to. Yin was dumbfounded when she saw Gu Chun walking forward on his own. Am I being too reserved? He's so adorably silly. He's handsome and adorably naive, just my type. Yin suddenly smiled and strode after him. Wang Zishan gritted his teeth and said, I'm here tonight to prepare the sacks. Who wants to join us? Zhu Mingming immediately raised her hand to sign up. Me. Me too. Many boys around responded enthusiastically. At this moment, someone sneered and poured cold water on the idea. Even if I handed you the sack right now, you wouldn't dare to put it over Gu Chunshur's head even if you had 100 lives. The one who poured cold water on things was Zhang Shua. Who doesn't know that Gu Chunshur and Zhou Xiangyu are best buddies? And who doesn't know that Zhou Xiangyu is a legend who can take on 5 opponents at once? If they dare to put a sack over Gu Chunshur's head, wouldn't that be tantamount to declaring war on Zhou Xiangyu? Wang Zishan and Zhu Mingming exchanged a glance, then pounced on Zhang Shua, who had made sarcastic remarks. Damn it, I don't dare to put his head in his pocket, but I dare to hit you now. Damn it, you dare to steal our school beauty, I'll beat you to death. Zhang Shua screamed repeatedly. Yin caught up with Gu Chunshur not far from the school gate. Gu Chunshur, why are you walking so fast? Wait for me. She ran breathlessly to Gu Chunshur's side. Gu Chunshur said helplessly, didn't I already say that I'm fine, and you've already apologized to me? This matter is settled, and you don't need to buy milk tea to apologize to me anymore. Yin pouted. What, if I don't apologize to you? I can't treat you to milk tea. Gu Chunshur then belatedly realized what was going on. He was utterly astonished. Could it be true, as they say, that he's finally having a lucky streak with women? This girl likes him? But Gu Chunshur pretended to be confused and said, thank you, but no thanks. I don't like milk tea. Yin walked closely beside him, and to others, They looked like a loving young couple. Gu Chun instinctively moved to the side to create some distance between himself and Yin Yan, but Yin Yan pressed on relentlessly, eventually forcing him to the curb. Yin Yan's eyes sparkled like autumn waves as she said coquettishly, "Why are you avoiding me? I'm not a female monster. I can't eat you." Gu Chunshire had no choice but to stop. Yin Yan looked at him with undisguised love in her eyes. "Gu Chunshire, I like you. Let's be together." Gu Chunshire was taken aback by her boldness and almost choked on his own saliva. You don't have to give me an answer right away," Yin Yan said shyly. "I can wait for you for 3 days." Gu Chunshire smiled awkwardly but politely. "Thank you, but—" Yin Yan interrupted him directly, stopping him from continuing. "I said I need your answer in 3 days. You can reply to me in 3 days. There's no need to tell me in such a hurry now." Gu Chunshire thought that if he really waited 3 days to give an answer, his relationship with Yin Yan would inevitably be ambiguous during those 3 days, which he didn't like. No need to wait 3 days. Although he may seem somewhat cold-hearted now, indecisiveness will inevitably lead to chaos. "I'm sorry, the college entrance exam is just around the corner, and I need to focus on preparing for it, so I won't consider anything unrelated to the exam," Gu Chunshire said earnestly. Yin Yan said, "Are you worried that I'll interfere with your studies? I can guarantee that after we get together, I will improve together with you and will definitely not hold you back." As she spoke, she blinked her eyes and made a cute, adorable expression. "Gu Chunshire, I will definitely keep my word. You don't need to worry about that at all." Gu Chunshire, what's wrong with this girl? He's only using exam preparation as an excuse to save her face. Wasn't his tactful way of putting it clear enough? The main problem is that he doesn't like her. He had heard about Yin Yan's reputation before. She's a very lively and outgoing girl. I heard she's quite adventurous and outgoing, and a bit of a social butterfly. She may be a good person, but she's not Gu Chunshire's type. He rejected a girl who bravely confessed her feelings. Although it was cruel, he couldn't sacrifice his own feelings just to save face for the girl. Yin Yan pouted, a little displeased. "Hey, you probably still can't let go of Lin Ranran, right? I really don't understand you guys. What's so great about her?" Gu Chunshire said, "We're talking about the two of us now. Can we not mention other people?" Yin Yan snorted coldly, her previous shy and cute expression gone. "What's wrong? Did I hit a sore spot? You really enjoy being her lapdog? How shameless. A guy like you deserves to be a lapdog for life." Gu Chunshire looked at her calmly. I could clearly see the undisguised contempt on her face. As expected, this girl was not suitable for him at all. Gu Chunshire had initially felt a little guilty for rejecting her without thinking, but now, that little bit of guilt vanished in an instant. Yin Yan's words were very harsh. To put it more seriously, they violated someone's dignity. Of course, Gu Chunshire has now realized his mistake and withdrawn from Lin Ranran's sycophantic army. Even if others bring up his past as a sycophant, he can simply laugh it off. However, this does not mean that Yin Yan's words were not excessive. Gu Chunshire's expression remained calm, but his eyes suddenly turned cold. Although the girl was indeed beautiful, at this moment, Gu Chunshire didn't even find a toad pleasing to the eye. "Have you finished? Then I want you to understand one thing. No matter whose lapdog I am, I will never be your lapdog." Gu Chunshire turned and left. Actually, those words were a bit too harsh for a girl. Anyone with a shred of shame would probably turn around and leave in tears. However, Gu Chunshire underestimated how thick-skinned Yin Yan was. Yin Yan stared at his retreating figure, stomping her feet in anger. "Gu Chunshire, I can tell you with absolute certainty right now. If you miss out on me, you'll never find a girl as good as me again." Gu Chunshire turned around. "Please, who gave you that confidence? Sometimes being overconfident is a problem that needs to be addressed." Gu Chunshire. Yin Yan chased after him angrily. "I'm giving you one more chance. Will you agree to be with me or not? If I turn around and leave today, it will be too late for you to regret it later. I told you, you'll never find a girl as good as me again." Just as Gu Chunshire was about to lose his temper and deliver a harsh rebuke to this inexplicably confident girl, a soft voice suddenly called his name. "Gu Chunshire." Gu Chunshire looked in the direction of the sound. Under the dim streetlights, amidst the swirling snow, a girl stood beside a telephone pole, holding a transparent umbrella. "It's as beautiful as a painting. I don't know how long she's been standing there. How much more did we see and hear?" Yin Yan stared at the girl. She considered herself one of the most beautiful women, no less so than Lin Ranran. Those boys must be blind to have chosen Lin Ranran as the school beauty. But now, looking at the girl standing there, I suddenly felt ashamed of myself, and a feeling called inferiority quietly arose. Chapter 49, A Girl Like a Fairy. For a moment, Yin Yan forgot about her unpleasantness with Gu Chunshire and couldn't help but ask, "Gu Chunshire, who is she?" She might be unwilling to accept that Lin Ranran was more beautiful than her, but after seeing this girl, she truly felt ashamed of herself. Because this girl looks so clean and pure. They looked like elves who had stepped out of the snow. Gu Chunshi ignored her and walked straight toward the telephone pole. He had never felt so healed by Xiao Yu's smile before. It instantly healed the psychological trauma he had just suffered from being relentlessly harassed by a female hooligan. He asked softly, "Why are you here? Where's my mom? I think she's working the night shift today." As Xiao Yu handed him a scarf, she replied, "Yes, and he went to work the night shift. I heard her say this morning that you left in a hurry and forgot to wear a scarf. I happened to be out running errands, so I took a detour and stopped by to bring you a scarf and an umbrella." Gu Chunshi took the scarf and wrapped it around his neck twice, instantly feeling much warmer. Bang! Xiao Yu opened the other umbrella in her hand and handed it to Gu Chunshi. The two walked past Yin Yin as if no one else was there. As they passed each other, Xiao Yu gave Yin Yin a cold glance. Yin Yin met her gaze and inexplicably flinched. Yin Yin was a little confused. She doesn't look very old, so why should I be afraid of her? As Xiao Yu walked, she asked in a low voice, "Is she your classmate? I saw you were wearing the same school uniform." Gu Chunshi said irritably, "What classmate? She's a lunatic." After a long while, when he didn't hear any response from Xiao Yu, Gu Chunshi became uneasy. Could it be that he scared her off with his rudeness? Just as I was thinking this, Xiao Yu spoke up. "At school, you have to face all sorts of classmates every day. Do you find it interesting, or do you find it annoying?" Gu Chunshi sighed as he thought of her unusual living conditions. She never experienced even a single day of the ordinary life that almost every child goes through. Isn't that a regret in her life? It's just so-so. Most of the time it's pretty boring, but of course, there are happy times too. Was that girl confessing her feelings to you? Xiao Yu thought for a moment and couldn't help but ask. She and Gu Chunshi have gradually become familiar with each other, and she will naturally ask questions when she encounters something she is curious about. Gu Chunshi's face darkened at the thought of Yin Yin. What confession? I'm not worthy of it, hey, watch out. As they walked toward the platform, Xiao Yu slipped, but Gu Chun reacted quickly and immediately reached out to pull her back. As they suddenly approached each other, their umbrellas collided. Xiao Yu's body tilted towards Gu Chunshi under Gu Chunshi's force, and a moment later, a refreshing fragrance wafted over. At this moment, Gu Chunshi felt a sudden unease, wondering what brand of shampoo or laundry detergent she was using. "It smells so good." Xiao Yu, still shaken, thanked him. The platform was packed with people, mostly high school students. Their appearance immediately caused a stir among the crowd. "Hey look, isn't that Gu Chunshi from class 7 of senior 3? Yes, it's him. Who's that girl next to him? I've never seen her at school before. She shouldn't be a student at our school, right? Look, she's not wearing a school uniform. She has such a great presence, she looks like a celebrity." Thanks to Lin Ranran, the low-key Gu Chunshi became known to many people at school. They chattered back and forth, and since the station was so small and empty, their conversation reached Gu Chunshi and Xiao Yu's ears intermittently. Xiao Yu remained silent. Although she doesn't care much about her appearance, she knows from other people's comments that she is pretty good-looking. In fact, the amazed looks and heartfelt compliments on her appearance from others make her feel overwhelmed. This might be because she didn't have much contact with the outside world since she was a child. She was particularly afraid of being the center of attention, but today, perhaps because Gu Chunshi was by her side, she didn't feel uneasy at all. Gu Chunshi originally intended to pretend he hadn't heard the discussions, but when some inappropriate speculations came, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. "Is she Gu Chunshi's girlfriend?" "I think so. I heard from Zhou Xiangyu that Gu Chunshi found a girlfriend who is even prettier than Lin Ranran. I thought he was just bragging for Gu Chunshi, but I didn't expect it to be true. But I have to say, they look really good together." Gu Chunshi. Why are these people so bored? Why waste your limited energy on gossip and on irrelevant people? He was afraid that Xiao Yu would feel uncomfortable hearing these rumors, so he whispered to her. "They're just being nosy. Just pretend you can't hear them." Xiao Yu gave a faint but secretly pricked up her ears to listen to their discussion. When they talk about Gu Chunshi, they always like to mention a girl named Lin Ranran. Is she Gu Chunshi's classmate? It sounds like her relationship with Gu Chunshi is quite unusual. Among the crowd, a boy stared at Xiao Yu with amazement. This boy is Zhang Shua. Gu Chunshi and Zhang Shua were not in the same class, but they could talk to each other because they waited for the same bus at almost the same time every day. Zhang Shua couldn't see Xiao Yu's face. However, it's not hard to tell from Xiao Yu's temperament that she is an outstanding beauty. Listening to the other students' discussions, he felt a mix of emotions. It turns out that what Zhou Xiangyu said was true. Gu Chunshi really does have a beautiful girlfriend. So, it wasn't that Lin Ranran wouldn't allow him to continue standing beside her, but rather that he didn't want it anymore. To be honest, Zhang Shua was slightly shocked after learning the truth. He thought it was his charm that had defeated Gu Chunshi, and he was quite pleased with himself for it. But now it seems that's not the case. Thinking back on the warning I gave Gu Chunshur today, I felt like a ridiculous clown. By the way, it seems that Yin Yin from class 2 was going to confess to Gu Chunshur after school today. Looks like my confession failed. Unexpectedly, even Yin has her share of setbacks. During her 2.5 years of high school, Yin dated several boyfriends. She has one peculiar trait. She doesn't even glance at any of the men who pursue her. She has dated several boyfriends, and she pursued and won them all herself. Then, after dating for a while, they get tired of each other and dump each other. Despite her less than stellar reputation, she has never failed when she takes action. The main reason, of course, is that she is too beautiful. Zhang Shuo thought for a moment, and then a few people gathered around, smiling as they greeted Gu Chunshur. Hi, Gu Chunshur. Gu Chunshur glanced at him, which was enough to acknowledge him. They meet here every day, at most exchanging a nod. When Xiaoyu heard someone greeting Gu Chunshur, she subconsciously looked over at that person. Xiaoyu was wearing a scarf, with a third of her face hidden inside, but her large, clear black and white eyes still made Zhang Shuo gasp. He couldn't help but recall Zhou Xianyu's words. Old Gu's girlfriend is as beautiful as a fairy. Chapter 50 Being fed by Xiaoyu. In the cold winter, everyone's clothing is pretty much the same. A bulky down jacket, scarf, and hat. Fully armed from head to toe. They wish they could cover up all their skin completely. The girl standing next to Gu Chunshur was also dressed in the same outfit, but strangely, she didn't give off a bulky feeling. Instead, she exuded an ethereal aura that was not to be underestimated. Ah, fairies, aren't they supposed to be ethereal and otherworldly? She was indeed no worse than Lin Ranran. But Lin Ranran was Zhang Shuo's goddess after all, and he couldn't admit that Lin Ranran was worse than other girls. If he had to make a comparison, he would say they were evenly matched, neither better than the other. The saying goes that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. If it were someone else, they would probably think that Xiaoyu was better. Her otherworldly temperament is not something that can be possessed simply by being pretty. The train slowly came to a stop in front of the platform. The crowd surged forward, jostling and pushing their way in. When everyone had almost boarded, Gu Chunshur called to Xiaoyu, put away his umbrella, and then took a long stride to get on the bus first. He turned around and reached out to pull Xiaoyu up, swiping her student card twice. The first version was my own, the second version was Xiaoyu's. The bus was packed with people, there were no seats left. Gu Chunshur walked to the back door and got off the bus, holding onto the handrail. Xiaoyu naturally walked to his side. Besides students, there were also many members of the public on this bus. This bus was packed with people. Gu Chunshur shielded Xiaoyu in front of him to prevent others from crowding her. Visually, it looked as if Xiaoyu was being held in his arms. Xiaoyu's face was turned towards the bus window. When she saw Gu Chunshur's profile reflected in the glass, she felt inexplicably flustered. They were standing way too close. She was so close that she could smell the pine scent of the laundry detergent on him. Refreshing and clean. The bus had its heater on, and with so many people, the swaying motion as it started made it hard not to feel drowsy. Fortunately, the journey wasn't long, and we arrived at the station quickly. Just like when he got in the car, Gu Chunshur got out first, and then carefully helped Xiaoyu up, afraid that she would slip and fall. The two walked side by side, each holding an umbrella, on their way back. The crisp, cool air was filled with the aroma of food wafting from some window. Children, accompanied by their parents, were enthusiastically building snowmen by the roadside. Have you ever built a snowman? Gu Chunshur asked abruptly. Xiaoyu shook her head. I had never seen snow before I came to this city. Gu Chunshur had never asked her which city she used to live in, but from this one sentence, he could tell that she used to live in a southern city. It's a pity I have too much homework, otherwise I could take you to build a snowman in the courtyard of the community, Gu Chunshur said regretfully. It's okay, there will be other opportunities in the future. Yes, they have a long road ahead of them, and they will have opportunities in the future. Their home is on the 4th floor. After climbing upstairs, Gu Chunshur habitually took out his keys, and then mentally considered what to eat for dinner. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu extended an invitation to him. Come to my place for dinner tonight. I've already prepared it. Gu Chunshur was startled. Huh? You afraid to eat it? Xiaoyu asked hesitantly. Gu Chunshur hurriedly waved his hands. No. Xiaoyu smiled and said, that's fine then. You go home and put your school bag down first, and I'll go get the rice. Gu Chunshur opened the door in a daze, put down his school bag, stared blankly for a moment, and then came out in a daze. He only realized what was happening when he sat down at his neighbor's dining table. What goes around comes around. Xiaoyu, who used to be fed by their family, is now the one feeding them. How should I put it? It's a bit of a strange feeling. I hope what she cooks is like the egg pancakes she made that morning. It may not look appealing, but it must be edible. This is important, extremely important. Because if the food she cooked was really bad, Gu Chunshur would be too embarrassed to show it in front of her. That means he's bound to have a very painful meal. However, the faint aroma of rice in the air offered him some comfort. Even if the food is bad, as long as the rice is cooked, there's no problem. Do you need my help? He felt it would be impolite to just sit and wait, so he stood up and walked towards the kitchen. No need, just sit there and wait. Xiao Yu refused outright, insisting on giving him VIP treatment. So Gu Chunshur didn't insist, and casually turned his head to look around. This wasn't his first time here. He used to play here often when Grandma Li lived at home. When he was a child, his parents were busy with work, so Grandma Li took special care of him for a period of time, and he is very familiar with everything here. However, since Xiao Yu moved here, the layout of this place has changed somewhat. For example, curtains with simple and fresh patterns, cute little ornaments on the table, and pure white sheets and duvet covers on the bed. As a boy, it's impolite of him to casually look into other girls' bedrooms. It wasn't that he intentionally wanted to see, but Xiao Yu's bedroom door was open, and he easily caught a glimpse of it with a casual glance. The apartment has 2 bedrooms and a living room. The other room must be her studio. Xiao Yu set the food on the table one by one, and then said to Gu Chunshur, "All right, let's eat." Gu Chunshur's gaze fell on the table, and he was startled again. There were 2 bowls of rice, one for each of them. 2 plates, one with stir-fried mushrooms and greens, and the other with stir-fried spicy chicken. And just looking at it makes my mouth water. Xiao Yu said somewhat embarrassedly, "I haven't learned many dishes, so there will only be 2 dishes tonight." Gu Chunshur asked incredulously, "This dish, are you sure it wasn't brought from a restaurant?" Xiao Yu didn't immediately understand the meaning behind his words and said somewhat blankly, "No, I burned it." "You're amazing." Gu Chunshur gave her a thumbs up. These 2 dishes alone don't look like something a novice would make. Even Gu Chunshur, who often cooks, couldn't create such a visually appealing and delicious dish. It looks good, and it should taste good too. He was surprised. Could it be that Xiao Yu, who never lifts a finger in the kitchen, has been possessed by a culinary god? Gu Chunshur's impression of her cooking skills was still that of a terrible egg pancake, so he was amazed when he saw these 2 dishes that were practically perfect. "I followed the tutorial online. Why don't you try it and see how it is?" "Okay, I'll try it." Gu Chunshur picked up his chopsticks and started picking at the stir-fried mushrooms and greens. Xiao Yu stared at him intently, looking extremely nervous. Not bad. This one is good too." Throughout the meal, the 2 sentences Gu Chunshur uttered most often were the 2 sentences mentioned above. And everything he said was the truth. There was absolutely no element of comfort in it. He had to admit, Xiao Yu was truly possessed by the god of cookery. Chapter 51, A Genius Girl with Amazing Bones. In the north, there is central heating in winter. But this is an old residential area without central heating, so they have to use air conditioning to keep warm. It was very warm as soon as you entered Xiao Yu's place, so the air conditioner must have been on for a long time and hadn't been turned off. Gu Chunshur silently calculated her living expenses. Even if she lives alone, rent, utilities, and living expenses still add up to a considerable amount of money. Perhaps her past life had left her with little concept of money, but now that she is self-reliant, Gu Chunshur feels it is necessary to remind her from time to save money and not to buy unnecessary things, such as the nearly 2,000 yuan sweater he gave to his mother. It is worth mentioning that after Xiao Yu left the home of her nominal maternal grandmother, who was actually her paternal grandmother, she never spent a penny of her biological father's money. If someone argues that her travel expenses weren't paid for by her biological father, no, that's not true. Before Xiao Yu learned that her maternal grandmother was actually her paternal grandmother, she had already earned a little money by taking on paintings and commissions online. Even when she left, she was wearing clothes she had bought online with her own money. Although blood ties cannot be severed, she cut off everything else that could be severed and distanced herself from it. Xiao Yu has a small appetite, just as Jinglan said, like feeding a cat. At this moment, she took off her black down jacket, revealing a casual apricot-colored sweater underneath. She rested her elbows on the table, propped her chin on her hand, and wore a faint, satisfied smile. Gu Chunshur could interpret her satisfaction as stemming from his affirmation of her cooking skills and the fact that he enjoyed the meal. As a result, Gu Chunshur, who was being fed, felt inexplicably satisfied and very comfortable. Seeing that he had finished eating, Xiao Yu quickly asked, "Do you want to eat more? There's still rice in the pot." Gu Chunshur waved his hand. "I'm not eating anymore. My stomach is about to burst." He wasn't just being polite. He ate 2 full bowls of rice. At 18 years old, the young man is still growing. With heavy schoolwork and late dismissal, he is often already starving before school is even over. However, he can only eat 1.5 bowls of rice at most. He ate 2 full bowls of rice at Xiao Yu's place today. How could he not be full? Gu Chunshur's gaze fell on Xiao Yu's wrist, which was supporting her chin. The sweater cuffs had slipped down slightly, revealing a small section that looked like white jade. Very slender. Gu Chunshur couldn't help but recall the feeling of gripping her wrist in the mall a couple of days ago. It felt as if it would break with the slightest pressure. How's your novel coming along? Do you have many readers, and what's the feedback like? They no longer felt awkward having nothing to say when they were alone together. They can sit face to face in a relaxed and pleasant manner, just like any other friends, and chat casually. Xiao Yu said somewhat shyly. The word count isn't too high right now, around 70,000 or 80,000 words. The feedback has been pretty good, but I don't know what level this is in the online novel category, since it's my first time writing. Gu Chunshur encouraged her. Everything is difficult at the beginning, but once you get off to a good start, you'll be able to do just fine. As he spoke, his gaze fell on the food he had finished eating. It's just like learning to cook. Look, it's only been a few days, but your dishes are already at the level of a 5-star chef. Xiao Yu humbly replied, I can only cook a few simple dishes at the moment, and I'm still far from being a true master. Gu Chunshur changed the subject to her novel. When can I have the chance to read your masterpiece? Let's wait a bit. I haven't achieved anything yet. When I get good results and earn money, I'll definitely show it off to you and Annie. Gu Chunshur laughed and said, Okay, I'll wait. That day should come soon. Afterwards, they had a disagreement about who should wash the dishes. Xiao Yu believed that this was her territory, and she should act as a host and treat Gu Chunshur as an honored guest, and not make him do the dishes and wash the pots. Gu Chunshur retorted with reason and evidence. Weren't you a guest at my house too? But you always insisted on paying the bill. Xiao Yu couldn't argue with him, so she could only watch helplessly as he neatly cleared the table and carried the dishes into the kitchen. They are different. Xiao Yu listened to the sizzling sounds coming from the kitchen and thought silently. To you, I may seem like an abrupt intruder, but you are an indispensable light in my life. Can you be the same? After eating and drinking his fill, Gu Chunshur went home to do his homework. Jinglan returned home at 9:30, and Xiao Yu promptly brought her the meal he had prepared in advance. Jinglan was so surprised and excited that she almost cried. After tasting Xiao Yu's cooking, she was just as shocked as Gu Chunshur, exclaiming that Xiao Yu had extraordinary talent and was a genius. When Gu Chunshur, who was doing his homework at his desk, heard his mother use the fashionable phrase, extraordinary bone structure, to praise Xiao Yu, he couldn't help but smile. However, he felt that his mother's description of extraordinary bone structure was quite apt. Xiao Yu's physique is indeed quite remarkable. Could she be a genius girl who can learn anything? Thinking of this, Gu Chunshur couldn't help but wonder if his mother would feed him and his mother dinner when she worked the night shift. He remembered that when Xiao Yu decided to learn to cook, she said that she would cook for them in the future. It's fine to let him eat it once or twice, but I feel a little embarrassed if he eats it often. You see, when Xiao Yu eats at their house, it's just her eating alone, but if she were to cook for them, she'd have to cook for at least 2 people. If this continues, isn't she taking advantage of them? The next day, as soon as Gu Chunshur arrived at school, he was harassed by a girl. Gu Chunshur, who was always polite and refined, had a cold face and wouldn't even glance at her. Oh, this girl is Yan Yan, the one who said he was shameless yesterday. Yan Yan approached him enthusiastically, greeting him as if they had known each other for ages. Seeing that Gu Chunshur was ignoring her, she pouted and said, Hey, are you still angry with me? You're so petty. Gu Chunshur stopped and turned to look at her. I already rejected you yesterday, but you still came crawling back today. Aren't you shameless? Yan Yan's face turned green. What did you just say to me? Gu Chunshur chuckled mockingly. What? You also find those words offensive? I was just slightly rephrasing what you said about me yesterday and returning it to you, and you can't handle it? Yan Yan retorted angrily. How can you talk to me the same way? You're a boy. How can you be so petty? Gu Chunshur snorted coldly. Please, how long have we been chanting the slogan of gender equality? If you want to gain respect from others, you must first learn to respect them. Yan Yan. His argument was so logical and well-founded that she was speechless. Yes, if you don't respect others, why should they respect you? But she used to say that to those annoying guys around her, and those guys never had any objections. Chapter 52 The Truth You Want. Yan Yan suddenly realized that the reason those boys were tolerant was because they were pursuing her, so they could tolerate all her temper tantrums. Gu Chunshur's small-mindedness stems from his dislike of her, which naturally prevents him from indulging her. Yan Yan was extremely depressed. She began to have deep doubts about her personal charm. She has never failed in pursuing boys. Is she going to break her record of being the best this time with Gu Chunshur? Yan Yan became annoyed. She boasted to her best friend that she would definitely win over Gu Chunshur. If she fails this time, she'll lose face big time. Yan Yan's eyes darted around slightly, and her face immediately adopted a weak and pitiful expression. Gu Chunshur, I really like you. Gu Chenshi walked straight ahead, ignoring her completely. I'm sorry, I apologize to you, okay? I was wrong yesterday. I shouldn't have attacked you personally. Yan Yan quickly chased after her. Gu Chenshi scoffed. What kind of apology is this? It has no sincerity whatsoever. Yan Yan went all out and shouted at his retreating figure. I'm sorry, Gu Chenshi, I was wrong. Please forgive me, okay? It was a bit early, and there weren't many students at the school, but Yan Yan's loud apology still startled a few students nearby. Confused, they all looked over, their faces full of gossip. Gu Chenshi remained unmoved and continued walking forward. He has long legs and walks fast. Yan Yan had to jog to barely catch up with him. Please forgive me this time, since I sincerely apologize. I promise I will never say such hurtful things again. Yan Yan spoke with a slight breath, her tone sincere. Gu Chenshi still ignored her. He had witnessed firsthand how shameless this girl was, and knew that once he struck up a conversation with her, she would relentlessly pester him, which was incredibly annoying. Lin Ranran and Jing Shu walked into the campus side by side. Jing Shu glanced casually ahead and asked in surprise, Isn't that Gu Chenshi? The girl next to him looks like Yan Yan from class 2. Lin Ranran looked over subconsciously, and it really was. She noticed that Gu Chenshi was walking straight towards the teaching building without looking to either side. Yan Yan, like a persistent leech, followed closely behind, while a coquettish smile on her face as she spoke to Gu Chenshi. Lin Ranran suddenly felt unwell. Gu Chenshi didn't seem to want to pay attention to her, so how could she be so shameless as to approach him? Since I genuinely like you, won't you consider giving me a chance? Yan Yan pouted and looked aggrieved. Gu Chenshi finally spoke. I heard that many boys like you. Have you given them all a chance? Yan Yan. Just then, a boy nearby overheard their conversation and teased the disgruntled Yan Yan, saying, Yan Yan, Gu Chenshi's girlfriend is like a fairy descended from heaven. Forget about it. Why don't you consider me instead? Normally, the feisty Yan Yan would have stood up defiantly with her hands on her hips and accused them of bragging. A fairy descended to earth? Bah, I'm a fairy. However, after seeing the girl who gave Gu Chenshi the umbrella yesterday, Yan Yan couldn't be arrogant anymore. That girl is actually Gu Chenshi's girlfriend. Why didn't she think of this before? Perhaps subconsciously, she felt that if Gu Chenshi had such a beautiful girlfriend, would it still be necessary for him to be Lin Ranran's lapdog? Yan Yan was somewhat unwilling. The girl who brought you the umbrella yesterday, is she really your girlfriend? Of course it's true. Otherwise, in this freezing snow, who would go out of their way to deliver an umbrella? The boy acted as if he were Gu Chenshi's spokesperson, eagerly answering questions. Yan Yan rolled her eyes at him. I was talking to him, did I ask you? However, she had wisely decided not to have any other thoughts about Gu Chenshi. Because she could sense that Gu Chenshi truly had no interest in her whatsoever, why should she continue to humiliate herself in front of him? As for the face I might lose in front of my best friend. Ah, he has a girlfriend, and they have a great relationship. How could I be a third party who interferes in someone else's relationship? Yes, very good. That's a very good reason. Yan Yan found her own way out and stopped bothering Gu Chenshi, but speaking of which, she hadn't realized Gu Chenshi was so cool before. The sooner you find out, the sooner you can make your move. Before he gets a girlfriend, maybe you can succeed. Her shoelaces came undone, so she squatted down to tie them. As she stood up after tying them, two girls walked past her. Yan Yan subconsciously looked over and saw Lin Ranran, whom she resented. In her eyes, Lin Ranran was too good at pretending, and those boys were too stupid. Lin Ranran's pretty face was tense, like a proud peacock, as she brushed past Yan Yan without looking to the side. Both are beautiful women, but since the title of school beauty went to Lin Ranran, Yan Yan seems to have become Lin Ranran's defeated opponent without her even realizing it. When Lin Ranran is with her, she unconsciously feels that she is superior to her. Yan Yan watched her retreating figure, rolled her eyes disdainfully, and scoffed. However, despite seemingly winning her contest with Yan Yan, Lin Ranran is currently in a terrible mood. Jing Shu saw this and felt a mix of emotions. That day, Jing Shu finally learned the real reason for their falling out from Gu Chenshi. Gu Chenshi said that Lin Ranran threw the birthday present he gave her into the trash can. Jing Shu immediately expressed her doubt. How is that possible? Just 2 days ago, Ranran was wearing the scarf you gave her, showing that she really liked it. Gu Chenshi said, I retrieved the scarf I gave her from the trash can, and it's in my closet now. The one she's wearing isn't the one I gave her. Jing Shu expressed doubt. Are you saying that Ranran is lying? Gu Chenshi countered. So you mean I'm lying right now? I know you and she have a good relationship, and I understand that you don't believe me. But everything I say is the truth you want to know. At this moment, Jing Shu looked at Lin Ranran and thought to herself, Ranran, you're not that kind of person, are you? But if you really do that, what right do you have to ask Gu Chenshi to like you as usual? And I can no longer stand by your side, and support you unconditionally as I used to. Personally, Jingshu was 100 times unwilling to believe that Lin Ranran was the kind of person who would casually trample on other people's sincerity. But at the same time, she had to admit that Gu Chunshi didn't seem to be talking nonsense. We've been classmates for 2.5 years, so we know each other's character to some extent. She felt that Gu Chunshi wasn't that kind of person. Otherwise, among Lin Ranran's many suitors, she wouldn't have favored Gu Chunshi the most. Chapter 53. It turns out she couldn't do it. Jingshu couldn't believe that her best friend was someone who would so easily trample on other people's sincerity. But then I felt that Gu Chunshi was a man of integrity who couldn't possibly lie. The dilemma she now faces is whether she should firmly believe her best friend or choose to believe Gu Chunshi's words. Ugh, this feels so difficult. Perhaps there's some misunderstanding? However, she raised this possibility at the time, but Gu Chunshi told her with certainty that there was no misunderstanding. Lin Ranran's gaze unconsciously followed the dashing and handsome figure in front of her. Old Gu, wait for me. Zhou Xiangyu's voice came from behind. When Gu Chunshi turned around to look at Zhou Xiangyu, he also saw them. With a blank expression, Lin Ranran nodded at them, then suddenly realized that she had gone against her own heart again. He's still the same as before, completely ignoring me. How could she not know that his nod and greeting just now, which seemed to be directed at the two of them, was actually just a greeting to Jingshu? His eyes swept over me without lingering. Gu Chunshi turned around to face them and stopped in place to wait for Zhou Xiangyu. Lin Ranran was feeling depressed. She should be used to his indifference by now, shouldn't she? She's trying hard to get used to his indifference. During the 2 days she spent abroad with her father to relax, she looked at the foreign scenery and thought things through very clearly. Life is short, so enjoy it while you can. If some people are destined to be just passers-by in her life, then let them go. Since they don't miss you, why should you miss them? Lin Ranran thought she had figured it out. Although she was in the wrong first, no one is perfect, and who can guarantee that they will never make a mistake in their entire life? Gu Chunshi, since you're determined to leave my world, then do as you please. There are so many people who can't wait to squeeze into my world to get my attention, so what difference does it make if you're one less? Lin Ranran thought that after spending 2 days, she could finally face his indifference with equanimity. But when she faced Gu Chen again, she was furious to find that she hadn't done it. When she discovers that a girl is eyeing him, she gets furious, as if her treasure is being coveted and tried to be stolen. She still felt heartbroken when Gu Chunshi ignored her. Jingshu watched as she watched Gu Chunshi pretend to be indifferent, even though she clearly cared a lot. This reminded her of her previous conversation with Gu Chunshi. I felt a little hesitant. Lin Ranran is such a proud person. If she really did nothing wrong, would he silently bear the injustice alone when she was wronged? Of course not. So the answer seems obvious. What Gu Chunshi said was the answer. Jingshu sighed. Ranran, how could you be so reckless? You can lose anything, but you can't lose the love someone has for you. Just like that pink scarf that Gu Chunshi picked up and took home. Once it's lost, it can never be found again. Gu Chunshi became the focus of the entire class. The news that he is dating a goddess-like girlfriend has been confirmed by everyone. Gu Chunshi, let's see how you try to deny it now. Yesterday, your goddess girlfriend came to bring you an umbrella, and many people saw it. You're so stingy. We just want to see the photos, but you won't let us. Are you afraid we'll steal them? Everyone chimed in with their own opinions, some envious, some jealous. Someone is looking for burlap sacks again. While everyone else is still miserable being single, why is he surrounded by beautiful women, and all of them are top-notch beauties? Gu Chunshi wasn't used to being the center of attention. He twitched his lips, knowing that he was now in a situation he couldn't clear his name no matter what. Hopefully, Xiaoyu won't blame him when she finds out. The noisy classroom quieted down briefly after Lin Ranran's arrival. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Lin Ranran carried a hint of watching the spectacle. Everyone knows that Gu Chunshi used to like Lin Ranran, and many people thought that he would eventually win the heart of the school beauty. But to their surprise, they suddenly found that, for some reason, they had stopped having any contact with each other. Rather than believing that Gu Chunshi abandoned Lin Xiaohua, many people think that Gu Chunshi confessed his feelings to Lin Xiaohua behind everyone's back, and Lin Xiaohua rejected him ruthlessly. Feeling hopeless, he broke up with Lin Xiaohua in a fit of anger. Yes, that's what the other students are guessing about their current situation, and they assume that's the truth. Gu Chunshi didn't know what others thought, and he couldn't be bothered to care. But when they learned that Gu Chunshi had a new, amazing girlfriend, they all started comparing her to Lin Xiaohua, and began to re-examine the reasons why their relationship had suddenly cooled down. Perhaps things aren't as they initially suspected? Judging from the current situation, it seems that Gu Chunshi took the initiative to withdraw, because he now has a girlfriend who is just as beautiful as Lin Xiaohua. So there is no need for him to continue to revolve around Lin Xiaohua and be neglected in front of her. Hey, let me tell you, I heard that Gu Qinshi's girlfriend has an amazing aura, like an ethereal fairy. She rushed over in the heavy snow just to bring him an umbrella, which shows how close they are. Stop talking, or I'll grind my teeth to dust. The murmurs weren't loud, but they still drifted into Lin Ranran's ears. Lin Ranran appeared nonchalant on the surface, but her heart was aching. Even breathing became difficult. They actually got together? The female neighbor made a special trip over just to bring him an umbrella on this snowy day. Are they really that inseparable? But if Gu Chunshi were to date any other girl, Lin Ranran would feel a sense of superiority, thinking, they are not as good as me at all. The only exception was his female neighbor. At least in terms of appearance, there's not a single flaw to be found. The bell rang, the classroom quieted down, and everyone consciously took out the books they needed for the lesson. Jing Shu glanced around casually and found Lin Ranran sitting blankly in her seat, as if possessed. Ranran, class is starting, she whispered a reminder. Lin Ranran snapped out of her daze, gave her a grateful smile, and then casually glanced in a certain direction. That's the direction Gu Qinshi's seat is facing. During the break, Tang Xiaoxi, who was sitting properly in her seat, suddenly stood up. So even without looking, Gu Qinshi knew who had come. Zhou Xiangyu casually sat down in Tang Xiaoxi's seat, rubbing his leg as he clicked his tongue, and said, Old Gu, you're really not being fair. I treated you like a buddy, and you two got together but kept it a secret from me. Gu Chunshi said wearily, it's not what you think. We really are just ordinary neighbors now. Don't worry about me for now. Are your legs still sore? Chapter 54 I'm a straight man. Gu Chunshi asked Zhou Xiangyu with concern if his legs were still sore. It's sour, of course it's sour. I stood for the entire class period. That being said, a class is only 45 minutes long, and Zhou Xiangyu is tall and strong, so what's wrong with him standing there? One thing to note is that this guy woke up late, of course. This is the norm for him, so it's not unusual. In his haste, he ran as fast as he could after getting off the bus, but he still arrived at the classroom a step later than the teacher. Unfortunately for him, the first period was his homeroom teacher's class. The teacher gave him a sharp look, and Zhou Xiangyu's heart skipped a beat. He slipped and ended up performing a high-difficulty acrobatic act for everyone face-planting in the mud. Amidst everyone's laughter, the homeroom teacher asked him with concern how badly he had fallen and whether he needed to go to the school clinic. Zhou Xiangyu was deeply moved and quickly got up from the ground to show that he was all right. Fearing the homeroom teacher wouldn't believe him, he even took a couple of steps on the spot. It's good that you're all right. The homeroom teacher nodded with relief. Then her expression changed a second later. Since you're all right, if you're late, go stand at the back of the line. Zhou Xiangyu. He wanted to say he had something to do, but it seemed too late. Although he arrived late, he knew about Gu Qinshi's fairy tale girlfriend, which everyone had been talking about all morning. He learned about this from a boy from another class who was also late on the bus to school. That boy was one of the witnesses who saw Gu Qinshi's fairy-like girlfriend at the bus stop yesterday. Gu Qinshi asked, did you play games again last night? Zhou Xiangyu said guiltily, I only played for a little while. Gu Qinshi didn't say anything. He was just Zhou Xiangyu's friend, not Zhou Xiangyu's mother. As a friend, he could offer Zhou Xiangyu kind advice, but he couldn't forcefully interfere. Moreover, as Zhou Xiangyu himself said, there is a process to weaning a child. It cannot be stopped all at once. Gu Chunshi silently took out a few slices of bread and a cold egg from the desk drawer. It's okay if the eggs get cold. This guy's tough. Zhou Xiangyu chuckled, took the food, and ate it with relish. He ate the egg too quickly and choked. He gestured wildly, trying to get Gu Chunshi to get him some water. At that moment, a glass with cute cartoon stickers was handed to him. Zhou Xiangyu took the water and gulped it down in one go. After finishing the drink, they realized that the water glass wasn't Gu Qinshi's, but Tang Xiaoxi asked softly, is that enough? If not, I'll get you some more. No need. Zhou Xiangyu scratched his head, picked up Tang Xiaoxi's water glass, and stood up. I'll go wash the glass for you. Zhou Xiangyu felt embarrassed after accidentally drinking water from a female classmate's cup. Tang Xiaoxi reached out and took the cup from his hand, smiling. I'll go. Gu Qinshi looked at Zhou Xiangyu, who had finished eating and drinking and sat down again, and then looked back at Tang Xiaoxi, who had left the classroom. Something seems off? Gu Qinshi couldn't help but stare at Zhou Xiangyu's face. Zhou Xiangyu said irritably, Hey, are you suggesting I go to the hospital to get my head checked again? I don't think I offended you today. No, he misunderstood. Gu Qinshi didn't want him to go to the hospital to have his brain checked. Although Zhou Xiangyu is not a conventionally handsome man, he has a very upright appearance and exudes a rare masculine aura. Gu Qinshi recalled the scene where Tang Xiaoxi handed Zhou Xiangyu her water cup without hesitation when Zhou Xiangyu asked for a drink. After all, cups are personal items, And unless the relationship is particularly good and no one mindies lending their cup to another person, very few people are willing to lend their cup to others. Then Gu Chunshi thought of how Tang Xiaoxi, his deskmate, seemed to only give up her seat for Zhou Xiangyu. Could she like Zhou Xiangyu? Gu Chunshi clicked his tongue in amazement. It's a miracle that someone actually likes Zhou Xiangyu, a guy whose mind is completely consumed by games. However, the fact that girls like him doesn't mean he won't be alone for the rest of his life. Because between girls and games, he would choose games without hesitation. Haha. Lin Ranran, who hadn't been to school for 2 days, finally returned, which thrilled Zhang Shuo. He rushed over as soon as get out of class ended, eager to tell his goddess how much he missed her. However, unlike his enthusiasm, the goddess coldly dismissed him with the words, "Don't keep coming to our class." Zhang Shuo walked away, turning back every few steps, reluctant to leave and filled with unease. Did he do something wrong and upset the goddess? He thought about it anxiously, but it didn't seem like that. Why did the goddess not come for 2 days and suddenly become so cold to him? It made him fall from heaven with a thud. At this moment, how could he understand that if Gu Chunshi hadn't withdrawn, he wouldn't even have the right to say a few words to Lin Ranran, let alone stand by her side? He thought he had finally seen the light at the end of the tunnel, but in reality, he was just a substitute for Gu Chunshi. As Zhang Shuo left, he couldn't help but glance in Gu Chunshi's direction with a sense of unease. This guy stood next to Lin Ranran the longest. How did he manage to do that? He must have some advantages that they don't know about. Zhang Shuo thought to himself that he needed to find an opportunity to learn from Gu Chunshi in the next couple of days. Although it was rather embarrassing, he had finally gotten a chance to get close to his goddess, so he naturally couldn't give it up easily. However, even Gu Chunshi himself didn't know that in Lin Ranran's heart, his advantage lay in the person he was. At noon, Jing Shu felt she should walk alone, but Lin Ranran called out to her, "Shu Shu, let's walk together." Then he affectionately took Jing Shu's arm. They always walked together so affectionately. But today, Jing Shu felt uncomfortable looking at Zhang Shuo, who was hesitant and wanted to come closer, but didn't dare to. Lin Ranran walked closely behind her, chatting about her experiences over the past 2 days. Jing Shu listened absent-mindedly, feeling particularly uncomfortable. She really wanted to ask, "Ranran, what exactly do you want to do? If I'm not mistaken, you must have feelings for Gu Chunshi. But what are you doing? If you don't like other boys, why do you condone their advances and give them the feeling that they have a chance? Perhaps you're trying to provoke Gu Chunshi by using other guys, but isn't that unintentionally hurting other guys who are genuinely devoted to you?" "Sigh, Ranran, I understand you less and less." "Walk properly," Gu Chunshi said impatiently. "No, my legs are sore." Zhou Xiangyu whined. "How disgusting. Save your coquettishness for when you're with your wife." Gu Chunshi shook off a shiver of goosebumps. At this moment, Zhou Xiangyu put his arm around Gu Chunshi's shoulder and pressed his upper body weight onto Gu Chunshi as if he had no bones, making Gu Chunshi suffer terribly. Get away, get away. If people see us all sticky together, they'll think we're gay," Gu Chunshi said speechlessly. "This trick works." Zhou Xiangyu immediately stood up straight and exclaimed, "Holy crap. Anyone who dares to talk nonsense, I'll punch them away. I'm a straight man of steel." Chapter 55, She is Invisible. Zhou Xiangyu turned his head and saw Tang Xiaoxi covering her mouth and snickering. He was shocked and quickly explained, "Tang Xiaoxi, you don't think that Lao Gu and I are doing that kind of thing, do you? We have a very pure brotherly relationship. Please don't overthink it." Tang Xiaoxi stopped laughing, hummed in agreement, and whispered, "I believe you." Hearing this, Zhou Xiangyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he were misunderstood, not only would it damage his reputation, but old Gu's girlfriend might also come knocking on his door, pointing her finger at him and yelling that he was a mistress. Wouldn't he then become the sinner who ruined other people's relationship? He doesn't want to be a mistress. Wait, something's not right. I've known Lao Gu for over 5 years. How could I be a mistress? Zhou Xiangyu became confused. It's true that he met Lao Gu first, but he and Lao Gu didn't have a defined relationship, so he was still the other woman? Ugh, what utter nonsense. Tang Xiaoxi looked shyly at Zhou Xiangyu, who looked dejected, and asked, "Zhou Xiangyu, what games do you usually play?" Zhou Xiangyu snapped out of his daze and asked in surprise, "Huh? You play games too?" Tang Xiaoxi was the obedient girl type in class who didn't stand out much, but her grades were also good. If it weren't for the fact that she was Gu Chunshi's deskmate, Zhou Xiangyu might not have even remembered that she existed in the class after 3 years of high school. Gu Chunshi, who was walking to the side, was almost certain of a certain guess in his mind. After thinking for a moment, he took 2 quick steps to distance himself from them. "Tang Xiaoxi, as your deskmate, this is all I can do for you." However, Zhou Xiangyu is a blockhead with only games on his mind, so perhaps your unrequited love is destined to have no outcome. As Gu Chunshi was walking, someone gently called out to him. He glanced to the side and realized that he had unknowingly walked up to Jing Shu and Lin Ranran. Walking on the other side of Jing Shu, Lin Ranran, who was still intimately holding Jing Shu's arm, unconsciously stiffened, which was keenly noticed by Jing Shu. She was nervous because of Gu Chenshi's approach. Since their parting at the mall, Lin Ranran has actually found it difficult to face Gu Chenshi. She just rushed up to him that day and interfered in Gu Chenshi's private life. In Gu Chenshi's words, she was just an ordinary classmate of his, so what right did she have to interfere? To be honest, the words, ordinary classmate, really brought tears to Lin Ranran's eyes. But Gu Chenshi seems to be right. They are now truly just ordinary classmates. Lin Ranran felt somewhat embarrassed when facing Gu Chen again. I deeply regret my impulsive actions that day. Her behavior at the time clearly showed that she was jealous, but Gu Chenshi remained unmoved. In other words, even if she revealed her feelings for him, it wouldn't move him in the slightest. She was very unwilling, but that was the truth. Neither of them mentioned it. She was embarrassed and ashamed, but as for Gu Chenshi, had he already forgotten about it? After all, he's basically treating her like she's invisible right now. Gu Chenshi was very close to her at this moment. So close that they were only separated by the distance of Jing Shu. Lin Ranran wanted to appear more natural, but she found that not only could she not do it, even her breathing was disordered. Jing Shu didn't know why she was called Gu Chenshi. Perhaps it was Zhang Shua, who followed silently beside her and occasionally looked over expectantly, that made her uncomfortable. Perhaps it was Lin Ranran's nonchalant and enthusiastic conversation that made her feel restless. In any case, the short walk of just a few dozen meters to the cafeteria was extremely agonizing for Jing Shu. So when she caught a glimpse of Gu Chen out of the corner of her eye, she couldn't help herself. Jing Shu asked curiously, Gu Chenshi, I saw you walking with Yan Yan from class 2 this morning. She wasn't a gossip, but at this moment she needed to find something to talk about to relieve her strange and tormented state. Upon hearing their conversation, Lin Ranran immediately perked up her ears and silently cursed in her heart. Shameless. This curse was naturally directed at Yan Yan. Zhang Shua, who had been silent for half a day, finally found a chance to make his presence known. He joked with a smile. When Yan Yan took the initiative to chat you up yesterday, several people envied your good luck with women and were discussing preparing to put a sack over your head. Gu Chenshi chuckled self-deprecatingly. What romantic luck? That's nonsense. Listening to their relaxed and casual conversation, Lin Ranran felt extremely tormented. At the same time, I was extremely jealous. She was jealous that Jing Shu and Zhang Shua could talk to Gu Chenshi like friends. Even though she was walking with them, Gu Chenshi saw her as if she were invisible. Lin Ranran was heartbroken. It seems like everyone can freely enter and leave Gu Chenshi's world, except for her. But she should have been the center of Gu Chenshi's attention. Everything changed because of a single, impulsive action. Now, even though she is so close to Gu Chenshi, breathing the same air and feeling the same wind, she is separated by an invisible barrier, becoming people from two different worlds with no connection. Zhou Xiangyu got really excited when the game was mentioned, and he chatted with Tang Xiaoxi for a while, gesturing wildly. It has the meaning of 1,000 cups of wine are not enough when drinking with a bosom friend. When he came to his senses, he thought, hey, where's Lao Gu? Tang Xiaoxi said, he's up ahead. When Zhou Xiangyu caught up, Gu Chenshi and the others somehow shifted their conversation to who was better at fighting between him and Zhou Xiangyu. Gu Chenshi said, you all don't know that although Zhou Xiangyu is famous, he is actually my defeated opponent. Jing Shu exclaimed in surprise, really? We really couldn't tell if you hadn't told us. Zhou Xiangyu, who happened to overhear this, was extremely indignant. Who says I'm no match for you? Come on, shall we have a match right here and now? Gu Chenshi looked at Zhou Xiangyu with an attitude of who's afraid of who, and looking down on everything. Come on, let's practice then. Zhou Xiangyu coughed lightly. Forget it. I'm the older brother and you're the younger brother. I don't want to be seen as bullying the younger one. Well, in terms of age, Gu Chenshi should indeed call Zhou Xiangyu brother. This guy is only a week older than Gu Chenshi. Even if he's only a minute older, he's still the older brother. Everyone chatted and laughed as they walked toward the cafeteria. Lin Ranran silently held Jing Shu's arm, remaining completely still and not uttering a single word. On the surface, she seems aloof and unwilling to associate with ordinary people like them. The truth is, because Gu Chenshi was among these people, she felt flustered and short of breath, and dared not, and could not join in their laughter and chatter. At that moment, she felt like the whole world had abandoned her, surrounded by laughter and joy, yet utterly alone. But actually, she's the one who's least likely to be lonely. For example, right now, Zhang Shua keeps glancing in her direction, hoping she'll look at him too. The most tormenting thing in the world must be loving someone you can't have. While Lin Ranran was being tormented by others, wasn't she also tormenting others? Chapter 56: The Experience of Being a Simp. The train station was as crowded as ever after school. After Zhang Shua rushed onto the bus, he preemptively grabbed 2 seats without any sense of sportsmanship, and then loudly called out to Gu Chunshi, who was boarding the bus afterward. Gu Chunshi, come over here. I've saved a seat for you. Gu Chunshi was stunned for a moment. They were just nodding acquaintances, not that close. However, since someone had already saved a seat for him, he couldn't very well say something like, no need, I'm used to standing, which would be ungrateful. Gu Chunshi walked over and sat down. Before arriving at the station, he chatted casually with Zhang Shua for a few minutes. It's nothing more than discussing which university they want to apply to in the future and what majors they are interested in. Since we weren't really that familiar with each other, we ran out of things to say after a few sentences. They arrived at their destination soon, and Gu Chunshi got up and left. Unexpectedly, Zhang Shua also stood up. Gu Chunshi vaguely remembered that he seemed to have said that his home was 2 stops away. Perhaps he has relatives or friends living nearby. Gu Chunshi didn't think much of it and got out of the car. Gu Chunshi. Zhang Shua, who got out of the car afterward, called out to him. Gu Chunshi looked at Zhang Shua with a puzzled expression. A gust of cold wind blew by, and Zhang Shua couldn't help but shrink his neck and stamp his feet, laughing somewhat embarrassedly. May I trouble you for a moment? I'd like to ask you a question. Seeing Zhang Shua's hesitant manner, Gu Chunshi raised an eyebrow and immediately realized that the question Zhang Shua wanted to ask must be related to Lin Ranran. Gu Chunshi was speechless. It seems that even though he has completely withdrawn from Lin Ranran's world, others still associate him with Lin Ranran. It was cold outside, so Zhang Shua invited Gu Chunshi to sit in a coffee shop and have a cup of coffee. However, Gu Chunshi did not accept the suggestion, but instead suggested that they just find a place where they could talk. So they went to a supermarket to enjoy the warmth. Once they were standing in a secluded corner, Zhang Shua stammered. Gu Chunshi, please don't laugh at me when I tell you. But what I want to ask you is, how do you manage to keep Lin Ranran from getting annoyed? Gu Chunshi. To be honest, he thought Zhang Shua was going to tell him. You already have a girlfriend, so please stop trying to get close to Lin Ranran. So it turns out it wasn't true after all. Gu Chunshi looked at Zhang Shua in astonishment, making Zhang Shua even more embarrassed. Zhang Shua scratched his head awkwardly. You're the only one who can always stand by Lin Ranran's side without being disliked by her. So if you have any tricks up your sleeve, or if you know how to make her happy, please, could you please tell me? Gu Chunshi. It's not easy. He inadvertently turned himself into the epitome of a simp. Honestly, it was really weird that 2 guys were sneaking around to find a quiet, secluded spot and secretly exchanging tips on being a simp. Gu Chunshi said, both amused and exasperated. I'm sorry, although I really want to help you, I don't have any special tricks up my sleeve. Zhang Shua fell silent. He had anticipated this outcome before he came to Gu Chun with a sense of wishful thinking and a desperate desire for a cure. After all, his own behavior was indeed somewhat ridiculous. Perhaps Zhang Shua's dejected appearance reminded Gu Chun of his own days as a simp, and a sense of kinship arose between them. However, he was telling the truth. He had no tips on being a sycophant to share with Zhang Shua. If I had to put it into words, it would probably be that I foolishly and one-sidedly loved a certain girl. Is this a trait that not all simps possess? As the saying goes, the onlooker sees more of the game than the player. Lin Ranran did not like Zhang Shua, just like how I didn't like him in the first place. What Zhang Shua should do most now is cherish life and stay away from people who casually squander their emotions. But Gu Chunshi would never say such a thing. His relationship with Zhang Shua was so-so, and he had no obligation to remind Zhang Shua not to be a sycophant. Of course, the main reason is that Zhang Shua has not experienced what he has experienced and cannot see the tragedy of being a simp. Even if Gu Chunshi tries to persuade him, he will not listen. Gu Chunshi, can you tell me if your leaving Lin Ranran is related to your current girlfriend? Zhang Shua asked abruptly. Gu Chunshi smiled and said, if I said no, would you believe me? Please, he really doesn't have any amazing girlfriends, okay? He and Xiao Yu were just neighbors. Unfortunately, nobody believes it. Well, if nobody believes it, then nobody believes it. Anyway, it didn't really affect his normal life. Zhang Shua hesitated and said, then why did you give up? You were the one most favored by everyone and the most likely to be accepted by her. Gu Chunshi said, I suddenly feel that she's not my type, so I don't like her anymore. Is that okay? Zhang Shua remained silent. Gu Chunshi said half-jokingly, hey, why aren't you saying anything? Don't tell me you think I offended your goddess and are secretly plotting how to get revenge on me for your goddess. Zhang Shua laughed. How could that be? I should thank you for withdrawing, which gave me the opportunity to get closer to her. Despite his laughter, Zhang Shua felt quite lost. He seemed to see his own future in Gu Chunshi, but he was unwilling to give up just like that. He was deeply attracted by Lin Ranran's appearance and temperament, when he first met her. Lin Ranran is exactly the image of his dream girl. She was like a pure white cloud in the sky, and he always looked up at her with a devout heart. Now that he finally had a chance to get close to her, how could he let go so easily? Zhang Shuo watched Gu Chun wave goodbye and disappear around a corner, thinking to himself, a goddess, after all, naturally has the arrogance of a goddess. He believed that one day, Lin Ranran would see his true feelings and eventually accept him. Little did he know that his current thoughts were the same as Gu Chunshi's before. The greatest tragedy of a simp is that he wallows in self-pity through his own wishful thinking. As they stood there talking, Gu Chunshi never imagined that Xiao Yu was also in this supermarket. After paying, she walked out carrying her full shopping bags. A cold wind was blowing in my face outside. She wrapped the scarf around her neck again, all the way up to her nose, leaving only her eyes showing. With one hand in her pocket and the other carrying a shopping bag, she walked unhurriedly towards the residential area. As she walked, she felt something was wrong. Looking back, I saw a man in a suit following behind me. The road belongs to everyone. Anyone can walk on it. To others, it might seem that the man simply happened to be going the same way as her. But Xiao Yu's intuition told him that things were not as simple as he had imagined. She deliberately stopped and pretended to squat down to tie her shoelaces. This was done to verify his own suspicions. The man behind them seemed to have stopped as well. Chapter 57: The Pervert Who Will End His Lineage. To verify whether the man behind him was suspicious, Xiao Yu deliberately squatted down and pretended to tie his shoelaces. If the man continues walking forward, then it means she's overthinking things. If the man also stops, that's enough to prove that the man has a problem. As she squatted down, the man behind her seemed to stop as well, pretending to hold his phone and mumbling something indistinctly. This man definitely has a problem. Xiao Yu stood up and glanced at the path he was about to take. The dim streetlights seemed to exude an ominous aura. A dozen meters behind her was the supermarket where she had just bought her things. Therefore, this is clearly not the right place for a man to do something to her. Xiao Yu continued walking forward as if nothing had happened. The man in the suit behind them slowly began to catch up. Xiao Yu quickened his pace. However, instead of widening the distance between himself and the person behind him, he unintentionally provoked that person, causing him to quicken his pace as well. Because of the freezing weather, not long after dark, there were very few pedestrians outside, except for the bustling streets. Especially on the way back, apart from her and the well-dressed, suave man behind her who was pressing her forward, she didn't see any other people. Little sister, aren't you tired carrying so many things? Here, let me help you carry them. Where do you live? Hey little sister, why aren't you talking to me? Don't be afraid, I'm a good person. Hey, don't walk so fast, wait for me. Seeing that no one was around, the man behind him became arrogant, his chuckles carrying a hint of ill intent. Xiao Yu could tell from the voice that the persistent man behind her was getting closer and closer. There was an alley ahead with no streetlights. It was dark and gloomy, like a crime scene from a horror movie. The man behind me suddenly rushed over. According to the following plot, the docile Xiao Yu will be dragged into an alley by a man with ill intentions, who will then cover her mouth to prevent her from calling for help and commit illegal acts against her. Xiao Yu smelled a strong odor of alcohol wafting towards him. If it were anyone else, they would probably be terrified and screaming. However, she didn't panic at all. Instead, she slightly curled the corners of her lips. If the man behind her could see the hint of disdain in her icy gaze, he might regret his lustful decision. The man behind her couldn't wait to pounce on the petite and delicate Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu slightly shifted her body to the side, nimbly dodging the attack. Then, with a graceful spin, she extended her right foot and kicked the man hard in a certain part of his lower body. Quick and ruthless, giving men no chance to defend themselves. The man clutched his lower body in pain, his face turning a deep purplish red. The man cried. The intense pain in his lower body sobered him up. He looked up in horror at the girl in front of him, whose face was covered so tightly that he couldn't see it even in the bright light, and tears of regret streamed down his face. Will he be childless and have no descendants? Xiao Yu reached into the pocket of her down jacket. The man immediately burst into tears and begged, "Don't call the police. Grandma, I'll kowtow to you, please don't call the police." He has a respectable job, but if he gets arrested, he'll definitely lose it. But Xiao Yu didn't want to let him off so easily. Just as she raised her foot to teach him another lesson, she suddenly sensed something, walked out of the alley, and looked back. Under a street lamp a dozen meters away, a tall and slender figure slowly walked towards them. Xiao Yu's icy expression suddenly melted, and she smiled slightly, turning back to greet him. Gu Chunshi looked at the figure walking towards him and felt that it was somewhat familiar. During the cold winter months, people bundle up completely when they go out. Sometimes, two people who know each other very well might pass each other on the street without recognizing each other. Only when he got closer to Gu Chun did he finally realize that it was Xiao Yu. Gu Chunshur was quite surprised to see Xiao Yu's smiling eyes, which seemed to hold endless starlight. Xiao Yu was carrying a shopping bag filled with daily necessities, indicating that he had just come from the supermarket where he had bought things. There's a convenience store outside their neighborhood, but it doesn't have everything they need, so sometimes they have to walk a bit further to a nearby supermarket to buy things. A faint, suppressed groan could be heard. Gu Chunshur looked ahead in surprise. He walked this road every day, so he naturally knew that there was a dead end on the left ahead, and the groans were coming from there. Xiao Yu said without changing his expression, "Oh, there seems to be a drunkard over there." Based on the faint groans, Gu Chunshur imagined a drunkard staggering into a dead end and vomiting. As Gu Chunshur passed by that dead end, he subconsciously glanced inside and vaguely saw a figure kneeling on the ground, looking quite disheveled. But that's all. The world is going to the dogs these days, and it's hard to be a good person. Having been reborn, Gu Chunshur doesn't want to get into trouble. It's better to avoid trouble. Therefore, he wouldn't walk into a dead end and would instead ask with concern if he needed help. As they walked, Xiao Yu thought of something. "You seem to have come back later than usual today." "Yeah, I chatted with a classmate for a while, which took up a little time." Xiao Yu glanced at Gu Chunshur's heavy backpack. "Are you very tired every day?" Gu Chunshur smiled and said, "It's all right, I'm used to it. In another 6 months, these hard times will be over. Moreover, compared to the despair of being paralyzed in bed in his previous life, this little bit of suffering is nothing." Xiao Yu said in a boastful tone, "I learned a new dish today, human lamb." Gu Chunshur sincerely praised, "Great job." It was like praising a child, which made Xiao Yu a little embarrassed. When Gu Chunshur was about to go back to his own home after arriving home, Xiao Yu said, "You can go back after you've eaten." Although Gu Chunshur knew she would definitely invite him to her place for dinner, he felt embarrassed when Xiao Yu casually invited him to her house. During the week his mother worked the night shift, he ate Xiao Yu's food every night. No, he and his mother ate it every night. They'll eat up Xiao Yu's little bit of money sooner or later. Little did he know, not only would she not have spent all of Xiao Yu's money, but she would have been willing to give them her life if they needed it. The Gu family was the light that shone into Xiao Yu's dark world. Without them, there would be no Xiao Yu who is now striving to enjoy life. Xiao Yu didn't notice Gu Chunshur's embarrassment. As she opened the door, she excitedly said to Gu Chunshur, "I think I did a good job. Come and try it, and give me your feedback. See if there's anything that needs improvement." Gu Chunshur found it amusing. She looked so happy. If I make excuses, I'll inevitably spoil her mood. Then he would respectfully comply. As for who benefited from whom, let's settle that score later. Gu Chunshur obediently turned around and followed her across the threshold, immediately smelling the tempting aroma of cumin lamb. Gu Chunshur's stomach growled twice, just as it was supposed to. He's hungry. Chapter 58. Are you treating me like an outsider? Gu Chunshur put his school bag on the sofa and then went to the kitchen to wash his hands. Xiao Yu placed the cumin-flavored lamb on a plate and presented it to Gu Chunshur like a treasure. "Smell it. Doesn't it smell delicious?" Gu Chunshur wiped his hands and then smelled them. They smelled very nice. His stomach started growling even louder. Xiao Yu brought the cumin lamb to the table and returned to find Gu Chunshur leisurely serving rice. Xiao Yu didn't try to take it from him, but instead lifted the lid of another wok and ladled out a plate of stir-fried loofah with edamame. Finally, serve each of them a bowl of tomato and egg soup. 2 dishes and a soup, all delicious and visually appealing. I can hardly believe that these were made by a beautiful young girl who has been planning to learn to cook for less than 10 days. Gu Chunshur had already accepted an unbelievable reality. That is, Xiao Yu is indeed a genius with extraordinary talent. She was the most amazing person Gu Chunshur had ever met. "You're amazing. Do you learn everything this fast?" Xiao Yu didn't think there was anything wrong with it. "Actually, it's nothing. I just followed the steps online one by one, and it happened naturally. If it were you, you could do it too. It's very simple." Gu Chunshur smiled, but didn't say anything. This further solidified my belief that Xiao Yu is a genius. If it were as simple as she described, and everyone could make delicious dishes by following the steps in online recipes, then there would be no such thing as culinary disasters in the world. "Try it, and see if it suits your taste?" Xiao Yu asked expectantly. Gu Chunshur picked up his chopsticks and took a piece of mutton. "Put it in your mouth and chew it slowly." During this time, Xiao Yu looked at him expectantly with her big, clear black and white eyes, not daring to blink until Gu Chunshur came to a conclusion. The aroma of mutton and cumin blended perfectly, greatly satisfying Gu Chunshur's taste buds. Jinglan often makes this dish, but that's why Xiao Yu is called a genius. The taste of Xiao Yu's cooking seems to be even better. Gu Chunshur commented objectively and fairly. "It's so delicious. Xiao Yu, with your skills, your restaurant would definitely be a huge success." Xiao Yu smiled, clearly pleased with Gu Qinshi's evaluation. Satisfied, he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. She eats very little. It doesn't eat much more than a cat. And they eat very slowly, as if counting each grain of rice as they eat, leisurely and methodically, which is pleasing to the eye. Dining with beautiful women is a pleasure in itself. Gu Qinshi originally thought that his eating manners were within the normal range, and compared with Zhou Xiangyu, the eat rice bro, they could even be considered elegant. But compared to Xiao Yu, it all seemed like they were wolfing it down. You eat so little, won't you get hungry at night? Gu Qinshi couldn't help but ask. You're not eating enough. Xiao Yu shook her head. I'm not hungry. I don't exercise much, so I don't burn many calories. She is too thin. Gu Qinshi thought. So delicate, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. In addition, staying at home all the time and not getting enough exercise. How can one maintain good physical fitness in the long run? If Gu Qinshi knew that the seemingly frail Xiao Yu was going to brutally beat up a thug tonight, and might even make the thug infertile, then he wouldn't think that way. Tsk tisk, that's really pitiful. As soon as Jinglan returned, she vividly recounted to Xiao Yu what she had seen and heard on her way home from get off work that evening. Gu Qinshi walked out of the room, picked up 2 bananas, handed one to Xiao Yu, and kept one for himself. He peeled the skin and put it in his mouth, then asked in surprise, Mom, who did you just say was childless? Jinglan said, a white-collar worker was carried into an ambulance with his legs tucked between his legs. He said he accidentally fell. Of all places to fall. He fell. I wonder what kind of impact this will have on him in the future. She glanced at Xiao Yu. I felt it was inappropriate to explain exactly where the person had fallen in front of such an innocent girl. Fortunately, Gu Qinshi understood. The office worker tripped and fell, and by sheer coincidence, he hit his groin. He couldn't help but wonder. Most people fall and injure their head, elbows, legs, or knees. But this person actually fell and injured their genitals. How difficult must that fall have been to do? Xiao Yu silently peeled the banana, thinking to herself, that scoundrel is lucky. If she hadn't noticed Gu Qinshi's appearance, she would never have let him off so easily. However, Xiao Yu was very confident in his strength. With that kick, that scoundrel was almost crippled. This is why she didn't choose to call the police. Since the scoundrel's actions constituted an attempted assault, he probably wouldn't be severely punished. It would be better for her to kick him and make him a eunuch for once. Well, she could be considered to be acting on behalf of heaven. Tonight, that scoundrel encountered her. If it had been an ordinary girl who couldn't even kill a chicken, the outcome might have been very different. Jinglan earnestly educated Gu Qinshi. Qinshi, you should not drink alcohol in the future. If you need to drink a little for work, you can drink a little, but remember, you must not drink too much. Drinking will lead to mistakes. This person must have drunk too much to accidentally fall down. It might cause a lifetime of regret. Gu Qinshi suddenly realized. It turns out that the person his mother was talking about who fell and hurt his manhood was the drunkard he met in the dead end on his way back. Xiao Yu, your mutton is cooked so well, it's even better than mine. Jinglan picked up a piece of cumin-flavored lamb, put it in her mouth, her eyes lit up, and she praised it endlessly. Xiao Yu replied obediently, I'm glad Annie likes it. As Jinglan was eating, she suddenly frowned. Xiao Yu asked anxiously, Auntie, what's wrong? Is there something that needs to be improved? No. Jinglan waved her hand. You did a very good job, impeccable. Haha, I was originally planning to pass on all my culinary skills to you, but now it seems there's no need at all. You're a self-taught genius. There's no need for me to teach you. Gu Qinshi thought his mother was very self-aware. Indeed, her home-cooked dishes, which she had been making for decades, were simply not in the same league as Xiao Yu's amazing cooking skills. Jinglan said worriedly, Xiao Yu, Qinshi and I eat and drink your food all day long. Xiao Yu interrupted Jinglan. Auntie, don't say that. Didn't I eat and drink your food before? Jinglan waved her hand. That's different. You eat alone at my house, and you eat very little, but now Qinshi and I are being fed by you. Isn't that taking advantage of you? Xiao Yu was in low spirits and remained silent for a long time. Gu Qinshi and Jinglan exchanged glances. Gu Qinshi, Mom, it seems you've upset her. Jinglan, but I'm telling the truth. We really are taking advantage of her. Jinglan hesitated before speaking. Xiao Yu, if Auntie says something wrong, just point it out on the spot. Xiao Yu said sullenly. Auntie, are you treating me like an outsider? Chapter 59, A Muddled Account. Xiao Yu asked Jinglan, looking aggrieved, if she was being treated like an outsider. Jinglan quickly denied it. No, absolutely not. Xiao Yu said, since you don't treat me like an outsider, then Auntie, please don't say things like taking advantage of someone anymore. How can anyone take advantage of someone else when we're family? Gu Qinshi was taken aback. Jinglan was also stunned. Xiao Yu's earnest and sincere expression deeply impressed and moved them. It's as if, out of the darkness, a relative suddenly appears, sharing your hardships in this world where all beings suffer. Jinglan almost burst into tears. Child, you are a good child, but Auntie has to think about your future. You have a long road ahead of you. Earning money is not easy for you. Save more money so that you can live a better life. That makes sense, but for Xiaoyu, no amount of money could bring her happiness. She could only find happiness by striving to make the people who brought light to her life happy. Jinglan wanted to say something more, but Gu Chunshi stopped her with a look. He could vaguely understand Xiaoyu's feelings. Perhaps, their family is the only group of people who have ever truly been good to her in her entire life. That's why she's so devoted to being good to them. Gu Chunshi felt a slight pang of pain in his heart. Although he didn't know exactly what her childhood was like, he was certain it must have been very difficult. However, to be fair, she really does have double standards. She insisted on giving them living expenses when they ate at their house. When it was their turn to eat her food, she looked aggrieved and said that they treated her like an outsider. Auntie, I'm still very young. I have a long way to go. Moreover, I believe that money is earned, not saved. Besides, I've just learned to cook, and I especially need food critics to taste my food and give me their feedback. It's my honor that you're willing to taste my food. Listen to her sharp tongue. Gu Chunshi was truly impressed. If you were to bring up the matter of her insistence on giving them living expenses, she might say something like, "It's not easy for you to support your families. How could I be a burden to you?" No matter what she says, she's right. Auntie, I don't cook for you every day. If you keep such a tight rein on things, how am I supposed to come to your house for meals in the future? You eat my food, I eat yours. It's a give and take relationship, and nobody owes anyone anything. Auntie, please don't mention this again, okay? After she said that, the debt became a mess and couldn't be sorted out. Xiaoyu's eyes were red, as if tears would fall at any moment, which was heartbreaking to see. So Jinglan successfully realized that she was really being unreasonable. The girl had a kind heart, so why was she calculating with her so much? In the end, she did seem to be treating her like an outsider. It's my fault, Auntie. I'm overthinking things. Jinglan admitted her mistake and corrected it, reflecting on her actions. Xiaoyu burst into laughter through her tears. No, Auntie, you are the best auntie in the world. The atmosphere instantly returned to its previous joyful and harmonious state. Gu Chunshi finished eating the banana, threw the peel into the trash can, and turned back to his room. A miserable senior in high school, still trying my best. Time flies, and winter vacation is here. But don't get me wrong. The first and second year high school students have winter break, while the third year high school students only have 7 days of winter break because they are about to face the college entrance examination. The late start of summer vacation and early start of school is a tragic reality that every senior high school student faces. The departure of the first and second year high school students made the entire campus seem much larger and empty overnight. During break, Gu Chunshi and Zhou Xiangyu leaned against the corridor, chatting with their backs to the window. The weather was nice today. Sunlight streamed through the glass window and fell on his head, casting a soft halo over his black hair. I don't know what he was talking about with Zhou Xiangyu, but he burst into laughter, his smile even brighter than the sunshine outside. Lin Ranran came out and saw this scene, and was somewhat dazed. Gu Chunshi noticed something and turned his head to look in their direction, seemingly unintentionally. Lin Ranran panicked and tried to dodge, but it was too late. Their eyes met, and Gu Chunshi's eyes still held a smile he hadn't had time to hide. Warm and sunny. Lin Ranran was momentarily dazed. It seems like it hasn't been long since Gu Chunshi withdrew from her world. But for Lin Ranran, it felt like an eternity. Before she could react, Gu Chunshi had already nonchalantly looked away and continued his conversation with Zhou Xiangyu. A wave of indescribable sorrow washed over Lin Ranran. When Gu Chunshi looked at her just now, although there was no indifference or disdain in his eyes, it made her feel even more uncomfortable. Gu Chunshi's gaze had just fallen on her, but he didn't seem to see her at all. Or perhaps, in Gu Chunshi's eyes, she was like a wall, a stone, a piece of scenery with no appeal, unable to cause even the slightest ripple in his heart. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to Lin Ranran, who was used to being the center of attention. She was frustrated and embarrassed, but she tried to straighten her back, to maintain her usual haughty demeanor, and then walk past them without looking at them. Ha ha ha, Lao Gu, isn't that hilarious? Zhou Xiangyu had a low threshold for laughter and laughed uncontrollably. But when he caught a glimpse of Lin Ranran out of the corner of his eye, he immediately stopped laughing and curled his lips in disdain. Shaw, what a scumbag woman who toyed with my brother's feelings. He suddenly changed the subject. Old Gu, how are things going with your amazing girlfriend? Lin Ranran's steps faltered. She had heard a lot about Gu Chunshi's fairy-like girlfriend, and every time she heard it, it would affect her mood for a long time. However, to be honest, Ever since Gu Chunshi stopped paying attention to her and caring about her as usual, and when she realized that he would never forgive her for making him angry, she seemed to have been in a bad mood. Even if you're smiling on the outside, it can never reach your heart. Gu Chunshi looked at Zhou Xiangyu, who was making faces at him, and was speechless. Why did this guy suddenly bring this up again? Seeing Zhou Xiangyu blinking and pouting, he was even more speechless. This guy did it on purpose. Was he deliberately using the term fairy tale girlfriend to undermine Lin Ranran? How boring. When Gu Chunshi was reborn, he immediately distanced himself from Lin Ranran. At first, Lin Ranran's inexplicable actions made him very unhappy. However, after Lin Ranran pointed fingers at him in the mall that day, and he snapped back at her, she never bothered him again. Perhaps he said something rather harsh that day? But who can she blame? She brought it on herself. After Lin Ranran had walked away, Zhou Xiangyu complained. Old Gu, do we even have any chemistry? No. Gu Chunshi replied without hesitation. Ugh, this is so boring. I wanted to see her cry, Zhou Xiangyu said with a wicked grin. She refers to Lin Ranran, of course. Gu Chunshi said inexplicably. You want her to cry? That's easy. Just go over and flick her forehead twice. Won't that solve the problem? What does it matter whether he cooperates or not? Chapter 60 The Shameful Touch. Zhou Xiangyu clicked his tongue as he looked at Gu Chunshi. Gu Chunshi said unhappily. Am I wrong? Zhou Xiangyu said. Old Gu, didn't you notice? What did you find? Gu Chunshi asked, puzzled. Haven't you noticed that Lin Ranran seems different since you stopped talking to her? What does that have to do with me? Zhou Xiangyu. On second thought, he realized that Gu Chunshi was absolutely right. Zhou Xiangyu asked unwillingly. You didn't notice anything at all? Gu Chunshi countered. What should I be able to sense? Zhou Xiangyu gave up trying to guide him and said directly. I think Lin Ranran seems to care about you a lot now. She must have already discovered how good you are and is looking forward to your return. Yes, I hope he'll go back to being her devoted admirer. After all, among her army of simps, Gu Chunshi was the highest quality simp. Gu Chunshi repeated what he had just said. What does that have to do with me? Zhou Xiangyu laughed heartily. Yes, you're absolutely right. She's a thing of the past. You have a goddess girlfriend now, so you don't need to care about her at all. Gu Chunshi thought to himself. Even if I remain a bachelor for the rest of my life, I will never turn back. Oh right, what's the name of my goddess girlfriend? Zhou Xiangyu thought of this. Gu Chunshi said, Are you out of your mind? Didn't I already introduce the bookstore to you the other day? Zhou Xiangyu scratched his head. Really? But I don't remember. Her name is Xiaoyu. Gu Chunshi added, not forgetting to clarify. We really are just ordinary neighbors. Well, that doesn't seem to be quite accurate either. Do ordinary neighbors eat at each other's houses? Almost without distinction? Zhou Xiangyu looked at Gu Chunshi with a sly smile. Old Gu, I can tell you're lying. When you talk about your neighbor, the corners of your mouth can't help but turn up. You look so happy. Gu Chunshi. Is there? He didn't even notice it himself. But speaking of happiness, he has now escaped the helplessness and despair of his past life, is in good health, has a harmonious and peaceful family, and is happy every day, okay? Zhou Xiangyu is deliberately stirring up trouble. Zhou Xiangyu chuckled. No matter how stubborn you are, you can't escape my sharp eyes. Gu Chunshi was at a loss for words, both laughing and crying. Sharp eyes and keen perception? How come you didn't realize that Tang Xiaoxi had a crush on you? Achoo! Zhou Xiangyu suddenly sneezed. Gu Chunshi immediately distanced himself from him. Zhou Xiangyu, have you been infected? The flu has been rampant lately, and many people have fallen ill. Zhou Xiangyu rubbed his nose nonchalantly. How could that be? My strong physique can immunize against all viruses. Achoo. Gu Chunshi didn't know whether Zhou Xiangyu had been infected, but Ms. Jinglan unfortunately had. She started having a headache in the afternoon and felt drowsy, wanting nothing more than to sleep. Dedicated to her work, she stayed at her post until the end of the workday before wobblingly riding her electric bike home. When I got home, I took my temperature with a thermometer and found I had a slight fever. Gu Chunshi took out the medicine and poured a cup of hot water for her to take it. Jinglan had no appetite for dinner, but she forced down a little millet porridge that Xiaoyu had specially cooked for her before lying down. The next day, Jinglan was still burning up, so she definitely couldn't go to class. Gu Chunshi told her to go to the hospital, but she thought it was just a minor cold and that she would be fine after sleeping. Gu Chunshi was worried about leaving her alone at home, but Xiaoyu said, You can go to school without worry. I'll take care of Auntie. If anything happens, I'll take her to the hospital immediately. Gu Chunshi said gratefully. Xiaoyu, thank you. Xiaoyu said earnestly, You don't need to thank me. Your aunt is your mother, and she's also my aunt. It's only right that I take care of my aunt. Gu Chunshi. So, it seems he was just being presumptuous? Regardless, he was still very grateful to Xiaoyu. After school, Gu Chunshi rushed home, eager to check on his mother's condition. The room was dark, with no lights on. A person was lying motionless in front of the living room sofa. Gu Qinshi's heart tightened. My mom's condition seems more serious than I thought. They all fainted. In a panic, he rushed over and scooped the person on the ground into his arms, crying out, "Mom, are you all right? Mom, Mom." Gu Qinshi suddenly stopped talking. The soft touch and sweet scent in my arms. It seems he's got something wrong. The person in his arms now is not his mother, Ms. Jinglan, but Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu struggled out of his arms in a panic. In the dim light, her flushed face could not be seen. Gu Qinshi stammered, "I'm sorry, I thought you were my mother who had fainted here. I was just anxious." But seriously, why is she lying on the ground all of a sudden? It gave him a false alarm. My key accidentally slipped under the sofa, Xiaoyu explained softly. She crouched down, just managing to reach out and turn off her phone's flashlight, when Gu Qinshi rushed in. To ease the awkwardness, Gu Qinshi asked, "Is my mom feeling any better? Auntie's fever has gone down a bit. Now it's 37.6 degrees Celsius. She just took medicine half an hour ago. Thank you for your hard work. I'm so grateful to have you here today." "You're welcome. It's my duty to take care of my aunt." After Xiaoyu finished speaking, she lowered her head, walked past Gu Qinshi, and hurriedly left. Gu Qinshi felt a little annoyed. Is she angry? I was really too reckless just now. While he was feeling annoyed, he inexplicably thought of the sensation he felt when he held her in his arms. It's full, soft, and fragrant. It seems pretty good. In the bedroom, Jinglan's cough pulled Gu Qinshi back from his distraction. Gu Qinshi was both horrified and ashamed. What was he thinking just now? I feel so ashamed. If others found out, how would he face anyone? However, it would be abnormal for a boy his age to feel nothing at all when faced with an outstanding and beautiful girl, right? Thinking about it this way, Gu Qinshi's sense of shame lessened considerably. He stepped inside. Gu Qinshi wanted to tuck the blanket around his mother, but found that it was already tucked in properly, so he didn't need to do it. There was a damp, tofu-shaped towel on Jinglan's forehead, which was naturally placed there by Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu took very good care of her aunt, her mother. Gu Qinshi tiptoed out of his parents' bedroom, went to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator to see what food was available, and started cooking. Just as he was about to peel a potato, Xiaoyu walked in carrying a bowl of rice and a plate of vegetables. Gu Qinshi, stop making things. I've finished cooking. Come and eat." Gu Qinshi was very surprised. He subconsciously thought that Xiaoyu would have to take care of the patient and wouldn't have time to cook, but he didn't expect that she could do both at the same time. Xiaoyu placed the food on the dining table, turned around, and went into the bedroom. When she came out, she had a towel in her hand. She soaked the towel in warm water, wrung it out, folded it into a square, and placed it back on Jinglan's forehead. Gu Qinshi said, "You haven't eaten either, have you? Come and eat with us." Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment and said, "You eat first. I ate late at noon, and I'm not hungry yet. I'll eat later." Gu Qinshi's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, she's really angry. Nobody wants to eat at the same table with him anymore. Chapter 61. Is Xiaoyu angry? Gu Qinshi felt a little uneasy. He accidentally bumped into Xiaoyu, making her angry. Well, what to do? Should I sincerely apologize to her? But he had already apologized immediately, and she seemed to have accepted it. She only accepted it on the surface, but she was still angry with him in her heart. Gu Qinshi was somewhat at a loss. So his eyes couldn't help but follow Xiaoyu's figure. Xiaoyu was busy, taking Jinglan's temperature one moment and re-wetting the towel on her forehead with warm water the next. Meanwhile, Gu Qinshi, the biological son of Ms. Jinglan, sat at the dining table and ate his dinner slowly and deliberately. Compared to this, Gu Qinshi's actions as a son seemed completely superfluous. With Xiaoyu around, he didn't need to do anything, and it seemed he couldn't do anything at all, because Xiaoyu had already done everything that needed to be done. And she was also very domineering and wouldn't allow him to say thank you. After finishing his meal, drinking, washing, and cleaning, Gu Qinshi went into the bedroom. Xiaoyu squatted by the bed, looking down at her phone, seemingly engrossed in something. She paused for a moment when she heard Gu Qinshi enter, her fingers swiping the screen, but she didn't turn around. Gu Qinshi was somewhat at a loss. See, they're definitely angry. They don't want to talk to him anymore. The atmosphere was eerily silent. There was also a hint of awkwardness mixed in. Gu Qinshi broke the silence, his voice low. Xiaoyu, you go ahead and do your thing. I'll take care of things here with my mom. Xiaoyu finally reacted. She walked over and said softly, "You have homework to do. Go do your homework. I don't have anything to do." While speaking, she kept her head down looking at her phone, and her tone was slightly stiff. Gu Qinshi believed that if it weren't for the fear of disturbing his elderly mother, Xiaoyu would definitely not be willing to be so close to him. Does she hate him? It has to be said that the feeling of being disliked by someone unintentionally made him feel uneasy. Gu Qinshi opened his mouth. Seeing that he was standing still, Xiao Yu quickly glanced at him, looking a little uncomfortable. Go study quickly, don't make your aunt worry about you. Gu Chunshi felt that what she said sounded somewhat familiar. He remembered. When she first moved in, he told her to eat well and not to worry his mother. The tables have turned. Now it's Xiao Yu's turn to give him instructions? Okay, thank you for your help. Gu Chunshi was afraid that his stubbornness would make Xiao Yu even angrier, so he turned and left. Xiao Yu finally took her gaze off her phone screen and looked up at the doorway where he had disappeared. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. Why is he being so polite to her? Everything she did for her aunt and for them was done willingly, and she derived happiness from it, as well as realizing her own value in life. If anyone should say thank you, it should be her. She wanted to thank them for giving her the opportunity to integrate into their community, for giving her genuine care, and then for giving her the right to care for others. Gu Chunshi sat at his desk, lost in thought for a moment. He was thinking about how to appease Xiao Yu. I thought about it for a long time, but I couldn't come up with a solution. He couldn't help but laugh self-deprecatingly. Despite having been a devoted admirer for over 2 years in his past life, he still couldn't understand girls' minds at all. Jinglan woke up. Xiao Yu immediately handed her some warm water to replenish her fluids. Jinglan was halfway through her drink when she subconsciously looked up at the wall clock and was startled. Ouch, she said weakly, patting her groggy head, her voice hoarse. It's already 9:30 p.m.? Chen sure he. Auntie, don't worry. He has already eaten and is doing his homework in the house now. Xiao Yu knew what she was worried about, and quickly said. Jinglan said guiltily. Child, you've had a hard day. Xiao Yu said reproachfully. Auntie, don't be so polite to me all the time. It's nothing to me. Jinglan realized that she was afraid they would treat her like an outsider, and touched, she didn't continue to express her gratitude. Auntie, do you need to go to the restroom? Let me help you. Xiao Yu carefully helped Jinglan up, his thoughtfulness almost bringing tears to Jinglan's eyes. Although their son, Gu Chunshi, was no less than other children, he made them, who did not have a daughter, feel the warmth of their little darling. However, there is a fundamental difference between a boy's masculine strength and a girl's gentle tenderness. What a wonderful child. I wish she were my daughter. A son and a daughter, making a perfect family. If you can't be my daughter, being my daughter-in-law is fine too. Wouldn't that make us a real family? Jinglan grew increasingly fond of Xiao Yu, and couldn't help but indulge in fantasies. Gu Chunshi immediately came out of the house upon hearing the noise. When he saw his mother being helped out by Xiao Yu, he was startled. Mom, are you alright? If you're not feeling well, let's go to the hospital right now. Jinglan rolled her eyes at him. Your mother isn't that badly injured. Ugh, I'm still a little dizzy. However, it seems a little better than during the day. Hearing this, Gu Chunshi finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Mom is alright. Xiao Yu suddenly said to Jinglan. Auntie, would you like to sleep at my place tonight? Gu Chunshi was startled again. What's the meaning? Are you blatantly trying to steal my mother? Jinglan was also completely baffled. Xiao Yu explained. Auntie, I'm worried about you since you're not fully recovered. Come to my place, I can take care of you. If you feel unwell anywhere, just let me know. Gu Chunshi said. I can take care of my mother just the same way. Xiao Yu said. You have class tomorrow. If you get up in the middle of the night to take care of Auntie, you won't get enough rest at night, which will affect your studies. So it's better to leave the task of taking care of Auntie to me. Gu Chunshi was speechless. She was meticulous and thoughtful. What more could he say? Gu Chunshi thought of something and was secretly delighted. By the way, since she's willing to consider things from his perspective, does that mean she's no longer angry with him? However, upon further reflection, while it may seem that Xiao Yu is considering his needs, if one were to truly analyze it, Xiao Yu is actually considering his mother's needs. He has self-awareness. Xiao Yu has the best relationship with his mother. If it weren't for his mother, Xiao Yu wouldn't have been able to integrate into their family. Xiao Yu was worried that his lack of rest would affect his studies the next day, but that was only because he was his mother's son. It probably has nothing to do with him personally. 10 minutes later, Gu Chunshi sat alone on the sofa, looking at his small 2-bedroom apartment, feeling abandoned. Mom happily left with Xiao Yu, leaving him alone at home, sob. Oh right, before he left, Mom didn't forget to leave him a 20 yuan bill, so he could take care of his own breakfast tomorrow. Gu Chunshi silently put the 20 yuan into his pocket, thinking to himself in loneliness and despair. People should always learn to grow up. Chapter 62 Possessed by an Evil Spirit. The next day, Gu Chunshi yawned and climbed out of bed. Still half asleep, he scooped up some water that looked like it had just been taken out of the refrigerator and washed his face. Suddenly, he shuddered and became wide awake. After regaining his senses, Gu Chunshi felt extremely ashamed. Last night, he had an unbelievable dream. It's probably normal to have strange dreams when you're young and full of energy. But is it normal to include Xiao Yu in the mix? The sweet, soft, and wonderful feeling in my dream. Ugh, this is so embarrassing. After a quick wash, Gu Chunshur slung his heavy backpack over his shoulder and walked out the door. He couldn't help but glance across the street. I wonder how my mom is doing. Is she still burning up? It seems a bit inhuman for a son not to visit his sick mother before leaving home. However, they probably haven't gotten up yet at this hour. Gu Chunshur convinced himself. Knocking on the door abruptly would be disturbing. He remembered his mother saying that Xiao Yu didn't get up very early every day. Speaking of Xiao Yu, oh no, Gu Chunshur doesn't have the courage to face her now. Even if no one knows about the shameful and strange dream he just had, he can't help feeling guilty. Just as Gu Chunshur turned to leave, he suddenly heard the sound of a door opening behind him. Gu Chunshur's body stiffened abruptly as one foot dangled in midair. Is it Mom? It probably is. Well, Annie's fever has gone down. She was supposed to go to work today, but I didn't let her go. She's still sleeping now. Xiao Yu's gentle voice sounded softly from behind. Gu Chunshur's heart skipped a beat. He said, "Oh," trying to make his voice sound normal. "Okay, then I'm relieved. Be careful on the road," Xiao Yu said hesitantly, watching his retreating figure. Gu Chunshur said, "Okay, I understand. Okay, goodbye." I heard the sound of a door closing softly behind me. Gu Chunshur finally put his foot down, which had been hanging in the air. He let out a long breath, his heart pounding, and he didn't even know what he was so nervous about. He walked silently to the top of the stairs, and as he hurried down the stairs, he wondered if Xiao Yu had forgiven him. The sky was overcast, neither bright nor dim. The icy, frigid air rushed towards him, causing Gu Chunshur to instinctively shrink his neck. He walked quickly out of the residential area, then suddenly stopped for no apparent reason and turned to look at the residential buildings behind him. My gaze was fixed directly on a particular window. Then he chuckled to himself and continued walking out. Little did he know that when he suddenly turned his head to look, someone was startled and hurriedly hid behind the curtains. Xiao Yu didn't understand why she stood in front of the window, peeking through a crack, until she saw his figure appear in her line of sight, and felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. It was as if there was a strange puzzle in her heart, and he was an important piece of that puzzle. Only by putting him in would her life be complete. The aroma of porridge wafted from the kitchen. Xiao Yu went to the kitchen, scooped out 2 eggs with a slotted spoon, blew on them to cool them, cracked the shells, and carefully peeled them. As she was peeling the food, she suddenly wondered if the breakfast stalls outside were crowded. Is it hygienic or not? Does it taste good? But what does this have to do with her? Xiao Yu suddenly felt lost. Yes, what does it have to do with her? Anyway, now that she's learned to cook, she's not going to eat breakfast outside, so why bother with all this? Oh, she was worried that Gu Chunshur wouldn't eat well. Gu Chunshur can't study properly if he doesn't eat well. His aunt would worry if he didn't study properly. And when the aunt worries, it makes her worry. So, in the end, she was worried about her aunt. Yes, that's right. With this thought, Xiao Yu was no longer confused. Gu Chunshur's day was busy, terrible, and strange. He dared not let himself be idle. Whenever I have free time, I can't help but think of that shameful dream. Whenever he thinks of that dream, he thinks of Xiao Yu. Whenever he thinks of Xiao Yu, he thinks of something sweet and soft. It's like he's possessed. To get rid of these strange thoughts, Gu Chunshur frantically did practice problems after class, focusing all his attention on the tedious and brain-taxing math problems. This method was very effective. He quickly regained his usual self and became himself again. Just as he was completely absorbed in the ocean of knowledge, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Gu Chunshur shuddered in fright, and then realized from Tang Xiaoxi's action of getting up and leaving that the idiot who patted his shoulder was. "Old Gu, let's go for a walk outside," Zhou Xiangyu said. "Although I think you're enjoying yourself, I'm really worried you might die from overwork." After he said that, Gu Chunshur realized that his right wrist was sore and painful. His index finger had been flattened from holding the pen for so long. He stretched and walked out with Zhou Xiangyu. Tang Xiaoxi, her cup full of water, walked over from the opposite side and gave them a shy smile. Gu Chunshur gave the idiot next to him a meaningful look. This idiot was humming a song while shaking his head, completely oblivious to the smile on the other person's face. Gu Chunshur couldn't help but wonder if his deskmate would have a crush on him until graduation. My deskmate, Tang Xiaoxi, usually speaks softly and blushes easily. She's an introverted girl. She probably didn't have the courage to confess her feelings to Zhou Xiangyu. Zhou Xiangyu, whose mind was completely absorbed in games, was utterly oblivious to her affections. Gu Chunshur silently wondered if he should remind him. Then I thought, forget it. What's the point of letting this guy know? Does it mean he'll immediately abandon, "I love games, games love me," and get together with the soft girl Tang Xiaoxi? Based on Gu Chunshur's understanding of Zhou Xiangyu, if Zhou Xiangyu knew that there were girls who liked him, it would not only make him arrogant and think that he was incredibly charming, but it might also cause him some trouble. So after thinking about it, I decided to pretend I didn't know. If Zhou Xiangyu really ends up alone for the rest of his life, it's really not a big deal. In this day and age, as long as one doesn't break the law or morality, whatever decisions one makes are one's freedom. No one has the right to interfere. If he gets old and has no one to rely on, Gu Chunshi can tell his future children to visit this unreliable, silly uncle from time to time. Anyway, Gu Chunshi will definitely get married and have children in the future and live a normal life. Interestingly, Gu Chunshi felt confident that he would find a wife and have a happy family in the future. Yeah, being handsome gives you that kind of confidence, hehe. Jing Shu, please, could you please give this box of chocolates to Lin Ranran for me? Oh, as a thank you, this box is for you. Gu Chunshi and Zhou Xiangyu both looked over. Zhang Shuo stopped Jing Shu and pleaded earnestly. Chapter 63, Changing Each Other. Zhang Shuo is quite savvy. When asking for help, buy 2 gifts, one for the goddess and one for the person who helps. Jing Shu politely declined, saying, I think it would be more sincere if you delivered it yourself. Zhang Shuo gave an embarrassed smile. If he can deliver it himself, why would he need to ask someone else to do it for him? For some reason, Lin Ranran, the goddess, hasn't been paying much attention to him these past few days. Yesterday, she even bluntly told him to stop bothering her. Zhang Shuo was flustered and confused. He didn't know what he had done wrong. He just wanted her to see his good qualities, not to bother her. Zhou Xiangyu clicked his tongue and said, Luckily, I only love games, I won't be a simp, and I won't get hurt. Gu Chunshi glanced at Zhang Shuo with sympathy. Although I had also been a simp before, I was much better than him. I had never begged anyone so humbly in order to get close to Lin Ranran. TSK. Gu Chunshi found it somewhat amusing. How come, when faced with another simp, I can still feel a sense of superiority? Haha. His past life was far more tragic than Zhang Shuo's present life. After rejecting Zhang Shuo, Jing Shu ignored him and turned to leave. Disappointed, Zhang Shuo looked around for the next person who could help him. Then, by accident, he met Gu Chunshi's gaze. He was a little embarrassed. Gu Chunshi looked away, glanced around at himself, and was speechless. Zhou Xiangyu, that troublemaker, actually walked straight towards Zhang Shuo. Gu Chunshi's intuition told him that this guy was up to no good. Zhang Shuo, what brand of chocolate is it? Zhang Shuo was confused, but he still told the truth. Zhou Xiangyu raised an eyebrow. Affordable brands? No way. Our school beauty Lin has a discerning palate. She only likes imported food. Huh. Zhang Shuo was dumbfounded and asked somewhat self-consciously, Really? Really? Of course, why would I lie to you? Zhou Xiangyu said matter-of-factly, then added, Even if you successfully get it to her, she won't eat it. She might just throw it in the trash. What a waste. Zhou Xiangyu wasn't wronging Lin Ranran. After all, she had indeed thrown away the birthday gift Gu Chunshi gave her not long ago because she didn't like it. Gu Chunshi's lips twitched. He already knew what Zhou Xiangyu would do next. Then what should I do? Zhang Shuo asked naively. Zhou Xiangyu said seriously, What else can we do? He held out his hand. Give it to me. Zhang Shuo, in a daze, handed the beautifully packaged chocolate box to Zhou Xiangyu. In front of him, Zhou Xiangyu unwrapped the chocolate, then removed a chocolate ball slightly smaller than a bouncy ball from it, peeled off the foil, and put it directly into his mouth. He nodded in satisfaction as he chewed. Not bad. It's filled, delicious. Here, Lao Gu, have a few to try. As he spoke, he placed 2 chocolate balls in Gu Chunshi's palm and generously added, If that's not enough, I have more here. Zhang Shu. This is a gift from my goddess. His heart was bleeding, but he dared not say anything. Unless he wants to test how hard Zhou Xiangyu's fist is. Zhou Xiangyu patted his shoulder, as if to say no thanks. That way, nothing will be wasted. Hey, if you're worried about wasting your box, give it to me, and I'll finish it all for you. Zhang Shuo quickly hid the other box behind his back and said with an embarrassed smile, No need. Brother Zhou, I'll finish this one myself. I'll finish it myself. Zhou Xiangyu said, Are you sure you can handle it? Eating too much chocolate is bad for your teeth. Zhang Shuo, on the verge of tears, said, I have good teeth. I'm not afraid. He ran into his classroom as if fleeing. I'm so afraid that if I'm too late, I won't be able to save this box of chocolates, sob sob. Zhou Xiangyu turned his head and saw Tang Xiaoxi standing outside the classroom door, looking in his direction. Perhaps he finally had a change of heart and realized that it was wrong of him to always take other people's seats, so he waved to her, handed her 2 chocolates, and said, Here, have 2 chocolates. Tang Xiaoxi blushed and reached out to take it, bowing her head and whispering her thanks. Zhou Xiangyu watched Tang Xiaoxi's retreating figure and said, Gu Chunshi, your deskmate is quite good. Gu Chunshi had just peeled a chocolate and put it in his mouth when he heard this and was greatly surprised. Did I misunderstand this guy? He discovered Tang Xiaoxi's good qualities? Gu Chunshi remained calm and vaguely asked, "Oh, what's good about it? Whenever I go to see you, she always gives me her seat in a very good mood and never complains that I'm a nuisance." Gu Chunshi thought, "So you knew too." Zhou Xiangyu changed the subject, "But she's a bit dull and doesn't talk much. Who would marry her? How boring would that be?" Gu Chunshi. A nascent hope was shattered and fell to the ground with a thud. The school bell rang. Gu Chunshi, smelling strongly of chocolate, walked into the classroom with Zhou Xiangyu. Zhou Xiangyu puffed out his cheeks, squinted his eyes, and walked happily toward his seat. He didn't realize that a certain clumsy girl had been secretly following his gaze all along. Gu Chunshi settled into his seat and felt a gaze fall upon him. He turned his head in surprise and saw Lin Ranran's profile. She was looking down at a book and wasn't looking in his direction. Gu Chunshi casually looked away, then wondered how his mother was doing. With Xiaoyu around, he, as the son, has become a hands-off father, increasingly incompetent. Jinglan is not fully recovered. She coughs occasionally, but her fever has subsided. She sat on the sofa, knitting a sweater with yarn in her hands. Gu Chunshi was relieved to find that Xiaoyu wasn't at their house. He was still a little afraid to see her. "Mom, I already have a sweater to wear. Why did you knit another one?" Gu Chunshi put down his school bag and asked in confusion. Jinglan smiled and rolled her eyes at him. "Don't flatter yourself. Who said I was going to knit it for you?" Gu Chunshi said, "Give it to my dad? I don't think my dad needs anything." Jinglan said, "Xiaoyu doesn't have many clothes. I'll knit one for her." Gu Chunshi. How could I have forgotten about her? Pure white yarn will make a flawless white sweater. She would definitely look good in it. However, people who are good-looking and have a good figure should look good in anything. The food is in the kitchen, still warm. Go and eat, Jinglan instructed without looking up. Seeing that she was sitting still, Gu Chunshi asked, "Mom, have you eaten?" "Yes, I already ate at Xiaoyu's." Gu Chunshi understood. This shows that he will be eating Xiaoyu's cooking later. Since Xiaoyu learned to cook, he has never cooked for himself again. Their family changed Xiaoyu, and Xiaoyu also changed their family. Chapter 64 Unexpected Events. For several days in a row, Gu Chunshi did not speak to Xiaoyu, and they did not even make eye contact. Even so, they still eat at the same table almost every day, just like before. She might still be a little angry. Gu Chunshi felt a little awkward around her and wouldn't take the initiative to talk to her. Therefore, the distance that the two had painstakingly narrowed was instantly wiped out. In her fight against the virus, Ms. Jinglan miraculously failed to notice anything amiss between them. Gu Chunshi was unaware that every day when he went out, someone would silently stand in front of the window and watch him leave. In this way, she can complete the puzzle in her heart. Time flies by, and the spring festival is just around the corner. The miserable senior high school student, after taking exams for 2 days in a row, is resting at home for the time being. When he returns to school next time, he will be on vacation. Major shopping malls have started promotional activities and hung up red lanterns in advance. The festive atmosphere of the new year immediately returned. Jinglan always stocks up for the new year in advance, and this year is no exception. With the New Year's goods almost ready, Jinglan took Xiaoyu out to the mall during her break to see what else they needed and buy some more. Gu Chunshi doesn't like shopping. He used to accompany his mother out because he was afraid she would be lonely. Now that Xiaoyu is with her, he has no use for his skills and can stay at home reading. Oh, by the way, he and Xiaoyu are still the same as always. They try not to talk to each other if they can avoid it, and they absolutely avoid any eye contact if they can avoid it. Jinglan and the others went out around 8 a.m., and at 9:30 a.m., Zhou Xiangyu called and asked him to go out for a walk in the city center. Gu Chunshi refused outright. He was quite comfortable staying at home and didn't want to go anywhere. To everyone's surprise, Zhou Xiangyu smugly declared that he knew this shut and would refuse, so he came directly to find him and was now outside Gu Chunshi's house. Gu Chunshi opened the door, and there was indeed this guy outside. "Where's Auntie? Did she go to work?" Zhou Xiangyu looked around as soon as he entered the door. Gu Chunshi said, "I went out to buy New Year's goods." Upon hearing that his parents weren't home, Zhou Xiangyu immediately relaxed and said, let's go. It's a rare day off. Isn't staying home a waste of life? Let's go out and have some fun, relax." Gu Chunshi outwardly showed disdain for him, but inwardly he was actually very happy that he listened to his advice and had been behaving quite well recently. Seeing Zhou Xiangyu's progress, Gu Chunshi felt a great sense of accomplishment. Zhou Xiangyu was his best friend, and besides, he had already come to him, so Gu Chunshi said, "All right then, wait for me." Zhou Xiangyu casually sat down on the living room sofa, grabbed a banana, and started eating while looking at his phone. It felt natural, just like being at home. Gu Chunshi had just changed his clothes and was about to leave with Zhou Xiangyu when his phone rang. The caller was Jinglan. As soon as I pressed the answer button, Jinglan's voice immediately came through the receiver. "Chunshi, you hey, what are you doing? Beep beep beep. The call was disconnected. Gu Chunshur was stunned for a moment. His heart skipped a beat, and he had a feeling that something was wrong, so he rushed out. Jinglan's subsequent words were clearly not directed at him. Moreover, the voice initially sounded surprised, but later turned into panic. The trembling voice carried a hint of fear. The last time Jinglan was this panicked was in her past life, when she tremblingly informed her father, Gu Cheng, after he was hit by a car. This suggests that something extremely serious must have happened to them. Old Gu, Zhou Xiangyu said urgently. Wait for me. I'll go with you. As she spoke, she closed the door behind her and then took off chasing after Gu Chunshur. Gu Chunshur rushed into the residential area to flag down a taxi, and Zhou Xiangyu caught up with him, panting. Gu Chen reported the address. Fortunately, Gu Chunshur asked them where they were going when they left, so he knew roughly where they were. After reporting his address, Gu Chen hurriedly told the driver, Driver, I have an urgent matter to attend to. Please drive faster. Zhou Xiangyu was terrified by his reaction and asked tremblingly, Old Gu, what happened? Gu Chunshur shook his head. I don't know either, but I feel that something must have happened. My mother may have encountered some emergency, and I have to go there. Zhou Xiangyu comforted him, saying, Maybe you're overthinking it. Things might not be as you think. Gu Chunshur fell silent. At this point, the more panicked he became, the less effective it was. Hopefully he's overthinking it. But Jinglan's panic on the phone said it all. The driver was very efficient and got them to their destination in just 10 minutes. Zhou Xiangyu looked up and saw the three big characters, Jiajiafu. This is a well-known large supermarket, and they are currently holding a spring festival promotion. He asked, Old Gu, which floor is Auntie on now? Let's hurry over there. This question really stumped Gu Chunshur. Jiajiafu supermarket is very large, with 2 floors, so it's a bit difficult to find my mom and the others right away. Gu Chunshur took out his phone and called his mother, hoping she would answer. But based on his mother's reaction on the phone, Gu Chunshur had a feeling that his mother's phone was no longer in her possession. The familiar ringtone was faintly carried to my ears by the wind. Jinglan sometimes turns the volume up to the maximum, because she's afraid she won't hear the phone when it comes in while she's busy. Gu Chunshur looked in the direction of the sound, and saw 2 men disappearing into the alley next to Jiajiafu's supermarket. Gu Chunshur's heart tightened. My mom's phone is probably in their hands. At the other end of the alley, a new shop has opened, and a performance team has been hired to set up a stage outside the shop to prepare for a performance. Just as the 2 men ran over, suddenly there was a great commotion with gongs and drums. The store's on-site lucky draw attracted a large crowd. Once those 2 men successfully blend into the crowd, it will be difficult to find them again. Without thinking, Gu Chunshur ran straight in the direction the 2 men had come from. Zhou Xiangyu naturally followed suit. Whether it's a mobile phone or a wallet, they are all external possessions. All he wants to know right now is whether his mother is alright. Gu Chunshur successfully met Jinglan at a relatively secluded and deserted intersection a dozen meters away. Gu Chunshur quickly glanced at her from head to toe, and his heart, which had been pounding in his chest, finally settled down. Aside from looking particularly anxious and flustered, there was nothing else wrong with her. Gu Chunshur quickly went to greet her. Mom, what happened? Jinglan was out of breath from running. When she saw Gu Chun, she didn't even have time to be surprised at what he was doing there. She pointed in the direction the 2 men had just run and said urgently, Chunshur, hurry, and catch up. Xiaoyu. Chapter 65. She's actually a big shot. Gu Chunshur's heart sank. Jinglan's bag was stolen, and to prevent her from calling the police, her cell phone was also taken. Xiaoyu actually chased after him? Gu Chunshur turned around and chased after him in a fit of rage, his heart filled with anxiety. Is she stupid? Those are just material possessions. If they're stolen, so be it. Even if we report it to the police and can't get them back, what does it matter? Personal safety is the most important thing. How could she possibly, how dare she, chase after him? She was just a weak woman with no strength to even kill a chicken. Even if she caught up with them, what could she do? She couldn't beat them. Not only would she not be able to get back what was stolen, but she would also likely put herself in danger. Gu Chunshur was extremely panicked, and all sorts of terrifying images flashed through his mind. Even though he didn't want to think about them, he simply couldn't control himself. Zhou Xiangyu had just caught up and was panting, about to ask what was going on, when he saw Gu Chen suddenly turn around and rush out, his expression so gloomy, it was almost dripping with water. That looked like he's about to kill someone. Zhou Xiangyu knew something was wrong, so he hurriedly said to Jinglan, Auntie, wait here and don't wander off. I'll go help him. After saying that, he chased after Gu Chunshur like the wind. Gu Chunshur stopped in front of the alley next to Jiajiafu, staring ahead in astonishment. Zhou Xiangyu finally caught up. Just as he was about to ask something, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of something, and his mouth slowly opened into an O shape. He then blurted out a shocked, holy crap. In a narrow alley, Two men are stacking themselves on top of each other. A girl wearing a long black down jacket, a red scarf, and a red hat stood on the back of the man at the top, her black marten boots on her feet, her face cold. The two men lay together, their faces bruised and swollen, looking utterly pathetic. Gu Chenshi was dumbfounded and fell into deep doubt about the meaning of life. Was he hallucinating? The seemingly frail Xiao Yu single-handedly took on two grown men and trampled them underfoot? He had an urge to rub his eyes and take a look again. At the same time, Xiao Yu noticed something and looked over in their direction. When she met Gu Chenshi's gaze, she suddenly froze on the spot. As the two of them gazed at each other from afar, Zhou Xiangyu shouted, "Heroine, I'm here to help you." He then pounced on her. Xiao Yu was unsure whether she was startled by him or nervous at the sudden appearance of them, and quickly hid to the side. Gu Chenshi stepped forward and helped subdue the two men. In fact, the two men who were stacked on top of each other had already been subdued and had no chance to resist for a short time. Although before this, there were only Xiao Yu and two men stacked on top of each other in the alley, Gu Chenshi still found it hard to believe. Feeling that someone might have helped Xiao Yu, he subdued the two men and left without seeking recognition or credit. Otherwise, he simply couldn't imagine how Xiao Yu, with his slender arms and legs, could subdue these two grown men. Xiao Yu retrieved Jinglan's stolen phone and wallet from the men and handed them to Gu Chenshi, saying, "Here, these are for Auntie." Gu Chenshi hesitated and said, "Xiao Yu they?" Xiao Yu said, "They are thieves. I have already called the police, and they will be here to arrest them soon." "No, that's not what I'm asking. I mean they're all you." Xiao Yu understood what he meant. She glanced at him with her large, clear eyes and said in a matter-of-fact tone, "They're just two social scumbags. Nothing to worry about." "Mere nothing." Gu Chenshi's gaze inexplicably fell on her wrist. Even though her wrists were hidden in the sleeves of her down jacket, it didn't stop Gu Chenshi from seeing her slender wrists, which looked as if they could be broken with a gentle twist. His impression of Xiao Yu was that she was thin and weak. "I only found out today that Xiao Yu is thin, but not weak." The police arrived quickly. The petty thief was handcuffed. The thief looked quite pitiful, his face covered in blood. Yes, there are also 5 clearly visible finger marks. Needless to say, it was a gift from Xiao Yu. When they saw Xiao Yu, their eyes involuntarily revealed a look of fear and trepidation. It is clear that Xiao Yu left an indelible psychological scar on them. The following image appeared in Gu Chenshi's mind. 2 petty thieves ran ahead, and a female knight-errant as swift as the wind appeared behind them. She chased after them, leaped up, and kicked one of the petty thieves in the backside, knocking him to the ground. Then, without giving the other thief a chance to react, she delivered another powerful kick, and just like that, she perfectly dealt with both thieves. This is real life, not a martial arts drama. However, the reality was almost exactly as he had imagined. Xiao Yu did indeed kick one person away first, and then immediately kicked another away. When she kicked the 2 petty thieves, she deliberately chose a specific angle and used her unimaginable strength to kick them both into the wall, causing them to slam into it, their heads bleeding profusely, and leaving them unconscious. Within a short time, they surrendered. Xiao Yu stacked them together so she could subdue them before the police arrived. Feeling indignant, he raised his hand and slapped one of them across the face. The 2 thieves' noses bled profusely. What she didn't expect was that Gu Chenshi and his friends would also appear there when she called the police. When the police were giving their statements at the police station, they were surprised to learn that the 2 petty thieves had actually been subdued by the seemingly gentle and weak woman in front of them. Under the astonished gazes of several people, Xiao Yu explained somewhat awkwardly, "I started learning martial arts from my teacher when I was 3 years old." Zhou Xiangyu looked at Xiao Yu with even more admiration. After the statements were taken, the 4 people walked out, each with a different feeling. Apart from Xiao Yu himself, who remained relatively calm, everyone else was still in a daze. Jinglan clicked her tongue in amazement and pulled Xiao Yu's hand. "My goodness, Xiao Yu, you're amazing. You took down 2 grown men, all by yourself. Then Auntie can rest assured that no one will be able to bully you in the future." Xiao Yu just smiled and didn't say anything. Gu Chenshi and Zhou Xiangyu walked silently behind them. Zhou Xiangyu gently nudged Gu Chenshi's elbow. He silently mouthed to Gu Chenshi, "Holy crap, this is a real master. Old Gu, I want to become his apprentice." Gu Chenshi, "Give me a break." Zhou Xiangyu, No one can stop me. From today onwards, she is my master." Gu Chenshi shook his head speechlessly. "This guy, he just does whatever comes to mind." Zhou Xiangyu, "Old Gu, I'm suddenly feeling really worried about your future." Gu Chenshi asked, puzzled, "What do you mean?" Zhou Xiangyu, "What if you two have a conflict in the future, and she becomes abusive towards you?" Gu Chenshi, "This guy is really... What does this have to do with anything?" Zhou Xiangyu looked at the 2 people in front of him who looked like mother and daughter. She became even more worried. And the auntie seems to really like her. If she hits you in the future, the auntie probably won't be on your side. Oh no, oh no. Gu Chunshi glared at him, unable to contain himself any longer. Shut up. Zhou Xiangyu wasn't finished yet, and I won't be able to protect you anymore. Gu Chunshi. Zhou Xiangyu. Because she will be my mentor in the future, I cannot disobey her. Gu Chunshi rolled his eyes. That's good enough. Chapter 66. The female boss you don't dare to mess with. I went out to buy New Year's goods in high spirits, but I encountered two audacious thieves who stole and robbed me. I returned home with a scare. As the year draws to a close, thieves are working hard to make ends meet in order to have a good holiday. TSK. Jinglan was still shaken and fearful. Xiaoyu. Although I know now that you can fight better than a man, you still shouldn't rush out for things like this in the future. What if they have accomplices, or they are carrying weapons? Thinking of these two possibilities, Jinglan's voice trembled. They only steal material possessions. Your personal safety is more important to your aunt. What would I do if something happened to you? Jinglan became more and more frightened as she spoke, and wiped away her tears. Xiaoyu initially thought it was nothing. When she discovered that her aunt's things had been stolen, she felt a surge of heat rush to her head, and rushed out without thinking twice. How dare they provoke her aunt? She absolutely cannot let those two bastards get away with this. She felt it was her duty to teach those two clueless bastards a lesson and retrieve her aunt's belongings. But now, after her aunt said that, she suddenly felt a lump in her throat and wanted to cry. Why is that? Oh, that's because at this moment, she clearly felt that she, in this world, also had people who cared about her and worried about her. This feeling is so good. Gu Chunshi pulled out two tissues and handed them to his mother. When he looked at Xiaoyu, he frowned slightly and said, Xiaoyu, don't make my mother worry about you anymore. Forget about his mother. He was almost scared to death too, okay? When he said those words, Zhou Xiangyu, who had been sitting next to him without daring to say a word, was shocked. Is old Gu out of his mind? How dare he speak to a female boss in such a tone? What should I do if I anger the female boss, and she suddenly jumps up and beats me up? Should one stand firmly on the side of their brother, or pretend not to see anything? No. If that really happened, would there even be a need to ask? Their friendship of more than 5 years couldn't compare to his own life. What if the female boss gets angry and includes him in the mix? Brother, I'm sorry, I have to stay here to collect your body. As soon as Xiaoyu met Gu Chunshi's gaze, she immediately lowered her head again and gave a faint Zhou Xiangyu was dumbfounded. What about the imagined rage? The female boss seems to have a good temper, like the docile girl next door. Or is she only this docile in front of her buddies? Ha ha ha. He no longer has to worry about his good brother being beaten to death. After what happened, Zhou Xiangyu was no longer in the mood to go out and have fun. But he felt no regret at all. Now all I can think about is finding the right opportunity to become Xiaoyu's apprentice. Gu Chunshi bluntly poured cold water on him. Wake up. He started practicing martial arts when he was 3 years old. You're 18 now, your bones are too hard, you can't practice anymore. Zhou Xiangyu, with his neck stiff, said, then I'll just treat it as a way to improve my health, okay? Jinglan gave Xiaoyu a lot of advice and instructions, and only breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Xiaoyu promise her that he would never rush in if he encountered such a situation again. As noon approached, Jinglan got up to go to the kitchen to get busy. Xiangyu, Auntie only has some simple home-cooked food, please don't mind it. Zhou Xiangyu quickly stopped her, saying, Auntie, don't bother. I think we should go out to eat. It's my treat. Jinglan said, how can that be? You've come to my house as a guest, and I'm asking you to treat us to a meal at a restaurant? That's just too much. Gu Chunshi said, Mom, why don't we just go out and eat something casually? He's not an outsider anyway, so let's not bother. Xiaoyu thought for a moment and said, Auntie, how about this? I'll cook lunch. Gu Chunshi glanced at Xiaoyu. I thought to myself, no wonder my mom likes her. She really is likable. If he were to actually get beaten up by Xiaoyu one day, his mother might not take his side. But why did I get beaten up by Xiaoyu? It's really inexplicable. Of course, the above was just his idle grumbling when he was bored. Having been Ms. Jinglan's son for 18 years, how could he not know that he was Ms. Jinglan's darling? Humph. Zhou Xiangyu dared not eat the food cooked by the female boss, for fear of shortening his lifespan. He slapped his thigh and said, Auntie, I'm not an outsider. I can just eat whatever I want. If you make it too formal, I'll feel embarrassed. Since things had come to this point, Jinglan stopped insisting. She chuckled and said, all right, whatever you want. Eat whatever you want, just don't try to save me money. The money she had lost, and then found felt like a foundling to her. Besides, she's not usually a stingy person, so she naturally wants to treat her son's friends well when they come over. Hello, my name is Zhou Xiangyu, and I am Gu Chunshi's best friend. In the small restaurant, Zhou Xiangyu finally found an opportunity to solemnly introduce himself to Qiaoyu. To emphasize the closeness of his relationship with Gu Chunshi, Zhou Xiangyu used most words in one breath. Jinglan smiled and chimed in. Yes, Xiaoyu. Xiangyu is Qinshi's best friend. They were classmates in junior high school, and it's unexpected that they'll be in the same class in high school. That's what you call fate. Qiaoyu smiled slightly, looking soft, cute, and harmless. In short, unless you see it with your own eyes, it's hard to associate her with the muscle Barbie who can subdue 2 grown men single-handedly. Hello, we met once at the bookstore last time. I remember you. Zhou Xiangyu stared at her smiling face, stunned. Wow, she looks so beautiful when she smiles. Wow, she actually remembers me. Wow, thank goodness she's my buddy's neighbor. If she were someone else's neighbor, I wouldn't even have a chance to talk to her. Wow, what a wonderful girl. I must make sure Lao Gu seizes this opportunity. If he misses it, my master will be gone. Wow, wow, wow. She seems so gentle. I bet she'd agree if I asked her to be my apprentice, right? Gu Chunshi knew something was wrong the moment he saw Zhou Xiangyu's eyes light up. This guy wasn't really going to. Do you know how much I admire you? You're a heroine in my eyes. Cough cough. A sudden cough interrupted Zhou Xiangyu's words. The 3 people at the table all turned their gazes to Gu Chunshi. Jinglan asked anxiously. I told you to wear more clothes, but you just wouldn't listen. Are you sick? Gu Chunshi waved his hand. No, I just choked on my water. After saying that, he glared at Zhou Xiangyu without batting an eye. Don't embarrass me, or I'll cut ties with you. Chapter 67 Moments of Perfect Understanding. Zhou Xiangyu immediately became obedient after receiving Gu Chunshi's warning. He cherished his brothers more than he wanted to become an apprentice. At this moment, Zhou Xiangyu finally remembered his brotherhood with Gu Chunshi and forgot his earlier plan to collect Gu Chunshi's body. Zhou Xiangyu is an outgoing and talkative person, and he chatted very enthusiastically with Jinglan. In contrast, Gu Chunshi and Xiaoyu were much quieter. A 4-person table, starting with Jinglan, followed by Qiaoyu, Zhou Xiangyu, and Gu Chunshi. Gu Chunshi and Qiaoyu faced each other. Gu Chunshi listened to Zhou Xiangyu talking to his mother about studying, and found it amusing. This good boy is really good at pretending. Just as I reached for a plate of bok choy with my chopsticks, coincidentally, at the same time, another pair of chopsticks reached out from the opposite side. The 2 pairs of chopsticks almost clashed in mid-air. Gu Chunshi quickly pretended that he wanted to pick up the spare rib next to him and reach for the spare rib with his chopsticks. However, the other person had the same idea and also reached for the ribs with their chopsticks. The chopsticks that hadn't gotten a chance to fight before finally did. It's exactly like the scene in movies and TV dramas where spears are intertwined and crisscrossed during intense battles. They both paused for a moment, then simultaneously with perfect understanding, put their chopsticks back down. An awkward atmosphere quietly spread between Gu Chunshi and Xiaoyu. However, their situation is a bit strange right now. It was neither as awkward as at the beginning, where we naturally treated each other like air, nor as relaxed and comfortable as we became after getting to know each other. If you think about it carefully, it seems that they have been deliberately avoiding each other ever since Jinglan got sick. Xiaoyu avoids him because he was too abrupt. He avoids her because of that strange dream. Oh no, he remembered that dream again. To ease the awkwardness and avoid getting lost in some dreamlike memory, Gu Chunshi coughed lightly and asked, Was it tough when you were learning martial arts? Xiaoyu lowered her eyes. Her eyelashes were long and thick, slightly curled, like the thin wings of a butterfly gathering nectar from a flower. It was all right. Thinking about it now, I don't think it was that bitter, she replied softly. How could it not be bitter? Gu Chunshi has a little sister in his family who learns to dance. She has to practice every day, and she cries and complains that it's too hard. She learns martial arts, which is probably based on similar principles to dancing. Both involve pushing the limits of the body. Zhou Xiangyu overheard their conversation and turned to Qiaoyu, earnestly asking, Is it too late for me to want to learn martial arts at my age? Qiaoyu thought for a moment. It's definitely not as effective as studying from a young age, but if you treat it as a way to strengthen your body, it's not a bad choice. However, you need to be careful not to make the intensity too high at the beginning to avoid injury. Zhou Xiangyu rarely showed any embarrassment. Then, since I'm Gu Chunshi's friend, could you give me some pointers from time to time? Qiaoyu looked at him in surprise, but after seeing his sincere expression, she hesitated for a moment and said, Okay. Yeah. Zhou Xiangyu was overjoyed and winked at Gu Chunshi with a beaming smile. The next sentence rendered Gu Chunshi's previous warning useless. Then you'll be my master from now on. I'll call you master from now on. You don't mind, do you? Qiaoyu. For some reason, the images of Sun Wukong and Tang Sanzang suddenly came to her mind. Gu Chunshi was almost speechless at this guy. Jinglan looked at these young people with a smile, and the more she looked, the happier she became. These kids are so wonderful. They are all good kids. Huh. Hey. Roar. Wearing a bulky down jacket, Zhou Xiangyu couldn't wait to assume a horse stance and start practicing martial arts as soon as he came down the stairs. A 6 or 7-year-old boy next to him stared intently, his eyes revealing his admiration for the older boy. After Zhou Xiangyu finished his tantrum, the little boy clapped his hands enthusiastically and exclaimed excitedly, "Big brother, you're so amazing." Zhou Xiangyu said smugly, "Is that even a question, you little brat?" The little boy pestered Zhou Xiangyu, saying, "Brother, you're so amazing, can you teach me? Can I become your apprentice?" After Zhou Xiangyu coaxed the little boy away with a few words, he said with a grin, "Today's trip was definitely worthwhile, haha." The loud, overjoyed laughter made Gu Chunshi involuntarily pick his ear. Zhou Xiangyu put his arm around Gu Chunshi's shoulder and solemnly warned him, "Old Gu, I don't care if you and my master are together or not. If you are, you must treat her well. If you're not together." The word master made Gu Chunshi's lips twitch. "You're being presumptuous, aren't you? When did she ever say she wanted to take you on as her apprentice? And also, if I weren't with Xiaoyu, what would you do? Surely not. Are you perhaps planning to pursue Xiaoyu?" Gu Chunshi was terrified. "If you two aren't together, then I must solemnly ask you now. You must, as soon as possible, win her over. Such a wonderful girl, we should keep her in the family. We can't let other bastards get away with this. I think you two are a perfect match, you should get together already. I really want you to show her off in front of those bastards before you graduate. In this way, as your good brother, I can also benefit from it." For some reason, Gu Chunshi secretly breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Zhou Xiangyu had no romantic feelings for Xiaoyu. Yeah, this guy only cares about games. Beauty? Oh, it's all just fleeting. But what exactly am I relaxing about? He had always told Zhou Xiangyu that he and Xiaoyu were just ordinary neighbors, so even if Zhou Xiangyu wanted to pursue Xiaoyu, that was his freedom, and what was he worried about? Oh, maybe they're worried that Zhou Xiangyu will get too stubborn and start pestering Xiaoyu, which might anger Xiaoyu so much that he might beat him to death in a fit of rage. Gu Chunshi was completely confused. "Hey, Lao Gu, did you hear that? I only have this one request for you in my life. You have to say yes." Gu Chunshi rolled his eyes. "Aren't you afraid that one day she'll beat me to death?" Zhou Xiangyu chuckled and said, No, my master looks so gentle. How could she possibly use violence? Her violence is only directed at criminals. Don't worry about my business." Gu Chunshi struggled free and asked him with amusement, "Do you want to have dinner at my house before you leave?" Zhou Xiangyu said earnestly, "You know what? I really want to have dinner at your house. Auntie's cooking is so delicious. It's such a pity I didn't get to eat it for lunch today. However, my aunt works very hard. If I stay, she will definitely have to keep busy inside and outside, which will increase her workload. Never mind, let's talk about it another time." Chapter 68, As If Finding a Treasure. After seeing off the reluctant Zhou Xiangyu, Gu Chunshi turned and walked back. Climbing up to the 4th floor, I glanced down instinctively and found that Xiao Yu's room was locked. She's been working a lot lately, and she should be working right now. Jinglan held the newly knitted sweater, looking at it from left to right. Every sweater Gu Chunshi wears is knitted by his mother. She knitted dozens of pieces for Gu Chunshi in total. But she herself still wears the same old sweater from more than 10 years ago. Fewer people are knitting sweaters nowadays. People find it too troublesome and time-consuming to knit one stitch at a time, so they mostly buy ready-made ones, which come in many styles and are quite attractive. But Jinglan is a restless person, and she's quick with her hands. She can knit while watching dramas, and it won't take long. Look, it's finished in no time after I started knitting this sweater. Jinglan felt a little worried after admiring it alone. The ones I knit myself are not as good as those sold in the mall. Although I bought good yarn and it feels very soft, the design is too simple. I don't know if Xiaoyu will dislike it. Gu Chunshi said, "I think you're overthinking it. Xiaoyu won't mind." Then I'm relieved. "Chunshi, go and call Xiaoyu to come eat." As usual, Xiaoyu would eat at their house whenever Jinglan wasn't at work. Gu Chunshi said, "Mom, you should have her phone number, right? Why don't you just call or text her?" Jinglan scolded, "It's only a short walk. Is it really necessary to make a phone call? Hurry up and go." Helpless, Gu Chunshi put down his school bag, turned around, and walked out. He came to Xiaoyu's door and knocked twice with his fingers. Xiaoyu came to open the door. She was wearing comfortable, loose-fitting loungewear, her long hair casually tied back, and her clean, small face looked like that of a delicate, adorable girl. Gu Chunshi was still a little unaccustomed to suddenly becoming a female boss who could take down 2 men with her bare hands. Their eyes met, and Gu Chunshi said to her in a casual tone, "Dinner's ready." "Oh," she replied. She looked no different from usual, behaving obediently. As Gu Chunshi turned to leave, he couldn't help but wonder if she always acted so obediently in front of others. It really doesn't fit her image as a powerful female boss. Xiaoyu, come and see. Annie knitted you a sweater. Do you like it? Jinglan picked up the white sweater and held it up against her. The size seemed about right and should fit, but she wasn't sure if it would satisfy her. Xiaoyu was visibly surprised. Auntie, this sweater you knitted it for me? She used to see Jinglan knitting a white sweater, and she thought Jinglan was knitting it for Gu Chenshi. She didn't expect that it was actually prepared for her. Jinglan nodded. Auntie only knows how to knit regular sweaters. Do you like them? Xiaoyu smiled happily, like a 3-year-old child finally receiving a long-awaited gift. She nodded emphatically, her voice filled with joy. Auntie, I love it. Jinglan said with relief. I was worried you wouldn't like it. I'm glad you like it. Try it on when you get back, and tell me if anything is wrong, and I'll see if I can make some changes. No need to change it. I think it's fine everywhere. Thank you, Auntie. You're so kind to me. Gu Chenshi watched as she hugged the sweater to her chest, as if it were a priceless treasure, feeling as if she were holding not just a sweater, but a priceless gem that was worth more than 1,000 pieces of gold. The longer Gu Chenshi spent with her, the more he could sense her longing for affection. Therefore, when someone is genuinely kind to her, she will try her best to be even kinder to that person. Therefore, when Jinglan was sick, she took meticulous care of her without complaint. When Jinglan is targeted by a thief, she will rush forward without hesitation and subdue the criminal. A simple and grateful girl. However, no one is perfect, and she also has her flaws. Her flaw is that she's too petty. Previously, Gu Chenshi mistook her for his mother and hugged her in his arms. As a result, she seems to be deliberately distancing herself from him ever since. Fortunately, after a period of frustration, Gu Chenshi has gotten used to it now. He's too busy going to school and studying every day, and doesn't have the extra energy to think about anything else. At 9 p.m., Jinglan spoke with Gu Chung on the phone, confirmed that he would finish his business trip in the next 2 days, gave him a few instructions, and then hung up. Thinking of something, she pushed open Gu Chenshi's door and said to Gu Chenshi, who was sitting at his desk, Chenshi, don't you think Xiaoyu's behavior has been a bit off lately? The oblivious mother finally noticed something was off between him and Xiaoyu. But it seems we can't really blame her. It's normal that Jinglan didn't immediately notice because he and Xiaoyu saw each other so infrequently and always treated each other with respectful courtesy. Gu Chen hesitated, unsure whether to tell her about the embarrassing incident that day, when he heard her mutter to herself. I feel like this child has something on her mind. Although she smiles most of the time, I can tell she seems a little down. Gu Chenshi wondered incredulously, how could his collision that day have left her with such severe psychological trauma? On second thought, because he is a boy, his attitude towards this matter is different from hers as a girl. That incident was an embarrassing misunderstanding for him, an unintentional mistake that he could usually laugh off. However, if we put ourselves in his shoes, if he were a girl with a more traditional and introverted personality, she might be more concerned about it due to the influence of the concept of men and women should not touch each other. You probably feel like you've been taken advantage of. The thought of this possibility immediately made Gu Chenshi restless. For a moment, I felt like I was that despicable, shameless scoundrel. He was somewhat at a loss, feeling extremely remorseful for the emotional trauma he had caused her, and didn't know what to do. Jinglan had no idea what the silent Gu Chenshi was thinking. She muttered to herself, anyway, this child definitely has something on his mind. If he keeps it all bottled up inside, won't he get sick sooner or later? Gu Chenshi said guiltily, Mom, you're not going to ask her, are you? If she doesn't want to talk about it, I think you'd better not ask. Everyone has a little privacy. Jinglan said worriedly. Yes, it's because I could tell she didn't want to talk about it that I never dared to ask. But this can't go on forever. At Chenshi, you and she are about the same age. You young people will definitely get along well. How about? Jinglan assigned this arduous task to Gu Chenshi. Gu Chenshi was in a real bind. If it really was because of him, then he really wouldn't have the face to appear in front of Xiaoyu. But running away isn't always the best solution, is it? The one who tied the knot must untie it, so alright then. If the opportunity arises, he must ask Xiaoyu properly, and then sincerely apologize to her. Chapter 69 Xiaoyu's Thoughts. Gu Chenshi planned to find an opportunity to properly apologize to Xiaoyu. Although his abruptness that day was not his intention, the problem was that it seemed to have indeed caused trouble for Xiaoyu. The opportunity came soon. Gu Chung is back. He will stay at home until the end of the year. After dinner, Jinglan and Gu Chung went for a walk. Before they went out, they habitually called Xiaoyu along. The understanding Xiaoyu naturally didn't want to follow them and become a third wheel for the couple who rarely saw each other. Gu Chenshi was left alone at home. He sat in the chair and took several deep breaths before standing up and mustering his courage to knock on Xiaoyu's door. Xiaoyu, can we talk? Gu Chenshi asked sincerely. Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment. perhaps not realizing for a moment what they had to talk about. But Gu Chunshur interpreted it as a sign of disdain and disgust. Despite maintaining a smile on his face, Gu Chunshur was actually quite frustrated. Oh no, it seems she really hates him. Gu Chunshur was originally very carefree and didn't care much about what others thought of him. But now that Xiao Yu dislikes him, he feels particularly bad. Suddenly, even he himself felt utterly worthless, greasy and sleazy in every way. He was extremely ashamed. Xiao Yu, are you still angry with me? I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it that time. If I made you uncomfortable, then just use me as a punching bag. It takes immense courage to say this to a female boss who can take down two thieves with her bare hands. In order to help Xiao Yu resolve her inner conflict, Gu Chunshur went all out. Xiao Yu looked completely bewildered. What? Now it was Gu Chen's turn to be dumbfounded. Yuri not angry with me? Xiao Yu shook her head blankly. Why would I be angry with you? It was last time I mistook you for my mom, Gu Chunshur awkwardly recalled for her. Xiao Yu's flawless face flushed slightly. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten about that matter. Gu Chunshur still didn't believe it. Really? Then why have you been ignoring me lately? Xiao Yu lowered her head uncomfortably and whispered. Noiri ignoring me too, aren't you? Well, Gu Chunshur thought about it and realized that it made sense. Because he had a strange dream about Xiao Yu, he felt embarrassed to see her for several days. Now that he thinks about it, he realizes that he did avoid her. Gu Chunshur found it both funny and absurd. He had belittled himself before coming, but it turns out Xiao Yu didn't take his previous rudeness to heart at all. It turns out that he himself was also partly responsible for the estrangement between them. Gu Chunshur smiled with relief, but remembering Jinglan's worries, he couldn't help but ask, is something on your mind? If it's convenient, could you tell me about it? If it's within my ability, I will definitely help you solve your problems. Of course, if you don't want to say, just pretend I didn't ask. Xiao Yu lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. At this moment, she seemed to have shed her nonchalant facade, and she looked particularly melancholy and sad. The new year is almost here, she said out of the blue. Gu Chunshur nodded. Yes, it's almost Chinese New Year. But what does this have to do with her being in a bad mood? Xiao Yu hesitated for a long time. The 29th of the lunar year is the anniversary of my mother's death. Gu Chunshur was stunned. That's the crux of her troubles. Xiao Yu's voice sounded somewhat ethereal. My mother died on the 29th of the lunar year. She locked herself in her room for a whole day, and when someone kicked the door open, she was gone. So much blood. That was the most I've ever seen in my life. Xiao Yu lowered her head, and wisps of hair fell from her forehead. Gu Chunshur saw that some clear liquid was falling from her eyes. To others, Gu Chunshur's family seems happy. But who would have thought that he had a painful past life that he couldn't bear to look back on? Therefore, he was able to empathize with Xiao Yu's sadness at this moment. Just imagine it. A 12-year-old girl lost her mother, with whom she depended on each other, just before the Spring Festival. While others were joyfully welcoming the new year, she had to face the despair and helplessness of being abandoned by the whole world. Therefore, as the Spring Festival approaches, it reminds her of the pain of losing her loved ones. Suddenly, Gu Chunshur felt an urge to hug her and offer her strength and comfort. But he stood still. Men and women should not touch each other. He pulled a crumpled tissue from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Yu. Your mother, even in the afterlife, would surely not be able to bear seeing you so sad. Xiao Yu took the tissue, wiped away her tears, sniffled, and said, when that day comes, I want to go back and see her. She must be so lonely down there all by herself. Gu Chunshur became worried. She looked very unwell at that moment. Especially the last sentence. She must be so lonely down there all by herself. She wouldn't be so foolish as to want to go and stay with her mother, would she? Gu Chunshur told his parents about the situation he had found out, along with his own thoughts, with great concern. Jinglan became even more worried. What should we do? Should we persuade her not to go back to see her mother? Gu Cheng, however, thought it was inappropriate. It's only natural for her to go back and visit her deceased mother. We have no right to stop her from going. Jinglan was completely at a loss. What should we do? Are we just going to let her go alone when we suspect something might happen to her? Gu Cheng laughed and said, since we're worried that something might happen to her if she goes alone, why don't we just not let her go alone? Gu Chunshur immediately understood the meaning behind his father's words. Who will go back with Xiao Yu? Probably his mother. After all, they are as close as mother and daughter. That's right. Jinglan suddenly realized, and turned to look at Gu Chunshur. Chunshur, you have a day off on the 29th. Why don't you go back with Xiao Yu? Gu Chunshur. Are you kidding me? Why me? Gu Cheng said, I'm definitely not suitable, and neither is your mother. She needs to stay home with me to prepare the ingredients for the festival, so you, being the only one with free time, are the most suitable. Gu Chunshur. He didn't do anything, yet he felt like he'd been hit with a critical strike. He's an idle person. Is this why he has a low status at home? At this moment, he wanted to sadly sing a song. Am I the one you love the most? Jinglan said, at Chuncher, 9 a.m., you usually study too hard. You can take this opportunity to treat it as a trip and relax from the pressure of studying. Gu Chuncher snorted. What kind of tourism is this? He's more like a protector of flowers. Chapter 70 Don't apply double standards. The decision to accompany Xiao Yu back to visit her mother was made by Jing Lan and Gu Cheng, even though Gu Chuncher had no say in the matter. That day came very quickly. When Gu Chuncher stood in front of Xiao Yu's door early in the morning, yawning and carrying a backpack, indicating that he wanted to go with her, Xiao Yu was surprised. Jinglan was afraid that she would refuse, so she quickly said, Xiao Yu, Auntie knows that you are like a female knight in a TV series, with excellent skills, but Auntie will still worry about you going out alone. Perfect timing. Chen Shi is usually too tired from studying and is clamoring to go to another city to relax. Let him go with you then. It allows me to see the scenery of other cities and also keeps you company, a win-win situation. Gu Chen Shi. What do you mean I'm making a fuss about going to another city to relax? Didn't you and Dad decide my fate entirely on your own? Okay, whatever you say goes. Xiao Yu hesitated. If you're going, then go quickly. Just don't miss coming back for New Year's Eve dumplings, Jinglan added. These words instantly warmed Xiao Yu's heart. In this cold winter, she can finally feel like she's home. Xiao Yu looked at Gu Chuncher apologetically. It's okay if you don't want to go. I can do it by myself. Gu Chuncher said, no, I'm not unwilling. Just like my mother said, I want to travel around. Although he said it somewhat insincerely, he was actually just as worried as his parents that something might happen to her if she were alone. Two people, each carrying a small bag, walked out of the residential area together. It's worth mentioning that Gu Chuncher encountered many neighbors on his way out of the community. With the Lunar New Year just around the corner, neighbors who are not usually seen have all made an appearance. While they greeted Gu Chuncher with smiles, they all glanced at Xiao Yu, their faces showing an I understand expression. Gu Chuncher was speechless. They took a taxi to the high-speed rail station, and it was only then that Gu Chuncher learned which city Xiao Yu used to live in. Just as he had guessed, Xiao Yu was indeed living in a first-tier city in the south. The two of them, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, attract attention wherever they go. They assumed they were a young couple traveling together. It doesn't matter anymore. Gu Chuncher had become accustomed to other people's misunderstandings about him and Xiao Yu. After getting into the car, Gu Chuncher took out a thermos and handed it to Xiao Yu. This thermos is brand new. No one has used it before. Have some hot water. Xiao Yu gratefully accepted it, then gazed out the window and fell into a long silence. With today's advanced transportation, a southern city 1,000 kilometers away can be reached in just 3 or 4 hours by high-speed rail. Amid the crowd, Xiao Yu gazed at the high-speed rail exit and unconsciously stopped in his tracks. Gu Chuncher also stopped. If I could, I would never want to come back. Xiao Yu chuckled self-deprecatingly, the sadness on her face vanishing, replaced by a coldness that Gu Chuncher had never seen before. Gu Chuncher said, if you don't like it here, we'll go back immediately after we see your mother. Xiao Yu nodded, feeling a little more relaxed because of his presence. Let's go. It felt like a quarter of a year had passed between this city and Gu Chuncher's city. Where he lives, it's a freezing winter where you can't even stick your hands out, but here it feels like late autumn, with temperatures around 4 or 5 degrees Celsius, not particularly cold. The street was bustling with people coming and going. It was noon, and after a morning of driving, they were both a little hungry. Gu Chuncher looked up at the gray sky, which looked like it was about to rain. Xiao Yu glanced around expressionlessly. Although this was the place where she had lived for more than 10 years, she was no less unfamiliar with it than Gu Chuncher, who was a newcomer, because she had always been kept in captivity. Moreover, as soon as Xiao Yu set foot on this land, she immediately felt uncomfortable all over, as if there was some kind of invisible toxin in the air, which was quietly eroding her body, making her wish she could escape immediately. Actually, what's wrong with this city? And the air here is certainly not wrong either. Her mistake was that she had too many memories she didn't want to recall, which she left behind here. Xiao Yu looked at Gu Chuncher and said, what would you like to eat? It's on me. Gu Chuncher said nonchalantly, whatever. I've been on the road for so long, I don't have much of an appetite. How about we go get a bowl of noodles? What do you think? Xiao Yu said, are you trying to save me money? Don't underestimate me, okay? I'm not as poor as you think. Gu Chuncher smiled and said, I really have no appetite. Okay, then I'll take you to eat some noodles. 10 minutes later, using their mobile phones for location navigation, they sat down in a small noodle shop not far from the high-speed rail station. 2 steaming bowls of noodles were brought over by the waiter. Gu Chuncher looked at the face in front of him, then at Xiao Yu's face. Was it really necessary to treat them differently? Xiao Yu's noodles consisted of only a small amount of noodles, and a few green vegetable leaves floating in the broth. Gu Qinshi's bowl was a whole size bigger than Xiao Yu's, and it was piled high with sausage, fried egg, beef, and other toppings, which amazed him. Xiao Yu ordered the noodles by scanning the QR code. Gu Qinshi had no idea she was so skilled at it. Even so, Xiao Yu was still worried that he wouldn't have enough to eat. Gu Qinshi, if you don't have enough to eat, just tell me. You absolutely can't be polite with me. Gu Qinshi chuckled. Do you think I'm a pig? As he spoke, he picked up a fried egg and put it in her bowl. I know you have a small appetite and I know you don't have an appetite right now, but you have to eat properly and make sure you get the basic nutrition you need. Oh, and I haven't used my chopsticks yet. Xiao Yu said earnestly. Gu Qinshi, thank you. Gu Qinshi said speechlessly. What do I have to thank you for? Don't forget, you treated us to this meal. These eggs are just something I'm offering up. Why are you thanking me? Xiao Yu lowered his head and gently picked up a noodle with his chopsticks, saying in a voice only he could hear. Actually, I know that you didn't come with me to take a walk. It's because you were worried about me that you brought me along. Gu Qinshi raised an eyebrow. Xiao Yu, sometimes I think you're quite hypocritical. Xiao Yu raised her head in a daze. Double standards are not a good thing. Gu Qinshi began to criticize her. On the one hand, you demand that we not treat you like an outsider, but on the other hand, you're incredibly polite to us. You thank me profusely for the smallest things, yet you treat us like outsiders. Isn't that a double standard? Xiao Yu, it seems it really is like that. Gu Qinshi sighed softly. A true family should care for and worry about each other. This is a very normal thing. As far as I'm concerned, accompanying you back to see your mother is what I should do, so you don't need to thank me specifically for it. Chapter 71, Xiao Yu's Mother. After lunch, we took a taxi straight to the cemetery. This was their ultimate purpose in traveling thousands of miles to this city. Xiao Yu, sitting to Gu Qinshi's right, appeared calm on the surface, but Gu Qinshi could tell from her tense body and the way she was gripping the hem of her clothes that she was very nervous. But when visiting her deceased mother, the strongest emotion should be sadness, so why was she nervous? Gu Qinshi was completely baffled. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed into his mind. He felt he had found the reason. According to Xiao Yu's previous description, after learning that her maternal grandmother was actually her paternal grandmother, she ran away from her paternal grandmother's house overnight by climbing over the wall. Although she left behind a severance agreement before leaving, it doesn't mean that her grandmother was truly willing to let her go. When Xiao Yu mentioned these past events, she didn't go into details, but Gu Qinshi could deduce that during the years she was raised by her grandmother, she must have gone from one luxurious cage to another. Of course, perhaps it wasn't her grandmother who intentionally imprisoned her. Rather, it was her life experiences from childhood that shaped her personality, making her dislike going out and communicating with others. It has simply imprisoned itself. However, she felt an intense aversion to the place she had lived in, to the point that she would unconsciously become nervous whenever she approached it. In other words, they will pass by the place where Xiao Yu used to live on their way to the cemetery. Gu Qinshi believed his guess was correct. He also noticed that the car was passing through a villa area that looked very upscale. Once the car left the villa area, Xiao Yu suddenly relaxed. In other words, what made Xiao Yu nervous was related to that villa area. She used to live in one of those houses. Before long, we arrived at the cemetery. The cemetery is built halfway up the mountain. Xiao Yu, carrying a large bouquet of carnations she had bought from a flower shop, got out of the car, stood there, glanced in the direction of the cemetery, and her face remained expressionless. The taxi sped away. Gu Qinshi looked around and asked, "Shall we go?" Xiao Yu gave a faint hum. The two slowly walked towards the cemetery. As they walked, Xiao Yu suddenly smiled. This is the second time I've come to see her since she died. Gu Qinshi was stunned. He had assumed she would come at least once a year. The first time was the day after her burial. I secretly ran over to see her. Can you believe it? I didn't shed a single tear. Gu Qinshi remained silent. He really didn't know how to respond. I didn't shed a tear when she died. People might think I was terrified, but what I really thought was, she's finally dead. Gu Qinshi's heart ached. He could sense that although Xiao Yu seemed calm and collected when recalling these events, her heart must be aching. She lived such a miserable and humiliating life. Without any dignity, it would have been better if she had died sooner. What Xiao Yu is saying now sounds extremely cold-blooded, but tears silently slid down her cheeks. Gu Qinshi silently handed over a tissue. People say she's a vixen who breaks up other people's families, but I know she isn't. Xiao Yu choked up. If she hadn't met that scumbag, she would definitely have had a happy life and a fulfilling family, found someone who loved her, and had a well-behaved and adorable child. Gu Qinshi remained silent. If she wants to cry, let her cry her heart out. Years of pent-up grievances need an outlet. Otherwise, if kept bottled up inside, they'll eventually break you. All he could do was hand her a tissue at the right moment. I used to think that her death would be a relief, and I couldn't wait for her to die sooner. If there is an afterlife, she may have been reborn into a happy and loving family, enjoying a carefree childhood and starting a new life without regrets or bad men. But lately I keep dreaming about her. To miss her so much. Xiao Yu completely dropped her pretense and cried her heart out in front of Gu Chenshi. At this moment, she was no longer the aloof woman she usually was, nor did she seem like a powerful female boss who could take on two opponents at once. She's just an ordinary girl next door who needs care and love. Gu Chenshi thought to himself. Luckily, he came along. Otherwise, her current condition is indeed not good. Fortunately, Xiao Yu quickly composed herself, wiped away her tears with the tissue Gu Chenshi handed her, and then found her mother's tombstone among the many gravestones. Before this, she had only visited once after her mother's burial and the day after. 6 years later, she could still easily find her mother's tombstone. That's because this is her mother's final resting place. The address and the exact location of the tombstone are deeply imprinted in her heart. How could she forget? The photo on the tombstone shows a woman who looks about 70–80% like Xiao Yu. She looked to be around 40 years old, with a pure and beautiful appearance and a quiet and gentle temperament. Unlike Xiao Yu, who, despite being young and vibrant, exudes an aloofness that keeps strangers at bay. Later, under the influence of Gu Chenshi's family, he became much more normal. However, her normalcy only applies to Gu Chenshi's family. She remains cold to unrelated outsiders. Xiao Qingge, that's Xiao Yu's mother's name. It sounds very nice. Xiao Yu took her mother's surname. Gu Chenshi vaguely remembered that her biological father's surname seemed to be Yang. She was afraid he wouldn't believe her, so she told him her biological father's full name to prove she wasn't lying. Gu Chenshi couldn't bear to see her continue to reopen his wounds, so he stopped her from talking. Xiao Yu placed a large bouquet of carnations in front of her mother's tombstone, squatted down, and took out a wet wipe to help her mother wipe the tombstone. At this moment, she was exceptionally calm, as if the girl who had just been crying her heart out and who evoked such pity had never existed. Suddenly, the sound of conversation came from not far away. It stands out starkly in the quiet cemetery. Although I couldn't hear what they were saying, I could tell they were two men. Xiao Yu paused, holding the wet wipe. She immediately got up and pulled Gu Chenshi to hide under the cypress tree behind them. Before getting up, she didn't forget to take the carnations that were placed in front of her mother's tombstone. Gu Chenshi was confused but didn't ask anything. He obediently followed Xiao Yu and hid behind the cypress tree. The two huddled together, Xiao Yu in front and Gu Chenshi behind, so close they could hear each other's breathing. The scent of Xiao Yu's hair mingled and intertwined with the smell of laundry detergent on Gu Chenshi's clothes, creating an indescribable and ambiguous atmosphere. However, all their attention was drawn to the two men who had suddenly appeared, and no one noticed them. Through the gaps in the branches and leaves, Gu Chenshi noticed two men in suits standing in front of Xiao Yu's mother Xiao Qingge's tombstone. Xiao Yu suddenly clenched his fist. Chapter 72 The Only Brother. Upon seeing the two men, Xiao Yu's eyes turned bloodshot, and his body suddenly emitted a terrifying aura. In a second, she transformed from a sweet and innocent girl next door into a ferocious and murderous beast. Gu Chenshi was startled. Although he didn't know who the man who appeared in front of Xiao Qingge's tombstone was, or what grudge he had with Xiao Yu, he felt that Xiao Yu should not act impulsively. He subconsciously reached out and grasped Xiao Yu's hand. Xiao Yu snapped out of her daze, steadied herself, and remained squatting motionless in place. The two men were both around 30 years old. Although they were both wearing expensive designer suits, their demeanor was completely different. Therefore, it can be seen that the man standing in front is probably the boss or superior, while the person behind him is an assistant or similar. The man who looked like the boss slowly bent down and placed a large bouquet of chrysanthemums in front of Xiao Qingge's tombstone. After a long silence, he said softly, "Teacher Xiao, I've come to see you." Teacher Xiao? Xiao Yu's mother is a teacher, and this man is her mother's student? The teacher's students remember the anniversary of the teacher's death and come to offer a bouquet of flowers on that day. Why would Xiao Yu be so resistant and hateful? Clearly, this man is no ordinary person. Could it be? After offering flowers, the man stood in front of Xiao Qingge's tombstone in silence for a long time. Suddenly, he tugged at the corners of his lips, revealing a mocking smile. "Today is the anniversary of your death. Has she already forgotten?" Gu Chenshi subconsciously glanced at Xiao Yu, intuitively feeling that the man was referring to yes. He felt it should be the character with the female radical was Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu pursed her lips tightly. His indifferent gaze carried a hint of disdain. After saying this, the man fell silent again. His gaze fell on Xiao Qingge's photo, his expression unreadable. The man who appeared to be an assistant behind him hesitated and said, "Mr. Yang, it's getting late." Gu Chenshi thought to himself, This man's surname really is Yang. If we don't leave soon, Madam will become suspicious. If she finds out you came to see Teacher Xiao, she'll definitely be furious, the man who looked like an assistant said worriedly. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu's expression suddenly turned cold. After a long pause, he softened his expression slightly and said, I already talked to Grandma before I came. As long as you don't tell her, she won't find out I'm here. Let's go. The two turned and left. Only after they were sure the others had gone far away did Gu Chunshi and Xiao Yu stand up from where they were. Because he had been squatting for a long time without moving, Gu Chunshi found that his legs were sore and numb when he stood up. He slumped to the side and landed on his bottom. As Xiao Yu stood up, she reached out her hand to him. Her hands had slender, delicate fingers. No wonder it's a painter's hand. My body temperature is slightly cool. The moment Gu Chunshi's hand grasped Xiao Yu's, before he could even exert any force, a powerful force came from Xiao Yu's delicate hand, instantly pulling Gu Chunshi up from the ground. While Gu Chunshi was brushing the dirt off his body, Xiao Yu arrived at Xiao Qingge's tombstone and violently kicked a large bunch of chrysanthemums far away. Then, he transformed into a ruthless flower-destroying maniac, trampling the flowers to pieces. Xiao Yu spat coldly. Pa, what nonsense. Don't you dare offend my mother's eyes. She placed the bouquet of carnations back in front of her mother's tombstone. She squatted down in front of the tombstone, took out another tissue, and slowly wiped the dust off her mother's tombstone. After wiping it clean, he looked at his mother's photo and smiled slightly. You always like to tell me to die, but I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm still alive and well. Moreover, I've met the best people in the world, and am doing very well now. Gu Chunshi stood silently behind her. Rather than saying she was demonstrating to her mother in the afterlife, it would be more accurate to say she was actually letting her mother know she was safe. She is doing well. This is probably what her mother most wants to know. Let's go. Xiao Yu stood up, her eyes red, but she pretended to be relaxed and said to Gu Chunshi, All right, we should go. Not long after they left, a man stood again in front of Xiao Qingge's tombstone. Yang Muse. He silently looked at the bouquet of carnations that Xiao Yu had presented, and finally his gaze fell on the chrysanthemums that had been trampled into mud, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. So she's back. She wasn't as heartless as she thought. Realizing this, Yang Muse suddenly looked around. She was very likely nearby. However, if she is determined to hide from him, it will be very difficult to find her. Yang Muse returned to the car and suddenly said to his assistant Chao Fei, Xiao Yu is back. Chao Fei was taken aback. Should we let the old lady know about this? Yang Muse shook his head. Don't tell Grandma yet. That young lady. It's enough to know that she's all right. There's no need to deliberately look for her. At this point, Yang Muse chuckled self-deprecatingly. I still have some self-awareness, so I don't want to annoy people in front of them. If she wants to fly, then let her fly. Moreover, now is not a good time to bring her back. Chao Fei wholeheartedly agreed. Bringing the young lady back now would be like pushing her into a fire pit. Chao Fei sighed. President Yang, it's a pity that Miss sees you as an enemy and doesn't know about your brotherly and sisterly feelings for her. Yang Muse, however, didn't seem to care and said, It's normal for her to hate me. Who told me I'm my father's son? But I can't help but think about her. Although we weren't born of the same mother, there's no denying that she is my only sibling in this world. Tomorrow is the spring festival. I wonder how this young girl manages to live all alone out there. He can let her fly, but he needs to find out where she flew to. After leaving the cemetery, Xiao Yu felt no lingering attachment to the city and immediately began her return journey. After seeing her mother and having a good cry, Xiao Yu seemed much more relaxed. They bought tickets for 8 p.m. It's 2 p.m. now, and I have 6 hours of free time. Xiao Yu said, We still have time. Shall I take you to see the tourist attractions here? Gu Chunshi shook his head. I don't want to go anywhere. I'd rather find a place near the high-speed rail station to rest and wait for my train home. Xiao Yu gave him a grateful look. She wasn't stupid. Of course she knew that Gu Chunshi said that because he knew she had a negative feeling towards the city. They strolled around the shopping mall near the high-speed rail station, and Xiao Yu took the initiative to talk about her mother. My mother saw me as a symbol of shame. It is said that when I was born, she wanted to strangle me. Her favorite thing to say to me was, Why don't you just die? Xiao Yu held the thermos that Gu Chunshi had thoughtfully prepared for her before he came, sitting lazily on the bench, and chuckled self-deprecatingly. I was raised by a nanny since I was a child. When she was emotionally unstable, the nanny would separate me from her to avoid being hurt by her. Chapter 73 Xiao Yu's Past. Gu Chunshi was somewhat puzzled when he heard this. Since Xiao Yu's biological father was afraid that Xiao Yu's mother would hurt her, why didn't he take her away when she was born? Even if we can't take her home, we can find her a wet nurse and raise her in another safe place. Her biological father must have the financial means. Xiao Yu's next words indirectly explained Gu Chunshi's doubts. She hates me. But when she wants to see me but can't see me immediately, she goes crazy, and no one can stop her. She also has moments of lucidity, however brief. She set many rules for me. She wouldn't let me leave the courtyard gate even a step. The servants in the house are all aunties. The teachers who come to teach me must all be women. She told me that no man is any good. One second she's telling me to study hard, the next she might tear up my notebook and kick the teacher out. No matter how tough the training was, I dared not cry, because she'll get angry. Gu Chunshur couldn't help but ask with concern, will she hit you when she's angry? Xiao Yu shook her head, her smile tinged with bitterness. Don't let her daily go die, and her crazy, scary behavior fool you. She has never hit me since we were little. This answer surprised Gu Chunshur quite a bit. Then I thought about it, and understood. Although she might blame Xiao Yu for her misfortunes, she still actually loves him. This can be seen from the fact that she doesn't allow Xiao Yu to leave the house even for a moment, that the house is full of women, and that she made Xiao Yu learn martial arts at the age of 3. Her life was ruined by an irresponsible scumbag, so she hates all men in the world. To prevent her daughter from repeating her mistakes, she restricted her from going out and confined her to a small world without men. However, Xiao Qingge also realized that he couldn't protect her for a lifetime, which is why he made her learn martial arts so that she could protect herself. Xiao Qingge's love for Xiao Yu is no less than that of any other mother in the world. Gu Chunshur thought of another question. Does that man, Xiao Yu's biological father, never visit his wife and daughter? He later learned that Xiao Qingge would go crazy every time Xiao Yu's biological father visited. Xiao Qingge did not want to see him, nor did she want her daughter to see him. Later, he only dared to sneak over once when Xiao Qingge was asleep. He probably also wants to get closer to his daughter. However, because his mother would lose control of her mental state every time he visited, Xiao Yu came to regard him as a monster, and she would immediately hide whenever he came. No matter how her biological father and nanny tried to coax her, they couldn't dispel her fear and hostility towards him. Later, Xiao Qingge finally couldn't bear the pain in her heart and ended her miserable life with her own hands one afternoon. After Xiao Qingge died, the aunt who raised Xiao Yu took her to an old woman in the countryside and told her that she was her maternal grandmother. Grandma? No, that old lady, she never really liked me. I didn't understand why before, but later I found out that she was that man's mother, not my mother's mother. Xiao Yu, those unhappy things are all in the past. You will get better and better. You are a good girl, and you will definitely find happiness. I never lie to anyone. You can ask my mom if you don't believe me. Gu Chunshur comforted her from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Yu's past is unimaginable to ordinary people, which is why Gu Chunshur finds it both unbelievable and heartbreaking. Gu Chunshur admired Xiao Yu a little. Growing up in such an extremely repressive environment, the fact that she wasn't driven insane despite her somewhat withdrawn personality is already a testament to her resilience. But no matter how strong she is, she still needs someone to love her. So when her kind mother inadvertently shows her a little care, it can bring her to tears. So whenever she had the chance, she did her best to repay their family. After she learned to cook, she took care of all her mother's dinner whenever she worked the night shift. My mom casually mentioned that he hadn't worn a scarf when he went out that morning, so she brought it to him despite the freezing weather. His mother was sick, and she took meticulous care of him, allowing him to focus on his studies without any worries. Where can you find such a wonderful girl? Xiao Yu said uncertainly. But I feel that no one would like someone as boring as me. Seeing her so negative, Gu Chunshur felt both sorry for her and anxious. Who said that? My parents like you a lot, and I like you too. He was so excited and eager to comfort Xiao Yu that his voice was a bit loud. Some passers-by were startled and, after looking over, covered their mouths and chuckled knowingly. A stylishly dressed auntie smiled and said to her companion, young people these days are so passionate and decisive, unlike us back in the day. Gu Chunshur. No, auntie, things aren't as you imagine. Xiao Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise, and her eyes were slightly red. Gu Chunshur, is what you said true? You've never found me annoying? Gu Chunshur said honestly. To be honest, when I first met you, I thought you were strange and didn't want to talk to you, afraid of getting into trouble. But now I realize I was wrong. Looking back now, I'm very grateful to my mom, because if it weren't for her, I would never have had any interaction with you. Then I would miss the chance to get to know you, which would be the greatest loss of my life. Ugh, those words sound so cheesy. But these were absolutely Gu Chunshur's heartfelt words. He genuinely felt that missing out on meeting a girl like Xiao Yu would be a loss for him. Gu Chunshur discovered that, after spending this time together, Xiao Yu had gradually become an indispensable part of their family of 3. Gu Chunshur didn't expect, nor did he want to think about, how he would feel when Xiao Yu left their home. Xiao Yu was smiling, but her voice choked up involuntarily. She shook her head. No, the biggest loss in my life would be if I hadn't met you all. Gu Chunshur, thank you, and thank you to your uncles and aunts. You are the best people in the world. Gu Chunshur couldn't help but reach out to wipe away her tears. He couldn't see the heartache in his eyes when he looked at her, nor did he realize the gentleness that unconsciously crept into his voice. He pretended to be annoyed and said, "Didn't I tell you not to keep thanking me like that?" Xiaoyu felt incredibly lucky. She had already mentally prepared herself to hide in some dark corner and slowly erode her life. Isn't that all there is to life? It's all the same no matter what. Whether it's a happy or painful time, who cares? Alone and helpless, she didn't deserve anyone's concern. Yes, nobody cares how she's doing. She is the most superfluous person in the world. Chapter 74. I'll lend you my shoulder. Xiaoyu once had no expectations for the future. But everything changed after she met Gu Qinshur's family. In her eyes, the world was no longer a monotonous gray and white. Life can be so wonderful. It gave her a glimmer of hope for the future. Does she truly deserve the happy future Gu Qinshur spoke of? However, in her vision of a happy future, her uncle, aunt, and Gu Chunshur are all indispensable. Time flew by, and it was already 8 p.m. After boarding the high-speed train, Gu Chunshur called his family to report his itinerary. Jinglan only saw Gu Chunshur's face on the screen, and after chatting for a few words, she asked, "Where's Xiaoyu?" Gu Chunshur pointed his phone camera at Xiaoyu, who was sitting next to him. Xiaoyu turned her head slightly toward him and smiled at Jinglan on the phone screen. This unintentional act brought her and Gu Chunshur's heads almost touching, making them look incredibly close, almost like a couple. Gu Chunshur said, "See? Even if I lose myself, I won't lose her. I will take him back to you safely, so you can rest assured." Jinglan laughed and said, "You brat, you're so glib. Chunshur, what time will you arrive? I'll pick you up at the high-speed rail station." Gu Cheng's face appeared behind Jinglan's head, only half of it visible due to the limitations of the phone screen. Gu Chunshur calculated that it would probably be around midnight. Gu Chunshur said, "Dad, you should go to sleep. Don't come to pick us up. We're not 3-year-olds. We can take a taxi home ourselves." They don't have a car, and their dad always picks them up by taxi. It would be better for them to just take a taxi home. It's so cold outside, they shouldn't bother their dad and keep him from getting any rest. Gu Cheng said, "That won't do. You two are still children after all. I'm worried about you in the middle of the night." Gu Chengshur said, "Dad, don't underestimate me. I didn't grow to be this tall for nothing." Gu Cheng said, "What you say is true, but it's always better to be safe than sorry, especially since you have Xiaoyu with you." Gu Chunshur thought to himself, if something really happens, your son, who's 1.8 meters tall, might need that young girl to protect him. Of course, this is just a joke. Xiao Yu is very capable, but he is not just a pretty face with no substance. He wasn't bragging when he told Jingshu that Zhou Xiangyu was his defeated opponent. He is a man of principle, and he never exaggerates. Otherwise, why wouldn't Zhou Xiangyu dare to challenge him? Do you really think he's the type to be an older brother? Actually, she was afraid that Gu Chunshur would knock her down on the spot, and her image as a war god would collapse. Gu Chunshur is a peace lover, and he is usually low-key and has never made any enemies at school except for Kong Xiao, who used to be at odds with him because of Lin Ranran. So his skills had nowhere to be used, and remained unknown to others. Cough cough. Keep a low profile. He's just a little better at fighting than the average person. Uncle, I agree with what Gu Chunshur said. You should just stay home and sleep. Don't bother coming to pick us up. We'll go back on our own. Don't worry, we can take care of ourselves. Xiao Yu advised. She already felt bad for taking up a whole day of Gu Chunshur's precious time. So how could she let Gu Cheng sacrifice his rest time to come and pick them up? Xiao Yu felt that if it weren't for her presence, Gu Cheng probably wouldn't have made a special trip over here. Tomorrow is Lunar New Year's Eve. My uncles and aunts must be very busy. If they don't get enough rest, they won't be able to celebrate the New Year properly. Xiao Yu refused to let him come to pick them up, no matter what. Dad, don't worry so much. We can get home on our own. Jinglan, on the other end of the phone, smiled and said, Old Gu, the kids are right. They'll be fine coming back on their own, so don't worry about it. After ending the call, Gu Cheng said, puzzled, I thought you were going to insist that I pick them up. How come you also think they have no problems? If it's just Chen Shi, 9 a.m., I think it's fine, but what about Xiao Yu? What if something happens to him? Jinglan waved her hand confidently. There will absolutely be no problem. While laughing, he told Gu Cheng about Xiao Yu's heroic deeds. Gu Cheng was shocked and couldn't believe it. How is that possible? You're saying she took on 2 thieves by herself? With her thin and weak little body? I don't believe it. Jinglan clicked her tongue and said, Don't believe me? You can wait until your son comes back and ask him. He's a witness too. Apart from a few passengers talking quietly, most people in the carriage were drowsy, including Xiao Yu. She had a lot of emotional ups and downs today, and had a good cry. She also felt quite exhausted. She leaned back in her chair with her eyes closed, her head tilted to one side, as if she were asleep. She seemed a little uncomfortable while sleeping, and with a slight frown, she turned towards Gu Chunshi. Gu Chunshi thought for a moment and moved closer to her. The slight movement startled her. She immediately opened her eyes, her gaze filled with vigilance and wariness. However, upon seeing it was him, he immediately relaxed. Gu Chunshi pointed to his shoulder. I can lend it to you for a while. Xiao Yu hesitated for a moment. Gu Chunshi was prepared to be rejected by her. Although they have a good relationship now, Xiao Yu is different from other girls. Due to her unique childhood environment and the influence of her mother, she harbors a high degree of wariness towards people, specifically men. Although Gu Chunshi knew that even if he was rejected, the responsibility was not his, he still felt a slight sense of loss beforehand. However, to his surprise, after hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yu carefully rested her head on his shoulder. Then, looking at him, she asked softly, if my head is always pressing against your shoulder, will you feel uncomfortable? Gu Chunshi remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was overjoyed. She didn't refuse. She didn't resist being with him. He said slyly, no, you don't need to worry about that. Just do whatever makes you comfortable. Oh. Xiao Yu obediently responded and closed her eyes again. Gu Chunshi unconsciously raised the corners of his mouth. He was honored to be able to lend Xiao Yu his shoulder. At this moment, a strange and wonderful feeling welled up in his heart, making him involuntarily infatuated and unable to extricate himself. Even at this moment, he wished time could slow down, so that Xiao Yu could rest her head on his shoulder a little longer. Unbeknownst to him, he seemed to have fallen for this strong, pitiful girl with a tragic past. Chapter 75 Willing to let her sleep on my pillow for a lifetime. Xiao Yu, clutching her backpack, rested her head on Gu Chunshi's shoulder and slept soundly. Except for his head, Gu Chunshi dared not move an inch. I was afraid of waking her up. Although maintaining one sitting posture for a long time is tiring, Gu Chunshi doesn't find it tiring at all. On the contrary, he enjoys it. He's a shoulder she'd rest her head on for a lifetime. Gu Chunshi turned his head slightly. From his angle, one could see Xiao Yu's jet black hair, fair forehead, thick eyelashes, and delicate, straight nose. Her breathing was even and deep. She was sleeping very soundly. Is she dreaming right now? What kind of dreams will I have? Could it be a wonderful dream? Since I have nothing better to do, I really want to go into her dreams. She wondered if he would ever appear in her dreams. Thinking of this, an indescribable, familiar sense of shame swept over Gu Chunshi once again. It made him feel like an evil big bad wolf, lusting after the little lamb sitting next to him. But Xiao Yu is not the weak little lamb she looks like. She is the female boss that Zhou Xiangyu desperately wants to become her apprentice to. What would she think if she knew that she had appeared in my dreams? What will their reaction be? I'll definitely pin him to the ground and rub him against the ground like crazy. The consequences are even worse than those of the thief who stole Mom's wallet and phone. Gu Chunshi snapped out of his daze and dared not let his mind wander any further. He stared straight ahead, repeatedly trying to convince himself. I am a gentleman. I am a gentleman. How could I think about such nonsense? This is not something a righteous person like me should be thinking about. Gu Chun took a deep breath, carefully took out his phone to surf the internet, and tried to distract himself. When I opened my phone, I found that the class group chat had exploded with activity. People were sending New Year's greetings, offering early wishes, and asking about everyone's plans for the Spring Festival. It was a lively and bustling scene. Someone tagged all members in the group chat. It is the active Prince Mountain. He said that in 6 months, everyone will be going their separate ways, and many people may never see each other again in their future lives. He suggested that everyone get together during the Spring Festival to avoid regrets later. Although this guy is usually a bit unreliable, his words successfully evoked sadness in everyone. We spend every day together, and there may be some minor frictions and troubles in our daily lives, but when we think about parting ways, we can't help but feel a little reluctant. Wang Zishan's proposal received a positive response from everyone. Except for a few who had other commitments during the Spring Festival and couldn't make it, most people signed up. Having already experienced life and death separations in his previous life, Gu Chunshi was not affected by this slight sorrow of parting. To be blunt, those classmates, except for Zhou Xiangyu, were all just passers-by in his life. Whether he would see them again or not depended entirely on fate. He didn't really want to go. He wanted to spend all his time with his family. There are 46 people in the class. After 12 people regretfully stated that they could not go, there were 34 people left. 29 people have registered so far. 5 people have not yet registered. Among them are Gu Chunshi, Zhou Xiangyu, Jing Shu, Lin Ranran, and Tang Xiaoxi. As the initiator of this gathering, Wang Zishan tagged each person individually. Zhou Xiangyu was the first to reply, I'm busy, I'm not going. Wang Zishan, ever observant, you're too busy playing games, aren't you? Our 3 years of friendship aren't even as important as this stupid game, are they? Zhou Xiangyu argued. What 3 years? It's clearly 2.5 years, okay? The days that didn't pass can't be counted. Wang Zishan, are you coming or not? If you don't, I'm cutting ties with you. Group owner, kick this guy out of the group, we're done. Student A, Zhou Xiangyu, what you did has really disheartened us. Classmate B, we're classmates after all, don't be so cold-blooded, Zhou Xiangyu. Student C, Zhou Xiangyu, when school starts, believe it or not, I'll get a few buddies to take you down. You think you can take on 5 at once? Well, I want to see if you can take on 10. This sparked a huge wave of discussion, with other students joining the campaign against Zhou Xiangyu. Seeing that he had angered everyone, Zhou Xiangyu finally backed down. Alright, everyone, I will definitely be there on time that day. I'll be a coward if I don't go. Zhou Xiangyu, I never imagined I was so important to everyone. Wang Zishan, Zhou Xiangyu, have you no shame? If it weren't for the fact that you're a member of our class 7, who would bother with a shut-in like you? Student A, Zhou Xiangyu is shameless. Student B, Zhou Xiangyu is shameless. Student C, Zhou Xiangyu is shameless. The phone screen was immediately flooded with the 6 words, Zhou Xiangyu is shameless. It doesn't matter, as long as Zhou Xiangyu has a thick skin. He glanced at the group messages, tossed his phone aside, and went off to play games without a second thought. After working so hard for so long, what's wrong with having a good game? Wang Zishan was busy contacting the other 4 classmates who had not responded. Tag Lin Ranran, Jing Shu, Tang Xiaoxi, and Gu Chunshi one by one. Wang Zishan, are you coming or not? Give me a straight answer. Jing Shu, sorry, I just saw that. As long as the day of the gathering is not the first or second day of the Lunar New Year, it's fine. I have to visit relatives on those 2 days. Tang Xiaoxi, received, will definitely arrive on time. Gu Chunshi hesitated for a moment. Everyone else went, and it would seem unfriendly for him not to go. Why don't we go? If they're too noisy, I can just come back earlier. Gu Chunshi's fingers flew across the screen as he uttered 2 simple words. Okay. He sent the message, and within 2 seconds, Lin Ranran replied. Okay. Even more concise than Gu Chunshi's, okay. It perfectly reflects her aloofness. After replying to the message, Gu Chunshi logged out immediately. I glanced at the time. It was 11:26 p.m. Almost there. Suddenly sensing something, Gu Chunshi turned his head and saw that Xiao Yu had woken up at some point and was quietly looking at him. Her pupils were as dark as a newborn baby's, exceptionally clean and pure, seemingly capable of purifying the souls of others. Their eyes met, and she, like a startled fawn, quickly looked away, sat up straight, and tucked a stray hair behind her ear, though there wasn't any stray hair behind her ear. The sudden emptiness on his left shoulder made Gu Chunshi feel a little uneasy. He was a little annoyed. Why did he have to look over there? Otherwise, she wouldn't have been startled, nor would she have moved her head away from his shoulder. Gu Chunshi felt empty and somewhat lost. Whether it was from sleeping or something else, Xiao Yu's face was slightly red, looking like a tempting peach. Gu Chunshi asked her softly, would you like some water? Without waiting for her reply, I unscrewed the thermos and handed it to her. Xiao Yu whispered a thank you and took it from him. Her hand accidentally touched Gu Chunshi's hand, and her face seemed to turn even redder. Gu Chunshi stretched and said, we're almost there. Xiao Yu didn't say anything, took a small sip, and her heart was pounding. Chapter 76 not good enough for him. We've arrived at our destination. As I stepped out of the station, a wave of cold air swept over me. Before leaving the station, Xiao Yu put on her hat and scarf, and then slipped the hood of Gu Chunshi's down jacket over his head. I managed to hail a taxi and got out outside the residential area 20 minutes later. Having spent a day traveling back and forth between 2 cities 1,000 miles apart, the dust has now settled, leaving Gu Chunshi feeling as if he's in another world. The streetlights along the way were dazzling, but when I stood at my doorstep, the dim streetlights cast a faint sense of desolation over the place. Tomorrow is Lunar New Year's Eve, and the new year is just around the corner. How dreamy. In the quiet stairwell, their footsteps were exceptionally clear. Neither of them spoke, afraid of accidentally disturbing the neighbors. After climbing to the 4th floor, Xiao Yu opened the door. It was pitch black inside, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Gu Chunshi said, turn on the light first. He wanted to wait for her to turn on the light before going back to his own home. Xiao Yu obediently turned on the light, and Gu Chunshi smiled and said, see you tomorrow. Seeing him turn around, Xiao Yu couldn't help but call out to him, Gu Chunshi. Gu Chunshi turned around, a hint of anticipation hidden in his eyes. It was Xiao Yu who called out to him, but when Gu Chunshi looked over, she suddenly felt a little lost. It's too late today? Don't get up too early tomorrow, sleep in a bit. Okay, I know you two. Gu Chunshi nodded, feeling inexplicably disappointed, but he didn't know what he had been hoping for just now, or what he was disappointed about now. He opened the door, and his figure quickly disappeared behind it. Xiao Yu closed the door, leaned against it, and lightly tapped his head twice with his fist. Xiao Yu, what are you thinking about? You've already received enough. You can't be too greedy. Yuri not good enough for him. He's so wonderful, he deserves a better girl. Thinking about this, Xiao Yu suddenly felt a little frustrated. Haven't you already prepared yourself to grow old alone? This thought-provoking question brought Xiao Yu to her senses a little more. She silently went to the bathroom, washed up, and lay on the bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time. She thought it might be because of her sleeping position, so she tried sleeping on her side and on her stomach, but she still couldn't fall asleep no matter how much she tossed and turned. I should have known she was on her way back and not slept. She opened her eyes in annoyance, staring unconsciously into the dark void. What's wrong with her? As soon as I closed my eyes, Gu Qinshi's sunny and handsome profile appeared before me. My heart races whenever I think of him. This feeling was completely new to her, and it left her feeling somewhat lost. But I don't dislike it. Gu Qinshin tiptoed into the house, not even turning on the lights so as not to disturb his parents. But suddenly the lights came on. Gu Qinshin was startled. Gu Cheng yawned. You're back? Gu Qinshin hummed in response, then asked in surprise. Dad, you haven't slept at all? Gu Cheng said. I'm asleep, but I can't sleep soundly until you guys come back. Gu Cheng wasn't the only one who couldn't sleep soundly. Jinglan's voice came from the bedroom. Is Qinshin back yet? Gu Qinshin replied. It's me. Okay, as long as you come back safely. Jinglan's voice was still sleepy. Gu Cheng said. Go wash up and go to bed. Okay, Dad. You should go in and continue sleeping too. Gu Cheng yawned repeatedly as he went into the bedroom. Although it was getting late, Gu Qinshin still took a hot shower to wash away his fatigue. As Gu Qinshin sat on the edge of the bed drying his hair, he suddenly wondered, was she asleep? Do you also choose to take a shower before bed? She has long hair, and long hair is hard to dry, so she'll definitely go to bed later than him. She probably won't be able to get up tomorrow. But it's alright, there's nothing urgent anyway, so sleeping a little longer won't hurt. Gu Qinshin quickly dried his short hair, lay on the bed thinking about all sorts of things, his eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and he soon fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, separated by a wall, was struggling to fight off the distracting thoughts in her mind. She herself didn't know exactly when she fell asleep. All she knew was that when she opened her eyes and looked at the time, it was 8:30. She curled up in bed. Perhaps because she lacks a sense of security, she likes to curl up into a ball when she sleeps. The first thing that came to mind after I opened my eyes was whether he was awake or not, and whether he had gotten out of bed. Xiao Yu couldn't quite understand it. Why would she be so engrossed in thinking about something so trivial? She sat up, clutching the quilt, rubbed her eyes to wake herself up, and then started getting dressed. After washing up, I went to the apartment across the hall. Jinglan and her husband had gotten up early. The couple sat in the kitchen, chatting and laughing as they removed the shrimp veins. Jinglan turned around and saw her, and said in surprise, Xiao Yu, you came back late yesterday. Why didn't you sleep a little longer? I'm not sleepy anymore. Xiao Yu replied, subconsciously glancing around as if searching for a certain figure. Gu Qinshin was nowhere to be seen. Jinglan said, he hasn't gotten up yet at Qinshin, 9 a.m. That brat, given the chance, he'd love to sleep until the end of time. Xiao Yu spoke up for Gu Qinshin. Auntie, I slept the whole way in the car yesterday, so I didn't feel sleepy. Gu Qinshin didn't sleep. Xiao Yu, I left your breakfast in the pot. Come and eat. Gu Qin called to her. Breakfast was 8 treasure porridge and meat buns. Xiao Yu took a small spoonful of the 8 treasure porridge and drank it. It was slightly sweet and very delicious. When they were halfway through their drink, Gu Qinshin finally got up. Gu Qinshin was still sleepy and yawning constantly. Perhaps because he washed his hair last night. After a night of torture, a small tuft of hair on the top of his head stood up, making him look a bit silly, but also kind of cute. When Gu Qinshin saw Xiao Yu, he first gave her a bright smile, and then said, You're up? Up so early. Xiao Yu wanted to say it was getting late, but immediately realized that if she said that, it would seem to imply that he had gotten up late, so she just smiled and didn't say anything. Jinglan and Gu Qing spent the whole morning busy in the kitchen. Gu Qinshin and Xiao Yu wanted to help, but were kicked out. Go away, there's nothing for you to do here. The kitchen is too small to accommodate so many people. Go to the living room and watch TV, just wait for lunch. Gu Qinshin didn't stand on ceremony, why be polite with your own parents? As he left the kitchen, he called out to Xiao Yu. Let's go, don't get in the way, or you'll get scolded again. Upon entering the living room, Gu Qinshin turned on the TV and handed her the remote control, saying, Choose whatever you want to watch. Then he sat on the sofa and stared at his phone. Xiao Yu sat next to him, her eyes fixed on the television even though the programs on TV held no appeal for her. She was very content, and I find it incredible. She was able to celebrate the new year happily, just like other people's children. Even though it was someone else's home, she miraculously blended in and unconsciously considered herself a part of it. And this home, which didn't originally belong to her, gently accepted her. This was something she would never have dared to dream of before. Gu Chenshi was busy replying to text messages. The specific date for the gathering has been set. Chapter 77 All good things must come to an end. After careful consideration, Wang Zishan decided to schedule the gathering for 7 p.m. on the 4th day of the Lunar New Year. The reason for choosing the 4th day of the Lunar New Year is that it's too early, as everyone will be visiting relatives and exchanging New Year's greetings. If it's too late, school will start, and people won't be able to enjoy themselves as much. The 4th day is just right. On the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, everyone gathers together. On the 5th day, rest well at home. On the 6th day, damn it, school starts on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. Wah! Wang Zishan posted his suggestion in the group to see if anyone else had any opinions. Everyone agreed with this. Gu Chenshi went with the flow and naturally had no objections. For some reason, Zhou Xiangyu got into another argument with everyone in the group chat and was besieged so badly that he was miserable. Zhou Xiangyu frantically tagged Gu Chenshi. Old Gu, if you still want to see me when school starts, come and help me out. Under the message where he tagged Gu Chenshi, Tang Xiaoxi immediately followed up with a meme of someone covering their mouth and laughing. Gu Chenshi ignored him and instead flipped through the posts about Zhou Xiangyu arguing with someone, finding it hilarious. Halfway through reading, he suddenly remembered something, turned to look at Xiaoyu, who happened to be looking at him as well. Gu Chenshi thought that it must be because he looked particularly silly smiling at his phone like a grandson that he attracted Xiaoyu's attention. He got up and went to the kitchen, and when he came back, he had a fruit plate in his hand. The fruit platter didn't contain fruit, but rather nuts such as sunflower seeds, pine nuts, almonds, and pistachios. He placed the fruit plate in front of Xiaoyu, gesturing for her to eat some nuts to pass the time. Xiaoyu didn't stand on ceremony, picked up a pistachio, peeled it open, and ate it. The class group chat was bombarded with voice messages. Gu Chenshi opened a message and then placed his phone on the coffee table. After each voice message finished playing, the next one would automatically play. Gu Chenshi listened while munching on sunflower seeds, chuckling softly when he heard something funny. He's a veteran diver. He basically stays hidden unless there's a major event or someone specifically tags him. Xiaoyu sat quietly to the side, feeling a sense of awe. They were all so full of energy, unlike herself, who was neither lively nor talkative, and utterly devoid of any interest in life. Gu Chenshi must find it very boring when he's with me, right? Xiaoyu felt a little melancholy. She herself didn't realize that she had unknowingly begun to care a lot about Gu Chenshi's feelings. Are you guys having a get-together? Xiaoyu asked. Yes, Gu Chenshi said. All good things must come to an end. In another 6 months, we will all go our separate ways. Perhaps some people will never meet again in this lifetime. Gu Chenshi was talking about himself and his classmates, but Xiaoyu only felt more sorrow and fear listening to him. All good things must come to an end. So, there will always be a day when she, her aunt, her uncle, and Gu Chen will part ways, right? Not to mention that day is only a matter of time. Just thinking about it makes her breathless. If I really leave them, what will I become? Maybe things will go back to the way they were before. He locked himself in a small room, never coming out unless absolutely necessary, silently becoming a soulless walking corpse. Xiaoyu shuddered. Don't want. Having encountered the light, she could no longer face the darkness with equanimity. Call her greedy, call her ridiculous, whatever. She didn't want to live that kind of life anymore. Xiaoyu. When Gu Chenshi noticed that she hadn't spoken for a long time, he sensed something was wrong and called out to her softly. What's wrong with you? Xiaoyu snapped out of her daze and smiled slightly at him. It's nothing. I was just a little curious about how you usually get along with your classmates. This reminded Gu Chenshi of her unique experiences from childhood to adulthood. Gu Chenshi suddenly had a whimsical idea. It would be great if he could bring her along to the party. Let her experience what it's like to be with many people her own age. However, the gathering consisted entirely of their classmates, and there was no mention of whether family members could bring along. And Xiaoyu, perhaps in other people's eyes, she cannot be considered a family member in the true sense, but to Gu Chenshi, she is his family member. Gu Chenshi tentatively asked, Are you interested in how we usually get along? Xiaoyu nodded. I'm a little bit interested. Gu Chenshi said half-jokingly, If we allow family members to come with us, would you like to come with me? Xiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise. Can we bring family members there? She then smiled. The sadness she felt from the saying, all good things must come to an end, was somewhat lessened by Gu Chenshi's mention of family members. Gu Chenshi thought she was a family member? She was so happy. My classmates. Gu Chenshi thought for a moment. then changed to a more serious way of saying it. Although some of them seem loud and unreliable, most of them are good people. At this point, Gu Chunshi even showed some anticipation. He couldn't help but imagine the amazed looks those people might give when he led Xiao Yu out. Ah, this damned vanity. He knew he was quite handsome, cough cough. However, he doesn't attract much attention when he walks down the street. Perhaps it's because three-legged toads are hard to find in this world, while two-legged men are everywhere. Besides, he was just an 18-year-old young man, whose personal charm was still somewhat immature. But when she walks with Xiao Yu, she gets 200% of people turning their heads to look. Some people, after glancing back once, can't help but want to look a second time. Xiao Yu is strikingly beautiful, but when she goes out, she usually covers herself up completely. But it couldn't hide her unique, otherworldly charm. When two people walk together, they are a perfect couple. When Gu Chunshi and Xiao Yu walk together, strangers often mistake them for a young couple. He used to find it ridiculous, but now that I think about it, it doesn't seem so offensive anymore. So people really are very fickle. Forget it, I'd better not go. Your classmates are having a get-together, and I, as an outsider, won't be able to get a word in edgewise. Xiao Yu shook his head. Her reaction was exactly what Gu Chunshi had expected. She doesn't seem to like crowds and might not be able to adapt to gatherings that are mostly filled with strangers. However, since Gu Chunshi had asked for her opinion, it was certainly not just a casual remark. If she really shows any interest in the party, then Gu Chunshi will definitely take her there. The class group chat, which had been quiet for a short while, suddenly became lively again. Surprisingly, someone else had the same idea as Gu Chunshi and had the thought of bringing their family members to the gathering. They asked in the group if they could bring their family members. It turns out he has a younger sister who is 10 years younger than him. She was very interested when she heard that he was having a classmate reunion on the 4th day of the Lunar New Year and insisted on coming with him. This student is a doting brother and can't bear to refuse his sister. Gu Chunshi did some mental calculations. There were more than 30 students in total. If each student brought a family member, then there would be 60 or 70 people gathered together that day. Just imagining that scene would be very lively. However, of course, many students will probably find it troublesome and will not bring their family members. The event organizer, Wang Zishan, replied, "Of course." Chapter 78, Who is Sister-in-Law? This single stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the group chat immediately erupted in chaos. Some people jokingly asked if they could take care of their parents instead of their younger siblings. Is it okay to bring grandparents? Some people even sneakily asked if they could bring their boyfriend-girlfriend. This person's question offended the single people in the group, making him the next target of attacks after Zhou Xianyu. After learning that he could bring his family, Gu Chunshi looked at Xiao Yu, who was sitting to the side intently peeling nuts. He really wanted to bring Xiao Yu to the party. It wasn't to satisfy vanity, but rather to take this opportunity to let Xiao Yu interact more with people her own age, which should have some effect on changing her withdrawn personality. Someone in the group tagged him. It was Zhou Xianyu. Zhou Xianyu, Lao Gu, bring your girlfriend over here. Gu Chunshi. This guy really knows how to bring up the most sensitive topics. What girlfriend? He didn't have a girlfriend. Zhou Xianyu's message tagging him reminded the other classmates in the group. Ah, Gu Chunshi has an amazing girlfriend. According to witnesses, she looks like a fairy and has an exceptional temperament. Not only the male students, but also the female students became curious. Just how beautiful is Gu Chunshi's goddess girlfriend? Even more beautiful than TV stars? They really wanted to take this opportunity to catch a glimpse of Gu Chunshi's goddess-like girlfriend. This is a golden opportunity, and once it's gone, it won't come again. If you don't seize this chance, you might never have another one. Gu Chunshi was honored to enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention in the group. The notification sound kept ringing, all from people tagging him. Classmate A, Gu Chunshi, you can bring your family to the party. Why don't you bring your girlfriend too? Student B, ah, yes, we are all very friendly. Student C, Gu Chunshi, you went out to a party alone and left her alone at home. How could you bear to do that? Gu Chunshi's temples throbbed, and he was utterly speechless. He wished he could drag Zhou Xianyu out and beat him up right away, to teach him a lesson for his whims and nonsense. This guy didn't realize he'd caused trouble and even joined in the commotion with the other students. Gu Chunshi, can I call you brother? Bring your sister-in-law here. When Zhu Mingming's cheeky voice came through the microphone, Gu Chunshi's forehead veins throbbed, and he glanced at Xiao Yu with embarrassment and a hint of guilt. He originally intended to convert the speech to text, but accidentally played the speech aloud. Gu Chunshi had no idea how Xiao Yu would feel if her classmates found out that they treated her like his girlfriend. Could she think he was deliberately taking advantage of her? He's been wronged. He's been explaining himself the whole time, but those bastards just won't believe him. Xiao Yu paused in her nut-peeling motion. She looked at Gu Chunshi with surprise. Gu Chunshi awkwardly dug his toes into the ground. He felt that it was better for him to confess and be lenient than for her to find out herself. But when he saw Xiao Yu's pure and innocent eyes, he didn't know how to start a conversation. I was incredibly annoyed, feeling that I had inadvertently desecrated her beauty. Sister-in-law? Xiao Yu murmured, repeating the question, then asked in confusion. Gu Chunshi, who is sister-in-law? Gu Chunshi, this. That person on the phone just now called you brother is your girlfriend, sister-in-law? You have a girlfriend? Perhaps it was Gu Chunshi's imagination, but when Xiao Yu asked him a question with doubt, the light in his eyes seemed to dim for a moment. It's an illusion, it must be an illusion. When Gu Chunshi tried to see clearly, her eyes showed only some confusion and surprise, nothing else. It's not what you think Gu Chunshi stammered. What could have been explained in just a couple of sentences suddenly felt like a guilty conscience to Gu Chunshi when facing Xiao Yu, and he didn't know what to say. Deep down, he was afraid that telling the truth would make Xiao Yu angry, just like before, and that she would ignore him for days on end. Xiao Yu suddenly smiled and said, Don't be nervous. Don't worry, I won't tell Auntie. Gu Chunshi. Wait, are you misunderstanding something? It's not what you think. Xiao Yu was silent for 2 seconds, then solemnly said to him, Gu Chunshi, I promise not to tell Auntie about this. But can you promise me that this won't affect your studies? I can sense that your aunt has high expectations for you. I don't want to see your aunt worrying about you. Gu Chunshi was both touched and amused. At the same time, I was also a little impatient. Before this, he thought he was carefree by nature, and even if he was misunderstood, he wouldn't bother to explain as long as it wasn't serious. But now that Xiao Yu has misunderstood him, he realizes he's panicking. He quickly explained, No, that's not true. It's really not what you think. He thought that once he clarified things, Xiao Yu would just give a casual, oh, and not ask any more questions, just like before. She has a quiet and reserved personality and is not a gossipy person. Then, unexpectedly, Xiao Yu blinked and asked, puzzled, Is there someone in your class with the same name as you? Gu Chunshi, no. So I didn't misunderstand. Your classmate wants you to bring your sister-in-law to a party. Oh, I see. Your sister-in-law isn't in your class. She's probably from another class or is from outside the school. Am I right? Xiao Yu's analysis was serious and logical. Gu Chunshi practically wanted to kneel down before her. She's not only possessed by a culinary genius, but at this moment, she's also possessed by Sherlock Holmes. On New Year's Eve, when the cold wind howled outside, Gu Chunshi broke out in a cold sweat. Forget it, rather than letting her guess, he might as well confess himself. Indeed, the mentality of taking chances is unacceptable. The thing is actually like this. You gave me an umbrella and a scarf a while ago, and then other students at the station saw it. They mistakenly thought you were my girlfriend, to the point that now all my classmates think I have a girlfriend. Xiao Yu was taken aback. Is that so? Gu Chunshi nodded while wiping away cold sweat. That's right, that's exactly it. The sister-in-law my classmate was talking about was actually you. Sorry, they're just making a fuss, don't take it to heart. Of course, the main reason lies with me. I didn't explain things clearly enough to convince them that we were just ordinary neighbors. Gu Chunshi was extremely sincere in admitting his mistake and did his best to win her forgiveness. Xiao Yu lowered her head, put a freshly peeled pistachio in her mouth, and gave a soft hum. Gu Chunshi asked nervously, Are you angry? Xiao Yu asked blankly, No, why would I be angry? Chapter 79, The Student Surpasses the Master. Xiao Yu wasn't angry, just a little disappointed. Gu Chunshi did not believe her no. She looked a little sullen. But it seemed perfectly fine just now. So Gu Chunshi felt that she was still angry. They just don't want to admit it. Gu Chunshi felt somewhat frustrated. He knew she would mind. How could a girl who likes peace, integrity, and tradition not mind if she suddenly finds herself inexplicably involved in a scandal? Gu Chunshi felt somewhat uneasy. If Xiao Yu gets angry, she'll definitely avoid him and ignore him again. Although her indifference doesn't seem to have much impact on his life, it makes him feel very uncomfortable. Yes, he was really afraid that Xiao Yu would ignore him. I'm terrified. He tentatively asked, Xiao Yu? Xiao Yu responded with a hum. Xiao Yu, I remember you promised me before that you would never lie to me again. So why are you lying to me now? Xiao Yu said blankly, I wasn't lying. Gu Chunshi said firmly, No, you're lying. You're clearly angry with me, but you're saying you're not. Xiao Yu was taken aback and said, I'm really not angry. No, you're angry. Gu Chunshi insisted on his judgment. Xiao Yu said, You're not a mind reader. How could you know I'm angry? Because you're obviously unhappy, I can tell. Xiao Yu. She suddenly smiled. The way they're acting now makes it seem like they're arguing. This feels so interesting. Seeing her smiling face, Gu Chunshi breathed a sigh of relief. Her smile was so beautiful that it stirred Gu Chunshi's heart. I hope she can smile more in the future. You're really not angry? No, really. Oh, That puts my mind at ease, but you were clearly unhappy just now. Why was that? Xiaoyu panicked for a moment, avoided his eyes and lowered her head, saying nothing. She didn't say it was because she didn't want to lie to Gu Chunshi, but she also didn't want to say why she was feeling down. Therefore, silence became her best option at the moment. Seeing that she remained silent, Gu Chunshi felt annoyed. Why do you have such a sharp tongue? You don't usually talk this much, do you? Why are you so tactless today? You're asking questions you shouldn't be asking. Do you think you're from the multi-agency bureau? But in the end, he wasn't actually wrong. He asked a few more questions because he was afraid that Xiaoyu would have any lingering resentment. As a result, I accidentally asked a question I shouldn't have. Perhaps on this special day, she was reminded of unhappy things from the past. Little did he know that Xiaoyu's sullen mood was actually related to him. His classmate mistook her for his girlfriend. Why was he in such a hurry to explain? Was he so afraid of getting involved with her? 2. She has a terrible past and a dull, uninteresting personality. Who would like someone like her? Perhaps her only redeeming quality is her passable appearance. But if my mother hadn't been so beautiful, she probably wouldn't have had such a tragic life. Her beauty led to her mother's tragic life. That's why, when her mother was lucid, she would strictly supervise her studies, using knowledge to arm herself. Perhaps she won't be as strong as her mother wishes, but at least she won't be reduced to a pretty face with no ability to protect herself. Jinglan and Guqing worked in the kitchen all morning, and by 11:30 a.m., they had prepared a table full of delicious food. We can finally eat. Although the Spring Festival has lost some of its traditional flavor, many people who work far from home can still reunite with their families during this traditional festival. Family reunion is probably the main reason why this festival is treated with such importance. At the dinner table, Jinglan learned that Gu Chunshi was going to a classmate reunion on Thursday, and said, "Can you bring your spouse? Xiaoyu is bored staying at home all day. Why don't you bring her along to have some fun?" Gu Chunshi was startled. If he hadn't been certain that his mother had been busy in the kitchen all morning and hadn't heard their whispers in the living room, he would have really thought that his mother was saying that on purpose. Guqing laughed and said, "Yes, it's Chunshi time. Take Xiaoyu out for walks more often. It's not good for her to stay cooped up at home all the time." "Oh right, we haven't asked Xiaoyu's opinion yet." Xiaoyu was stirring the rice in her bowl when she heard this and smiled slightly. "Uncle and aunt, Gu Chunshi has already asked for my opinion, so I'd better not go." Jinglan and Guqing, considering his withdrawn and introverted personality, didn't say anything more. After lunch, they sat in the living room and chatted happily for a while before starting to put up the couplets. This was Xiaoyu's first time participating in such an event, and she was extremely excited. Gu Chunshi was in charge of pasting the couplets, while she was responsible for moving stools, getting tape, and handing over the couplets to Gu Chunshi. After the Gujia sticker was put up, Xiaoyu, who now lives at Grandma Li's house across the street, was taken away. The two worked together smoothly and efficiently, and finished pasting it up in no time. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Jinglan started making dumplings again. Guqing prepared the filling, while Xiaoyu washed her hands and waited to wrap the dumplings. Gu Chunshi was certainly not idle. His job was rolling out dumpling wrappers. The family of 4 is comprised entirely of people who are not idle. Jinglan pointed to the dumplings Xiaoyu had made and boasted, "Look how beautifully Xiaoyu made these dumplings. I taught her how." Gu Chunshi, unafraid of death, said, "Mom, to be frank, Xiaoyu's dumplings look a little bit better than yours." Indeed, Jinglan's dumplings are prized for their plumpness, with round bellies and plenty of filling. The pleats on the dumplings are made rather casually. Xiaoyu's dumplings were also made by a lively little chubby boy, with particularly even and delicate pleats. Jinglan said, "You brat, haven't you ever heard of the student surpassing the teacher?" Xiaoyu smiled gently. "Yes, it's because Auntie taught me well that I learned so well." Gu Chunshi pointed with a rolling pin at the dumpling wrappers he had just rolled out, and said seriously, "Look at these dumpling wrappers. Aren't they big and round?" Jinglan glanced down and said, "You brat, why did you roll it so thin? It won't do if it's too thin, it'll tear easily." Gu Guqing nodded and added, "Son, although you rolled the dumpling wrappers very round, I have to tell you responsibly that they need to be redone. Your mother is right. They're too thin and they'll fall apart easily." Gu Chunshi, "Okay, I was hoping to hear some praise, so I put extra effort into rolling out these dumpling wrappers, but I didn't expect it to turn out so badly. Ah, his heart is aching so much. Wah, Mom and Dad are so biased. Why is Xiaoyu praised for everything he does? He refuses to accept this." Chapter 80: The Ordinary Charm of Everyday Life. Gu Chunshi's gaze fell on the dumplings Xiaoyu had made, and his resentment vanished instantly. Other people's dumplings are so beautifully made, so it's no wonder my parents praise them so highly. And the dumpling wrappers he rolled out. It's not without its advantages. For example, it is indeed very round. Xiao Yu lowered her head, spread out a dumpling wrapper in her left hand, and gently picked up a little filling with chopsticks in her right hand and placed it on the wrapper. Then she put the chopsticks back and skillfully folded the dumpling wrapper in half, pinching a few pleats to seal it. Soon, a handsome dumpling was born. A slight upturn at the corners of her lips revealed a satisfied smile. Isn't this simple, ordinary life, full of warmth and everyday joy, exactly what she's always dreamed of? Very nice. As she was wrapping herself up, she seemed to notice something and looked up, meeting Gu Chunshir's gaze. She then realized that Gu Chunshir was studying the dumplings she had made, not looking at her. The moment she looked at Gu Chunshir subconsciously looked at her. She quickly looked away and pretended to be engrossed in making dumplings. But it was clear that her mind was no longer on making dumplings. At 8 p.m., the Spring Festival Gala started on time. Gu Chunshir couldn't remember how long it had been since he last watched it. Hearing the cheerful laughter of children outside the window, Gu Chunshir decided to go for a walk. Before leaving, he subconsciously called out to Xiao Yu, "Want to come along?" Xiao Yu nodded. Okay. To be honest, Xiao Yu's willingness to go downstairs for a walk with Gu Chunshir was somewhat unexpected for Gu Chunshir, and at the same time, it brought him a little indescribable surprise. Xiao Yu was easygoing, didn't cause trouble, and wasn't pretentious, making Gu Chen feel very comfortable when he was with her. As they descended the stairs, Gu Chunshir asked Xiao Yu with a smile, "Are you afraid of being a third wheel to my parents again, which is why you came downstairs with me?" Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment. It seems that's not the reason. She simply saw him come out and wanted to come out for some fresh air too. That's all. I didn't think too much about it. Xiao Yu covered her face with her gloved hands. I don't really like watching TV, and scrolling through my phone all the time isn't very interesting, so I thought I'd come out for a walk. As they spoke, they had already arrived downstairs. The air inside the residential compound was filled with a faint smell of gunpowder. Fireworks and firecrackers are banned in the city, but during festivals, there are still street vendors selling firecrackers for children, and basically no one cares. Gu Chunshir put his hands in his pockets, sniffed, and laughed. I really like this smell. When I was little, my dad would buy me firecrackers and snap pops to play with, and I would never leave until I had finished playing with them. Xiao Yu said enviously, I've never played this before. Gu Chunshir said, do you want to play? They should sell them outside. I'll go buy you some so you can try it out. As he spoke, he actually walked towards the gate of the residential compound. Xiao Yu wanted to stop him, but seeing his back as he strode forward, she suddenly held back. She smiled and followed closely behind. She liked this feeling. She was captivated by the feeling of being cared for and pampered. Gu Chunshir guessed correctly. Outside the gate of the residential compound, there really was a man in his 50s wearing a military overcoat and a lei feng hat, setting up a small stall with all sorts of firecrackers. Although smoking is prohibited, these mobile vendors are always a common sight during the Spring Festival and Mid-Autumn Festival, and generally no one cares about them. Gu Chunshir was overjoyed and was about to go forward to ask about the price when a warm voice called out from not far away, Old Gu. Gu Chunshir twitched his lips. Who else but Zhou Xiangyu likes to call him Old Gu all day long. Old Gu, I've missed you so much. With white smoke billowing from his mouth, Zhou Xiangyu joyfully pounced on Gu Chunshir. Gu Chunshir nimbly dodged, avoiding his bear hug. Zhou Xiangyu's body lurched forward due to inertia, and he was about to fall flat on his face when Gu Chunshir reached out and pulled him back in time. Zhou Xiangyu then noticed Xiao Yu behind Gu Chunshir. The usually carefree and fearless man suddenly stood up straight like a green recruit meeting his drill instructor, grinning foolishly and saying, Hello, master. Xiao Yu was completely bewildered and even looked back behind him, not realizing at all that Zhou Xiangyu was calling him. Gu Chunshir said speechlessly, Xiao Yu, he was actually greeting you. Xiao Yu suddenly remembered that when she had dinner with Zhou Xiangyu before, he seemed to have mentioned wanting to become her apprentice. This person is so funny. It's truly amazing that he and Gu Chunshir, with their completely different personalities, could become such good brothers. But honestly, it must be quite interesting for Gu Chunshir to be with such an interesting person every day, right? Xiao Yu chuckled awkwardly. From now on, just call me Xiao Yu. Zhou Xiangyu stubbornly insisted, that won't do. How can I call you by your first name? That would be disrespectful. Gu Chunshir felt a chill run down his spine from the respectful you he used. Xiao Yu forced a smile. But calling me master sounds really weird. This stumped Zhou Xiangyu. Calling her by her name is disrespectful, and calling her master is indeed strange. But if he calls her hey or hello, wouldn't that be even more inappropriate than calling her by her name directly? Zhou Xiangyu thought about it with a troubled expression, then his eyes suddenly lit up. How about I call you sister from now on? That way I can avoid using your name, and it will also show respect. Xiao Yu. She suddenly felt a little worried. Gu Chunshir spends all his time playing with him. Will his brain be affected? Xiao Yu chuckled twice. Fine, Whatever makes you happy. Gu Chunshi said speechlessly. Zhou Xiangyu, what are you doing here on New Year's Eve? Zhou Xiangyu said matter-of-factly. I missed you, so I came to see you. Is that a problem? Gu Chunshi snorted coldly. This wasn't the first time Zhou Xiangyu had heard Gu Chunshi snort coldly. When Gu Chunshi was speechless, he would just give a perfunctory hum. However, he had gotten used to it before and didn't think much of it. But today, he suddenly felt a chilly wind creeping up his trouser legs and into his body, making him shiver. Oh, how could he forget? Gu Chunshi is now taken. He can no longer be all lovey-dovey with Gu Chunshi. They are easily misunderstood, easily assassinated, and easily beaten up. Zhou Xiangyu nervously looked at Xiao Yu's face and found that Xiao Yu's face was expressionless, and his legs began to go weak. She quickly clarified, Sis, Gu Chunshi and I are just ordinary friends. Please don't overthink it. Xiao Yu looked at Gu Chunshi in astonishment. To be honest, she couldn't quite understand what Zhou Xiangyu meant. Friends are friends. Why differentiate between pure and unpure friendships? Gu Chunshi smiled wryly and said, That's just how he is. He sometimes talks in a strange way, and I sometimes don't understand him. But he's not a bad person, so you can rest assured about that. Zhou Xiangyu silently gave Gu Chunshi a thumbs up. He's a true brother, knowing to say a few good words for him in front of his master. Well, it doesn't sound like a nice thing to say. My parents, my grandparents, and all my relatives had our New Year's Eve dinner out today. They just talked about this family and that family all the time, which was so boring that I left halfway through the meal. Thinking it was still early and going home alone would be boring, I came all the way here to find you and hang out for a while. Gu Chunshi thought to himself, you've changed your ways. Why aren't you playing games with every second of your time? This isn't like you. Gu Chunshi only dared to think about it in his heart, but dared not say it out loud, for fear that if he did, it would trigger his gaming addiction. Playing games in moderation is enjoyable, but excessive gaming can be harmful to your health. If you spend all your time playing games on your phone, you'll eventually go blind. Gu Chunshi didn't care about or ask about others, but Zhou Xiangyu was his best friend, and within his means, he wanted to make Zhou Xiangyu's life better. Zhou Xiangyu scratched his head. Are my uncle and aunt home? I'll go and wish them a happy new year in advance. Before Gu Chunshi could reply, Zhou Xiangyu grinned and gave Xiao Yu a bright, but slightly silly smile, said, See you later, and ran into the residential area. Gu Chunshi simply laughed. He knew, of course, that the kid was in such a hurry to leave because he didn't want to disturb him and Xiao Yu's relationship building. Chapter 81 I like you too. To avoid disturbing them, Zhou Xiangyu quickly ran upstairs to wish Gu Chunshi's parents a happy new year. Gu Chunshi shook his head with a helpless smile. As Xiao Yu walked, she said, He's a really interesting person. Wouldn't being with him make you forget your troubles quickly? Gu Chunshi thought about it and realized it was true. Since becoming friends with Zhou Xiangyu, he has been a part of my life, whether I am happy or angry. The two walked slowly out along the cement road outside the residential area. As he walked, Gu Chunshi stopped inexplicably, turned around in astonishment to look at the stall that was getting further and further away from him, and chuckled to himself. What happened? Wasn't he going to buy Xiao Yu some small firecrackers to set off, to help him rediscover his lost childhood and experience the joy of setting off firecrackers? How did I end up here by some strange twist of fate? He recalled the events with a bewildering look. After Zhou Xiangyu left in a hurry, Xiao Yu walked forward, and he unconsciously followed. Oh, that's the truth. When Xiao Yu saw him stop, she stopped as well and looked up at him. The streetlights cast a dim yellow glow, and in the hazy light, she looked almost dreamlike. Gu Chunshi met her gaze, and his heart fluttered for no reason. This was a strange emotion he had never felt before when facing Lin Ranran. At that moment, he seemed to suddenly realize that he might have fallen for Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's eyes are bright, reminding one of the starry sky on a summer night in childhood. There was a slight smile in her eyes, but also a hint of trepidation. Gu Chunshi's heart began to pound wildly. His intuition told him that Xiao Yu had something to say to him. Could it be? How could this be? Absolutely not. Gu Chunshi secretly despised himself. In those 2 short seconds, he imagined all sorts of things. There's a limit to being delusional, please. I like you. Gu Chunshi was a little confused, thinking that his previous wishful thinking had caused him to hallucinate. He stupidly uttered a huh. Xiao Yu did not answer him, but lowered her head and turned to walk forward. She had exhausted all her courage just to say those 4 words. No, it was the exhaustion of all the courage she had accumulated in her entire life. She dared not face Gu Chunshi again. I was afraid to see his disdainful look. She began to regret it. Isn't it good as it is now? They treated her like family, and they saw each other every day. Why must we break through that barrier? She was greedy. She not only greedily enjoyed the warmth of a home that didn't belong to her. She also wants to find someone she loves to love her and accompany her through the long journey of life. When did I start liking Gu Chunshi? She herself didn't know. But what right do you have to like him? He's so sunny and kind. He'll find an even better girl in the future. Xiaoyu walked faster and faster. She wished she could tear a hole in the void and crawl inside, staying until Gu Chunshi forgot about her confession before coming out. Gu Chunshi stood there stunned for a long time before snapping out of it and strode after him, calling out, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu stopped in her tracks, not daring to look him in the eye. What would he say to me? I'm sorry, I need to focus on my studies right now, and I'm not thinking about relationships for the time being. You like me? But I've always just seen you as an ordinary neighbor. Xiaoyu's thoughts were in turmoil, until she heard Gu Chunshi's clear, crisp, and slightly puzzled voice ask, You just spoke to me? Xiaoyu gave a faint Just pretend I didn't say anything. The sudden surprise hit Gu Chunshi, making him feel a little dizzy. Just as he realized he liked Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu suddenly confessed her feelings to him. Happiness came so suddenly. Seeing that Xiaoyu was about to walk forward, Gu Chunshi became anxious and grabbed her wrist. I like you too, he said solemnly. Xiaoyu, I like you. Xiaoyu suddenly raised her head, and her dimmed eyes lit up again. She asked uncertainly, Really? Gu Chunshi said seriously, Of course, you're so wonderful. Why can't I like you? The like I'm talking about isn't the kind of like you're referring to. I know, Xiaoyu, I like you. It's not the kind of liking that doesn't dislike you, but the kind of liking that, if possible, I'd like to spend my life with you. To spend a lifetime hand in hand. Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly reddened. Gu Chunshi couldn't bear to see her cry. He would feel a pang of sadness, and it would be especially painful. Xiaoyu choked up and said, Gu Chunshi, thank you. Gu Chunshi said, Didn't I tell you you're not allowed to thank me anymore? Xiaoyu shook her head and said stubbornly, No, I must say it. Gu Chunshi, thank you for liking me too. He probably doesn't understand that his words, a love that will last a lifetime, have directly illuminated her uncertain future. Gu Chunshi, I want to hug you. Before Gu Chunshi could respond, Xiaoyu opened her arms, wrapped them around his waist, and rested her head on his chest. Gu Chunshi was stunned. Happiness comes one after another. Is it meant to make him die suddenly tonight? How could he possibly admit that he had actually wanted to hug her for a long time? Before they had expressed their feelings for each other, such thoughts were undoubtedly inappropriate daydreams, which he desperately suppressed. Gu Chunshi pulled her into his arms and inhaled the fragrance of her hair without restraint. The feeling of fullness in one's arms is intoxicating. Even a beautiful dream can't be more real than this, right? If this is truly a dream, I wish I could stay immersed in it forever and never wake up. Xiaoyu's muffled voice came from his chest. Gu Chunshi, will uncle and aunt not like me? Gu Chunshi said, How could that be? My mother would love to adopt you as her goddaughter. The two embraced for a long time before reluctantly letting go of each other. Xiaoyu's face was still flushed, and she hadn't yet recovered from the sweetness when she suddenly remembered something and became annoyed with herself. She was too impulsive. Now is the most crucial time for Gu Chunshi. Will her decision to confess to him at this time affect his studies? Gu Chunshi noticed that something was wrong with her and became nervous. What happened? Could it be that a hug made her regret it and no longer want to be with him? He had just taken a shower yesterday, and his clothes were all freshly changed. He was certain there were no signs of slovenliness on his body. What's wrong with you? Xiaoyu hesitated and said, Gu Chunshi, can we not tell your aunt and uncle about this for now? Gu Chunshi asked, puzzled why. Judging from his parents' strange reactions before, they would be happy if he and Xiaoyu got together. I was afraid your aunt and uncle would worry and it would affect your studies. It's all my fault. I was too impatient. I just wanted to do it tonight. I want to confess my feelings tonight. Gu Chunshi chuckled to himself. He absolutely loves this impatientness. Please give him more. Chapter 82, A Sweet Burden. Gu Chunshi and Xiaoyu agreed that he would confess to his parents after his college entrance examination. In other words, their relationship will remain underground for the time being, and will be made public 6 months later. The two walked back side by side. When they left, they were just neighbors. After they returned, they became each other's only one. It felt really strange. Since there was no one outside and he wasn't afraid of being exposed, Gu Chunshi quietly took Xiaoyu's hand. Xiaoyu pursed her lips and chuckled to herself, then shook hands with him back. I felt a great sense of security from his large hands. For the first time, she discovered how wonderful life could be. Gu Chunshi's pocket was buzzing with text message notifications. Gu Chunshi frowned. How could he ruin the atmosphere? How annoying. Gu Chunshi originally intended to pretend he hadn't heard it. Perhaps it was a group message and he was too lazy to read it. Xiaoyu said, Why don't you take a look? It wouldn't be good if you missed any important information. Gu Chunshi thought about it and realized that she was right. So he obediently took out his phone. When Gu Chunshur saw the sender of the message, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. He wondered who was ruining the sweet atmosphere between him and Xiaoyu, and it turned out to be Zhou Xiangyu. Zhou Xiangyu. Old Gu, your true colors are showing. Zhou Xiangyu. I hate you for not treating me like a brother. Zhou Xiangyu. I saw you and Xiaoyu hugging, huh? Zhou Xiangyu. You two were together a long time ago. Why did you keep it from me? It's infuriating. Zhou Xiangyu. Take good care of my master. If you dare to hurt her, humph. Zhou Xiangyu. I'm going back now. I won't talk to you anymore. You and my master should stroll around and hold hands more. Gu Chunshur. To be honest, he actually forgot about this guy. What a blunder. He replied with a message. It's not what you think. Zhou Xiangyu replied instantly. I saw it with my own eyes, and you're still trying to deny it? Gu Chunshur. I never thought you were like this. Gu Chunshur. We only got together tonight. I didn't lie to you before. Zhou Xiangyu. I don't care when you two got together. As long as you're together now. That's all that matters, huh? Gu Chunshur chuckled. This guy? Before entering the residential compound, Xiaoyu said earnestly. Gu Chunshur, you must study hard as before, okay? If you don't get into a good university, I'll be a sinner. Gu Chunshur raised an eyebrow. My failure to get into a good university is either due to my own lack of effort or fate. What does it have to do with you? But being with you might distract you. Xiaoyu said worriedly. Gu Chunshur laughed. Xiaoyu, it seems you don't know me very well. Of course, I can't blame you for this. We haven't spent enough time together. Don't worry, I'll only work harder than before. Because, besides his parents, Gu Chunshur also has to shoulder the responsibility for Xiaoyu's future from this moment on. The burden on my shoulders suddenly felt heavy. But it's a sweet burden, and he doesn't find it hard at all. On the contrary, they found it sweet. Through the door, I could hear my mother, Jinglan, laughing heartily inside. Gu Chunshur's lips curled up. Ever since he and Xiaoyu confessed their feelings for each other, he's been smiling non-stop. On the last day of this year, I found my love. From tomorrow onwards, every day should be sweet and happy. Gu Chunshur held Xiaoyu's hand, reluctant to let go. The same applies to Xiaoyu. Did I open the door? Gu Chunshur looked at her. Xiaoyu gave a soft hum. To avoid causing their parents to worry about Gu Chunshur's studies, they decided that for the next 6 months, Mr. Gu Cheng and Ms. Jinglan would pretend to continue to maintain a normal, unambitious neighborly relationship. Once Gu Chunshur opens the door in front of him, it means that their hands, which are currently clasped together, must be let go. Ms. Jinglan's hearty laughter continued to come from behind the door. Ms. Jinglan has a low threshold for laughter and always laughs non-stop when watching TV, but Gu Chunshur often doesn't find it funny. The two tacitly let go of each other's hands. Before opening the door, Gu Chunshur couldn't help but reach out and pat her head, then turned the doorknob and went inside. Only Ms. Jinglan was on the sofa in the living room. Mr. Gu Cheng was not there. Gu Chunshur asked curiously, "Where's my dad?" Jinglan spat out sunflower seed shells as she said, "Oh, I went to answer the phone." Xiaoyu walked over and sat obediently next to Jinglan. Jinglan immediately instructed Gu Chunshur. "Chunshur, bring the rest of the pistachios." Gu Chunshur did as instructed. Jinglan poured all the pistachios from the bag into the fruit plate and called to Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, I noticed you really like pistachios. Here, they're all yours." Gu Chunshur, standing to the side, seemed jealous. "Mom, I like to eat it too." Jinglan said, "Oh, you like sunflower seeds. Here, there are plenty of sunflower seeds here. Help yourself." Gu Chunshur, "Mom, you're truly my dear mom. I've loved pistachios since I was a child. You know that best. Is it really okay to show such favoritism? They're so blatantly favoring Xiaoyu now. What will happen when Xiaoyu actually becomes their daughter-in-law? Will he still have a place in this family? But then again, he probably doesn't need to worry about the age-old problem of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships anymore. Forget it. He's a man. What's a little grievance to him? Look at his father. He's lived like this for decades, and he's always smiling. He will continue to live with a smile in his future days." As Xiaoyu picked up a pistachio, she exchanged a glance with Gu Chunshur without making a sound. Gu Chunshur seemed to be saying, "Look how good my mom is to you. Now you can rest assured." Xiaoyu pursed her lips, unable to hide the smile on her face. Gu Chunshur sat in the living room for a while before going to the bedroom. Jinglan poured herself a drink of water halfway through. Out of curiosity, I peeked out and was stunned. Her precious son is actually studying hard. The old mother's heart was filled with both joy and heartache. At Chunshur, 9 a.m., studying isn't something that can be done in a day or two. It's the Lunar New Year, so don't study today, tomorrow, or the day after. Take a break. Gu Chunshur didn't even look up. "It's okay, Mom. I'm used to it." Upon his rebirth, he vowed to make the most of his life. After being with Xiaoyu, He felt incredibly excited, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Because he not only had to keep his promise, but now he also had to put her mind at ease. If she doesn't perform well, even if it's not her fault, she will definitely take the blame herself. Gu Chunshi could sense that she lacked confidence in her feelings for them. Gu Chunshi wanted to prevent this from happening and put her at ease. Seeing that she couldn't persuade him, Jinglan gently closed the door for him and returned to the living room to chat with Xiaoyu. A short while later, Gu Chung returned with his phone and said with a smile, "Xiaoyu, you're back? Where's Chen Shi?" Xiaoyu said, "He's back. He's inside now." Jinglan added, "Your son is studying inside." Chapter 83: The Pig Who Knew How to Steal a Cabbage. On New Year's Eve, Gu Chunshi frantically completed 2 exam papers, fell asleep with a sweet feeling in his heart, and soon drifted into a beautiful dream. Xiaoyu next door wasn't as lucky as him. She tossed and turned in bed, finding it difficult to fall asleep. Her mind was racing with all sorts of random thoughts. One moment I'm filled with anxiety and uncertainty. The next I feel incredibly happy, almost like I have a split personality. Ultimately, perhaps due to excessive mental exhaustion, he drifted off to sleep in a daze. 2 people who secretly pledged their lives to each other could never have imagined that their secret was never really a secret from the very beginning. After turning off the lights, Gu Cheng suddenly said, "You, as a mother, might be about to have your wish fulfilled." Jinglan rolled over, completely bewildered, and asked, "What do you mean by wish fulfillment?" Gu Cheng remained silent. Jinglan muttered, "You old rascal, it's better not to say anything at all than to leave people in suspense." Gu Cheng hesitated for a moment. "I told you not to get too excited, and not to ask Chen Shi. You have to pretend you don't know." Jinglan became even more curious and urged, all right, stop keeping me in suspense, and tell me already. The 2 children may be together." "What?" Jinglan still didn't understand. Gu Cheng recounted in detail what he had inadvertently witnessed while making a phone call on the balcony. The balcony window does not face the place where Gu Chunshi and Xiaoyu are embracing, but it faces the entrance of the residential area. He saw Gu Chunshi and Xiaoyu walking back hand in hand, chatting and laughing. They are not young children. He wasn't the lively and cheerful type of child either. How could they possibly hold hands under normal circumstances? If Gu Chunshi heard this in his sleep, he would probably vomit blood. Even the most meticulous plans can have a flaw. Gu Chunshi was so overwhelmed by the joy of Xiaoyu's confession that he forgot not only about the cheeky Zhou Xiangyu, but also about the fact that the balcony faced the gate of the community. Perhaps he subconsciously harbored a sense of wishful thinking, assuming that since his parents were watching TV, why would they be looking outside? So she and Xiaoyu were reluctant to part, and when they returned, they couldn't help but hold hands. TSK, he and Xiaoyu were really going to have a secret relationship, but it was exposed before it even started. Gu Chunshi had once laughed at his mother for being naive, saying she wouldn't survive more than half an episode in a palace drama. If you threw him into a spy drama, he wouldn't last 3 seconds. Jinglan's eyes lit up, and she jumped out of bed. "Really? Are you seeing things? Hey, hurry up and get some sleep. You've let the heat go to waste." Gu Cheng quickly pulled the quilt around himself. Jinglan quickly lay down, her voice brimming with barely suppressed excitement. "Old Gu, are you seeing things?" Gu Cheng said dejectedly, "How could I possibly misjudge my own son?" Jinglan got excited and pretended to lift the quilt. "I'm going to ask that brat right now if it's true." Hey, Gu Cheng quickly pressed her down. "Didn't I tell you from the beginning not to ask the child?" Jinglan said, apologetically. "I got so excited I forgot about that. But why can't I ask?" Gu Cheng countered. "Was there anything unusual after they came back?" Jinglan thought for a moment and said, "No. It's just that they seem to be in a good mood after going out." Gu Cheng said, "So, they don't want us to know?" Jinglan asked curiously, "Why didn't you let us know?" Before Gu Cheng could answer, she seemed to have found the answer herself. "Shy? You brat, you're shy with us?" But then again, he's only 18, he's not even fully grown yet, and he's already trying to steal other people's cabbages. It's normal for him to be shy. Gu Cheng, however, had a different view. Shyness may be one aspect. Jinglan asked doubtfully, "According to you, there are other reasons? Have you ever considered that the child might be keeping it from us because they don't want us to worry?" Gu Cheng's words revealed the truth. Jinglan asked in confusion, "I know I'd only be happy, not worried." She suddenly stopped talking. At least she gave birth to a smart child, whose IQ is naturally high. She quickly realized that Gu Chunshi was keeping it from them probably because he was afraid they would worry that their relationship would affect Gu Chunshi's college entrance examination. Jinglan sighed. "This child. So that's why that brat was studying so hard, even on New Year's Eve? Then what else does she have to worry about?" The bedroom was quiet for quite a while. Gu Cheng broke the silence. "What exactly is the situation with Xiaoyu?" "I told you before, she's an orphan." Jinglan sighed. She's a child with a hard life. If she really becomes our family, we must take good care of her. Gu Cheng laughed at her for overthinking. We're not doing any different to her now, are we? I'll say it again. Children should handle their own affairs, and we adults shouldn't interfere, of course, provided our son doesn't cause trouble. Jinglan didn't say anything. She admitted that Gu Cheng was right. Relationships are inherently uncertain, especially since they are only 18 years old. Gu Cheng, fearing she might lose her composure, reminded her again. You absolutely mustn't rush to ask in a moment of impulse. Let's just pretend we don't know anything about this. Fine, I'll pretend I don't know anything, Jinglan added. But if that brat dares to bully Xiaoyu, I definitely won't let him get away with it. Gu Cheng was both amused and exasperated. They say no one knows a son better than his mother. Don't you know our son's character? Jinglan muttered. That's true. Our son's character is impeccable. The first day of the Lunar New Year marks the start of a new year. Gu Chenshi got up very early. As soon as they stepped outside, Jinglan cupped his face in her slightly rough hands and said with a smile, Happy New Year, my handsome son. Gu Chenshi said, Happy New Year, Mom. Did you not use the hand cream I bought for you? Jinglan said, I've used it. Look, isn't Mom's hand as soft as an 18-year-old's? Gu Chenshi felt a pang of sadness. So tender, like an 18-year-old. To exaggerate a bit, when her hand touched his skin, the feel was almost like that of a bath towel. After Gu Chenshi was reborn, he began to treat his parents even better, within his own capabilities. His previously stingy savings were almost gone after he bought a down jacket for each of his parents in one go, and then he bought his mother a tube of hand cream. Although she wears rubber gloves, my mom sometimes finds it too troublesome and just uses her hands directly. With constant washing and scrubbing every day, plus the dry weather in winter, how can your hands stay soft? I buy her hand cream, but sometimes she finds it too much trouble and doesn't use it. Happy New Year, Uncle and Aunt. Xiaoyu pushed open the door and walked in, her eyes crinkling as she greeted Jinglan and her husband for the new year. Jinglan smiled and said, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Here, this is the lucky money Andy prepared for you. Chapter 84 The Toad and the Swan. As soon as Jinglan saw Xiaoyu, she quickly wiped her hands on her apron, then took out a red envelope from her pocket and handed it to Xiaoyu with a smile. Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment. Jinglan urged, Take it quickly, don't complain about the small amount. Xiaoyu, this is a small token of my mother's affection for you. Please accept it, Gu Chenshi said. The two locked eyes, and the slight unease that lingered in Xiaoyu's heart after the night instantly vanished. It's kind of funny when you think about it. Although she bravely confessed her feelings to Gu Chenshi yesterday, and finally got to be with him as she wished. But after she finally fell asleep after tossing and turning, she had a nightmare about a toad wanting to eat swan meat because of her anxious feelings. Yes, she is the toad in the dream. Gu Chenshi, need I say more? Of course, it's that white swan she adores. Xiaoyu dreamed that she was being ridiculed, and felt fearful, helpless, and wronged. Even when she woke up, there were still tears in the corners of her eyes. Phew, thankfully, it was just a nightmare. However, the dream penetrated the dream realm and affected Xiaoyu after he woke up. She was incredibly nervous before she stepped inside. What will his reaction be when he sees Gu Chenshi later? Will he change his mind about being with her? When she saw the smile in Gu Chenshi's eyes, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it seems Gu Chenshi hasn't gone back on his word. Xiaoyu subtly withdrew her gaze, extended her hands in a very sincere manner, and said, Thank you, Annie. Thanking me is too formal, Jinglan said with a smile. At this moment, Gu Cheng walked over and handed a red envelope to Gu Chenshi and Xiaoyu respectively. Not much, only 200 yuan in each red envelope. After receiving his New Year's money from his father, Gu Chenshi turned to Ms. Jinglan and asked, Mom, where's the New Year's money you gave me? Jinglan retorted playfully, How could I possibly leave you out? As he spoke, he pulled another red envelope from his pocket and slapped it into Gu Chenshi's hand. Hey kid, here you go. Gu Chenshi wasn't too sure about other places, but the custom here was to eat dumplings on New Year's Eve and the morning of New Year's Day. We eat meat dumplings on New Year's Eve and vegetarian dumplings on the morning of New Year's Day. However, with the old traditions passed down to this day, no one pays so much attention to it anymore. People can eat meat if they want, or vegetarian if they want, according to their own preferences, without distinguishing between New Year's Eve and New Year's Day morning. Gu Chenshi's family, of course, also followed suit and ate dumplings, with egg, chive, and vermicelli filling. Time to eat. Gu Cheng was serving dumplings in the kitchen when Gu Chenshi walked in and took the bowl. Xiaoyu followed closely behind. Normally, this wouldn't seem like anything wrong. It's just two sensible children taking the initiative to help the adults with housework. But when Jinglan accidentally learned a secret, She looked at the backs of the two children, and her lips curled up in a wild smile. You know what? These two kids actually look quite like a married couple, huh? While the two of them were waiting to receive their bowls, Gu Chunshi quietly hooked Xiao Yu's finger, and Xiao Yu immediately took his hand. Xiao Yu's hands were small, completely different from Jinglan's rough hands. Her hands had delicate and soft skin, and were slightly cool. Gu Cheng filled a bowl with rice and handed it to Xiao Yu, only then reluctantly letting go of her hands. The important tradition of paying New Year's visits is indispensable during the Spring Festival. In the past, their whole family would go out to visit relatives and friends and offer New Year's greetings everywhere. This year is no exception. However, this year is a little different, as there is an extra person in the family. They treated Xiao Yu like family, but those relatives and friends didn't know Xiao Yu. If we bring Xiao Yu along, they will inevitably interrogate us relentlessly. But if we don't bring Xiao Yu along, how could they bear to leave Xiao Yu alone at home? It is said that Xiao Yu used to be used to being alone, but ever since she met them, she has become increasingly uncomfortable with being alone. But she smiled faintly and said that she had some work to finish in the past few days, so she wouldn't go with them to pay New Year's visits. I don't have many relatives in the same city, so I visited them all in 2 days, the first and second days of the Lunar New. The rest of the New Year's greetings were sent via video call on their mobile phones. The lively gathering continued until the evening of the third day of the Lunar New Year. Wang Zishan, the organizer of the gathering, tagged everyone in the group chat to remind them not to forget the gathering on the fourth day. After a lively discussion, someone brought up the question of whether or not to bring family members, and Gu Chunshi once again became the focus of everyone's attention. It's all Zhou Xiangyu's fault. Everyone had forgotten about his amazing girlfriend, but Zhou Xiangyu reminded them. Zhou Xiangyu specifically tagged Gu Chunshi in the group chat. Old Gu, you must bring my sister tomorrow. Tang Xiaoxi asked curiously, your sister? Zhou Xiangyu, aren't you an only child? Where did you get a sister? The others asked in confusion. Zhou Xiangyu, you should be the one taking care of your sister. What does it have to do with Gu Chunshi? Zhou Xiangyu proudly declared. I just recognized Lao Gu's goddess-like girlfriend as my older sister. Ha ha ha, I have an older sister now. Gu Chunshi. In stark contrast to his utter silence was the burning gossip spirit of the others. Wang Zishan. Zhou Xiangyu, have you met Gu Chunshi's girlfriend? Zhou Xiangyu said proudly. Of course, I've seen it several times. Zhu Mingming. Isn't she really incredibly beautiful? Zhou Xiangyu. Does it even need to be said? My sister is the most beautiful girl I've ever seen in my life. He used several exaggerated exclamation marks to show that he was not exaggerating. Now Gu Chunshi experienced the pleasure of being bombarded with text messages from everyone once again. Wang Zishan. Gu Chunshi, if you're a true brother, bring your goddess girlfriend over tomorrow. Zhu Mingming. Brother, you're my own brother. I'm not very knowledgeable. I've never seen what the most beautiful girl looks like. Tang Xiaoxi. Is everything Zhou Xiangyu said true? Gu Chunshi, bring your girlfriend over, and we can all give you our blessings. Even the usually composed and understanding Jing Shu joined in the fun. Gu Chunshi, everyone's going their separate ways soon. Don't be so petty. The Lin family at this time. Looking at the barrage of text messages on her phone screen, Lin Ranran bit her lower lip hard. This celebration in the group chat felt like salt being rubbed into her heart. The boy who used to have eyes only for her has now fallen for another girl, and she became a passerby who could only silently observe. The sheer volume of information left Gu Chunshi completely bewildered. He angrily messaged Zhou Xiangyu privately. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Zhou Xiangyu quickly replied with a particularly innocent emoji. Then a text message was sent. I didn't say anything. I typed this text message. Then, in a cheeky tone, he sent over a profile picture of someone smirking. Chapter 85 Common Problems in Relationships. Gu Chunshi escaped the barrage of messages from the class group chat, only to be bombarded with messages from Zhou Xiangyu in the blink of an eye. Zhou Xiangyu sent him about 10 voice messages in a row. Gu Chunshi knew what he was talking about even without listening. He simply wanted to bring Xiao Yu along so that he, as the younger brother, or perhaps the apprentice, could also benefit from it. Seeing that Gu Chunshi didn't reply, Zhou Xiangyu simply made a phone call. Gu Chunshi pressed the answer button in annoyance, and Zhou Xiangyu's round face, eating watermelon, immediately appeared on the phone screen. Zhou Xiangyu waved the watermelon rind in his hand and greeted him warmly. Hey, brother, want some watermelon? It's on me. Gu Chunshi rolled his eyes at him. Pa, do you think I need your slice of watermelon? Zhou Xiangyu said, Old Gu, I'm serious. Bring my sister with you tomorrow. Just thinking about how those bastards have never seen the world makes me feel really good. Gu Chunshi said, Xiao Yu likes peace and quiet. I asked her, and she said she wouldn't go. Zhou Xiangyu said disappointedly. Then why don't you try to persuade her? Gu Chunshur raised an eyebrow and said, What? You're not afraid of her abusing me now? Zhou Xiangyu laughed heartily. Don't worry, my sister is so gentle. How could she possibly hit you? Gu Chunshur thought to himself. Xiao Yu is gentle? Well, she usually seems quite gentle. Even now, he still can't imagine how Xiao Yu displayed his might that day and took down those two thieves. But seriously, the scene where she stepped on the two thieves was so cool. Unfortunately, he was so stunned at the time that he didn't realize he should take a picture with his phone and save it for their future children to see. Holy crap, Lao Gu, what did you think of that made you laugh so hard? Share it with me, The gossipy voice of Zhou Xiangyu coming from the phone immediately pulled Gu Chunshur back to reality. Gu Chunshur was dumbfounded. Did he just laugh? You laughed. Ha ha, don't try to deny it. I just took a screenshot, ha ha. Zhou Xiangyu laughed as he said, Come on, let me show you. Let's see how you argue now. Gu Chunshur's lips twitched. How bored must Zhou Xiangyu be to actually take a screenshot? From the picture he sent, Gu Chunshur noticed that he did indeed have a smile on his face, looking happy as if he was thinking about something. Gu Chunshur was extremely embarrassed. Fortunately, it was Zhou Xiangyu who saw me in this state. Oh well. Zhou Xiangyu, ever the gossip, pressed on. Old Gu, come on, tell me the truth. Have you even picked out a name for the baby? Gu Chunshur. We didn't really choose a good name for the baby, but the baby has already arrived ahead of schedule. Gu Chunshur was simply impressed with himself. Old Gu, I'm begging you this once. Gu Chunshur directly called him out. You said that a couple of days ago. Zhou Xiangyu feigned ignorance. Huh? Did I say that? I don't remember. Gu Chunshur said. It doesn't matter if you don't remember, as long as I do. Zhou Xiangyu had a bitter look on his face. Old Gu, to tell you the truth, I really want to see Lin Ranran cry. For our brotherhood, please grant my request. Gu Chunshur asked with a puzzled look. When did she offend you? Zhou Xiangyu angrily threw the watermelon rind in his hand into the trash can. When do you think it will be? Of course, it will be when she tramples on your sincerity. Old Gu, although you're easygoing and can let it go, I'm petty. Just thinking about how she looked down on my brother makes me furious. Why does she treat you like this? She's just relying on her good looks. I just want her to know that there are girls in this world who are better and prettier than her. Gu Chunshur fell silent. Having such a friend in this life is a blessing. He smiled and said, Do you remember what I said before? It's not worth it really. I've already let it go, so don't dwell on it anymore. After saying that, he thought to himself, would bringing Xiao Yu over make Lin Ranran cry? At most, it will only make her pale in comparison for a moment. Cry? You're overthinking it. After ending the video call with Zhou Xiangyu, he ignored the ongoing barrage of text messages in the class group and tossed his phone aside. He rested his chin on the cushion in his arms and couldn't help but wonder what Xiao Yu was doing right now. Are you still working? When you see her, you can't help but want to be together all the time. And when you leave her, you miss her. Is this a common problem for couples in love? At this very moment, Xiao Yu, separated by a wall, is facing her laptop, her hands resting on the keyboard. She herself has no idea how long she has been lost in thought. After a long while, she finally let out a soft sigh. Sigh, this won't do. What should I do if I suddenly really want to see him? But it's already 10 p.m., and your aunt and uncle are probably already asleep. Even if Gu Chunshur wasn't asleep, what reason would she have to go to their house? Should I just tell him I miss him? Although she was the one who confessed, she still couldn't bring herself to say it. Sigh, when will I be able to hold his hand openly and honestly? This is so agonizing. No, this can't go on. Xiao Yu suddenly stood up and stormed out of the bedroom. Then I went to the bathroom, splashed some cold water on my face, and shook my head. I finally calmed down a bit. Xiao Yu sat back down, thinking to herself with a self-deprecating smile. You were the one who suggested having a secret relationship with Gu Chunshur, so why are you so impatient now? It's only 6 months anyway, can't you wait that long? However, the thought of having to confront her aunt and uncle in 6 months made her palms sweat with nervousness. Although her uncle and aunt liked her, it didn't mean they wanted her to be their daughter-in-law. Gu Chunshur doesn't mind her background, but will her uncle and aunt mind? After all, her background was not exactly honorable, even if it wasn't her fault. Xiao Yu's mind was filled with a jumble of thoughts when the image of Gu Chunshur diligently studying at his desk suddenly popped into her head. She paused for a moment. He works very hard. So why should I waste so much time worrying about things that haven't happened? Perhaps it won't be as terrible as she imagines. Just in case. Xiao Yu smiled bitterly. At least she had it once, hadn't she? Thinking about it this way, Xiao Yu felt much more at ease. She suddenly felt full of energy. He works so hard. How could she not work hard too? She doesn't have high material desires. She used to think that earning enough for herself was fine. But not now. She wants to work with Gu Chunshur to create a bright future so that her aunt and uncle won't have to work so hard and can live a more comfortable life in their later years. Xiao Yu's gaze fell on the laptop screen, and as her slender fingers flew across the page, Chinese characters immediately appeared on the screen. Early on the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, Gu Chunshi used the excuse of calling Xiao Yu to have breakfast to enter Xiao Yu's room. As soon as he entered the door, he frowned. Xiao Yu, when I opened my eyes this morning, a serious problem suddenly occurred to me. Chapter 86 I'm here for you. Gu Chunshi's serious demeanor startled Xiao Yu, who asked nervously, "What's wrong?" Gu Chunshi stretched out his hand to her with a serious expression. "Give me your phone." Xiao Yu turned and went to the bedroom. When she came back, she handed the phone to Gu Chunshi. Gu Chunshi glanced at it and handed the phone back to her. "Unlock it." Xiao Yu, like an obedient little wife, did as she was told. Gu Chunshi lowered his head and fiddled with her phone for a while before finally returning it to her, satisfied. Then he affectionately patted her head and said softly, "Okay, it's time to eat." Seeing Xiao Yu's blank expression, Gu Chunshi chuckled and said, "Haven't you realized it?" Xiao Yu shook his head. "What?" Gu Chunshi asked in a serious tone. "Are you my girlfriend now?" Xiao Yu, slightly embarrassed, threw the question at him. "What do you think?" "So, I don't even have my girlfriend's contact information. Do you think that's a serious matter?" Gu Chunshi clicked his tongue. Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "Her phone is practically useless. Almost no one contacts her. It was only after she came to this city and became their neighbor that her phone finally found a purpose. The only contact number in my contacts is my Aunt Jinglan's phone number. Because a cell phone was dispensable in her life, she never thought of giving him her contact information before Gu Chunshi thought of this. I have a class reunion tonight. Are you really not going?" Gu Chunshi wanted to have some private time with her. Xiao Yu hesitated for a moment. "Then do you want me to go?" Gu Chunshi said honestly. "Of course I'd love to have the chance to show off my beautiful girlfriend in front of my classmates, but I respect your opinion. If you don't like that kind of occasion and don't want to go, then forget it." She has social anxiety, and although it has improved a lot with the help of her family, it might be too much to ask her to go to a noisy and bustling classmate reunion all of a sudden. Gu Chunshi would not force her to do something just to satisfy his own vanity. Xiao Yu smiled sweetly, a smile so warm it could melt Gu Chunshi's heart. "Okay, then I'll give you the chance to show off." "I'll go," Gu Chunshi said. "Xiao Yu, I was just joking with you. If you want to go, go. If you don't want to go, you don't have to. Don't force yourself." Xiao Yu said, "I didn't force you. I just suddenly wanted to see what kind of people you spend every day with." Gu Chunshi's social circle consists of his parents and his classmates. She wanted to integrate into Gu Chunshi's world as quickly and completely as possible. In this way, she can have even a little bit of a sense of fulfillment in having him. When Jinglan learned that Xiao Yu was going to attend Gu Chunshi's class reunion as a family member, she praised him, saying, "That's right. You need to interact with more people." She then instructed Gu Chunshi. "Chunshi, you must keep a close eye on Xiao Yu." Gu Chunshi said, "I know, Mom. Besides, she's a grown woman. How could I possibly lose her?" Jinglan asked with concern, "Son, do you have any money left?" Gu Chunshi knew her little secret. Her sudden concern was because of Xiao Yu. He was a good kid and didn't use this reasonable excuse to extort money from her. "Didn't you and my dad just give me New Year's money? I have money on me. Have fun outside. Come back early tonight, and be careful," Gu Chung said as he walked over. Gu Chunshi said, "Okay, Mom and Dad, we're leaving now." Xiao Yu waved. "Goodbye, Uncle and Aunt." After they left, Jinglan crouched down and went to the balcony, quietly waiting for them to come into her sight. Gu Chung shook his head with a smile. "What are you doing? You're acting like a thief, sneaking around like that." Jinglan gave him a reproachful look. "I'm concerned about my son and Xiao Yu's relationship. How can that be called being a thief? Actually, I was quite worried that you might have misread it that day. So I want to double check, just in case you've misread it. Then I'll have gotten excited for nothing." Gu Chung said dejectedly, Fine, since you think I'm old and blind, then you can use your old and blind eyes to confirm it yourself again." Jinglan chuckled and patted him on the shoulder, then muttered to herself, "You know what? My eyes are actually pretty blurry right now they're here." The class reunion was scheduled for 7 p.m., and Gu Chunshi and Xiao Yu left half an hour early. It was 6:30 a.m., and the world was shrouded in twilight. Gu Chunshi and Xiao Yu came into Jinglan's sight. The two walked side by side, chatting as they slowly made their way to the gate of the residential compound. Although they didn't seem as affectionate as the young couple she had seen, they were chatting and laughing, and seemed much closer than she had imagined. As the saying goes, seeing is believing, and Jinglan was finally relieved. Her son was obedient and sensible, which already made her very happy. Now, he has found her a daughter-in-law whom she particularly likes. What more could she ask for? Jinglan was overwhelmed with emotion, unsure whether to feel sad or happy. The little boy who weighed only 7 pounds and could only cry loudly seems to have reached the age of marriage and having children in the blink of an eye. She is really not used to it. Sigh. I wonder when I'll be able to let her experience the joys of being a grandmother? Ms. Jinglan began to dream. Gu Chunshi and Xiao Yu had just gotten into the taxi when Zhou Xiangyu called. Old Gu, have you set off yet? I'm already on my way. Gu Chunshi said, I just got into a taxi. We'll be there soon. Okay, see you later. What's commendable is that Zhou Xiangyu didn't mention Xiao Yu. Perhaps they've already given up. So Gu Chunshi didn't mention it. So, wouldn't you call this a surprise? Xiao Yu sat quietly next to Gu Chunshi. Their hands unconsciously intertwined. Xiao Yu's childhood environment instilled in her a deep-seated aversion to crowded and noisy places. Class reunions, on the other hand, combine the characteristics of large crowds and noise. Xiao Yu not only did not resist, but also secretly looked forward to it. That was another world for Gu Chunshi. How could she not be looking forward to it? Gu Chunshi asked, Are you nervous? Xiao Yu shook her head. It's all right. My classmates are all good people, but some of them might be a little crazy. I hope you won't mind them later. If you find them annoying, you can choose to ignore them. Don't worry. I'm here for you. I'm here for you. Xiao Yu's lips curled up slightly. She really likes this sentence. Chapter 87 Predictions Before the Gathering. Under normal circumstances, it takes about 10 minutes to drive from Gu Chunshi's home to the gathering place. They set off half an hour early, which gave them plenty of time. However, by 7:10 p.m., almost all the classmates who were supposed to attend the party had arrived, but they still hadn't shown up. Everyone gathered together, chattering about the interesting things that happened during the spring festival. For a moment, the large private room that could accommodate 4 tables was noisy and bustling. Lin Ranran sat to the left of Jing Shu, looking down at her phone, seemingly detached and a little bored, occasionally glancing at the door of the private room. She completely ignored the admiring glances that the boys and girls would occasionally steal at her. She looked absolutely beautiful tonight. Her freshly styled long hair was bouncy and curly, cascading gracefully over her shoulders in a slightly messy, yet beautiful way, perfectly complementing her flawless makeup and giving her a distinctly Hong Kong style. Compared to her usual pure and innocent image, she exuded a more alluring charm tonight. She really put some effort into dressing up when she went out today. I strive to make sure every single strand of hair is beautiful. And indeed, just as she wished, she amazed everyone the moment she appeared. But she felt nothing, because her elaborate dressing up wasn't for these people to see. Jing Shu and the girl sitting to her right were chatting about something interesting and burst into laughter. She and Lin Ranran were classmates and had a very good relationship. Although they seemed to get along as well as ever on the surface, Jing Shu doesn't know when it started, but she feels that she has less and less to say to her. For example, right now, Lin Ranran has been sitting to my left for half a day. Apart from a perfunctory greeting at the beginning, Lin Ranran has been playing with her phone absent-mindedly. Jing Shu noticed that she was not interested and did not show any concern or care as usual. Jing Shu knew that the responsibility for the subtle change in their relationship lay not with Lin Ranran, but with herself. Lin Ranran has always been the proud Lin Ranran. But the more Jing Shu unintentionally learned about Lin Ranran, the less she understood her. Everyone has their own way of living and handling things. As a friend, Jing Shu has no right to criticize or interfere. However, this could not stop her from feeling that they were not on the same page when facing Lin Ranran. Zhou Xiangyu, who was enthusiastically chatting about games with like-minded people, suddenly remembered something and slapped his thigh, saying, Hey, where's Lao Gu? Why hasn't he come yet? Upon hearing someone mention Gu Chun, Lin Ranran immediately perked up her ears, but on the surface, she still maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Wang Zishan said, Holy crap, is he not coming? Zhu Mingming said, Zhou Xiangyu, are you bragging about him? Does he actually have a goddess-like girlfriend? Is he afraid of being exposed, so he didn't dare to come? Zhou Xiangyu looked at him with disdain. Do I need to brag for him? If it exists, it exists. If it doesn't, it doesn't. There's nothing to brag about. Do you think I'm the kind of person who likes to make things mysterious? Tang Xiaoxi said, Yes, Zhou Xiangyu definitely wasn't bragging. Didn't several classmates see Gu Chunshi's girlfriend at the train station before this? Zhou Xiangyu gave her a thumbs up. Jing Shu said understandingly, Gu Chunshi said he would come, so he definitely won't stand us up. Zhou Xiangyu gave Jing Shu a thumbs up again. He had to give a thumbs up to everyone who stood by him and Lao Gu. Zhou Xiangyu glanced at the other skeptical classmates. I called Lao Gu before I came and confirmed that he's on his way. Something might have delayed him, but I guarantee he'll come today. After Zhou Xiangyu finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something and his heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, normally, old Gu should have arrived long ago. Why hasn't he come yet? Could something have happened to him? He couldn't sit still any longer and immediately took out his phone to call Gu Chunshi. Lin Ranran sat quietly in her seat. When Gu Chun is mentioned now, she is the one with the least say. Gu Chunshur is here. A student sitting by the window would often look down and excitedly announce it to everyone. The question that Wang Zishan cared about most was, one person or two people? The student looked bewildered for a moment. Alone? I only saw him as a lone figure. Upon hearing this, everyone looked disappointed, except for Lin Ranran. When Wang Zishan first suggested that everyone get together, Lin Ranran had no intention of coming. But when she found out that Gu Chunshur had agreed to attend the party, she suddenly became interested in it. She kept telling herself that she had to learn Gu Chunshur's ruthlessness. He wanted to ignore her, so she could ignore him too. But it's easier said than done. She was always unable to strictly follow her own resolutions. 3 minutes later, the door to the private room was opened from the outside, and Gu Chunshur appeared in front of everyone. All eyes fell on him, their eyes filled with hope, and they couldn't help but look behind him to see what was going on. He really came alone. A few students brought their family members along, either their siblings or friends who were close friends and wanted to join in the fun. After all, family members is just a general term here, and no one has stipulated that they must be actual family members. From the chatter they had just heard, the family members basically knew that one of their classmates had a very beautiful girlfriend. They all wanted to see the stunning beauty of their supposed goddess girlfriend. This made the family members very curious. However, some people were skeptical, whispering, "What stunning beauty? It's probably all makeup. In my opinion, the school beauty in your class is already pretty enough. Who could be prettier than her?" Lin Ranran overheard these words and straightened her back, her face showing a hint of arrogance that suggested she was not easy to get along with. She has been praised since she was a child, so she is very confident about her appearance. She had met Gu Chinshur's neighbor twice, each time only briefly, without getting a good look at her. Her impression was that he was not bad looking, but he might not be a match for her. Thinking about it this way, Lin Ranran suddenly rediscovered that feeling she used to have, where she could look down on everything in terms of looks. Zhou Xiangyu waved to Gu Chenshur. Old Gu, over here. A seat has been reserved for you. Wang Zishan said, Gu Chenshur, you're late. You'll have to drink 3 cups of wine as punishment later. Gu Chenshur apologized. I'm sorry, we could have arrived earlier, but we encountered a small problem on the way. Chapter 88 The Female Boss with Subordinates. Gu Chenshur and Xiao Yu could have arrived at the scene earlier. However, when the taxi was halfway there, a 2-car rear-end collision occurred ahead, causing traffic congestion. This caused them to arrive late. Some students astutely picked up on the word "we" in his words. Then he excitedly asked, Gu Chenshur, did you bring your family? Gu Chenshur smiled slightly and nodded, yes. He then turned around and waved to Xiao Yu, who was captivated by the hotel mural. Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu walked over. If Gu Chenshur hadn't been there, Xiao Yu would have found it very difficult to face so many people all at once, especially under the spotlight. All eyes in the private room were fixed on the doorway, including Lin Ranran. When Lin Ranran realized that Gu Chenshur had really brought the neighbor girl over, her heart clenched painfully. She clearly cared about her terribly, but on the surface, she had to pretend to be indifferent. Besides Gu Chenshur, another girl soon came into everyone's view. Suddenly, the private room became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The girl's outfit looked quite ordinary. An ordinary black long-down jacket, an ordinary red scarf and hat, an ordinary outfit. How can it be so beautiful? She looks like she stepped right out of a comic book. Her pure and innocent aura touches the soul. Someone clicked their tongue in amazement. So Zhou Xiangyu wasn't lying after all. She really is beautiful. Immediately, someone whispered in agreement. Not only is she beautiful, but her temperament is amazing too. My God, even I, a woman, am in love with her. Jing Shu inadvertently noticed that Lin Ranran's right hand, which was resting on the table, suddenly clenched into a fist, and her face turned slightly pale. She silently shook her head. You brought this situation to where it is today, entirely on your own. Lin Ranran stared blankly at Gu Chenshur and the neighbor girl's hands. If her eyesight wasn't deceiving her, she knew that the two of them had just held hands, and then quickly let go. The nature of their relationship seems self-evident. Gu Chenshur's dream girlfriend was the talk of the town among his classmates for days. Moreover, before this, when she bumped into Gu Chenshur and his group at the mall, they seemed to be in a somewhat ambiguous relationship. Therefore, Lin Ranran was actually mentally prepared. But in reality, she still harbored a sense of wishful thinking. I always felt that Gu Chenshur was angry, and he might still have some lingering feelings for her. After all, since they became classmates, he has only ever liked himself. Unlike some guys who try to get her attention while flirting and being ambiguous with other girls, Gu Chenshur was different from those boys. He was polite and knew how to behave appropriately, and never made her feel uncomfortable. He should be devoted in love. But this once devoted man has now fallen for another girl. Jealousy overwhelmed Lin Ranran instantly. At that moment, she even wanted to get up and leave without caring about anything else, to escape all of this. Fortunately, her remaining rationality told her she couldn't do that. If she really couldn't stand it and got up to leave, she would become a laughingstock in other people's eyes. Her image will also be ruined. At that moment, she heard Gu Qinshi's voice. Everyone, this is the family member I brought with me today, Xiao Yu. His voice was tinged with laughter. His eyes were smiling. At this moment, he seemed to be smiling all over. He looked satisfied and proud. Zhou Xiangyu was the first to respond to Gu Qinshi's introduction. He was so excited that he ran up to Xiao Yu and said, "Sister, you're here? I saved a seat for you over there." Everyone was shocked. Is this still the legendary figure who could take on 5 opponents single-handedly? Damn it. How did he turn into a well-behaved little brother in a second? No. Look at how eager he is. He's more like a lackey in a second. The way everyone looked at Xiao Yu changed from initial amazement to collective awe. Everyone present knew that Zhou Xiangyu and Gu Chunshi were inseparable best friends. It's perfectly normal for him to be happy for his good friend who's no longer single, and to show enthusiasm towards his friend and girlfriend. But his enthusiasm isn't normal right now. He's practically wagging his tail at Gu Qinshi's goddess girlfriend right now. Zhou Xiangyu's formidable reputation is known to all. Even he was willing to submit to someone. That must be an incredibly powerful figure. After realizing this, when everyone looked at Xiao Yu again, they could actually see a kind of domineering and awe-inspiring presence in her calm and composed expression. Well, if we were to rank everyone present based on their combat strength, would there even be any need to say anything more? Xiao Yu is definitely the one who stands out from the crowd at the top of the pyramid, although apart from Gu Chunshi and Zhou Xiangyu, no one else present knew about her combat prowess. But her aura was undeniable. Originally, Wang Zishan, Zhu Mingming, and the others had swallowed hard and were about to make a few envious and jealous jokes about Gu Chunshi, but now they didn't dare to say anything. Even when Xiao Yu subconsciously glanced into the private room, her gaze fleetingly sweeping over them, none of them had the courage to meet her eyes. My God, they can't afford to mess with this woman. These are the classmates that Gu Chunshi encounters at school every day. Xiao Yu quickly scanned the people inside, then smiled at Zhou Xiangyu and said, "Thank you." Zhou Xiangyu chuckled, a little embarrassed. No need to thank me. It's just what I, as the younger brother, should do." Gu Chunshi felt the eeriness of the sudden silence in the private room and was quite speechless. Zhou Xiangyu has successfully instilled fear in everyone towards Xiao Yu. However, this doesn't seem to be a bad thing. To prevent some restless individuals from asking too many questions or making inappropriate jokes that would make Xiao Yu uncomfortable. Led by Zhou Xiangyu, Xiao Yu sat in the seat that Zhou Xiangyu had specially reserved for Gu Chunshi. Since Zhou Xiangyu was unaware that Gu Chunshi had brought family members, only one seat was reserved for him. Once Xiao Yu sat down, there were no seats left for Gu Chunshi. Fortunately, the boy on her other side was quite sensible. He quickly stood up and said to Gu Chunshi with a smile, "Gu Chunshi, you two sit together. I'll find another seat." Gu Chunshi thanked him and pulled out a chair to sit down. Isn't that a coincidence? At the large round table for 10 people, Gu Chunshi and Xiao Yu sat opposite Lin Ranran and Jingshu. Lin Ranran remained silent, pretending to be nonchalant as she played on her phone. I felt desolate and awkward, restless, and full of regret. She shouldn't have come tonight. She could sense that everyone was subtly comparing her to Gu Qinshi's female neighbor. Lin Ranran, who was very confident in her looks before Gu Chunshi and the others arrived, now looked somewhat gloomy. Putting aside who is more attractive, the female neighbor's aura alone is enough to intimidate everyone, making her hundreds of miles ahead of her. Chapter 89: The Difference Between Mortals and Fairies. Even the proud Lin Ranran had to reluctantly admit that the girl was better than her. This realization made her feel utterly ashamed. Meanwhile, the students present, who were just watching the drama unfold, had already quickly finished comparing them. The outcome is decided. To use an analogy, if we say they are all flowers, Lin Ranran is like a delicate flower that has been pampered in a greenhouse. Gu Qinshi's ethereal girlfriend gives the impression of a snow lotus growing proudly on a snowy cliff. In this world, greenhouse flowers are everywhere. But the flower on a high mountain is not something that just anyone can see. Here's another analogy. Lin Ranran is a princess in the human world. So Gu Qinshi's fairy girlfriend must be a celestial being. Therefore, in the contest between Lin Ranran and Gu Qinshi's goddess girlfriend, Lin Ranran suffered a crushing defeat. No wonder Gu Qinshi stopped chasing Lin Ranran. With such a wonderful girl, who would still need an arrogant princess? Jingshu looked at the girl opposite her with curiosity. When she saw the girl looking at her calmly, Jingshu smiled at her and said, "Hello, My name is Jing Shu. Xiao Yu smiled back and said, hello. Xiao Yu had a good impression of this girl named Jing Shu. Her gaze inadvertently fell on Lin Ranran. Lin Ranran glanced at her casually, then looked away with a slightly arrogant expression. Well, Xiao Yu doesn't like this girl. She seems difficult to get along with. There were originally more than 30 classmates, plus 7 or 8 family members. The large private room had 4 large tables, which was enough to seat everyone. Apart from a little girl who is only one elementary school student, the rest of the students are all around the same age. Their age is both wonderful and awkward. They think they are adults, but they almost always still need to ask their parents for money. They are not independent at all. While they may be called children, many of them feel that their wings are already fully grown, ready to soar into the sky at any time, believing that the world is vast and that they are the greatest. Young people getting together, without their parents nagging and disciplining them, could have had a carefree and enjoyable evening. However, Xiao Yu's appearance made everyone unconsciously restrain themselves, and no one dared to be too presumptuous. This feeling is strange, but no one dared to challenge them. That's really strange. Under the table, Gu Chenshi held Xiao Yu's small hand. The two locked eyes. They communicated silently with their eyes. Gu Chenshi, how are you feeling? Do you feel uncomfortable? Xiao Yu. No, your classmate is easier to get along with than I imagined. Gu Chenshi chuckled to himself. To be honest, their good behavior at this moment was beyond his expectations. Before he came here, he made various conjectures and prepared several contingency plans accordingly. In short, his bottom line is that if Xiao Yu feels uncomfortable and wants to leave, he will take her away immediately. It now appears that his worries were unnecessary. A rare sense of vanity welled up in Gu Chenshi's heart, giving rise to an indescribable sense of pride. Such a wonderful girl, she's mine. At this moment, Wang Zishan suddenly realized something and looked at Xiao Yu with a look of sudden understanding, saying, I know. Haven't you been outside our campus before? Everyone's attention was already focused on Xiao Yu, intentionally or unintentionally, but after Wang Zishan mentioned it, they all openly looked at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu thought for a moment and said, yes, that's right. You guys were having PE class at that time. She still doesn't know how sensational her quiet standing there caused. At this moment, she couldn't help but recall the time she had met Gu Chen. Wearing a blue and white school uniform, with the zipper of the shirt open to reveal a pure white sweater underneath, he ran towards her with light steps and a faint smile on his face. Youth is vibrant and wonderful. It was the kind of look that made her heart flutter. Wang Zishan asked curiously, shouldn't you have been at school that day? Why didn't you go to school that day? Don't get me wrong, he meant absolutely no harm when he said that. Because in their usual interactions, almost everyone their age was still in school, they subconsciously regarded Xiao Yu as a student as well. Lin Ranran silently gave Wang Zishan a thumbs up in her heart. At the same time, he looked up at the opposite side, thinking to himself, let's see how you answer. Lin Ranran had already prejudged Xiao Yu as a working girl who had entered society at a young age. Many people perceive female factory workers as those who didn't do well in school and therefore entered the workforce at a young age. If no miraculous opportunity occurs in their lives, they will likely remain stagnant for the rest of their lives, with little chance of turning their lives around. But it's different for those students who are still in the ivory tower. Leaving aside the infinite possibilities they may have, the high level of education that working girls can never achieve in their lifetime is enough to firmly keep them at the bottom of the human pyramid. Gu Chen frowned almost imperceptibly, realizing this almost simultaneously. Xiao Yu never stepped into the school gates. But that doesn't mean she hasn't learned anything. If Xiao Yu had never been to school, would others look down on her and be suspicious of her? He would feel sorry for him. Just as Gu Chenshi was about to help Xiao Yu make an excuse, Xiao Yu replied, I've already learned everything I needed to learn. It's too easy. There's nothing to learn, so I won't learn it anymore. Gu Chenshi. Prince Shan. Everyone. Only Zhou Xiangyu chuckled foolishly. As expected of my sister, she's amazing. Unfortunately, he didn't dare say that, fearing he'd be beaten to death for bragging. An eerie silence fell over the scene. Everyone present, except Gu Chenshi, suspected that Xiao Yu was exaggerating. However, seeing her so matter-of-fact demeanor, one inexplicably feels that she wasn't exaggerating, but rather genuinely believed it. Ah, that's too easy. There's nothing to learn. That nonchalant tone made many students present, who had to do their homework until 1 or 2 a.m., feel utterly ashamed and mortified. Ah, is this the difference between mortals and fairies? I just want to smash my head against a block of tofu and die. I feel like I'm living a life that's let down heaven and earth, let down my parents and teachers, and also wasting food. Lin Ranran was shocked. Is this even possible? Does he brag without thinking? If it's really as she says, wouldn't she be calling herself a genius? Lin Ranran stared blankly at the girl opposite her, trying to find some clues on her face. Unfortunately, she did not find it. They were being frank and open, as if they were speaking from the heart. Lin Ranran was taken aback and forgot to hide the disappointment on her face. As luck would have it, one of her many admirers, their classmate Gua Hao, saw it. Gua Hao had a sudden inspiration. Gu Qinshi's girlfriend is a goddess, but the school beauty is still single. Chapter 90 Solving Problems on the Spot. Gua Hao had been very attentive to Lin Ranran on many occasions. Unfortunately, Lin Ranran would rather give the opportunity to Zhang Shua's grandson from the next class than to him. He's so angry. But now, it seems he has found an opportunity to please Lin Ranran. At the same time, Wang Zishan looked at Xiao Yu with adoration, almost kneeling down. Wow, you're really amazing. Xiao Yu said modestly. It's alright. The timing was perfect. Gua Hao got excited and pulled a test paper out of his pocket. He stood up, adopting a humble and eager-to-learn posture. In that case, could you explain to me how to solve this problem? Everyone stared at Gua Hao in astonishment. I was thinking, why are you carrying around exam papers when you come out to dinner? I've never seen you work this hard before. Besides Zhou Xiangyu, you're probably the one who gets called on the most by teacher Lao Ming in class. That's why Gua Hao was so excited. What a coincidence. He almost fell asleep while working on this test paper today, and then in a fit of anger, he folded the test paper into cards to play with. Later, by some strange twist of fate, he put it in his pocket. He found it by chance in his pocket while looking for tissues to wipe the snot that had gotten from his frozen nose on his way here. If he weren't afraid of being called in by the teacher when school starts, he would have really torn it up and then crumpled it into a ball and thrown it in the trash. Unexpectedly, this exam paper, which he despised so much, as if it were an irreconcilable enemy, yet which he had no choice but to concede to, came in very handy at this moment. Xiao Yu was stunned. She had never explained a problem to someone before. It feels so strange and unusual. Lin Ranran sneered inwardly at her bewilderment. Now look what's happened, we've been exposed. So there's a saying that goes, you can eat as much as you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Let's see how you explain this. Gu Chunshi became angry. Although he didn't know what was wrong with Gua Hao, he could tell that the kid wasn't up to no good by asking him questions at this time. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Yu pressed his hand, signaling him not to get so angry. Zhou Xiangyu was surprised, and then alarm bells went off in his mind. Well, what's this guy up to? Wasn't he Lin Ranran's simp? What? He's fallen for her sister, Xiao Yu. Bah, what a toad, trying to eat swan meat. Xiao Yu belongs to his buddy Lao Gu. No one is allowed to take him away. Damn you, you stinking toad, get the hell away from me. Of course, Zhou Xiangyu couldn't say that in front of so many people. He stretched out his hand. Give it to me, and I'll explain this problem to you. Gua Hao laughed. You and I are equally bad. If I can't do it, you definitely can't either. He looked at Xiao Yu with a humble expression and said, I just suddenly thought of this problem that stumped me, and I sincerely want to ask you for help. Gu Qinshi's said, okay, give me the test paper, I'll take a look. Gu Qinshi's grades were usually among the top in his class. After being reborn, he devoted himself to studying hard, and his grades improved by leaps and bounds. Everyone was a classmate. Gua Hao had a math test paper in his hand, and everyone naturally had one too, and everyone had to do it once. Therefore, everyone present knew that this exam paper was extremely difficult, and some questions were beyond the scope of the curriculum. The last question, in particular, was so difficult that many people couldn't even understand it, let alone solve it. However, Gu Chunshi had already done this test paper, and he could barely manage to pass it. He solved the last question, but whether it was right or wrong, well, that's another story. Gua Hao placed the test paper on the turntable, gave it a gentle spin, and it landed perfectly in front of Xiao Yu. Gua Hao's lips curled up in a smile that made people feel a little uncomfortable. It's the last question. Could you please explain it to me? This guy did it on purpose. He wanted to embarrass Xiao Yu in front of everyone. Why would he do this when there's no grudge between them? This guy can target him, but he can't deliberately make things difficult for Xiao Yu. Even though Gu Chunshi is usually calm and collected, he would have lost control of his emotions if Xiao Yu hadn't kept urging him to stay calm. All eyes turned to Xiao Yu. It wouldn't matter if anyone else present said no, but she was the one who said no. Because she had just said that learning was very simple and there was nothing to learn. She has already established her genius girl persona, so if she then says she can't do it, wouldn't that be a slap in her own face? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Xiao Yu calmly picked up the test paper and glanced at the last question. Generally speaking, the last one or two questions on the exam paper are bonus questions, which are the most difficult. Xiao Yu smiled slightly. Oh, this question? Gu Chunshi turned his head and smiled at her. There was no sign of worry on his face. When Gua Hao deliberately handed the test paper to Xiao Yu squeezed Gu Qinshi's hand to indicate that he didn't need to worry. This shows that Xiao Yu was confident about the challenges ahead. She looked around and politely asked, "Does anyone have a pen?" One student actually carried a pen with him at all times. Xiaoyu reached out and pulled out a clean white napkin. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, he took a black pen and began to solve the problem on the napkin. Zhou Xiangyu tilted his head to look, a proud smile spreading across his face. Hey, no wonder she's Zhou Xiangyu's sister. Putting aside whether her answer was right or wrong, just look at that powerful aura of composure in the face of danger. TSK, she really has the demeanor of a big shot. Guahao was dumbfounded. In his mind, Xiaoyu would be stumped by math problems beyond the curriculum and embarrass himself on the spot. Then Lin Ranran, who doesn't like her, will be happy. When I'm happy, I feel grateful to myself. Being grateful to yourself can give you a chance. But it seems this situation hasn't stumped Gu Qinshi's amazing girlfriend. A few minutes later, Xiaoyu solved the problem, then politely returned the pen, placed the napkin on the turntable, and handed it to Guahao. Guahao glanced at it and said awkwardly, "But who knows if this answer is correct?" Gu Qinshe mocked, "Since you don't believe her answer, why did you insist on asking her when there were so many classmates here? Could it be that what you're looking for is actually the wrong answer? Or see her embarrassment when she can't solve the problem?" Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Guahao with suspicion. Everyone already thought Guahao's behavior of asking math questions in public was a bit strange, but after Gu Qinshi's prompting, some of the quick-thinking ones figured out what was going on. Guahao's little scheme was exposed by Gu Qinshe, and in his panic, he subconsciously glanced in Lin Ranran's direction. Even Gu Qinshe, who didn't understand Guahao's motives, now guessed what was going on. Damn it! Gu Qinshe suddenly clenched his fists. This bastard actually tried to curry favor with Lin Ranran by making Xiaoyu look bad. Damn it! Lin Ranran noticed that everyone was looking at her, whether intentionally or unintentionally, and felt both angry and aggrieved. Although Guahao's actions of making things difficult for Gu Qinshi's female neighbor did make her feel very happy and excited, it wasn't her who instructed him to do it. Chapter 91: The Truth About the Scarf. Lin Ranran was flustered and depressed. Why are people looking at her with such strange eyes? For a moment, she felt like she couldn't clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Perhaps it's because while others would be surprised by Guahao's untimely questions, she was the only one who was looking forward to seeing Xiaoyu make a fool of herself. That's why she felt guilty and ashamed, so embarrassed that she wanted to crawl into a hole on the spot. Guahao stammered and tried to defend himself. I didn't mean anything by it. I was just afraid that I'm a terrible student and wouldn't be able to tell if the answer was right or wrong. Jing Shu couldn't stand it anymore and reached out her hand. Let me see the answer. Guahao handed the napkin to Jing Shu hesitantly. When Jing Shu took it in her hand, her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed sincerely, Your handwriting is so beautiful. Lin Ranran pursed her lips upon hearing her friend's praise. Jing Shu is a top student in Class 7, consistently ranking among the best in her class. Other students usually scribble on their homework in order to finish it as quickly as possible. She was the only one who took every stroke of the pen seriously, and her homework was often displayed by teachers of various subjects. Even she couldn't help but admire it. Just how well is it written? Lin Ranran subconsciously glanced to the side and was stunned. Really? The black writing on the napkin resembled characters copied from a calligraphy model, each stroke perfectly executed yet retaining its own unique style. The solution steps are neat and clear, making them easy to understand and pleasing to the eye. Even she, who had been taking calligraphy classes since kindergarten and graduated from junior high school, could not achieve the same level of skill. Gu Qinshi's female neighbor is very outstanding. This realization completely defeated Lin Ranran. Based on what we know so far, aside from her well-off family background, which Lin Ranran felt was quite good compared to her classmates, she seemed to be inferior to her female neighbor in every way. Jing Shu glanced at the answer and smiled at Xiaoyu. The solution is clear, and the answer is correct. The way everyone looked at Xiaoyu was full of admiration. As a result, many people felt envious, jealous, and resentful of Gu Qinshe. Good heavens, how is this guy so lucky? How did he find such a wonderful girlfriend? She's beautiful, has a great personality, and is so smart. She can easily outsmart those academic underachievers with just one move. She didn't even think while solving the problem. She just jumped right in, making them wonder if she was doing simple elementary school addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division instead of some advanced math problem that would kill their brain cells. From beginning to end, Gu Qinshe simply watched with a smile on his face without saying a word. Cheating can be completely ruled out, given that so many eyes are watching. How can the differences between people be so vast? At 9:40, after finishing their meal, Wang Zishan, still feeling unsatisfied, suggested that everyone go sing karaoke. Only a very small number of people responded. Most students felt it was getting late and wanted to go home to rest, so the matter was dropped. Everyone waved goodbye at the restaurant entrance. Lin Ranran was the first to leave. He didn't even say goodbye to Jingshu. No one knew that this was the most humiliating night of her life. If she had previously harbored the thought of winning Gu Chunshur back, she now finally understands that she was only humiliating herself. Given a better option, why would Gu Chunshur possibly turn back? And it seems that her only advantage is her good looks? Did Gu Chunshur like her before because she was pretty, just like he did with everyone else? However, for some reason, she felt that Gu Chunshur was not such a superficial person. The way he used to look at me was different from how he looked at other boys. Lin Ranran walked forward alone. Taxis are hard to find during the Chinese New Year holiday. She called her mother, and her mother will be coming to pick her up soon. She sat by the window in a cafe not far from the restaurant where they had their gathering, silently watching the street, waiting for her mother to arrive. A big, goofy-looking guy came into her line of sight. He glanced over in this direction without realizing it, and met Lin Ranran's gaze from afar. Then he seemed to roll his eyes, and continued walking forward as if nothing had happened. Lin Ranran couldn't hold back and quickly chased after him, calling out, "Zhou Xiangyu." Zhou Xiangyu stopped and looked at her, puzzled. Ever since he learned that Lin Ranran had trampled on his friend's deep affection, he has never looked at her properly again. Lin Ranran hesitated and said, "Zhou Xiangyu, you and Gu Chunshur are best friends. Could you ask him a question for me?" Zhou Xiangyu sneered. "Why don't you ask him yourself if you want to?" Lin Ranran was embarrassed. If she could ask him herself, would she need to bother him? Now Gu Chunshur gets annoyed whenever he sees her and doesn't want to talk to her at all. Zhou Xiangyu looked at her in silence and suddenly asked, "Hey Lin Ranran, have you realized how good my brother is now?" His question was very direct, which made Lin Ranran flustered and unsure how to answer. Zhou Xiangyu said, "Old Gu used to like you so much. How could you not have felt it? If you really didn't like him back then, wouldn't it have been better to just tell him to give up? Why should we take his kindness for granted? Why throw away his gift? Do you know how much effort and dedication he put into knitting that scarf, a whole month's work?" Zhou Xiangyu seized the opportunity to stand up for Gu Chunshur. Lin Ranran stood there stunned. What did you say? Was the scarf she threw away hand-knitted by Gu Chunshur? So what exactly did she do? Fearing she wouldn't believe him, Zhou Xiangyu pulled out his phone and showed her a picture of a finished scarf that he had finally managed to get Gu Chunshur to send him after much pleading. Lin Ranran saw a pink scarf. At one end of the scarf is a neatly arranged character, Ran. It is this character, Ran, that makes this scarf unique, one of a kind. Lin Ranran's head buzzed. She realized how ridiculous she had been, actually buying a random scarf and trying to pass it off as the one-of-a-kind scarf that Gu Chunshur had knitted by hand. Seeing her looking so dejected, Zhou Xiangyu felt particularly pleased and walked away humming a song. Gu Chunshur waved goodbye to his classmates and slowly walked with Xiao Yu towards the bus stop across the street. Taxis are hard to find, so they can take the bus. There weren't many people waiting for the train at the platform. Gu Chunshur reached out and touched the pom-pom on Xiao Yu's hat. He actually wanted to touch her face, but considering that his hands were a bit cold, he touched the pom-pom on her hat instead. He asked, "How are you feeling tonight?" Xiao Yu thought about it seriously. "It's all right, not as scary as I imagined. But what's wrong with that male classmate who asked me a question? Do you two have some kind of conflict? I feel like he's acting a bit strange." As Xiao Yu spoke, she silently began to plan. If that guy ever fell into her hands, she would definitely teach him a lesson. Who is Lin Ranran in Chapter 92? Xiao Yu is petty, and she feels obligated to meddle in the affairs of Gu Chunshur's family of three. Anyone who dares to cause trouble for them is going against her. Gu Chunshur originally planned to apologize to her about this incident, blaming himself for not protecting her well and almost embarrassing her on the spot. However, to my surprise, Xiao Yu also sensed something was wrong and brought it up himself. Although tonight's events passed without serious consequences, he was determined to have a serious talk with Gua Hao when school started and get to the bottom of everything. Damn it, we had no grudges against each other, and someone tricked us like that. Anyone would feel uncomfortable in that situation. Gu Chunshur said with remorse, "I'm sorry, I almost made you suffer." Xiao Yu tilted her head and looked at him, her gaze deep and unfathomable, without saying a word. Gu Chunshur felt inexplicably guilty and short of breath under her gaze. Just as Gu Chunshur was lost in thought, Xiao Yu suddenly smiled. That smile, as if by magic, instantly dispelled the chaotic thoughts in Gu Chunshur's mind. Xiao Yu smiled and looked at him. "Do you think I'll be stumped by that question?" Gu Chunshur apologized and told the truth. "Yes, I was indeed a little worried at the time." "Are you afraid I'll embarrass you?" Xiao Yu pressed. Gu Chunshur exclaimed in surprise. How is that possible? He was worried about her, but he was only worried about her and didn't think about whether he would lose face. Xiao Yu pulled his right hand in front of her and breathed on it, her eyes playful as she said, but I'm so afraid I'll embarrass you." Who told me to brag? Xiao Yu isn't stupid. When Wang Zishan mistook her for a student, if she said she had never been to school, she would inevitably attract a lot of strange looks. And she certainly won't reveal the real reason why she never went to school. But at the time, I don't know why, I didn't think of making up a lie to get by. Instead, they subconsciously gave a self-evident answer. However, she didn't think anything was wrong at the time, and she definitely didn't mean to brag. Because she was confined to her home since childhood, aside from eating, sleeping, or squatting in the yard watching ants move house, she devoted almost all her remaining time to her teachers. They spend more time sitting at their desks than students in school. It's not that she loves studying that much. Rather, she knew her mother liked seeing her study. In addition, she was smart from a young age and learned everything quickly. So even though she never went to school, she has learned just as much as her peers. She had already solved the math problem that Guahao had asked her about. It was no challenge for her at all. In conclusion, she wasn't bragging at the time. She simply felt that learning wasn't difficult. But the reactions of those present made her realize that, in other people's eyes, her words sounded like bragging. Hey, you still haven't answered my question from earlier. What's going on between you and that male classmate? Does he often make things difficult for you at school? Xiao Yu steered the conversation back on track. Gu Chunshi said, he and I are just ordinary classmates. We've only spoken a few words to each other, and we have no past. Xiao Yu frowned slightly. So, in that case, he simply dislikes me? No. Gu Chunshi stopped her from making wild guesses. You're so great. Who could hate you? He probably hates me and is jealous that I'm more handsome than him. This has nothing to do with you. You've just been dragged into this because of me. Seeing Gu Chunshi's serious expression, Xiao Yu chuckled, then tried to straighten her face and affirmed. Yes, you're right. You're 1,000 times, 10,000 times more handsome than that guy. Gu Chunshi said arrogantly. Of course, otherwise you wouldn't even look at me, would you? Who is Lin Ranran? Xiao Yu suddenly changed the subject. Gu Chunshi froze, staring blankly at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu looked very calm, with even a faint smile on his face. Gu Chunshi thought that Lin Ranran had been almost completely removed from his world. Whether he saw Lin Ranran at school or heard her name from someone else, he could remain completely unmoved. But hearing Lin Ranran's name from Xiao Yu's mouth now really surprised him. Why did she suddenly ask that question? He quickly recalled that he had never mentioned the name Lin Ranran in front of her. Then he quickly remembered that when they went shopping for clothes together, when he accidentally discovered her female swindler identity, and when she tearfully begged him not to tell his mother the price of the sweater, he had run into Lin Ranran and her cousin. Lin Ranran, acting all irritable, rushed over and started pointing and gesturing at him. Perhaps at the time, Lin Ranran's behavior seemed very inexplicable to Xiao Yu, but he forgot about it after a while. But now that Xiao Yu is his girlfriend, he has naturally become more sensitive. Especially today, by sheer coincidence, they were sitting right across from Lin Ranran. Meeting Xiao Yu's calm gaze, Gu Chunshi gave a self-deprecating smile, not intending to hide anything from her. Sincerity is the most important thing between lovers, isn't it? Besides, Lin Ranran is already a thing of the past for him. There is absolutely no need to hide it. Perhaps the only thing that made him uncomfortable was Xiao Yu revealing his dark history of being a sycophant. But when he was pursuing Lin Ranran, he didn't consider himself a simp. It's just that he was a bit presumptuous. Lin Ranran never said she disliked him, nor did she ever reject his advances. In comparison, no other boy has ever received such treatment. This led him to mistakenly believe that Lin Ranran also had feelings for him. Lin Ranran is my classmate. She sat right across from you at the gathering today. You've seen her before. She's the girl who suddenly rushed up to me and started pointing and gesturing at me at the mall last time. That's her. Xiao Yu nodded. Yes, I remember her. I recognized her at first glance when I saw her today. There was a cigarette, but that some heartless person had thrown away at Xiao Yu's feet, which she repeatedly crushed with her feet, which were wearing fleece-lined black marten boots. She kept her head down, seemingly engrossed in grinding the grain, making it impossible to see her expression. I used to pursue her, Gu Chunshi admitted frankly. Xiao Yu looked up and smiled slightly at him. Gu Chunshi said frankly. I'll tell you anything else you want to know. Xiao Yu thought for a moment. Why did you break up later? The word separate made Gu Chunshi think that Xiao Yu must have misunderstood something. I was never with her. In other words, I pursued her, but she didn't like me. Xiao Yu frowned. That's not right. Gu Chunshi quickly raised his hands in surrender, both amused and exasperated. Xiao Yu, I swear, every word I said is the truth. Xiao Yu stared at him expressionlessly, looking extremely serious. Chapter 93 Confession leads to leniency. Under Xiao Yu's serious gaze, Gu Chunshi broke out in a cold sweat. No. Xiao Yu repeated, you're wrong. Gu Chunshi was dumbfounded. Oh no, what if Xiao Yu misunderstood? Xiao Yu said with a serious expression, Gu Chunshur, Lin Ranran likes you. Gu Chunshur was both amused and exasperated. She really doesn't like me. If she did, she wouldn't. That way, I won't lose the birthday present he gave me. Xiao Yu shook her head. Gu Chunshur, it seems you don't understand girls very well. That Lin Ranran clearly misunderstood our relationship that day. Can't you tell she's jealous? Gu Chunshur was taken aback. Oh, is that so? Is Lin Ranran jealous of him? I can hardly believe it. Could it be true, as Zhou Xiangyu said, that she saw her own good qualities? Forget it, whatever the truth is, it has nothing to do with him anymore. Gu Chunshur now needs to consider how to clear up the misunderstanding in Xiao Yu's mind. Xiao Yu suddenly leaned closer to him, staring intently into his eyes. Gu Chunshur, tell me honestly, are you particularly nervous right now? So Gu Chunshur nodded honestly. Xiao Yu pressed further. What are you so nervous about? I'm nervous that you'll stop talking to me after you find out I've pursued other girls, Gu Chunshur said, sounding somewhat dejected. Xiao Yu's eyes suddenly lit up with a smile that could melt ice and snow. But why shouldn't I talk to you? You're so nice. Gu Chunshur was taken aback. Xiao Yu took off the glove on his right hand, bent his index finger, and gently scratched his nose. His eyes crinkled as he exclaimed, silly boy. Her movements were very gentle, carrying a faint fragrance that left a tingling, itchy feeling on Gu Chunshur's nose. Gu Chunshur asked blankly, you're not blaming me? Xiao Yu asked in confusion. You knew her first, and you liked her before you were with me. You haven't done anything to wrong me, so why should I blame you? Her words immediately broke Gu Chunshur's defenses. He pulled her into his arms and held her tightly, as if afraid that she would be gone if he wasn't careful. Where can you find such a wonderful girl? In this life, fate was kind to him, sending her to him. In fact, after meeting Xiao Yu in this life, Gu Chunshur tried hard to recall. Then, she remembered that in her previous life, shortly after her car accident, she had heard her mother say that a new neighbor had moved in next door. However, at that time, my mother was focused entirely on taking care of him and had neither the energy nor the mood to care for others. So, although Xiao Yu lived next door to them in his previous life, he never had any interaction with them. Gu Chunshur vaguely recalled his mother once muttering something unintentionally, saying that the new neighbor living next door was a strange person. At this moment, Xiao Yu was very docile in his arms. She buried her face in his chest and murmured to herself, I'm so lucky. Gu Chunshur responded with Luckily, Lin Ranran didn't realize how good you were beforehand. Otherwise, if she had accepted you, what would be left for me now? Gu Chunshur thought about it and realized that what he said made a lot of sense. After all, he is a gentleman and would never do anything fickle. Thinking about it this way, Gu Chunshur also felt particularly lucky. Xiao Yu added, she's really silly, but she's not bad looking. What did you like about her back then? Xiao Yu was just curious and had no other intentions. Tonight, Lin Ranran rushed out of the coffee shop and called out to Zhou Xiangyu, wanting him to help her and also asking Gu Chunshur what he used to like about her. Because he believed that Gu Chunshur was different from other boys, he liked her not because of her outstanding looks. She really wanted to know what it was about her that attracted Gu Chunshur. Xiao Yu voiced her question. Gu Chunshur thought about it seriously. What exactly did he like about Lin Ranran back then? Pretty? Unlike others who fall in love at first sight because of looks, he only started to like and pursue Lin Ranran after they had been classmates for more than half a year. He remembered. There are several stray cats at their school that like to roam around the playground. That day, as he was casually strolling around the playground, he saw a girl squatting on the ground, opening 2 cans of cat food, and gently inviting the stray cats to eat. The stray cats are often fed and are not afraid of people. They enjoyed their meal while snoring away. The girl took the opportunity to pet the cat, thoroughly enjoying herself. Noticing someone passing by, she turned around to look behind her. Their eyes met, and she gave Gu Chunshur a bright smile. Her smile was gentle and bright, like Cupid's arrow that instantly struck Gu Chunshur's heart. Gentleness and kindness were the main reasons why Gu Chunshur became obsessed with Lin Ranran. It's pretty, but that's just a bonus. Looking back, Gu Chunshur felt as if he had lived through another life. In fact, his feelings for Lin Ranran were indeed from his past life. Unfortunately, I was just being wishful, thinking she liked me too, but in reality, she didn't like me at all, otherwise she wouldn't have thrown away the scarf I knitted for her by hand. Xiao Yu corrected. No, she likes you, but even if she realizes she likes you, it's too late. Now you're mine, and no one can take you away, humph. Her 2 haughty humps made her look incredibly cute. Gu Chunshur said gently and affectionately, yes, I'm yours. Don't worry, no one can take me away. Hey, young man and young woman, stop hugging. Is this the bus you want to take? This is the last bus. If you miss it, you'll have to walk. Gu Chunshur and Xiao Yu, who were deeply immersed in their blissful state, were both startled. They then realized that the car they were waiting for had already arrived some time earlier. A kind, gentle old lady called out to them as she got on the bus. The two smiled at each other, then held hands and ran towards the front door of the bus. After settling down, Xiaoyu said angrily, "She threw away the scarf you knitted by hand? That's so mean. I wish it hadn't been thrown away. I wanted to see how good your knitting skills are." Gu Chunshi was surprised to find that Xiaoyu was actually feeling sorry for him. He was both amused and deeply moved. She seemed completely unconcerned that she had once been someone's lapdog. Xiaoyu asked doubtfully, "Simp?" "No, Gu Chunshi, you mustn't belittle yourself like that. You just happen to like a girl who isn't worth your liking. It's not your fault. Whether she likes you or not is her right, but it's wrong of her to throw away the birthday gift you carefully prepared. Although her actions hurt you, I am very fortunate. Without Lin Ranran's lack of appreciation, she wouldn't have the happiness she has now." I retrieved the scarf. Gu Chunshi continued to confess. Xiaoyu said, "Can I take a look?" "Never mind, I'd rather not. Even though you liked her before we were together, I still feel a little uncomfortable." Upon hearing this, Gu Chunshi felt a little happy. If Xiaoyu really doesn't care at all that he liked other girls, then it can only mean that Xiaoyu didn't like him that much. When it comes to matters of the heart, nothing is more irrational. Gu Chunshi said, "You can't see it now. I took that scarf apart when I was bored, twisted it into a ball of yarn, and gave it to the grandma downstairs. Now, it's become the sweater for the little teddy bear that the grandma downstairs keeps." Chapter 94 Relationship Exposed. There weren't many people on the last bus. The two of them sat in the very back corner, heads close together, whispering intimately to each other, making a certain single guy on the other end grit his teeth in envy. "We've arrived at our destination." Gu Chunshi got out of the car first, then reached out his hand. Xiaoyu took his hand and lightly jumped out of the car. The weather was as cold as ever, but Gu Chunshi felt a warm glow inside. The station is some distance from their residential area. They held hands, not in a hurry at all, and slowly walked towards home. I especially cherish every moment of time I have alone. When Gu Chunshi reached the entrance of the residential area, he suddenly stopped. Xiaoyu stopped as well. "That's not right." Gu Chunshi frowned. Xiaoyu asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Gu Chunshi glanced at Xiaoyu with a complicated expression. "Why didn't my mom call me when we got back so late?" Xiaoyu guessed. "Your aunt might think that everyone is having a lot of fun at the class reunion and is afraid of spoiling your enjoyment?" "Maybe." Gu Chunshi smiled. "In the past, if I went out, my mom would call to check on me after 8:30. But today, even though it's so late, she didn't call. I'm not used to it." After returning home, Gu Chunshi habitually stood in front of his door, waiting for Xiaoyu to open the door, turn on the lights, and then reluctantly say goodbye. Xiaoyu smiled and leaned against the door frame, waiting to see Gu Chen open the door and go in before closing it. Gu Chunshi said, "No, I won't feel at ease if you don't close the door after I go in. You have to let me see you close the door with my own eyes." "Are you worried about me?" Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow arrogantly. "I'm not bragging, but I really don't take ordinary men seriously." Gu Chunshi couldn't help but chuckle and gave her a thumbs up. What an amazing female boss. Xiaoyu was amused by him. "But I still need to see you close the door with my own eyes before I can feel at ease," Gu Chunshi insisted. Xiaoyu conceded. "Okay." Seeing her obedient and compliant appearance like a little wife, Gu Chunshi had an idea. He took 2 steps forward, reached out and patted her little head, and was finally satisfied. Xiaoyu looked at him with a smile in her eyes. "Go inside quickly, don't make Andy worry." As Gu Chunshi turned to walk towards his front door, he immediately dropped the gentle smile on his face, replacing it with deep doubt and a hint of unease. The lights were on in the living room. Gu Cheng had just come out of the bathroom. "You're back, son? Did you have fun with your classmates?" Gu Chunshi smiled and said, "It's all right." As he spoke, he couldn't help but carefully observe his father's expression, but he couldn't detect anything wrong on his father's face. "All right then. Dad is shrewd and calculating, and he never shows his emotions. If you think you can find any clues in him, you're too green. Then the only option is to start with Mom." Gu Chunshi glanced into his parents' bedroom. "Is my mom asleep?" It's past 10 p.m. now. Based on Gu Chunshi's understanding of his mother, under normal circumstances, she would probably be sitting on the bed scrolling through videos at this time. Sure enough, Gu Cheng said, "No, I'm watching a video right now." Gu Chunshi pushed open the half-closed door and found Ms. Jinglan sitting on the bed, scrolling through her phone and laughing. Hearing the noise, Jinglan looked up at him and asked with a smile, "Did you have fun tonight? Is Xiaoyu feeling unwell?" Gu Chunshi said, "I think it's fine. She didn't have any problems adapting and got used to it quickly." Jinglan said, "That's good. In the future, take her out more often when you have free time. This child isn't very outgoing because she doesn't interact with people often." Gu Chunshi sighed that experience truly matters. His mother had immediately noticed that Xiao Yu's past life had severely lacked interpersonal relationships. Jinglan smiled warmly at her phone screen, her longing expression piquing Gu Qinshi's curiosity. He leaned closer to look and realized his mother was watching videos of adorable babies. Gu Qinshi. He coughed lightly. Mom, isn't it a bit too early for you to be watching these kinds of videos? Jinglan said. Can your old mom just look at plums to quench her thirst? Gu Qinshi. Mom, forgive my bluntness, but you're thirsty a little too early. He coughed lightly. Mom, you're overthinking it. Maybe my future wife doesn't want children. Impossible. Jinglan interrupted him decisively. Xiaoyu told me before that she especially likes children. Gu Chunshi. Gu Cheng, who had just entered the bedroom. Jinglan, belatedly realizing what was happening. Gu Qinshi's expression was somber. He knew something was definitely wrong. Although he didn't have enough evidence, his mother's unusual indifference towards him made him feel that his secret relationship with Xiaoyu had been exposed. When Jinglan realized she had let something slip, she was about to make up an excuse when Gu Chunshi said, Mom and Dad, do you already know? Jinglan and Gu Qing exchanged a glance. It seems our family isn't suited to be local people. You have the nerve to ask me, you brat? Are you hiding something from us? Jinglan preemptively struck. Now that they all know, Gu Chunshi has nothing left to hide. I wonder how Xiaoyu will react when he finds out. Yes, Xiaoyu and I are together now. Do you guys want to support me? Gu Chunshi asked frankly, but he was a little uneasy inside. Gu Qing was about to say something when Jinglan stopped him with a look. Jinglan looked at Gu Chunshi with a serious expression. Chunshi, what are you doing? Are you secretly getting engaged behind our backs? How old are you? 18. They haven't even grown all their fur yet, and they already want to be in charge? About you and Xiaoyu. Mom, you don't agree to us being together? Gu Chunshi exclaimed in shock. But haven't you always liked Xiaoyu? Jinglan said sternly. My liking her and her becoming my daughter-in-law are two completely different things. Gu Chunshi remained silent for a moment. How heartbroken Xiaoyu would be if he heard these words. Her worst fears came true. Gu Chunshi said dejectedly. Mom, Xiaoyu is a good girl. I hope you can give us your blessing. Jinglan snorted coldly and was about to say something when Gu Cheng couldn't bear it anymore. All right, that's enough. When Jinglan saw the dejected Gu Chunshi, she burst out laughing, patting the thick quilt covering her body and laughing so hard she almost fell over. Gu Chunshi. It seems he was teased by his mother without realizing it. He turned to look at his father, who was chuckling, and said dejectedly, Mom, with your acting skills, it would be a serious loss to the entertainment industry if you didn't enter it. Jinglan asked with a laugh. You little rascal, were you scared just now? Don't worry, Mom was just testing you on Xiaoyu's behalf. Now I declare that you did a good job and passed. Chapter 95. The City Gates Fall. Gu Chunshi was given a false alarm by his dramatic mother. He was both amused and exasperated. Mom, Jinglan said seriously. Chunshi, you are my son, and I know your character is impeccable. Xiaoyu is a good girl with a tragic past. If you two can really stay together, you must treat her well, understand? We can't be fickle and unfaithful men. Gu Chunshi said. Mom, why are you contradicting yourself? You just said you believed in my character, but then you warned me not to be a scumbag. Jinglan. Seeing his mother speechless, Gu Chunshi felt secretly pleased. Very well, the great revenge has been achieved. Gu Qing stood on Gu Qinshi's side. That's right, what you just said is indeed contradictory. Gu Qinshi turned around and gave his dad a thumbs up. Thumbs up. I'm okay. At most I'll get a scolding from my mom. But aren't you afraid you'll end up sleeping on the sofa tonight? Jinglan rolled her eyes. Like father, like son. Gu Chunshi wanted to say, Mom, I haven't forgotten that you used to say my IQ is like yours. He is more or less a case of like mother, like son. But never mind, he'd better not say that. He was perfectly fine. Why would he want to court death? Gu Cheng walked over and sat on the edge of the bed, his expression serious. Chunshi, your father and I aren't old-fashioned. We support you dating, but... Upon hearing this, Gu Chunshi immediately declared, Mom and Dad, don't worry, I won't fall behind in my studies. Gu Cheng smiled with relief and finished saying what he really wanted to say, but your mother is right. Although you are young, you are a man and you must show the sense of responsibility that a man should have. Although I haven't had much contact with Xiaoyu, I can tell she's a good child. She's a pitiful child, so you must treat her even better in the future. His father's words made Gu Chunshi clench his fists, his blood boiling. Dad, Mom, I understand. Jinglan complained. You brat, why didn't you tell us about this so your dad and I could be happy? Gu Chunshi thought of Xiaoyu's worries, so he said, we were afraid you would worry about my studies if we didn't tell you. So we planned to tell you after my college entrance exam, Mom and Dad. Aren't you worried about this at all? Most parents today generally have a certain mindset. Before their children go to university, parents are extremely strict about their children's romantic relationships, fearing that they might become so engrossed in love that it would interfere with their studies. But once they enter university, they eagerly anticipate their child bringing a boyfriend-girlfriend home. When they were chatting before about puppy love, Jinglan jokingly asked him when he was going to go and steal someone else's cabbage, leaving him speechless for a while. Keep in mind that Gu Chunshi was only in junior high school at that time. Gu Chunshi thought that the reason Jinglan could talk to him about this topic in a joking tone before was because she thought he was well-behaved and that she trusted him a lot. I only realize now that my mom is truly open-minded. She wouldn't be anxious or worried even if he started dating during the most crucial time of his studies. Jinglan said, "What do we have to worry about? I see that you've been studying even harder these past 2 days than before. We're overjoyed." Gu Chunshi chuckled awkwardly. "I'm just afraid that if I don't do well on the exam, you guys will blame it on me and Xiaoyu." Gu Cheng said earnestly. "At Chunshi, the most important thing for your parents is that you have tried your best, achieved the best result, and did not leave too many regrets in your life. That's enough." Gu Chunshi thought back for a moment, and suddenly felt a pang of sadness in his heart. It seems that's true. Unlike some parents who tirelessly urge their children to study every day, and become anxious or even resort to beatings and scoldings when their children's grades drop, his parents' teaching him was always to do his best in whatever he did. As for the result, it's not that important. From childhood to adulthood, his parents never imposed their will on him. He has great respect for his own choices. Don't parents hope their son will succeed? His parents don't want him to be successful in the future. Of course I want to. But they would prefer that he live his life according to his own choices. As Gu Chen lay on the bed, filled with emotion, he suddenly realized that Xiaoyu didn't know that her parents already knew about their relationship and had given their approval. He sat up abruptly, grabbed his phone, and wanted to share the good news with Xiaoyu. But when he clicked on Xiaoyu's profile picture, he hesitated. Never mind, it's too late today. If Xiaoyu knew, he might be so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. It disturbed her rest. With that thought in mind, Gu Chunshi silently put down his phone. Anyway, she'll know the good news by tomorrow at the latest, so let her get a good night's sleep. The next morning, after breakfast and dinner, it was time to decide who would wash the dishes. Gu Chunshi started to take the initiative to share housework with his mother without knowing when it began. "My dad often travels for work and isn't home much. My mom has to work and take care of him at the same time. It's already hard enough as it is. How can he still feel at ease thinking that housework should be done by his mother?" So after meals, he would wash the dishes and chopsticks whenever possible. But to be honest, he didn't actually use it many times. Because his mother felt sorry for him studying hard every day, she didn't want him to do too much housework. But now he has an opportunity, and Xiaoyu has come along to steal his business. Xiaoyu was the last to put down her bowl, and before Gu Chunshi could react, she preemptively and swiftly began clearing away the dishes. Gu Chunshi thought to himself, "Oh ho, you're quite cunning. You're afraid someone will snatch it from you, so you deliberately delayed until the last moment to gain the upper hand." Not to be outdone, Gu Chunshi stood up and started a dishwashing battle with her. Xiaoyu got impatient. "You go stand aside. This work doesn't need 2 people. I can handle it by myself." Gu Chunshi said, "That won't do. If I keep being lazy and doing nothing all day, my mom will kick me out of the house sooner or later." Jinglan, who was wiping the stove in the kitchen, overheard Gu Chunshi's nonsense and burst out laughing. "It's a good thing you have some self-awareness, you brat. There are 4 of you in the family, and you're the only one who eats for free." Gu Chunshi deliberately put on a sullen face and said, "Did you hear that, Xiaoyu? My mom said I'm a freeloader. Sigh, I can't stand staying in this house any longer." Xiaoyu remained unmoved, and without stopping, quickly reclaimed most of the tabletop. Although she didn't say a word, the corners of her lips couldn't help but turn up. Xiaoyu glanced at the small portion of the country she had lost, and without saying a word, stretched out her fair and delicate hand to Gu Chunshi, saying domineeringly, "Give it to me." Gu Chunshi stood firm. "No, I have to do this." Xiaoyu didn't waste any words. "Hurry up." Chapter 96, Many Firsts for Him. When Gu Chunshi met her bright, dark eyes, his unwavering willpower began to crumble. He struggled desperately, stubbornly protesting. "Xiaoyu, you can't be so domineering." Xiaoyu looked at Gu Chunshi and stubbornly stretched out her hand. Gu Chunshi, oh no, the city gates are about to fall." He compromised. "How about this, I'll wash the dishes this morning, and you wash the dishes at lunchtime. Is that all right?" Xiaoyu didn't speak, but her eyes spoke volumes. She's saying, "Lay down the resistance and surrender." Dish soap is extremely damaging to the skin. If you don't believe me, look at my mother's hands. They're so rough. Look at your hands, so delicate and smooth. You need to take good care of them. My female classmates apply hand cream to their hands 800 times a day. So I'll wash this bowl. I'm tough enough to handle it. Gu Chunshur was still struggling. Xiao Yu pursed her lips, unmoved by his words, and said, "It's okay. Auntie has rubber gloves. I can wear gloves to scrub." Gu Chunshur was completely defeated. He smiled and shook his head. "Then I'll take the bowl to the kitchen for you, okay?" Xiao Yu smiled and finally didn't refuse. Gu Chunshur carried the stacked bowls into the kitchen, and Xiao Yu followed closely behind. She was afraid that this guy would go back on his word and steal her job. As soon as Gu Chunshur put the plates and bowls on the sink, Xiao Yu immediately shooed him out. Gu Chunshur was a little slow, and Xiao Yu impatiently reached out and placed her hands on his lower back, gently but firmly pushing him out of the kitchen. Perhaps the two of them didn't realize there was anything wrong with it, but to outsiders it looked like they were flirting. Gu Chunshur raised his hands and pleaded, "Don't rush, don't rush. I have something on my hands. Can I wash them before I go out?" Xiao Yu let him off the hook. "Then hurry up." As Gu Chunshur turned to her, he gently flicked her nose with his index finger. Xiao Yu was startled. Fortunately, Gu Chunshur is tall, and he blocked her view. If her uncle and aunt had seen this, they would definitely have become suspicious. Xiao Yu raised her fist with a hint of reproach and lightly punched him in the chest. Gu Chunshur, on the contrary, held her hand even more boldly, his smile filled with a hint of doting teasing. Although Xiao Yu really wanted to hold his hand, it was obviously inappropriate at this moment, so she quickly pulled her hand back and glared at him angrily. Gu Chunshur turned on the tap to wash his hands. Amidst the rushing water, Gu Chunshur said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "My parents already know." Xiao Yu, who was standing next to him waiting to wash the dishes, was stunned for a moment. "What did you say?" After washing his hands, Gu Chunshur shook them off and subconsciously glanced outside through the kitchen door. "My parents know we're together." Xiao Yu's faint smile suddenly froze. She looked up at Gu Chunshur in a panic, trying to find any trace of a joke on his face. Unfortunately, Gu Chunshur's expression seemed very sincere, not like he was joking. Moreover, she quickly remembered that Gu Chunshur was usually quite reliable and wouldn't make inappropriate jokes. In other words, what he said is true. Xiao Yu immediately began to try to recall the reactions of her uncle and aunt when she entered the house today, thinking hard and trying not to miss any details. It seems they acted no differently when they were with her than usual. But if her uncle and aunt knew that she was with their son, why didn't they react at all? This is abnormal, extremely abnormal. Gu Chunshur saw that her face was pale, so he reached out and touched her cheeks. His hands were warm from washing them with warm water. "Don't be nervous, my parents," Xiao Yu asked in a panic. "Don't my uncle and aunt agree to us being together?" Gu Chunshur felt very sorry for her when he saw her looking so lost and confused. "She's so wonderful. Why is she so insecure?" "No, my parents didn't object. On the contrary, they were very happy," Gu Chunshur reassured her. Xiao Yu hesitated, unconvinced. "Really?" Gu Chunshur feigned sadness and said, "Xiao Yu, so you don't trust me at all?" Xiao Yu didn't distrust him, but rather she didn't trust herself. Does the fact that her uncle and aunt accepted her mean that she has successfully and truly integrated into this warm family? Happiness came so suddenly, it was almost like a dream, making her almost unable to believe it. Jinglan changed her clothes, which were more formal and elaborate than before, clearly indicating that she was about to go out. A relative is getting married, and the couple is going to attend the wedding banquet. Gu Chunshur doesn't really like attending large banquets, so he doesn't go. While helping Gu Chung pull his collar out of the tangled mess, Jinglan instructed them, "There's food at home. If you want to eat at home, cook something yourself. If not, go out to eat. Make sure you eat properly, understand?" Uncle, aunt, Xiao Yu came out of the kitchen, feeling awkward and grateful. "Gu Chunshur just told me everything. Thank you for not disliking me. How lucky she is to have met such a wonderful family." Jinglan noticed the sob in her voice and panicked. She quickly hugged her and patted her back, saying, "Silly child, you are so outstanding. It's a blessing for our Gu family that you're willing to be Chunshur's girlfriend." Xiao Yu finally couldn't hold back any longer. "No, auntie, it's my good fortune from my past life that I've met such wonderful people like you." Gu Ching looked at the mother and daughter with a smile. "Xiao Yu, don't underestimate yourself. In our eyes, you are a good child." Gu Chunshur stood aside, watching this scene with deep emotion. "Child, you must be good to Chunshur. If he dares to bully you, just tell Annie, and Annie will stand up for you." Xiao Yu smiled through her tears. "Gu Chunshur. It seems he won't have to worry about the age-old problem of mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationship anymore. But Mom, you're overthinking it. Your son might not be a match for Xiao Yu. If I ever dare to bully her in the future, you won't even need to step in. She can take care of me all by herself. But honestly, why would I bully her? I can't bear to." After Jinglan and Gu Chung left, Gu Chunshur asked with a smile, I told you my parents really like you. They're overjoyed to know we're together. Xiao Yu shyly hugged his waist. Although she was the one who confessed her feelings and she was the one who asked for the first hug, she still felt a little embarrassed when she had intimate interactions with Gu Chenshi. Before this, she had hardly ever spoken to a man. It could be said that many of her firsts were with Gu Chenshi. The first time holding hands, the first time hugging. Many more firsts await her in the future, and she will entrust them all to Gu Chenshi. Chapter 97 I Like You Now. Xiao Yu hugged Gu Chenshi, and Gu Chenshi stretched out his arms to encircle her in his embrace. It turns out that mutual love can be so blissful. Xiao Yu looked up at him and said, Gu Chenshi, if I do anything wrong in the future, please tell me in time, and I will correct it. Gu Chenshi frowned. Xiao Yu was good in every way, except for one thing. She was too insecure and too cautious. Since she is his girlfriend, he should pamper and love her. He loves her as she is now. He doesn't need her to change anything. No need. You're fine as you are, Xiao Yu. You don't need to think about what kind of you I like. Just be your true self. If this were a love confession, it would be the most beautiful love confession in the world. Xiao Yu, her cheeks slightly flushed, buried her face in Gu Chenshi's chest. She was so glad that on New Year's Eve, she impulsively confessed her feelings to Gu Chenshi. Thinking about it now, it still feels incredible that she could be so brave. In the end, it all comes down to her being afraid. Gu Chenshi is so outstanding, there must be other girls who like him. If she hesitates and slacks off, she will miss the opportunity and lose her lifelong happiness. So when Gu Chenshi asked her if she wanted to come downstairs together, she agreed without hesitation. She didn't know when it started, but she began to become infatuated with the feeling of being with Gu Chenshi. When Gu Chenshi wanted to buy her firecrackers to play with, to help her rediscover the joy she had lost in her childhood, when Gu Chenshi looked at her with smiling eyes. All of this was the source of her courage. Gu Chenshi rubbed his chin against her head twice. Shall we go out to eat at a restaurant for lunch? Xiao Yu thought for a moment and said, let's eat at home. The food outside isn't good, and it's expensive too. When she lived alone before, she didn't have much of a concept of money, but now it's different. She tries to save as much as possible. What would you like to eat for lunch? I'll cook for you, Gu Chenshi asked softly. No, I'll cook for you, Xiao Yu added proudly. Your cooking skills aren't as good as mine. Gu Chenshi thought dejectedly. It seems that's really true. Xiao Yu looked up and said, don't worry about lunch. Leave it to me. The thing you should be doing right now is sitting at your desk and studying. I don't want you to neglect your studies just because you're with me. Wouldn't I be a sinner if I did? Go quickly, go study. Without saying a word, Xiao Yu pushed him into his bedroom. Gu Chenshi's bedroom was simply furnished. A 1.5-meter bed, a desk, a chair, and a wardrobe. A bedroom is essentially a person's private space. Xiao Yu used to frequently visit the Gu family home, but she had never been to Gu Chenshi's bedroom. Gu Chenshi's room was ordinary and somewhat simple, but because it was Gu Chenshi's bedroom, everything there held special significance in Xiao Yu's eyes. You can tell from the neatly folded quilt and the spotless sheets that Gu Chenshi is a clean guy, just like his usual appearance. Xiao Yu sat down by Gu Chenshi's bedside and smiled at him, saying, you study, I'll stay here with you. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, while other students were still enjoying the last days of their holiday, Gu Chenshi was already sitting upright at his desk, starting to work on his practice problems. When the teachers of each subject see this, they will be so pleased that they will shed tears. If the other students saw this, they would probably grit their teeth and pin him to the bed for a beating. Roll it up? I told you to roll it up. Everyone has the right to kill the king of Wan. Xiao Yu leaned against the bedside table, watching his hard work with satisfaction, unable to get enough of looking at him. However, she still tried to regain her composure and took out her phone. She also needed to work together. She currently has 120,000 to 130,000 words of novel on a certain online novel platform. Reader feedback has been generally positive, and if she continues to write well, she might be able to earn some money. Even a small fly is still meat. She had no experience working outside the home and didn't like being with a bunch of unrelated people. She loves this lifestyle where she can support herself without leaving home. However, since getting together with Gu Chenshi, Xiao Yu has decided to work hard and do her best to create more wealth and happiness for the little family that has taken her in. Money may not be everything, but you can't do anything without it. Birth, aging, illness, and death, clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, all of these require money. Often, happiness is built on a certain level of material foundation. This isn't about being materialistic, it's about having the right perspective. Good relationships coupled with sufficient financial resources are the icing on the cake. Gu Chenshi started to get distracted after doing only a few questions. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Yu, who was looking down and whose slender fingers were nimbly tapping on the phone keyboard. He then realized that she might be writing a novel on her phone. Xiao Yu noticed his gaze, looked up at him, smiled slightly, and then said seriously in a second, "Don't get distracted. Study hard." The way she diligently urged Gu Chunshi to study made Gu Chunshi feel that she was even more devoted than his own overworked homeroom teacher. Gu Chunshi said, "Writing a novel? Then why don't you use your laptop to write? It's faster than typing on your phone." Xiao Yu thought for a moment and said, "I'm too lazy to go back and get it." "Oh no, actually she's really enjoying being with him right now, and she doesn't want to leave." Gu Chunshi stood up. "Put your feet on the bed." Xiao Yu thought he wanted her to be more comfortable, so she obediently did as he said. Gu Chunshi reached out and grabbed the quilt that he had folded like a tofu block, shook it a couple of times, spread it out, and then covered her with it. He tried to pull the quilt up to her waist and tucked the sides of the quilt in. The air conditioner was on in his room, but it was probably old and not very powerful, so the temperature never got very high. Gu Chunshi felt the temperature was alright, but he could sense from his female classmates that girls seemed to be more afraid of the cold than boys. Therefore, Gu Chunshi felt that Xiao Yu was not warm. Gu Chunshi smiled at her. "Isn't this a bit warmer?" Xiao Yu smiled and said, "Yes, indeed." Gu Chunshi then sat back down, satisfied, and continued working on his practice problems. 3 minutes later, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Xiao Yu again. At the same time, Xiao Yu, who was distracted, happened to look over at him. This damnably sweet understanding made them smile at each other. Xiao Yu tried to keep a straight face, but she couldn't manage it. She laughed as she urged Gu Chunshi, "You should do your homework properly. Yes, you should also focus on writing your novel. I'm looking forward to reading it. Okay, let's work together and keep it up." Xiao Yu swung her fist with an air of seriousness, her adorable appearance causing Gu Chunshi to lose his composure. Chapter 98 First Kiss. How can she be so cute? This was Gu Chunshi's inner thought at that moment. I really want to kiss and hug her. What's the point of studying? He really wanted to throw all the exam papers and books aside and just cuddle and hug her. Oh no, no way. Not yet. He is still too weak. He needs to work hard to become stronger so that he can give her a happy future. Thinking of this, Gu Chunshi was once again filled with enthusiasm and threw himself into the great cause of everyone rolling together. At first, Xiao Yu was also a little absent-minded and kept trying to look up at him from time to time. Later, I gradually got into the swing of things, and I felt my thoughts flowing like a spring. My fingers kept tapping on the screen, typing out countless words and sentences. In the small bedroom, apart from the scratching sound of Gu Chunshi's pen tip gliding across the paper as he solved the problem, and the soft clicking of Xiao Yu's fingers on the screen, there were no other sounds. They were so engrossed in this way of being together, keeping each other company, without disturbing each other, that they couldn't tear themselves away. After typing a whole chapter in one go, Xiao Yu realized it was almost time. He stretched comfortably, threw off the covers, and put on his slippers. Gu Chunshi shook his slightly sore wrist. "I'll go help you wash the vegetables." "No need." Xiao Yu refused outright, leaving him no room for negotiation. She sat down closer to Gu Chunshi, took his right hand, gently rubbed his wrist a few times, then lowered her head and blew warm breath on his hand. "All right, I've transferred my power to you. Keep up the good work and keep going." Xiao Yu clapped his palms twice. Perhaps it was just Gu Chunshi's own imagination, but his previously sore wrists seemed to have truly regained their strength. Looking at Xiao Yu, who was smiling playfully at him, Gu Chunshi noticed that she had become more cheerful lately, which was nice. Gu Chunshi gently brushed the stray hairs from her forehead and took the opportunity to touch her face. "Then thank you for your trouble." Xiao Yu muttered unhappily. "Who said I'm working hard? I'm not working hard at all. You study so late every day, you're the one who's working the hardest." After saying that, she quickly stood up and left. She was afraid that if she delayed, she would want to spend more time with Gu Chunshi and wouldn't want to do anything productive. She spent almost half an hour in the kitchen making 2 dishes and a soup. During the spring festival, we ate meat and fish every day, which was bad enough for our stomachs, but not for us. She stir-fried 2 vegetarian dishes and made an egg drop soup. She didn't call Gu Chunshi out to eat until the dishes were served and the rice was served. It really didn't take up his time at all, leaving Gu Chunshi with no excuse to slack off. Gu Chunshi tossed aside his pen, lazily slumped onto the desk, a faint smile in his eyes, and offered her his hand. Xiao Yu's heart skipped a beat. "I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. He looks like he's being affectionate." Without thinking, she reached out her hand, and the other person immediately gripped her hand tightly. Then, before Xiao Yu could exert any force, the other person stood up on their own. Then, like an obedient child, she let Xiao Yu lead her to the dining table. Xiao Yu's cooking skills are top-notch. The 2 vegetarian dishes were cooked to perfection and suited Gu Chunshi's taste perfectly. Gu Chunshi ate everything clean, wishing he could pour the soup into his bowl and mix it with his rice. While Xiao Yu was satisfied, She felt it was a bit exaggerated and wondered if he was deliberately eating so heartily to make her happy. There's still so much time ahead of us. If we eat like this every day, wouldn't that be depriving ourselves? After learning what she was thinking, Gu Chunshur was a little amused and exasperated. You ate this dish too. What did you think of it? Xiao Yu said. I think it tastes pretty good. Gu Chunshur laughed. Then that settles it, right? If you think it's delicious, and I think it's delicious too, isn't that normal? Xiao Yu held her face with satisfaction and thought silently. I want to learn more about cooking so I can make more delicious food for Gu Chunshur and his aunt and uncle. This time, Xiao Yu did not compete with Gu Chunshur. After the meal, Gu Chunshur cleared away the dishes and took them to the kitchen to wash. Xiao Yu stood by the sink to keep him company. As Gu Chunshur was washing, he turned to look at her. The weather was nice today. Sunlight streamed in through the window and fell on her face, making her fair skin look almost translucent and so tender it seemed to drip with moisture. Gu Chunshur felt itchy both in his heart and in his hands. He wanted to pinch her little cheeks. No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than Xiao Yu reached out and gently pinched his cheek. Gu Chunshur. They actually thought of the same thing. This damn tacit understanding. After pinching his cheek, Xiao Yu probably felt it wasn't enough, so she pinched his cheek again and gently tugged at it. Gu Chunshur pleaded. Oh no, my mouth is watering. Xiao Yu smiled and said, You just ate. Why are you craving something again? Tell me, what do you want to eat? I'll make sure it's within my power. Gu Chunshur gazed at her smiling face, momentarily lost in thought. An untimely, utterly damned thought suddenly crept into my mind. I want to eat. Stop. The more I think about it, the more outrageous it becomes. Gu Chunshur snapped out of his thoughts and continued with his work, chuckling to himself. Xiao Yu asked, puzzled, What are you laughing at? Didn't you just say you were drooling? Didn't you want to eat something delicious? Gu Chunshur explained. We have a saying here that you shouldn't pinch a child's face too often, otherwise the child will start drooling a lot. Xiao Yu said with amusement. There's such a saying? How interesting. Okay, then I won't pinch your cheeks anymore. No. Pinch me if you want, then I can pinch your cheeks too, and we can drool together. Gu Chunshur was talking nonsense with a straight face. When we walk down the street, we'll get 300% double takes. We'll be super cool. Xiao Yu imagined the scene and couldn't help but chuckle. I don't want to. You can have yours if you want. Gu Chunshur feigned concern and asked, Then will you despise me and kick me to the curb? Xiao Yu said seriously, Even if you drool all the way to your heels, I won't mind. Gu Chunshur suddenly fell silent. He was clearly joking with her. How could she, being so smart, not know that? But she responded to his joke so seriously. Gu Chunshur's heart was instantly struck by something, a warm, yet bittersweet feeling. Before this, in this world, no matter what he became, the only ones who would never despise or abandon him were his parents. He suddenly couldn't help but lean in and kiss her lips. In the instant their breaths mingled, Xiao Yu's eyes widened suddenly, as if she was startled by his unexpected action. But she didn't dodge. She paused for a moment, then closed her eyes shyly. This was her first kiss, and it was also Gu Chunshur's. Giving your first time to each other, isn't that one of the happiest things in the world? Chapter 99. A wise person knows when to yield. School officially started on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. The students entered the classroom in 2s and 3s, most of them with expressions of utter despair. 6 more months. Wang Zishan slammed his fist on the table in anger. I really wish I could find a time machine and turn back time to 6 months later. Zhu Mingming grinned lewdly. Brother Wang, isn't that a bit narrow-minded? If it were me, I'd put it on the wedding night. Wang Zishan clicked his tongue, relentlessly stabbing him in the back. Maybe you'll never have your wedding night in this lifetime? Zhu Mingming retorted, unconvinced. With my looks, how could I not get a wife? I might even have more than one. Zhou Xiangyu walked in yawning, just in time to hear Zhu Mingming's words, and couldn't help but shake his head. Why are these young people so desperate? Why bother with girlfriends or wives? Aren't games more appealing? Don't worry about what will happen when you get old. Enjoy each day as it comes. You should live in the moment. Zhou Xiangyu glanced at Gu Chunshur's seat out of habit and was surprised to find that his brother was even later than him today. What a miracle. Gu Chunshur's deskmate, Tang Xiaoxi, seemed to have arrived quite early. She had already laid out the books she needed for the first class. Tang Xiaoxi looked up at him and smiled slightly. This girl is very polite. Zhou Xiangyu nodded at her with an air of authority, and as he walked toward his seat, he thought to himself, she has a really good temper, and she's not bad looking either. Whoever marries her in the future will be blessed. It's a pity that Gu Chunshur is his only good friend, and he's already taken. Otherwise, he would definitely try to bring them together. First of all, we shouldn't let such a good girl go to outsiders. We can't let other grandsons benefit from her. Secondly, if he drags his buddies to play games all night in the future, she's so good-tempered, she definitely won't get angry. Gu Chunshur entered the classroom a step later than Zhou Xiangyu. His face clearly showed a hint of relief after his hurried journey. Luckily, he has long legs and runs fast, so he wasn't late. He thought he was the last one to enter the classroom, but he didn't expect there were others behind him who were even later than him. Gu Chunshur noticed someone behind him and subconsciously turned around to look. Lin Ranran followed him into the classroom. The moment their eyes met, Lin Ranran was startled, then awkwardly looked away. Gu Chunshur walked to his seat as if nothing had happened, but as he sat down, he belatedly realized that something was wrong. The way Lin Ranran looked at him just now was a little strange. To put it simply, for Gu Chunshur, it was a strange look in Lin Ranran's eyes that he had never seen before. Somewhat reserved, regretful, and ashamed. Gu Chunshur was extremely surprised. Is this still the proud Lin Ranran he remembers? She seems to have changed a lot all of a sudden. It seems that something terrible happened to her, causing her personality to change drastically overnight. Gu Chunshur did not continue to think about this issue. In his subconscious, no matter what Lin Ranran became, it had nothing to do with him. Little did he know, it actually did have something to do with him. On the day of the party, Lin Ranran, feeling resentful, rushed up to Zhou Xiangyu in a moment of impulsiveness after seeing him, wanting him to ask Gu Chunshur what he liked about her back then. Gu Chunshur had never confessed his feelings to her, but his kindness and thoughtfulness towards her all showed that he liked her very much. Lin Ranran had always known how much she, with her outstanding looks, meant to other boys. Sometimes, when she thinks about it, she doesn't understand why she was able to enjoy Gu Chunshur's kindness so comfortably back then, but never thought of reciprocating even the slightest bit of his kindness. Why did I find that the birthday gift he gave me was just an ordinary scarf, and I didn't even want to look at it twice? I thought it was in the way, so I just threw it into the trash can. And it was a scarf he knitted himself. Lin Ranran was filled with shame and indignation, and finally realized at that moment how worthless she was in Gu Chunshur's eyes. Her heart was filled with despair, and she dared not have any other thoughts. She was destined to miss out on Gu Chunshur in this lifetime. His female neighbor is really outstanding. They are a perfect match. Gu Chunshur, best wishes to you. Gu Chunshur was petty. He had never forgotten how Guahao had made things difficult for Qiaoyu at the gathering. Just as he was looking for an opportunity to talk to Guahao alone, Guahao took the initiative to approach him. It was during break time, and the classroom was noisy. Guahao walked over and looked at Tang Xiaoxi with a smile. Tang Xiaoxi, could I borrow your seat for a moment? Tang Xiaoxi looked up at him blankly. This. His reluctance was blatantly written on his face. Guahao. He thought to himself, feeling frustrated, that as soon as Zhou Xiangyu arrived, Tang Xiaoxi would stand up and offer him her seat without him even having to say a word. Why did things change when it was my turn? He had previously thought that Tang Xiaoxi was the kind of girl who was easy to talk to and had a good temper, but now it seems that this is not the case. Gu Chunshur got up and walked with him to the end of the quiet corridor. Guahao sincerely apologized to Gu Chunshur, admitting that he had indeed harbored ulterior motives when he asked Qiaoyu to solve the problem on the day of the gathering. His frankness actually, his pragmatism is the best policy, left Gu Chunshur completely bewildered. After the gathering that day, a classmate who was on good terms with Guahao spoke with him and felt that his behavior at the gathering was obviously targeted and inappropriate. At first, Guahao was dismissive, but after listening to his friend's analysis, he gradually realized that he really shouldn't have made an enemy of Gu Chunshur. Everyone has seen Gu Chunshur's recent performance. He is very hardworking and outstanding. The homeroom teacher clearly stated that among the students in Class 7, Jing Shu and Gu Chunshur were the most likely to be admitted to prestigious universities. With Gu Chunshur's drive, he will definitely achieve great things in the future. And his girlfriend is not to be underestimated either. Mysterious and powerful. It was indeed a foolish thing for him to deliberately offend Gu Chunshur in order to please his goddess. Guahao thought about it for 2 days at home and finally decided to apologize to Gu Chunshur in person. Gu Chunshur is not the type to hold a grudge even when he is in the right. Since Guahao had taken the initiative to apologize, he couldn't say anything more. However, in the future, try to stay away from such people. Gu Chunshur and Guahao forgot their differences with a smile, and Gu Chunshur politely declined Guahao's request to treat him to dinner on Sunday as an apology, then returned to the classroom. With his eyes fixed on the textbook, he couldn't help but picture Qiaoyu's shy expression, her eyes filled with a hint of timidity, nervousness, yet also unwavering determination. The reason he was late today was because she stayed in his dream all night, causing him to become so engrossed in it that he couldn't pull himself out. He also forgot to turn on his alarm last night, so he woke up late today and almost missed his day. Chapter 100 No Time for Romance. Recalling yesterday afternoon, Gu Chunshur couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips into a smile. When Gu Chunshur realized he was laughing, he quickly straightened his face and looked around. He found that everyone was either making noise or chatting, and a few were engrossed in doing their homework. No one was paying attention to him, so he breathed a sigh of relief. If someone were to ask him what he was laughing about, just like Zhou Xiangyu did that day, he really wouldn't know how to answer. Although he could try to cover it up by saying he thought of something funny or a joke, he couldn't hide his guilty conscience. He wasn't good at lying, and any fabricated story would surely be discovered by others. They gave each other their first kiss. Neither of them had experience. Their lips met obediently, and then nothing more. Looking back now, we both seem like wooden figures, haha. Gu Chunshi felt a mix of sweetness and annoyance. That was our first kiss, and it's gone just like that. It's such a shame to think about it. That was my first kiss. He shouldn't have been in the kitchen, which was filled with the smell of cooking oil. He was even washing dishes at the time. That was hasty, too hasty. Such an important moment in life deserves a grand ceremony. For example, you could place a beautiful bouquet of flowers, pour 2 glasses of sweet and delicious red wine, and light a few candles. After the class reunion, Gu Chunshi became the envy of his classmates, a true winner in life. Everyone looked at him with admiration and envy. Are you envious of his good grades and bright future? Of course not. I'm so envious of him having a girlfriend who looks beautiful and gentle, but is actually a genius. In short, Xiao Yu's appearance at the party amazed all the members, and her powerful aura, which she inadvertently displayed, deeply impressed everyone. In the eyes of Gu Chunshi and his classmates, Xiao Yu, who didn't say much but whose every word shocked everyone, was like a book that had never been opened, full of mystery. Since Gu Chunshi could become her boyfriend, he must have his own unique personal charm. Actually, if it weren't for the fact that everyone could see that Gu Chunshi was pursuing Lin Ranran, with his handsome and sunny appearance, calm and patient personality, and excellent academic performance, many girls would like him. When Yin Yin pursued Gu Chunshi, although there was an element of showing off her personal charm to her best friend, it was naturally based on the premise that she genuinely liked Gu Chunshi. Gu Chunshi rejected Yin Yin without hesitation, and the subsequent overwhelming rumors of his fairy-like girlfriend made other female classmates who liked him feel intimidated and consciously nipped their admiration in the bud. During lunch, Zhou Xiangyu told him about seeing Lin Ranran after the gathering that day. I've always wanted to see her cry, although I've never actually seen her. But when I told her that the scarf she threw away was knitted by you, I saw how incredulous and upset she was, and I felt incredibly good inside. It was even better than seeing her cry. Gu Chunshi found it both funny and speechless. That guy is really something. No wonder Lin Ranran seemed a bit off today. Could this be the reason? Who cares? The second semester of senior year was even more brutal than the first semester. School ended at 10 p.m. I eat 3 meals a day, 2 of which are at school. Anyone who's ever eaten in the cafeteria knows it's just so-so. I used all the oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, scallions, ginger, and garlic, but the taste was never quite right. It's not without its advantages. For example, while it can fill your stomach, it absolutely won't kill you. Eating bland, tasteless meals twice a day, every single day, has made many people sick of it. So some people lose their appetite at the mere mention of the cafeteria and can't eat more than a couple of bites, but classes don't end until 10 p.m., and they simply can't survive without eating properly. Therefore, many students bring milk, bread, and other food to school to eat during evening self-study, and if that's not enough, they can have a late-night snack when they get home. In the evening, while others finish their busy day and leisurely lie in bed to sleep or watch TV and play on their phones, the miserable senior high school students can only go home exhausted. The high-intensity learning mode was tough for Gu Chunshi, but not unbearable. Honestly, who didn't go through their senior year of high school like this? Only by gritting your teeth and persevering can you see the light at the end of the tunnel. Even if I get home at 10 p.m., I still have endless homework to do. Even though Gu Chunshi finishes his homework incredibly fast, he still doesn't go to bed until after midnight at the earliest every day. There's no time for sweet nothings with Xiao Yu anymore. Yes, studying is important. I can only see my mother twice a day, morning and evening. But Xiao Yu had to see him at least twice a day without disturbing his studies. One in the morning, one in the evening. Xiao Yu, who works from home, has a relatively flexible schedule and used to strictly follow the principle of waking up naturally. I used to have trouble getting up in the morning, and the earliest I would get up was after 9 o'clock. Then I can sleep whenever I feel sleepy, without compromising my sleep at all. Later, after being taken care of by the kind and warm-hearted Aunt Jinglan would save breakfast for her every day without fail, which made her feel very embarrassed. After much painful reflection, Xiao Yu resolved to break her habit of staying up late and started getting up and going to bed early every day, gradually making her life more regular. After Gu Chunshi started school, in order to see him more often, her daily routine became abnormal again. She would get up before 5 o'clock every day to make him breakfast and eat breakfast with him. As soon as Ms. Jinglan gets up, she can have a ready-made meal. Jinglan initially felt that taking care of her son was her responsibility as a mother, and it was inappropriate to hand him over to Xiaoyu. Besides, this would make things too hard for Xiaoyu, so I don't agree with her doing it. But cooking for the person she likes is not hard work for Xiaoyu at all. On the contrary, it is happiness. Seeing her insistence, Jinglan gave up. She secretly called Gu Cheng, who was away on a business trip, and sighed that her silly son was so lucky to have found such a good girl as Xiaoyu. However, sometimes Ms. Jinglan feels like she's a super high wattage light bulb. So the mother was very self-aware. Every day, she would wash up early, and after saying a few words to Gu Chunshur when he came home from school, she would go into the bedroom to watch videos on her phone, leaving the young couple some private space. Gu Chunshur would eat a little late-night snack every day, and Xiaoyu would sit opposite him, propping her chin up and watching intently. To put it bluntly, even the most beautiful scenery can't withstand looking at it every day, but when Xiaoyu looked at Gu Chun, she felt that she could never get enough of looking at him. Perhaps the viewing time wasn't long enough, far from enough to satisfy our cravings? No. Xiaoyu felt that even if she had to look at Gu Chunshur for decades, even if he went from a vibrant young man to a wrinkled old man with white hair, she would never get enough of him. Sometimes Gu Chunshur would talk to her about what happened at school, and sometimes Xiaoyu would talk about the novel she was writing. Chapter 101 Beautiful Vision. The protagonist of Xiaoyu's story is a little girl who strives to break free from her shackles, and whose fate is full of twists and turns. Gu Chunshur felt that the little girl in her writing must be herself. Xiaoyu denied it, saying, "It wasn't me. I'm not as strong or as good as her." Gu Chunshur didn't like hearing her say that. "What's wrong with you? In my eyes, you're the best." Ms. Jinglan, who was in the bedroom, was thirsty and went downstairs to get some water. Through the half-open door, she heard her son's voice and almost burst out laughing. I never expected that her son, who usually seemed a bit aloof and would roll his eyes and say it was boring when he saw the male and female leads in idol dramas being all lovey-dovey and saying sweet nothings, could actually say such cheesy love words. He's much more capable than his clueless father. Gu Chunshur continued listening to Xiaoyu talk about her novel while eating. Based on reader feedback and back-end data, Xiaoyu's debut novel is doing quite well so far. The aloof editor, who had never spoken before, took the initiative to talk to her about the data, encouraged her to keep writing, and analyzed that her book's word count had increased, suggesting it would achieve good results. It was rare for Xiaoyu to show such joy. She rested her chin on her hands and smiled dreamily. "I want to make a lot of money, and then we'll move to a bigger house, and my uncle, aunt, you, and I will all live together. The house should ideally have a small yard, so the aunt can grow vegetables and I can tend to my flowers." Jinglan, who had overheard some cheesy sweet talk and found it amusing, started paying attention to the conversation outside. Upon hearing this, her eyes suddenly welled up with tears. No wonder her son said she was the best girl in the world. She was indeed so good that Jinglan was deeply moved. Jinglan felt that she and her husband were relatively open-minded parents, and they had discussed this issue in advance. They worked hard to save money so they could buy their son a house for their wedding and the young couple to live in. As for the elderly couple, they still live in the old house. When needed, they help take care of the children and provide some assistance to the young couple. It is not uncommon in life for mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law to have conflicts that put their sons in a difficult position. Jinglan and her husband did not want to become a stumbling block to their son's life after marriage. In short, they would never disturb the young couple's peaceful life unless absolutely necessary. But now, after hearing Xiaoyu's heartfelt wish, Jinglan couldn't help but start to look forward to the future. The whole family lived together. The young couple lived upstairs, and the elderly couple lived downstairs. They would take their grandson out for walks in a stroller and grow vegetables and flowers at home. Wasn't this her dream of a peaceful old age? But wait, Xiaoyu said she wants to work hard to earn money to buy a big house? Earning money to buy a house is a major event for the family. It's not appropriate to let her shoulder that burden. Just as I was thinking this, Gu Chinshur's voice came from outside. "You don't need to worry about this. Earning money to buy a house is my future business. You just need to enjoy life comfortably and don't overwork yourself." Jinglan nodded. "As expected of my son, he's so responsible." Xiaoyu snorted softly, unconvinced, and said, "How is this only your problem? You've read so many books, don't you understand the principle of gender equality?" Gu Chinshur was speechless. After a long pause, she said softly, "That's just between the two of us. I don't want you to go through all that trouble." Xiaoyu said righteously, "But I don't feel tired at all. Not only do I not feel tired, but when I think about our future home, I feel full of energy." Gu Chinshur, you can't be so domineering and take away my enjoyment of contributing to our future home. Having said all that, what else could Gu Chinshur say? I can only marvel at how I met an angel. and we will dedicate ourselves to protecting her for the rest of her life. Time flies, and a week of school has already passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, we have a day off. Jinglan insisted on giving Gu Chunshi 200 yuan, telling him to go out with Xiao Yu and not stay at home all day, lest they become stupid. Gu Chunshi looked at the 2 red bills in his hand, and then at his mother with deep wrinkles around her eyes, and almost burst into tears. Mom, when did you become so generous? Don't think he doesn't know. He benefited from Xiao Yu's influence. Jinglan laughed and scolded. You little brat, when has your mother ever been stingy? Spend what needs to be spent, and save what needs to be saved. Now get out of here. In February, the wind blowing in my face was still chilly. Jinglan is off work today, and her electric scooter is at home. Gu Chunshi pushed his electric scooter out of the shed and looked at Xiao Yu, whose eyes were full of anticipation and excitement. Any hesitation in his heart vanished. He himself didn't think there was anything wrong with it, but he was worried that Xiao Yu would be cold, so his original plan was to take a taxi. However, I really long for the scene in movies and TV dramas where the male lead rides a bicycle with the female lead on the back. However, considering that riding a bicycle would be too tiring for Gu Chunshi, riding an electric bike would be just as good. Ms. Jinglan's electric scooter is equipped with a winter essential, a thick windproof blanket. He pulled the windshield up to his neck, and at the same time, Xiao Yu sat down. Her posture was too proper, which made Gu Chunshi a little disappointed. Why didn't she put her arms around his waist from behind? Gu Chunshi twisted the handlebars, and the electric scooter started moving smoothly. Hey, it's Chunshi, 9 a.m. Going out to play? When the old neighbors saw him, they all greeted Gu Chunshi warmly. At the same time, he couldn't help but glance at Xiao Yu sitting in the back of the car with a smile. As the electric scooter carrying the 2 of them came out of the community gate, Gu Chunshi felt a tightening around his waist as Xiao Yu wrapped her arms around him and pressed her cheek against his back. Gu Chunshi chuckled. Why didn't you hug me just now? Were you shy? Xiao Yu gave a soft hum. She almost always goes out with Jinglan. Jinglan is well liked. People always greet and chat with her when she walks around the neighborhood. People who stay at home and live their daily lives mainly talk about their children's studies, what to eat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and which supermarket has a sale, etc. To Xiao Yu, these were all trivial matters, but the aunt could chat about them with great interest and seriousness with the neighbors. Over time, Xiao Yu also found their conversations quite interesting. Isn't this life? When the neighbors greeted Jinglan, they were almost always interested in her, as she was always by Jinglan's side. At this time, Jinglan would introduce her to them with a smile. This is Xiao Yu, the little girl who moved into Aunt Li's house. At this time, Xiao Yu would smile slightly at her neighbors as a sign of politeness. Some neighbors would jokingly say that if they didn't know better, they would think that you secretly gave birth to twins back then, because you two are just like a real mother and daughter. Others would subtly praise Gu Chunshi for his handsome appearance, saying that any girl who marries him in the future will surely be blessed. Chapter 102 Xiao Yu's Old Friends. At first, when Xiao Yu heard some neighbors subtly implying that she and Gu Chunshi were a perfect match, Xiao Yu felt a little lost. Later, she got used to it. Later, she even became quite willing to do so. However, she still couldn't quite get used to the slightly teasing and gossipy looks people gave her and Gu Chun. Therefore, although she and Gu Chunshi had already received the approval and blessings of her uncles and aunts, she was still very reserved in front of other neighbors in the community. The wind whistled past her ears, blowing Xiao Yu's long black hair. Xiao Yu hugged Gu Chunshi tightly around the waist, gazing at the scenery that kept moving backward, filled with joy. The same scenery, which she used to find monotonous and uninteresting, was now a common sight. Looking at it now, even a stone block by the roadside seems cute. The world hasn't changed. What has changed is her lifestyle and her attitude towards the world. Xiao Yu and Gu Chunshi share the same interests. They didn't like the bustling streets and luxuriously decorated shops. Instead, they went to the bookstore. Xiao Yu really liked the smell of ink emanating from the pages of a book when she opened it. Gu Chunshi ordered 2 cups of coffee. Drinking coffee is secondary. The main thing is to have a comfortable and spacious seat. But Xiao Yu stopped her. There's no need. I don't want coffee. Let's not waste money. Let's just find a place to sit. Gu Chunshi smiled and teased. What? Are you going to start saving money to buy a big house from now on? I remember you said that money is earned, not saved. We should spend it when we need to. Remember, money is meant to serve us. Xiao Yu laughed. I didn't realize you were so good at lecturing. Let me ask you, do you like coffee? It's so-so, Gu Chunshi said, realizing he had misspoke as soon as the words left his mouth. Sure enough, Xiao Yu looked at him with a smile. Just because it's so-so means it's not a necessity, it's optional, and I don't want to drink it. So these 2 cups of coffee are money I shouldn't have spent, am I right? Gu Chunshi. Okay, whatever you say is right. but I always felt that I had wronged her. When Xiaoyu learned of his thoughts, she immediately became unhappy. Gu Chunshi, I don't even feel wrong myself, so why do you think I am wronged? She turned and walked away sullenly, looking like she couldn't be bothered to talk to him anymore. No one knew that these days were the happiest and most blissful time of her life. He has already done enough, so why does he still feel that he has wronged her? That will make him very tired, you idiot. Gu Chunshi quickly chased after him to apologize. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Please forgive me this time, okay? How could Xiaoyu bear to be truly angry with him? However, she still tried her best to keep a straight face and tell him not to overthink things in the future. But then she inadvertently caught a glimpse of something, and her expression suddenly changed. She grabbed Gu Chunshi's hand and started walking back. Although Gu Chunshi didn't understand, he didn't ask any questions and obediently followed her. Xiaoyu led him to a secluded corner, looking somewhat flustered and constantly glancing outside. Gu Chunshi became worried and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Xiaoyu involuntarily tightened her grip on Gu Chunshi's wrist. Gu Chunshi was familiar with the tension and unease she was showing at this moment. When I accompanied her to visit her mother in another city 1,000 miles away, she was in this state as we passed through an upscale villa area. Alarm bells rang in Gu Chunshi's mind. Therefore, it is clear that Xiaoyu unintentionally saw a familiar face. Why don't we leave here now? Gu Chunshi held her hand, trying to give her some strength. This method worked, and Xiaoyu gradually calmed down. I just saw the daughter of one of my former teachers, she explained softly. Gu Chunshi immediately understood. The teacher's daughter wasn't a monster, so what Xiaoyu feared wasn't the teacher's daughter, but rather the chain reaction that might be triggered if the teacher saw him. Her teacher must have had connections with her biological father's family. If the teacher's daughter sees her, then the teacher might find out. If the teacher finds out, she is very likely to tell her biological father's family about her whereabouts. Although she left behind a letter unilaterally severing ties when she left, it does not mean that she has truly severed ties with her biological father's family. Even if she didn't want to admit it, the facts were undeniable. She was a child of her biological father, the Yang family. Once they know her whereabouts, the Yang family might come looking for her and take her away. Based on what Gu Chunshi knew about her, she didn't want any connection with the Yang family. In other words, regardless of whether the Yang family treats her well after finding her, it will inevitably cause her great pain. Thinking of this, Gu Chunshi also became nervous. If she is in pain, he will also feel very bad. Once the Yang family finds her, will they be able to get back together? Gu Chunshi had a lot of random thoughts, and as Xiaoyu gradually calmed down, he began to get extremely nervous. Xiaoyu noticed that he was acting strangely and became worried about him. Gu Chunshi, what's wrong? Gu Chunshi took a deep breath. Let's go right now. When Xiaoyu met the teacher's daughter, she was leading a child around the bookshelf, picking out suitable children's books. They probably hadn't finished choosing yet. The two avoided that area. Xiaoyu left the bookstore and waited outside, while Gu Chunshi went to the cashier to pay for the study materials. As he looked down to retrieve his payment code, a faint, pleasant fragrance wafted over. A woman around 30 years old walked over with a little girl by the hand and stood behind him waiting to pay. Gu Chunshi subconsciously glanced back, and the young mother politely smiled at him. Gu Chunshi recalled that before leaving the bookstore, Xiaoyu had told him that her teacher's daughter was a young mother with a little girl, and he couldn't help but become alert. Young mother, little girl. All of them are correct. This suggests that the young mother is very likely the teacher's daughter who made Xiaoyu nervous. Gu Chunshi secretly rejoiced that they had acted quickly enough, and Xiaoyu had already left the bookstore without being seen by the young mother. Before turning his gaze away, Gu Chunshi subtly glanced at the young mother. The young mother looks to be around 30 years old. Although she is not a conventionally beautiful woman, she has a great temperament. The little girl held her mother's hand and stared at Gu Chunshi with her big, grape-like eyes, looking at him curiously. Then she reached out her other small hand and quietly tugged at Gu Chunshi's clothes, seemingly trying to get his attention. The young mother immediately stopped her. Xinshin, don't be naughty. The little girl named Xinshin immediately let go of Gu Chunshi's clothes. Gu Chunshi pretended to be nonchalant as he paid and walked out with his shopping bags. He and Xiaoyu were in such a hurry to avoid the teacher that they forgot to arrange a meeting place. Gu Chunshi has no idea where Xiaoyu is waiting for him right now. He remembered that Xiaoyu didn't bring her phone when she went out with him. She felt that it was enough for Gu Chunshi to bring it, and subconsciously she regarded herself and Gu Chunshi as a whole. When they were out, they would never be separated unless they needed to use the restroom. Chapter 103, I Will Not Leave You. As Gu Chunshi walked out of the bookstore carrying shopping bags, he glanced around casually and was a little confused. He then saw a young mother leading a little girl slowly walking towards the cashier. Therefore, the young mother who just stood behind him in line might not be the teacher's daughter who made Xiaoyu flee in panic. On second thought, Today is Sunday. Even if they don't buy books, many parents will still bring their children to the bookstore to cultivate their children's love of reading from an early age. So, a young mother leading a little girl is a common sight, nothing unusual. Therefore, Gu Chunshur had no way of distinguishing which one was Xiao Yu's teacher for the time being. It is said that in the vast sea of people, it is a low probability event for Xiao Yu to meet his former teacher in the bookstore by chance. After leaving this bookstore, even if he wants to, it is probably difficult to meet him again. Naturally, this wouldn't have any impact on their peaceful lives. However, Gu Chunshur was somewhat curious about Xiao Yu's former teacher's daughter. The daughter of a teacher who taught Xiao Yu must know a lot about Xiao Yu's life and past, right? Don't misunderstand. He didn't want to learn about Xiao Yu's past from the teacher's daughter, but rather he felt an inexplicable jealousy towards someone who was able to participate in Xiao Yu's life before he even knew Xiao Yu. After leaving the bookstore, Gu Chunshur turned to the left, looking around for Xiao Yu as he walked. Suddenly, a hand reached out from around the corner of the mall and landed on Gu Chunshur's arm. Suddenly, a strong force pulled Gu Chunshur in. Xiao Yu's appearance is particularly deceptive. In short, before she displayed her great power, she was delicate and frail, easily arousing people's protective instincts. It's unimaginable that she possesses such incredible strength that taking on two grown men single-handedly would be a piece of cake. Gu Chunshur joked, "You scared me to death. If I had lost you, I might as well not go back. I'd just find a place to bury myself somewhere and be done with it, so I wouldn't get beaten to death by my mom when I get back." Xiao Yu used to be indifferent to life and death, but now, upon hearing Gu Chunshur say such inauspicious words, she immediately became anxious, even though she knew that Gu Chunshur was just joking. She would unconsciously become superstitious about anything concerning Gu Chunshur and his uncle and aunt's family. She immediately covered Gu Chunshur's mouth with her hand to stop him from continuing his nonsense. "You're not allowed to say anything about dying or anything like that again, understand?" She commanded fiercely and domineeringly. Gu Chen blinked innocently, looked at Xiao Yu who was slightly exasperated, narrowed his eyes slightly, and couldn't help but smile. He smiled, his breath brushing against Xiao Yu's hand, making the back of Xiao Yu's hand feel tingly and itchy. "You're so domineering." Gu Chunshur's muffled and deep voice came from under Xiao Yu's hand. It carries a hint of doting and coquettishness. "Xiao Yu." If Xiao Yu heard other boys whining and acting cute, she would get goosebumps all over and kick one of them aside, telling him to get lost. But if Gu Chunshur were to act coquettishly towards her, "Oh, how can he be so cute? I really want to kiss and hug him." That's right, Xiao Yu is just that hypocritical. Humph, she's happy to apply double standards to Gu Chunshur. Who dares to disagree? Just put up with it. Xiao Yu laughed. "Remember, you're not allowed to say things like that again. I don't like hearing it, understand?" Just as she was about to withdraw her hand, Gu Chunshur suddenly pouted and, with lightning speed, kissed her palm. The sensation, hundreds of times more tingling and itchy than the breath he had just exhaled on the back of Xiao Yu's hand, instantly spread from her palm to her entire body, making her shudder and almost jump up on the spot. He quickly withdrew his hand, rubbed it against his pants a couple of times, and then came to his senses. Gu Chunshur's face showed a smug look of success in his prank, but then he seemed to realize something and said with a hint of hurt, "You dislike me?" How could Xiao Yu possibly dislike him? She was just stunned by his sudden action and reacted instinctively. Just as she was about to deny it, her expression suddenly froze, and she quickly stepped forward to hug Gu Chunshur. The surprise came too suddenly. Gu Chunshur didn't have time to feel happy. Then he suddenly realized something, hugged Xiao Yu back, and pressed Xiao Yu's head into his arms. They looked like a very affectionate young couple, and they were. "Mommy, why are the older brother and sister hugging each other?" A young girl's voice reached their ears. Then came a woman's gentle voice, cleverly diverting the little girl's attention. "Sweetie, would you like a hamburger? Mommy will go buy you one, okay?" The little girl's attention immediately shifted from the strange older brothers and sisters to the delicious hamburger. She exclaimed excitedly, "Yes, Mom. You're so wonderful. I love you." From the warm conversation between the mother and daughter, Gu Chunshur could tell that they had slowly moved away. But he didn't loosen his arms around Xiao Yu's waist. He couldn't bear to. Xiao Yu was equally reluctant to lift her head out of his arms. The two embraced for a while, oblivious to everyone else, before Gu Chunshur said softly, "Shall we go back? So we don't run into them again." Xiao Yu gave a soft looking as docile as a kitten. Gu Chunshur couldn't help but gently rub her head as he released her. Then, holding her hand, we walked away from the mother and daughter. On the way back, Xiao Yu hugged Gu Chunshur's waist from behind, just like when they came. Suddenly, she smiled, as if she had thought of something. Gu Chunshur was surprised that she could still laugh, and asked curiously, "What are you laughing at?" Xiao Yu said, "Gu Chunshur, You were so nervous just now. You seemed even more nervous than me. What were you nervous about? Gu Chunshur honestly revealed his inner fears. I'm afraid she'll reveal your whereabouts. Afraid someone will travel a long way to kidnap you. Afraid I'll never see you again. Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment. Is that really the reason he was nervous? He actually cares about himself that much? She cares about him just as much as she does. When she saw her teacher's daughter, her panic was exactly as Gu Chunshur had just described. She particularly enjoys her current life and is afraid that someone might come and disrupt her peaceful and happy life. Those people she never wants to see, please just stay far away, okay? Xiao Yu hugged Gu Chunshur tightly around the waist and said softly but firmly, "Don't worry, I will never, ever leave you." Now that things had been brought up, Gu Chunshur couldn't help but voice his concerns. But what if they really discover your whereabouts? What if one day they forcibly take you away from us? Gu Chunshur, you should have some faith in me. I'm not someone who can be easily manipulated. Chapter 104, A Restless Morning. Although Xiao Yu responded to Gu Chunshur's concerns with great confidence and successfully dispelled Gu Chunshur's worries at that time. However, when the night is deep and quiet, Gu Chunshur still thinks about this and feels anxious and uncertain. It turns out that Xiao Yu is more outstanding than his peers, and his combat skills are also higher. Despite her wealthy family background, she remains a vulnerable arm. If her family of origin refuses to let go and does not allow her to fly freely outside, and insists on taking her away, how can she, who is weak and alone, resist? Coming from an ordinary family, one would be helpless in the face of power. This plunged him into deep self-blame. It's all his fault for being too weak and unable to properly protect the girl he loves. But to be honest, it doesn't seem like he can be blamed. After all, even though he was reborn, he didn't have any special advantages. He was still an ordinary 18-year-old student who needed to work hard and strive for his future. He cannot blame his parents for his humble origins. They have done their best to give him the best of everything. That night, Gu Chunshur had a nightmare. So melodramatic it was comparable to the soap operas his mother used to love watching. When Gu Chunshur woke up from his sleep in a cold sweat, it was already 5:30 the next day. In the past, he liked to stay in bed for a while after waking up, trying to shake off the sleepiness before getting out of bed. But today, terrified by the nightmare, he quickly threw the quilt aside, threw on a thick coat, and rushed to the apartment across the hall. The door to the opposite room was tightly closed, and Gu Chunshur raised his hand without hesitation. The door was quickly opened from the inside by Xiao Yu. Without saying a word, Gu Chunshur hugged her. The girl's soft body in his arms, her faint fragrance, and her full touch finally calmed Gu Chunshur's anxious heart. Xiao Yu was slightly startled. "Gu Chunshur, what's wrong?" Gu Chunshur buried his face in her hair and rubbed it against her. "It's nothing. I just missed you." Xiao Yu smiled, pursing her lips. Is this the unspoken understanding between lovers? She got up early to make breakfast, and while tending to the pot of porridge, she couldn't help but think of him. Then he arrived. "You shouldn't have gotten up so early. Go back and get some more sleep," Xiao Yu said with concern. Gu Chunshur goes to bed around midnight and gets up at 6 o'clock every day, sleeping less than 6 hours a day. Today he even got up at 5:30. How can his body take this long? Gu Chunshur shook his head. "I can't sleep for more than a few minutes anyway. I'm not going to sleep." Xiao Yu stubbornly pushed him into her bedroom. "No, you don't get much sleep every day, and you don't have enough energy to cope with the heavy workload. Lie on my bed for a while, and I'll call you when dinner is ready." Gu Chunshur didn't want to sleep at all. He just wanted to hold her quietly, or just look at her. He was terrified that if he didn't keep a close eye on her, she would vanish without a trace. However, he couldn't go against Xiao Yu's insistence, so he obediently took off his slippers and lay down on Xiao Yu's bed. Xiao Yu's intentions were good, of course, to let him seize every opportunity to rest as much as possible. But actually, when Gu Chunshur lay on her bed, he felt even more unable to sleep. Xiao Yu's bed was soft and warm, perhaps still retaining Xiao Yu's body heat. There was a faint fragrance on the pillow and quilt, which was probably the smell of laundry detergent. The laundry detergent that Jinglan bought also has a very nice fragrance, and every time I change into clean sheets and duvet covers, they smell good for 2 days. Perhaps it was the scent of Xiao Yu on this bed that made Gu Chunshur feel as if he were enveloped in endless tenderness, causing him to become distracted and unable to extricate himself. He lay flat on it with his eyes closed, overwhelmed by a wave of bliss that made him dizzy. Before leaving, Xiao Yu thoughtfully turned off the bedroom light. I don't know how much time passed, maybe about half an hour? He felt someone tiptoe in through the door, come to the bedside, and slowly leaned down to stare at him. Gu Chunshur maintained his even breathing and pretended to be asleep. A moment later, Gu Chunshur felt something particularly soft land on his forehead, wet and tingling. The feeling was both strange and intoxicating. With his heart pounding, Gu Chunshur could no longer pretend. He opened his eyes and, in the dim light, saw Xiao Yu's fair neck. He unconsciously swallowed and hugged Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu seemed startled and let out a soft gasp. After a dizzying moment, she and Gu Chunshur switched places. Gu Chunshur lowered his head towards her. He kissed her lips. Xiao Yu was a little nervous, but she did not resist. Just as they were both somewhat lost in their passion, the cell phone rang at an inopportune moment. Fortunately, my phone rang at that moment. Otherwise, given their somewhat irrational state, it's hard to predict what they might do later. Gu Chunshur felt that if he had really bullied Xiao Yu this morning, his mother, who couldn't stand any nonsense, might beat him to death. Before he can truly give Xiao Yu a happy future, he cannot act recklessly to satisfy his own selfish desires. That would be extremely irresponsible. Moreover, they are still inexperienced, and their inappropriate actions could potentially harm Xiao Yu. Gu Chunshur suddenly calmed down. Xiao Yu blushed and gently pushed him with her hand on his chest. Go eat quickly, or you'll be late for school if you delay any longer. Gu Chunshur quickly got up. Xiao Yu sat up silently and smoothed her slightly messy long hair with her hand. Gu Chunshur felt a little ashamed and at a loss. Xiao Yu, I'm sorry, I just now. Xiao Yu whispered. Why are you apologizing to me? You didn't do anything wrong. I stole a kiss from you first. Gu Chunshur felt dizzy and didn't come to his senses until he was sitting in the classroom. With the college entrance examination just around the corner, under the encouragement of teachers and the earnest expectations of parents, everyone has finally realized the urgency of time. You roll it, I roll it, let's all roll it like crazy. Even Zhou Xiangyu finally had to bow his head, finally willing to neglect his gaming wife, and start getting involved with everyone else. The intense work of assembling test papers in the classroom quickly made Gu Chunshur abandon any inappropriate distractions and throw himself into the arduous task of completing the assignments. It seems that I can only catch my breath a little when I'm eating or sleeping. In the past few days, Gu Chunshur has felt a little lonely on his way to the cafeteria. Before, Zhou Xiangyu would always be there to nag him, but after he joined the ranks of those in the paper industry, he started to drift further and further away from Gu Chunshur. Here's what happened. Zhou Xiangyu has excellent logical thinking skills, so he doesn't have to worry about math, physics, or chemistry, and he can barely pass Chinese and history. English was the only hurdle he faced on his path to the college entrance examination. Chapter 105 The Deep Affection of a Simp. Zhou Xiangyu frantically crammed for English lessons by relying on experienced students before the college entrance examination. Tang Xiaoxi was the English class representative, which made her the one Zhou Xiangyu wanted to curry favor with. During breaks or at lunchtime in the cafeteria, the two would often be together, discussing English. Gu Chunshur was almost moved to tears by Zhou Xiangyu's rebellious spirit and determination to turn over a new leaf. One time, Gu Chun accidentally slowed down and overheard Zhou Xiangyu and Tang Xiaoxi chatting enthusiastically about games. Later, Zhou Xiangyu told Gu Chunshur in surprise that he never dreamed that Tang Xiaoxi, who seemed like a well-behaved and good student, would actually play games. This made him feel a sense of regret that he hadn't met Tang Xiaoxi sooner. Gu Chunshur remained silent after hearing this. He thought about it and decided against telling Zhou Xiangyu, that simpleton, the cruel truth. Tang Xiaoxi only pretended to like playing games in order to get closer to him. At this moment, Gu Chunshur, who was walking behind, looked at Zhou Tang and his companion ahead, who were chatting and laughing and seemed to be having a heated discussion, and became deeply worried. Could Zhou Xiangyu have unwittingly led the innocent Tang Xiaoxi astray without her knowledge? Hi, Gu Chunshur. Gu Chunshur snapped out of his daze and saw Zhang Shuo walking towards him. Zhang Shuo appeared to be smiling, but the worry in his eyes was impossible to hide. In Gu Chunshur's memory, Zhang Shuo was not as profound as he is now. Love is a torturous thing. Unrequited love is 1,000 times more painful. As they chatted, Zhang Shuo brought up Lin Ranran. She told me the day before yesterday that she will go abroad to study as soon as she graduates. Gu Chunshur remained silent. He and Zhang Shuo were merely nodding acquaintances, far from reaching the point of confiding in each other. At the same time, he and Lin Ranran became like strangers. Therefore, Gu Chunshur was not interested in any of the words Zhang Shuo uttered at that moment. But out of basic politeness, he couldn't very well tell him to shut up, to stop talking, because he wasn't interested in any of the words he was saying. So he silently became Zhang Shuo's listener, the one to whom he poured out his troubles. Whether he listened or not is his own business. She told me to stop liking her, that she would be staying abroad for at least 3 to 5 years, and who knows what might happen after that. Gu Chunshur listened to this and let it go in one ear and out the other, but he didn't show it at all on the surface. I told her that as long as she comes back one day, I will wait for her forever. Zhang Shuo's voice was filled with affection and determination. Gu Chunshur. He wanted to say, are you stupid? Lin Ranran's meaning couldn't be clearer. She was rejecting you. It's practically like they're saying, I don't like you outright. You're still playing the sentimental card here, haha. Wait, that's not right. Gu Chunshur was depressed. This is Zhang Shua's private matter with his love life. Why is this kid telling him all this? Could it be because he was once Lin Ranran's devoted admirer that Zhang Shua not only showed no hostility towards him, but also felt a sense of kinship? It's really speechless. Zhang Shua's gaze kept, intentionally or unintentionally, fixed on a graceful figure in the crowd ahead, silently expressing his deep affection for Lin Ranran. I know she meant well, but wasn't it also a test for me? I will definitely wait for her to come back, pursue her again, and confess my love to her in front of everyone. I will definitely wait for the day when she sees my good qualities and accepts me. Gu Chunshur looked at him with sympathy and pity. At this moment, Zhang Shua seemed like his past self. However, Gu Chunshur felt that he might be slightly better than him. If Lin Ranran had given him such a hint in his past life, he would have immediately put aside his wishful thinking and kept a reasonable distance from her, even if it was difficult. This stems from his stubborn pride and his inherent upbringing. That way, they wouldn't end up in such a miserable state. When I got home from school in the evening, I had only climbed to the third floor when I heard cheerful laughter coming from my own home. Gu Chunshur was filled with questions. He could vaguely make out his mother Jinglan's voice from her hearty laughter. The other laughter was clearly not Xiao Yu's voice. Moreover, Xiao Yu is a lady actually. It's just her personality. She almost never laughs out loud with her mouth wide open. Have we had guests over? Gu Chunshur climbed up to the fourth floor with a puzzled look in his eyes and subconsciously glanced at Xiao Yu's door, which was closed. Then I saw 2 more pairs of shoes outside my door. Judging from the style and size, they were women's shoes. The door was ajar, not fully closed. Gu Chunshur pushed open the door and was surprised to see the person sitting on the living room sofa. At the same time, the man also spotted him. Excitedly, she stood up and went to greet Gu Chunshur. My little darling, Grandma has missed you so much. Gu Chunshur quickly took 2 steps to meet her, supporting her arm and saying, Grandma Li, when did you get back? Grandma Li chuckled and said, I came back today. During all these days I was abroad, I didn't miss anyone but my little darling Chunshun. Gu Chunshur felt a little sore. When he was a child, his parents were busy with work, so Grandma Li, a neighbor, offered to help take care of him. Grandma Li loves children, and Gu Chunshur happens to be particularly well behaved, so Grandma Li treats him like her own grandson. In Gu Chunshur's heart, he genuinely regarded Grandma Li as his own grandmother. When Grandma Li was taken abroad, Gu Chunshur was heartbroken for quite a while. When Gu Chunshur helped Grandma Li sit back on the sofa, he noticed that besides his mother Jinglan, his adorable little Xiao Yu, there was another girl about their age in the living room. The girl had a slightly feisty appearance and was dressed very fashionably. At this moment, she was tilting her head and looking him up and down. A hint of regret inexplicably appeared on his face. Gu Chunshur was completely confused and quickly glanced at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu sat down right next to Jinglan, her back ramrod straight, exuding the air of a woman in charge. She and Gu Chunshur exchanged a glance, and perhaps recalling their passionate encounter that morning, their eyes locked for a moment before she awkwardly looked away. Grandma Li held Gu Chunshur's hand tightly, reluctant to let go, looking at him with kind eyes as if she didn't want to miss a single detail. My Chunshun is growing more and more handsome, she said with a smile. That's wonderful. He's all grown into a young man, and will be able to get married soon. I can't wait to hold my great-grandson. Gu Chunshur. It's true that elders' thoughts are all pretty much the same when they're dealing with younger generations. They all wish the younger generation would quickly settle down, get married, and have children. The stylishly dressed girl cleared her throat, seemingly annoyed, and then said in a coquettish tone, Grandma, have you forgotten about your own granddaughter? Grandma Li suddenly realized and patted her head, laughing. Look at my memory. I was so happy to see Chunshun that I forgot all about it. Gu Chunshur couldn't help but look at the girl, somewhat surprised. This girl is Grandma Li's granddaughter Li Feiyao? Chapter 106 Cherish Your Girlfriend. Grandma Li's granddaughter, Li Feiyao, has lived abroad since childhood and rarely comes back. However, as a neighbor, Gu Chunshur had seen her twice. The first time was when he was in kindergarten, and the second time was when he was in the 1st grade of elementary school. Every time she came, Gu Chunshur would be pulled over by the adults to play with her. Although Gu Chunshur had always shown gentlemanly manners since childhood, always yielding to her. But there are still times when she is unhappy. If she's unhappy, it's terrible. She'll open her mouth and wail for ages, enough to pierce your eardrums. Therefore, Gu Chunshur didn't have a good impression of her, thinking that she was a spoiled girl who liked others to listen to her. Girls really do change a lot as they grow up. If Grandma Li hadn't introduced her, Gu Chunshur wouldn't have recognized her at all. Who would have thought that the crybaby from before would grow up to be such a feisty and beautiful girl? Li Feiyao chewed her gum and said with a grin. Hey, Gu Chunshur, I really didn't expect you to be so much more handsome than when you were a kid. Gu Chunshur smiled politely, but did not reply. Li Feiyao was slightly disappointed. She thought that, according to the normal script, Gu Chunshur would reply to her with, likewise, you are much prettier than before. Who doesn't love to hear someone compliment their looks? Unfortunately, Gu Chunshur doesn't play by the rules. Since her own home had been rented out, Grandma Li naturally had to stay in a hotel. She waited for several hours just to see Gu Chunshur. Knowing that Gu Chunshur had a heavy academic workload, Grandma Li asked him about his well-being and then waved goodbye to her granddaughter with reluctance. Gu Chunshur and the others escorted them to a taxi. After Li Feiyao sat down, she looked at Gu Chunshur, who had just opened the door for them with impeccable manners, and blurted out a question in a resentful tone. Gu Chunshur, why did you find a girlfriend so early? Gu Chunshur, Li Feiyao added. But your girlfriend is really beautiful. You should cherish her. With that, he slammed the car door shut, and the driver stepped on the gas, and the taxi quickly disappeared from their sight. Standing by the roadside, Jinglan sighed. I wonder when I'll be able to see you again, Grandma Li. Her words successfully stirred up Gu Chunshur's melancholy. Jinglan yawned, turned around, and walked back. Let's go. It's getting late. Let's go home and rest. After saying that, he left in a hurry, not giving them a chance to react. Gu Chunshur and Xiao Yu looked at each other in bewilderment. Gu Chunshur smiled and walked towards Xiao Yu. The two immediately clasped hands and slowly walked back. Although they looked no different from other young couples at the moment, they were actually both a little embarrassed. In the end, it all comes down to that almost out-of-control scene this morning. Gu Chunshur broke the silence. Your hands are a bit cold. Why aren't you wearing more clothes? Xiao Yu said softly. It's all right. I don't feel that cold. The motion-activated lights in the hallways on the first and second floors are broken, leaving the hallways completely dark. Gu Chunshur patted his pockets and realized he had forgotten to take his phone. Xiao Yu also forgot. When they came out, Jinglan was the one providing the lighting, but now the person providing the lighting has gone back ahead of them, so they can only climb up in the dark. When they reached the second floor, they both stopped. Then, as if by telepathy, they hugged each other. Xiao Yu sighed softly, with a sense of relief, as if he had just escaped a disaster. What happened? It doesn't seem to be anything. It's just that my landlord, your neighbor Grandma Li's granddaughter, told me that she wants to be your girlfriend. Xiao Yu said sullenly. Gu Chunshur was taken aback. Huh? But we've barely met each other since we were little. She must be joking with my mom. Regardless of whether the girl was joking or not, Xiao Yu was panicked at the time, afraid that Gu Chunshur would be taken away by someone else. But she was no less capable than that girl. Perhaps it was her unique background and experiences that made Xiao Yu insecure about relationships. Back home, Jinglan had already heated up the late-night snack she had left for Gu Chunshur. Although Grandma Li got up to say goodbye shortly after meeting Gu Chun, she still lingered for a while during their reluctant conversation. It's already 11 p.m. Gu Chunshur still had homework to finish. Xiao Yu was afraid that her presence would distract Gu Chunshur, while Gu Chunshur wanted Xiao Yu to go to sleep early, so the two parted ways at the door. Gu Chunshur, of course, wouldn't neglect one thing for another, nor would he forget his mother after getting married. He loved his dear mother as always, so he also urged his mother to go to sleep. Jinglan said with heartache, Son, Mom is working the night shift tomorrow, so you don't need to get up too early. Mom will wait for you to finish eating, and then wash the dishes before going to sleep. While eating, Gu Chunshur asked, I forgot to ask Grandma Li when is she going back? Jinglan sighed and said, The day after tomorrow. I wanted to invite your Grandma Li to our house for a nice meal, but unfortunately she refused. Gu Chunshur understands Grandma Li. She is a kind and amiable old woman who is particularly afraid of causing trouble for others. Yao Yao is getting prettier and prettier. She used to be this short and had dark skin, and she cried all the time. I never expected that she would grow up to be tall and have fair skin, and become a beautiful young lady. At this point, Jinglan clicked her tongue and said, Kids who grow up abroad are really different. She bluntly told me that she wanted to be your girlfriend, which left me completely stunned. Huh? Gu Chunshur snorted. She probably doesn't even remember what I look like, right? And she's supposed to be my girlfriend? That's not a funny joke at all. Jinglan said, I heard that she saw your photo on your grandmother Li's phone before. In addition, your Grandma Li usually likes to praise you in front of her, which makes her very curious about you. At first I thought she was joking, but then I realized it wasn't, so I quickly told her you had a girlfriend. Gu Chunshur gave his mother a thumbs up. He was set on Xiao Yu for life, and even if a true fairy descended to earth, he would not be moved. Jinglan chuckled and said, Guess what she told me? She said she wanted to compete fairly with your girlfriend. And the way she said it so confidently, she didn't seem to be joking. Gu Chunshur said speechlessly, What competition? She lives abroad. Even without Xiao Yu, it's impossible for us to be together. Jinglan said. Who knows what that girl was thinking? After Xiao Yu came and found out that Xiao Yu was your girlfriend, I think she calmed down. Gu Chunshi suddenly understood what was going on when he thought of the regret in Li Feiyao's eyes when he first returned, and the strange thing she said to him after getting in the car. In short, Li Feiyao thinks he's a good guy and might actually be planning to give dating him a try. Then, after meeting Xiao Yu, he was deeply impressed by her beauty and temperament, and realized that he was no match for her. So he consciously gave up the idea of liking Gu Chunshi. Thinking of what Li Feiyao said before the taxi left, your girlfriend is very beautiful, cherish her. Gu Chunshi felt that she didn't seem as annoying as she used to be. Chapter 107, I'll take care of you. Time will not stop for anyone's nostalgia or anxiety. The second semester of senior year is halfway through. Like other students preparing for the college entrance examination, Gu Chunshi was busy every day, always on edge, and dared not relax for a moment until the exam was over. However, unlike other test takers, he enjoys two different kinds of care every day, the love from his parents and the love from Xiao Yu. Hee. I wonder if he'll get beaten to death if he shows off in front of others. No pain, no gain. Thinking about the bright future filled Gu Chunshi with energy. The hard work paid off, and Gu Chunshi's grades directly surpassed those of top student Jing Shu, firmly holding the top spot. Xiao Yu's side is also doing well. Besides his main job, his side business has also achieved good results. By the second month of the book's publication, it had generated several thousand yuan in revenue for Xiao Yu. The day she received her royalties happened to be a weekend, and Xiao Yu was as excited as a child, clamoring to treat Gu Chunshi and Jinglan to a meal at a restaurant. Jinglan poured cold water on her idea and said arrogantly, "Don't go to restaurants anymore. The food there isn't as good as mine. You're wasting money and still not getting a good meal." Xiao Yu thought about it again and realized that made sense. Especially after she learned to cook, while the food she ate outside wasn't exactly unpalatable, it was certainly tasteless. However, this was the first time she had received royalties, and she felt uncomfortable if she didn't spend lavishly on it. So when she went out to buy soy sauce with Gu Chunshi, she secretly discussed with him, "Gu Chunshi, I want to buy a gift for your aunt and uncle. What do you think I should buy?" Gu Chunshi thought about it seriously and said, "I think you shouldn't buy it." Xiao Yu asked, puzzled, "Why? Do you think I'm wasting money? If I'm going to buy something, I'll definitely buy it for things that my aunt and uncle can use. That's not a waste." "That's not what I meant." Gu Chunshi shrugged. "From childhood to adulthood, the most decent gifts I've ever given my parents are those 2 down jackets, and they were bought with the pocket money my elders gave me. Sai, you're so outstanding. Compared to you, I feel so ashamed. I'm really afraid my parents will look down on me and kick me out one day. What should I do then?" He was obviously joking to dissuade Xiao Yu from the idea, because he knew his parents too well. The more obedient Xiao Yu was, the more uneasy they felt, fearing that they hadn't done enough. However, Gu Chunshi was truly melancholy. Look at Xiao Yu. They can all support themselves now. On the other hand, comparing yourself to others makes you feel utterly ashamed. Gu Chunshi had carefully planned his life. The pressure of senior year in high school was so intense that it completely drained his time, leaving him no room to do anything else. Once he gets rid of this relentless period of working day and night, he will try to make money after entering university, strive to achieve financial freedom as soon as possible, and let his parents, Xiao Yu, live a life free from worries about food and clothing. Xiao Yu, holding his arm, laughed so hard she couldn't straighten up. "You're your uncle and aunt's beloved son. How could they bear to kick you out?" Gu Chunshi sighed seriously, speaking in an old-fashioned tone. "It's better to be safe than sorry." Xiao Yu said, "Don't worry, if that day ever comes, even if your uncle and aunt don't want you, I will want you." Gu Chen put on a pitiful look, "But I can eat a lot." Xiao Yu smiled brightly, exuding domineering confidence, and said, "Even if you eat 10 pounds of rice a day, I can still afford to feed you." Gu Chunshi couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Do you think I'm a pig, eating 10 pounds of rice a day?" But Xiao Yu took it seriously. "Not only will you have 10 pounds of rice a day, I'll also make sure you eat meat with every meal." Gu Chunshi was deeply moved and exaggeratedly said, "Wow, boss, I'm going to cling to your coattails from now on." Xiao Yu said with a smile, "You're welcome to come and hug my thigh anytime. But what if someone laughs at me for being a kept man?" Gu Chunshi feigned distress. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow domineeringly. "Who dares to say that? I'll beat him to death. I'm happy to let you live off me. I'll support you through college, and I'll take care of you for the rest of your life." Gu Chunshi pulled her into his arms and said with a silly smile, "Although I am very touched, I don't want you to support me. I want to support you." Now that spring is here and flowers are in bloom, everyone has taken off their bulky down jackets and put on comfortable and lightweight spring and autumn clothes. Xiao Yu was dressed in a black casual suit, with her hair tied in a high ponytail, looking youthful and beautiful. She has a habit of wearing a mask when she goes out, covering most of her face. If she goes out alone, she will wear a pair of big sunglasses, exuding a cool, edgy, and domineering aura that screams, "Don't bother me." However, Xiao Yu always went out with Aunt Jinglan or Gu Chunshi, and tried her best not to go out by herself, because she is becoming increasingly uncomfortable with being alone. The conversation drifted to the time I accidentally bumped into my teacher's daughter at the bookstore. Oh right, when Xiao Yu hurriedly hugged him to avoid being discovered by the teacher's daughter, Gu Chunshi secretly glanced at her and confirmed that the young mother who had been standing behind him was indeed teacher Xiao Yu's daughter. The teacher's daughter is named Chu Xian, and she is 9 years older than Xiao Yu, turning 27 this year. Chu Xian's mother, Qiu Lan, is Xiao Yu's art teacher and a single mother. She was originally a teacher at an art studio, but later became Xiao Yu's private art teacher. Qiu Lan taught Xiao Yu for 8 years, and often brought her daughter Chu Xian with her when she went to teach Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, who had never made friends before, took the older sister who liked to smile with her eyes narrowed as her friend, and as a result, she went from being indifferent to art class to making it her favorite subject. Whenever she has art class, she can play with the cheerful older sister. Even though it was brief, it made her very happy. Hearing this, Gu Chunshi tenderly hugged Xiao Yu and couldn't help but kiss her forehead to comfort her. What kind of life did she have when she was little? Just thinking about it is suffocating. I will make you happy every day from now on, Gu Chunshi solemnly promised. Xiao Yu said, but I'm happy every day now, aren't I? Let's return to the topic of the strings. As a child, Xiao Yu, who was confined to the house, gained some understanding of the outside world through Chu Xian's descriptions. Chu Xian especially liked to share her innermost thoughts with Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was trapped in a luxurious cage, with almost no contact with the outside world. Even if he knew many secrets, he had no chance to spread them. She is indeed a very good person to confide in. Qiu Lan taught Xiao Yu for 8 years, and Xiao Yu's friendship with Chu Xian lasted for 8 years. Later, her mother, Xiao Qingge, died. Xiao Yu was sent to her so-called maternal grandmother's house by her most trusted teacher. That teacher was Qiu Lan. Chapter 108 Xiao Yu's past 6 years. Apart from the time she visited her mother, Xiao Yu never mentioned her past, as if doing so would sever her ties with the past she didn't want to look back on. Although Gu Chunshi was curious, he knew that if she didn't want to talk about it, he would never ask. It was rare for her to bring it up on her own initiative, so Gu Chunshi's job was to be a good listener. For days after Qiao Qingge's death, Qiu Lan came to visit Xiao Yu. 12-year-old Xiao Yu sat in the courtyard, staring blankly at the wild grass sprouting from the cracks in the bricks. Her mother died, and she was left all alone, like a weed. Don't mention her biological father. She never acknowledges that man as her father. But in her heart, she was not even as good as a weed. Weeds are found everywhere, but she is the loneliest and most helpless one in the world. She was confused and didn't know what the meaning of her life was. She wants to leave this place. Anywhere is fine with her. Anyway, that crazy woman isn't here anymore, and she has no more attachment to this place. But that despicable man, after bringing her back from her mother's grave, locked her in this courtyard and assigned several people to watch her 24/7, fearing she might do something out of line again. Oh, right. All the nannies who weren't watching her and let her run away were all chased away by that man. Xiao Yu neither ate nor drank, and sat in the courtyard in a daze. The man tried to talk to her, but she ignored him. The man reached out to touch her head, but she grabbed his hand and bit him hard. The man dared not approach her again. She's like a miniature version of that crazy woman. She goes berserk and goes mad whenever she sees him. The man looked at Xiao Yu, who neither ate nor drank, and walked away, deep in thought. Qiu Lan arrived that afternoon. Qiu Lan hugged Xiao Yu with heartache. In her arms, Xiao Yu looked as aggrieved and helpless as a homeless stray cat. "Child, come with me," she said. "Teacher will take you away from here." Sitting in the car, Qiu Lan told her that besides her mother, she had another relative in this world. That relative was her maternal grandmother. A day and a night later, Xiao Yu was led by Qiu Lan to stand in front of a woman in her 60s with particularly sharp eyes. She doesn't like me. This was the first thought that came to Xiao Yu's mind when she met her so-called grandmother. I don't think I like her that much. But she is my mother's mother. Xiao Yu finally convinced herself to stay, enduring the old lady's sharp gaze. Teacher Qiu Lan told her that she must be a good girl and listen to her grandmother from now on, and then left. To this day, Xiao Yu has never seen her again. Teacher Qiu Lan is the teacher who has accompanied Xiao Yu the longest, and is the one she trusts the most. Yet it was also she who made Xiao Yu belatedly experience the taste of betrayal. The moment Xiao Yu realized she had been deceived, She was furious and wanted to rush to Qiu Lan and demand to know why she had lied to her. Xiao Yu's thinking has matured a bit, and he is not as extreme as before. Putting yourself in her shoes, perhaps the man offered an exceptionally generous reward, or perhaps she simply felt sorry for her child and wanted to find her a home, so she had to tell a white lie. Perhaps Qiu Lan was not wrong, but that doesn't mean Xiao Yu should forgive her. Her stubbornness and the humiliation of being raised by the Yang family for another 6 years made it impossible for her to let go. What Xiao Yu inherited from her mother was not only beauty, but also hatred for the Yang family. Gu Chunshi listened in silence for a long time before finally saying, "The 6 years you spent with your grandmother." Xiao Yu calmly retorted, "She is not my grandmother." Gu Chunshi apologized. "I'm sorry, I misspoke. What I wanted to know was, during the 6 years you were with her, was she good to you?" Gu Chunshi vaguely remembered that Xiao Yu had mentioned once, seemingly unintentionally, that the old lady didn't seem to like her very much. In fact, even if Xiao Yu didn't say it, you could tell from her resolute departure after learning the truth. Human hearts are made of flesh and blood. If the old lady truly loved her as her granddaughter, how could Xiao Yu, who lacked love, bear to leave her? Xiao Yu couldn't help but recall those 6 years. 6 years is a long time. Even raising a dog should involve some emotional attachment. Moreover, feelings are mutual. Even though Xiao Yu has been away from there for so long, he occasionally thinks of that old lady, but it doesn't affect his mood at all. She believed that the old lady would react the same way she did when she thought of her. Although she lived under the same roof as the old lady for 6 years, the old lady rarely took the initiative to talk to her, and she was rather withdrawn, so they rarely communicated during those 6 years. Whenever the old lady looked at her, she would involuntarily furrow her brows slightly, her eyes filled with an unsettling scrutiny. When you talk to her, you will always have a very serious face, and your tone will be devoid of emotion. She didn't like that place, nor did she like the old lady, but the old lady was her mother's mother. He was her only family in this world. Fortunately, the old lady's house was very large, and she often locked herself inside, which reduced the number of times the old lady frowned and scrutinized her. Xiao Yu gave a self-deprecating laugh. "She doesn't like me. Maybe it's because of my shameful background, or maybe it's because I'm just not a likable person." Gu Chunshi couldn't bear to hear her deny her words. "You can't choose your background. Even if she doesn't like you because of it, it's not your fault. In my eyes, you are the best girl in the world. You are not only no worse than others, but you are far more outstanding than them." Although Xiao Yu interpreted Gu Chunshi's words as comfort, and beauty is in the eye of the beholder, she was still very happy. "Although she doesn't like me, I'm still grateful to her. If she hadn't taken me in, I might." Xiao Yu didn't finish her sentence because she could clearly feel Gu Chunshi's body stiffen. "Then I wouldn't have had the chance to meet you. Besides, she has never shortchanged me materially. She has also hired a lot of teachers for me. It seems that she is even planning to use her connections to get me into a school to take the college entrance examination." Gu Chunshi finally felt a little better. Because of the problems left behind by Xiao Yu's parents, old Mrs. Yang didn't like Xiao Yu. But she did everything she could for Xiao Yu. Really, not only Xiao Yu, but even Gu Chunshi felt grateful to the old lady he had never met. "But now you've essentially given up the opportunity to take the college entrance exam. Don't you regret it?" Chapter 109, If Regret. For many people, the college entrance examination is a major event that affects their entire lives. By leaving her nominal grandmother's house, Xiao Yu essentially gave up her chance to take the college entrance examination. Xiao Yu retorted, "Why should I regret it? I don't regret it at all. If I really have any regrets, it's that I didn't know the truth sooner and leave that place sooner. That way, maybe I could have met you all sooner." In Xiao Yu's understanding, the college entrance examination is nothing more than a stepping stone in life. For many people, it's about getting into a good university so they can secure a bright future for themselves. Aside from a few individuals with lofty ambitions, most people have a very simple goal: to make money, and lots of money. So, things become simple. Although Xiao Yu never went to university and didn't have that diploma, it didn't help her find a respectable and considerate job in society. But she can still earn money to support herself through other means. For example, becoming an artist or writing novels. She can support herself just the same. There are 360 professions, and every profession can produce an expert. If she perseveres and continues to work hard, she might be able to realize her dream of buying a big house someday. It may seem like she's daydreaming, but anything is possible. With her current income level, it's no less than that of some hardworking 9-to-5 workers. Therefore, Xiao Yu does not feel any regrets in his life. She has become accustomed to her way of life. In short, she could hardly imagine herself sitting in the same classroom with a large group of people, listening to a teacher give a lecture. She wasn't interested in anyone except Gu Chunshi and her uncle and aunt. The two walked and chatted, carrying the soy sauce they had just bought from the supermarket. They sat close together and slowly made their way back. Just around the corner they had just passed, a family of 3 happened to arrive. A young father held his 3 or 4-year-old daughter in his arms, and the daughter stretched out her chubby little hands, intently picking at his stubble. The young mother stood still, unable to resist glancing around the corner. Chu Xian, what's wrong? The young father asked, puzzled. The young mother, Chu Xian, came to her senses and shook her head. I might have seen wrong. I just saw a girl who looked a lot like my little sister from before, but it's unlikely to be her. The young father laughed and said, I was just wondering, the probability of you actually meeting someone you used to know here is practically a miracle. Chu Xian snorted softly and said, sigh, I regret it. I shouldn't have traveled all the way here to marry someone for the sake of so-called love. The young father joked, it's too late to regret it now. The daughter clapped her little hands and imitated her, saying in a very serious tone, it's too late to regret it now, Mom. It's too late for you to regret it now. Chu Xian rolled her eyes and gently poked her daughter's forehead with her index finger. You little ingrate. The little girl said, Daddy, Mommy, I want to come to Grandma's house again tomorrow. They had already walked to a car parked by the roadside. Chu Xian said, you have to go to school tomorrow, so you can't play at Grandma's house anymore. Besides, you're too naughty. I'll bring you here again when you can behave. Time flies, and there's only 1 week left until the college entrance exam. At the most critical moment, Jinglan and Xiaoyu took meticulous care of Gu Qinshi's daily life. My dad calls me every day at 8 o'clock sharp. I chat with him for a bit and help him adjust his mindset. Xiaoyu started preparing various nutritious meals for him. Ms. Jinglan even wished she could serve him every day, helping him change clothes and put on his shoes. Gu Qinshe found this both funny and unsettling, then said righteously, Mom, Xiaoyu, why do I feel like you're more nervous than I am? Jinglan said matter-of-factly, this is a major event that concerns your whole life. Of course your mother will be nervous. But son, let me tell you, your mother can be nervous, but you must not be nervous. Just like when you take a test, don't take it to heart. Gu Qinshe understood what his mother meant. Some individuals who perform well in their studies may fail important exams due to excessive nervousness. It's truly a pity. His gaze fell on Xiaoyu, and he noticed that she was secretly smiling. Gu Qinshe asked curiously, Xiaoyu, what are you laughing at? Xiaoyu suppressed a laugh. What you just said reminded me of an old saying. As soon as she mentioned it, Gu Qinshe immediately knew what that old saying meant. The emperor isn't worried, but the eunuchs are. Mom, Dad, around what time will you arrive today? During yesterday's phone call, Gu Qinshe knew that his father would be coming back today, but he forgot to ask exactly when. It'll be around 5 p.m., so it won't interfere with dinner. Jinglan changed the subject. Qinshe, 9 a.m. Anyway, the college entrance exam is only a week away, so don't push yourself too hard. You've done what you needed to learn, put in the necessary effort, and acquired the necessary knowledge. In the remaining few days, relax and prepare to face the college entrance examination in your best possible condition. Gu Qinshe gave his mother a thumbs up. Jinglan added, after you finish your college entrance exam, let's not think about how you did. You and Xiaoyu can go to another city and have some fun for a couple of days. Gu Qinshe was about to say something when Xiaoyu spoke first. Auntie, why don't you and Uncle come with us? Otherwise, we won't go. Jinglan waved her hand. Hey, we won't go. Your uncle is always traveling for work. What kind of scenery hasn't he seen? As for me, I don't like to travel around. It's tiring. You young people are different. You should go out and see more of the world. Gu Qinshe felt a lump in his throat. He didn't want to expose his mother's lie to her face. My mom once lamented to my dad that her life's dream was to travel around and see the beautiful landscapes of the world. My mom doesn't want to go, simply to save money. Well, thankfully, it'll be soon. The most stressful and difficult days are almost over. Gu Qinshe was eager to try. I can't wait to show my skills. In his previous life, Gu Qinshe spent a year lying in a hospital bed in a daze. Therefore, although he was a reborn person, apart from making him realize the misery of being a simp, it did not bring him any benefits. At 18, he lacked life experience and had no shortcuts, but he was full of confidence in himself. They believed they could create wealth through their intelligence, just as the sun rises in the east every day, taking it all for granted. Young man, the future is bright. That evening, Gu Qinshe finally found some time to read Xiaoyu's masterpiece. Xiaoyu, unusually coy, said, I'll remind you one more time. If there's anything I didn't write well, you absolutely mustn't laugh at me. Gu Qinshe said, of course, but I think even if I wanted to laugh, you, being so outstanding, might not give me the chance. Chapter 1:10 Listen to your wife. Because Xiaoyu had spoiled the plot for him beforehand, Gu Qinshe already knew what kind of story she was telling before reading her novel. However, when Gu Qinshe opened the book, he was still deeply impressed by Xiaoyu's beautiful writing. According to Xiao Yu, when she started writing this book, she initially envisioned a tragic ending. But as she wrote, a glimmer of hope appeared in her real life. Gu Chunshi and his aunt and uncle, and Xiao Yu felt that the girl in her story should also have a happy ending. Moreover, she originally didn't intend to write a long book. From another perspective, Xiao Yu wrote this book not to make money, but to express her feelings. However, due to her good reputation and rising grades, the editor privately messaged her, asking her to write as much as possible and not rush to finish the story. As Xiao Yu wrote, he gradually got into the swing of things, and the girl slowly became more vivid and three-dimensional, making the writing very relatable. Gu Chunshi watched for an hour straight. If he wasn't worried about not being able to get up tomorrow, he would have liked to watch for a while longer. Gu Chunshi exited the novel page, went outside to pour himself some water, and then subconsciously glanced at the door of his parents' bedroom. They should all be fast asleep by now. Gu Chunshi climbed back into the bedroom and sent Xiao Yu a video call request. The call was answered instantly. In front of them, Xiao Yu never acted aloof or cold. Even when Xiao Yu's face is right up against the screen, she doesn't look like she has a round face. She's still as beautiful as ever. She was sitting cross-legged on the bed, her freshly dried hair hanging down in a slightly fluffy manner, her fair skin brimming with collagen, radiating youthful beauty. Now they've developed a habit of making a video call every night before bed, exchanging goodnights before finally going to sleep contentedly. The novel is well written. Gu Chunshi praised sincerely. Xiao Yu smiled, revealing two sharp little tiger teeth. You should go to sleep now. Gu Chunshi said dejectedly. You've only just answered the phone and you're already telling me to go to sleep. Xiao Yu rested her chin on her hand with a sigh. I don't want to either, but you have the college entrance exam coming up soon, so you need to make sure you get enough sleep. Go to sleep, go to sleep. All right. Gu Chunshi smiled mischievously. I'll listen to my wife. Xiao Yu was startled and stammered. What did you just say? Gu Chunshi stopped laughing and said seriously. I said I will listen to my wife. On the screen, Xiao Yu's face flushed red instantly, as red as a tempting apple. Gu Chunshi felt a surge of heat coursing through his body and couldn't resist taking a couple of bites of the red apple. The shy and demure Xiao Yu is so alluring. Wife, Gu Chunshi teased her on purpose. Xiao Yu tried to keep a straight face, but the corners of her mouth that couldn't help but turn up betrayed her mood. It's getting late. Go to sleep. Okay, I got it, honey. Gu Chunshi chuckled softly, then reluctantly hung up the phone. He fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow, but poor Xiao Yu next door suffered. Xiao Yu remained in the same sitting position as when she was talking to Gu Chunshi, staring blankly at the now black screen of her phone. Even though my legs were sore and numb from being crossed, I didn't even realize it. Wife, wife. The two words Gu Chunshi had just called her kept echoing in her ears. She, who had never felt anything about these two words before, now felt that wife was more beautiful than the most beautiful music in the world. She didn't know how much time had passed when she took a deep breath, carefully placed her phone aside, and slowly lay down. As soon as she closed her eyes, the image of Gu Chunshi with a smile appeared in her mind. Sweet dreams. Xiao Yu said to himself. She's sure to have a sweet dream tonight, a dream in which he'll be. June 7th. The exciting yet nerve-wracking college entrance examination has finally arrived. Jinglan and Gu Cheng took 2 days off, while Xiao Yu put aside all her work to accompany Gu Chunshi to the exam. When the day finally arrived, Gu Chunshi discovered that, as a test taker, he was actually the last one to get up. As he stepped out of the room, the first person he saw was Jinglan. Son, keep it up. You're the best. The second is Gu Cheng. Just treat it like a regular exam. Don't take it too seriously. The third one is Xiao Yu. Gu Chunshi, don't forget to write your name. Xiao Yu's down-to-earth advice successfully made Gu Chunshi and Jinglan laugh out loud, instantly easing the tension that had been lingering in everyone's hearts. After breakfast, Gu Cheng drove the company car, taking Gu Chunshi, Xiao Yu, and Jinglan to the examination venue. Gu Cheng often traveled for work, and his mother, Jinglan, did not have a driver's license, so his family did not own a car. When the company's boss learned that Gu Chunshi was taking the college entrance examination today, he readily approved Gu Chunshi's leave of absence and then lent him the company car to drive in order to avoid unexpected events such as not being able to get on the bus or not being able to hail a taxi. They set off ahead of schedule. They thought they were early enough, but when they arrived at the examination hall, they found that there were already crowds of people outside. In order to avoid any unforeseen complications, everyone generally adopts the mindset of better to be early than late when it comes to such important events. Gu Chunshi looked around and discovered that there were even parents nearby holding textbooks, urging their children to take another look. He couldn't help but sigh. Thankfully his parents were understanding and not as crazy as some parents. Otherwise it would have been so suffocating. Many female parents at the scene wore red cheongsams, symbolizing a successful start. He smiled and said to Jinglan, "Mom, why didn't you buy a red cheongsam to wear beforehand?" Jinglan waved her hands repeatedly. "Oh dear, if your mother wore this, wouldn't she scare people away? But Xiaoyu would definitely look good in it." Xiaoyu smiled shyly. "Auntie, I've never worn a cheongsam before." She had never even worn a skirt before, and if she were to suddenly wear a cheongsam that would reveal her entire figure, she definitely wouldn't have the courage to leave the house. However, if Gu Chunshi wanted her to wear it, she might consider it. However, she can only show it to Gu Chunshi. Gu Cheng listened to their conversation with a smile, without interrupting. Many people around noticed this. Jinglan straightened her back. Her son is tall, handsome, and a real catch. Her daughter-in-law is beautiful, sensible, and one in a million. It's hard for her to keep a low profile. Gu Chunshi saw through her little scheme and silently shook his head. "Mom, you're getting too cocky." When no one was looking, Xiaoyu secretly hooked her arm around Gu Chunshi's. It's common to see young couples holding hands and hugging. However, Xiaoyu was somewhat reserved in front of Jinglan and Gu Cheng. Gu Chunshi immediately grabbed her hand, and she quickly clenched it, as if she could transfer her power to Gu Chunshi in this way. Chapter 111: Each Other's Heartbeats. The candidates are about to enter the examination room. Many parents chose to wait in the scorching sun. Gu Chunshi's previous idea was for Jinglan and the others to go back first, and he could take the bus back at noon, rest at home for a while, and then come back to take the exam. However, Gu Cheng considered that the examination venue was more than half an hour's drive from their home, and that would take up more than an hour of precious time traveling back and forth. So they decided to follow the example of other parents and book a room in a hotel near the exam venue, so that Gu Chunshi could lie down and rest properly after the exam in the morning. Gu Chunshi waved goodbye to them and walked towards the examination hall gate. Jinglan yawned. Every year, she sees news reports of students being late for exams due to carelessness or various accidents, which makes her a little nervous. Everyone, including Xiaoyu, fully charged their phones at night and set alarms. Jinglan went even further, setting an alarm every 5 minutes from 6 o'clock. So, although she kept telling Gu Chunshi not to be nervous, she was actually more nervous than anyone else. She was afraid that, as a mother, she might overlook something and leave Gu Chunshi with a lifelong regret. Despite taking all necessary precautions, Jinglan barely slept a wink all night. Looking at Gu Chunshi's tall and straight back, Jinglan said proudly, "My son is so handsome." In comparison, Gu Cheng was much calmer. He joked, Yes, how could your son not be handsome? Don't you even know whose belly he came from?" Jinglan smiled and gently punched him. "You know how to talk." Xiaoyu stared blankly at Gu Chunshi's retreating figure. At this moment, all those people became mere background figures in Xiaoyu's eyes. In her eyes, there was only Gu Chunshi. Perhaps sensing her gaze, Gu Chunshi turned around, smiled slightly at her, and his smile was full of confidence. Gu Chunshi waved to her, and Xiaoyu quickly responded by raising her hand high. Seeing that all the candidates had gone inside and the examination hall doors were beginning to close, Gu Cheng called out to them, "All right, let's go." Under the scorching sun, many parents, some holding parasols and others wearing jackets over their heads, gazed anxiously at the examination hall. I wish I had X-ray vision so I could see my child confidently writing down each correct question before I could feel at ease. Parents' hearts are always full of love and worry. They drove home, and Xiaoyu noticed that Jinglan hadn't slept well the night before, so he told her to go inside and lie down and rest for a while. Jinglan, however, rushed into the kitchen, saying, "Sigh, I can't sleep." Xiaoyu could understand Jinglan's feelings at this moment, because she also barely slept a wink last night. Although they often eat out. When Gu Cheng was away on business trips, he ate out almost every meal. But when Gu Chunshi was preparing for the college entrance examination, everyone became sentimental. The food outside is neither tasty nor hygienic. What if Gu Chunshi gets an upset stomach? So they had to cook for Gu Chunshi at home, pack the food in a thermal container, and then bring it to the hotel for him to eat. At this crucial turning point in Gu Chunshi's life, they strive to be meticulous in every aspect, and being a strong supporter of Gu Chunshi is the best help they can give him. At 11 a.m., Xiaoyu stood outside the examination hall, holding a light green parasol, becoming one of the family members accompanying the examinee. Today the sun is shining brightly, and the temperature is as high as 37 degrees Celsius. Gu Cheng and Jinglan originally wanted to come and wait together, but Xiaoyu persuaded them to stay at the hotel. "It's too hot. There's no need for us to come and suffer together." As for her, she couldn't sit still in the cool hotel room. Standing outside the sweltering examination hall made her feel more at ease. Perhaps I was too close to Gu Chunshi. A female parent in a red cheongsam held an antique-style oil paper umbrella and looked her over, making no attempt to hide the admiration in her eyes. Today, Xiaoyu wore a high ponytail, a pure white round neck short-sleeved t-shirt, light gray cropped pants, and white sneakers. The simple outfit, however, exuded a fresh and eye-catching charm because it was worn by her. The clean and tidy appearance was a welcome sight for the anxious parents waiting outside, and it seemed to ease their anxiety. Xiaoyu could feel